001 Night of Shadows. December 27, 1992. Christmas had just passed, and Oxford Street in London's West End was already bustling with people. Muggles dressed in new clothes walked on the streets, enjoying the festive atmosphere and the dazzling window displays. Children laughed and played, throwing snowballs at each other or admiring the colorful lights and decorations. Young people who met each other gave sincere New Year's greetings, exchanging hugs and kisses. And everyone had a longing for a good life in their hearts, even if the snowstorm could not extinguish the smiles on their faces. For wizards, Christmas was also one of the most important holidays of the year, but wizard families celebrated Christmas differently from Muggles. They preferred to stay in the warm indoors, listening to the crackling sound of the fire in the fireplace, sitting under the Christmas tree covered with silver frost and mistletoe, and discussing Quidditch or the latest news. Therefore, as the wizarding business center, Diagon Alley was always very lonely in the first few days of the new year, let alone Knockturn Alley, which was also sparsely populated on weekdays. Clang, clang, clack. Brian, who was hidden under a large black cloak, got off the small cart of the same model as Gringotts, and even though his stomach was churning, he had to act calmly in order to maintain his cold persona. The air was filled with the stench of fermented mucus worm slime soaked in rotten frog guts. The uneven ground was wet and sticky. A row of inverted torches hung neatly in mid-air, emitting a green light that illuminated the huge fan-shaped underground cavern as gloomy as a ghost. Brian looked around. On the left side of the cave, 200 feet away from him, there was a pet market. There was a giant creature that was 15 feet tall and had its limbs firmly bound by iron chains as thick as a bowl. It lay on the ground listlessly, almost blending in with the dark rocks. Its owner was an old witch from Moldova with broken teeth. She brought it here hoping to sell it for a good price, so that she could use the money to treat her dragon pox. But unfortunately, it had been on sale for 2 years and no one was interested. At this moment, the old witch was leaning on the slave's toe, cursing at a large group of house elves next to her, accusing them of polluting the environment. They were a group of house elves who had lost their masters and gained their freedom. Of course, using the word freedom to describe house elves was like using beast to describe centaurs. They would not be grateful. These poor little fellows mostly belonged to some small wizarding families or secret schools. Their masters had disappeared in the river of time for various reasons, which forced them to become free. Having no master was a very terrible thing for house elves. It almost deprived them of their value of existence. So they gathered here spontaneously, hoping to find new masters for themselves. But to be honest, apart from some dark wizards who needed living materials to experiment with curses and potions, few people would pay attention to them. The giant creature was very friendly to the house elves. Brian had once seen it slap several of them to death with its palm when it was hungry and stuff them into its mouth with a crunch. Besides the giant creature and the house elves, you could also see many other interesting creatures in the pet market that smelled like a toilet. For example, centaurs who had lost their clan's protection, Veelas who were accidentally captured, hot commodities, vampires locked in cages, or Irish leprechauns who were very good living materials. Basically, except for dragons and unicorns that were particularly tabooed magical creatures, you could find most of the existing magical creatures in the wizarding world in the underground pet market. On the right side of the cave wall, the trading market still maintained the simple style of medieval Europe. But the things sold on those stalls that were casually placed on the ground were not so simple. Books containing black magic from ancient Greece, potions that greatly increased one's magic power but had unknown side effects, alchemical items that could instantly wipe out life on a large scale. In short, compared with those things, the products sold at Borgin and Burke's could only be regarded as prank products that small wizards liked. The devil's snare here was only suitable for being used as decorative plants. Brian even saw a curse seed of the Black Death that had slaughtered all over Europe in an Italian wizard's hand. According to him, his curse seed had been weakened. But if it spread out, killing a city of muggles would not be too difficult. Of course, the curse seed had an amazing price that matched its effect. Otherwise, Brian would really like to buy it and study it. And this was the dark side of the wizarding world. A place where there was no law. After a while, Brian felt better and walked towards the center of the cavern, gradually joining the sparse crowd. Most of the people who were active here wore black robes and did not want to be seen by others. Only a few reckless madmen and wizards who just happened to pass by from Britain dared to show their faces in front of the surveillance personnel who had infiltrated from the Ministry of Magic. Yes, you heard that right. The underground world of Knockturn Alley had secret aurors stationed there. But their existence was only to monitor that nothing out of line happened here, not to eradicate it. Unless, the Ministry of Magic wanted to go to war with all the ancient schools and dark wizards that still existed in Britain. The square area surrounded by granite walls in the center of the cavern was the commission market of the underground world. On one end of the wall, there was a tall signpost. On the snake-patterned wooden sign, hundreds of commission papers with red magic contract glows were posted, quietly waiting for someone to take them down. Brian stood under the sign and looked around. He didn't find any valuable commissions, so he turned around and found a stone stool to sit down and wait for his trading partner to arrive. Maybe it was because of the arrival of the new year, there were not many people here either. In the large area, there were only 2 people talking in a low voice 10 feet behind him on the right. One of them was wearing a brown hemp robe. His bald head was covered with pus-filled blisters and scabies. He looked like he was 80 years old. He heard the noise and looked up at Brian. He seemed to disdain Brian's practice of hiding his true face under a twisted magic vortex. He grinned his mouth with only 3 or 4 yellow teeth left, spitting out a foul wind. His face was half black like charred old tree bark, and half covered with pink, tentacle-like little flesh buds that wriggled madly. It was very hideous. But when the old wizard noticed the golden snake embroidered on Brian's collar, he quickly retracted his disgusting smile, nodded politely and looked away. Brian was interested in the old wizard's interesting face. If he guessed correctly, it should be the damage caused by a failed attempt to release a curse that cut off one's soul when making a Horcrux, which resulted in a severe backlash of magic. According to Brian's knowledge, there was only one thing that could temporarily slow down the spread of this curse damage. And the conversation between the 2 people next verified his guess. It's very hard to get, and very dangerous. You should know where in Britain you can find unicorns. The wizard opposite the old wizard took out a glass cup from under his black robe. The liquid in the cup shone silver in the dim underground world. He said cautiously. The old wizard understood what he meant. He let out a sharp cold laugh and also took out a piece of mithril as big as a fist from his chest and threw it on the table. Because of the loopholes in traditional magic education, wild school wizards often could achieve mastery in some aspects, but they might be as ignorant as novices who had just touched magic in other aspects. They lacked a systematic and comprehensive understanding of magic theory and practice. And modern magic education based on schools had a high probability of not producing any amazing talents, but at least balanced. They ensured that every student had a solid foundation and a broad vision of magic. Knowledge balance was very important. At least for now, any Hogwarts O.W.L.S. level qualified student would not be fooled by a potion that had been transfigured and added with 2 unicorn feathers. They would know that unicorn blood had a distinctive silver color and a sweet smell, and that it could not be mixed with any other substance without losing its effect. Patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 002 The Folly Family. You dare. The voice was cut off abruptly by a loud bang, as if a thunderbolt had struck the dark and damp underworld. The gloomy place, where only the dim light of torches and fireplaces could barely illuminate the sinister faces of the criminals and outcasts, suddenly burst into angry howls, as sharp as the roar of a werewolf when he sees the full moon. Play. The 3rd second after taking the confusion drug, the old wizard slapped the table and stood up, his eyes wide open with rage and madness. The dense pustules and scabies on his head quickly turned from red to purple, from purple to black, and then, like a magic potion that was about to be boiled over, they began to bubble and pop. The thorns on his face also became excited, they twisted frantically, while growing rapidly, as if they couldn't wait to get away from the old wizard's face. His skin cracked and bled, revealing the rotten flesh and bones underneath. Great! The old wizard was furious, and his tone of voice was full of anger and pain. He raised a short and thick wand with a gem on the top, as if he wanted to give a vicious curse to the guy who deceived him. But unfortunately, he seemed to forget that his current state had already lost control of the violent and evil magic power that coursed through his veins. The active spell-casting behavior made his own chaotic and disorderly magic power further out of control. He was like a wax man who was roasted on a flame, starting from his head and spreading to his whole body, quickly melting. In the blink of an eye, the living person turned into a pool of black pus on the ground. Sorry, great, what? The thin wizard who traded with the old wizard sneered strangely. He grabbed the mithril on the table and stuffed it into his robe. Then he walked to the pool of pus and looked at it for a few times. He pulled out the wand left by the old wizard from inside and looked at the ruby on top of it carefully by the torch hanging in mid-air. The ruby sparkled with a faint light, indicating that it still had some magic power left. Through that layer of black cloth that covered his face, Brian could feel his smugness and greed. The thin wizard noticed his gaze and turned his head to look at Brian with an unpleasant expression. He seemed to think that Brian wanted to do something, so he whispered threateningly. In this place, greed and curiosity can lead you to lose your life at any time, Golden Viper. Don't think that you can scare everyone by tearing up a few big wolves. Brian sneered contemptuously. He lowered his head and stared deeply at the pool of liquid. After a while, an old and hoarse voice came out from under his hood. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Liar, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. Besides greed and curiosity, carelessness is also very deadly. What? Just as the thin wizard was stunned, a black shadow with scarlet eyes suddenly emerged from the pool of pus. The shadow was like a death god, floating in midair and roaring at the thin wizard. Embrace death with me, shameless man. The shadow in the air was beyond the thin wizard's comprehension. He had no intention of fighting against it. He turned around and wanted to run away. But unfortunately, every inch of space in the underworld was bound by anti-illusion shifting spells, preventing anyone from escaping or hiding by magic. And the nearest fireplace that could be used as a portal was at least half a mile away. Before the thin wizard could run out of the low wall that surrounded the trading area, the huge shadow like death god had already caught up with him. It swooped down from mid-air to the ground. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and swallowed the thin wizard's body and his scream in an instant. Crunching, crunching, crunching. The sound of chewing that made people's teeth sour clearly entered their ears. The blood mixed with bone slag and brain pulp fell to the ground like a stream. The thick and stinky bloody smell made Brian frown secretly. The shadow form of the old wizard was just a struggle before dying. It couldn't last long in this world. After finishing off his enemy who killed him, the shadow quickly faded. Before it completely disappeared, it turned around and stared at Brian fiercely. His hoarse voice was full of resentment. You knew it was fake, but you didn't warn me. Why do you blame your stupidity on others? Brian said coldly. Before I become interested in your current form, you'd better disappear quickly. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you live in a glass bottle for decades before sending you to hell. Brian's words were irrefutable. The shadow sighed helplessly. He looked around with nostalgia and then his figure faded completely. He walked towards death with big steps, leaving behind only a faint trace of his soul. Some people around noticed the movement here, but none of them were surprised by what happened. Nor did anyone want to come closer and ask what happened. Just like what the thin wizard said, in this place where there is no way out, curiosity can kill you at any time. The dark air cut through a silver light. Brian summoned out the mithril covered with tooth marks from the flesh and blood, cleaned it up with a flick of his wand, and then put it in his pocket indifferently, feeling very happy. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the pus and blood that the old wizard turned into and the shattered flesh of the thin wizard burst into golden magic fire. In just a few moments, the fire cleaned up the dirty ground and destroyed the last traces of the two people in the world. Since he took other people's things, he had to help them deal with the aftermath. This is called public service. It seems that I missed a good show, Mr. Golden Viper. Brian turned his head to look at the source of the voice. A blonde-haired, black-eyed, friendly-looking middle-aged wizard was standing under a tall billboard that advertised some illegal potions and artifacts. He was smiling at him with a hint of sarcasm and curiosity. Maybe you were lucky enough to avoid trouble. Brian nodded and said indifferently. The visitor was named Keiku's Folly, a well-known broker in the underworld, from one of the sacred 28 families, the Folly family. This family used to be famous in the magical world. At its most glorious time, the head of the family even served as the Minister of Magic, and was one of the most powerful and influential families in Britain. But unfortunately, Hector Folly, the Minister of Magic of the Folly family at that time, did not have a strategic vision beyond reality. He ignored Albus Dumbledore's warning and misjudged how much damage Gellert Grindelwald, the ambitious Dark Lord who was in full swing at that time, would bring to Britain and even the whole European magical world. As a result, he was driven off by angry wizards who blamed him for his incompetence and negligence. And the Folly family who lost their power protection also suffered a heavy blow and gradually disappeared from the British magical world. They lost their wealth, status, reputation, and allies. They became isolated and despised by their former peers and friends. For 2 or 3 generations, the fallen Folly family has been looking for some way to return to the center of the stage. They have tried many attempts, but always failed, because no matter which way they go, there is an insurmountable figure at the end of it. In fact, Albus Dumbledore never targeted the lonely Folly family, but people in the magical world will not forget that it was because Hector ignored Dumbledore's warning that led to the heavy casualties of the British magical world in the process of fighting against Grindelwald. 50 years later, people's anger towards the Folly family gradually faded away, but Albus Dumbledore was still alive. The current power holders of the Ministry of Magic always held a vigilant attitude towards that old man in Hogwarts school. They had no need to risk offending the greatest wizard of this era for a dust that should have been drowned in the history. In the end, the helpless Folly family decided to join the dark side. They sent out one of the few younger generations in their family who looked decent, willing to show their faces and bear the risk of being retaliated against in the underworld, trying to accumulate wealth and connections, and quietly waiting for an opportunity to return to the bright world. That person was Keiku's Folly. He had contacts with many shady characters and organizations in the underworld. He traded information, secrets, goods, services, and sometimes even lives. He was always looking for valuable clues and opportunities that could help him achieve his ultimate goal, to restore his family's glory and honor. Patreon.com/FicFrenzy. Author's note: I have rewritten this chapter, the core story has not changed. The grammatical errors and some confusing paragraphs are more refined. 003 The New Commission. Brian weighed the bag in his hand, whose space had been expanded by the undetectable extension charm. Even with the weight reduced by the lightweight charm, the heavy feeling still filled him with immense pleasure. 700 galleons, this was the reward he had earned after sleeping in the open air and starving in the old forests of the Jura Mountains in France for half a month. It was equivalent to a year's salary of an official Hogwarts professor or a senior Ministry of Magic official. After inspecting that the cockatrice heart brought by Brian was flawless, Kay-Kuz, who was sitting across from him, closed the rough wooden box with satisfaction and smiled. Your reputation is the brightest light in the underworld, Mr. Viper. Every transaction with you is a perfect pleasure. Brian silently put away the money bag, ignoring Kay-Kuz's folly's praise. Everyone who ventures out is just after the shining galleons, so it's best not to get too chummy unless necessary. Any decent commissions recently? You're as diligent as ever, Mr. Viper. Brian's aloofness did not displease Kay-Kuz. In fact, most people active here were cautious in speech and action. Someone as polite and enthusiastic as him was the exception. Kay-Kuz kept smiling as he fawningly pulled out a notebook from his pocket and flipped through it. What are your requirements for the type of mission and remuneration? My habits haven't changed, Kay-Kuz. Don't waste each other's time, Brian said coldly. Of course, how could I forget your requirements? No commissions targeting wizards or muggles, reward of 500 galleons or more, mission duration as short as possible. I never forget any client's habits, Mr. Viper. However, Kay-Kuz flipped through the notebook in his hand, muttering to himself, but his brow gradually furrowed. Even when he reached the last page, he couldn't find a mission that met Brian's requirements. I'm afraid I'll have to apologize, Mr. Viper. Missions that match your habits are usually in high demand. There was a 550 galleon mission to provide ingredients for brewing a magic-suppressing potion, but unfortunately, someone else took it 3 days ago. Upon hearing this, Brian stood up and turned to leave, displaying a decisive manner. Please wait, Mr. Viper. Kay-Kuz, who had already laid the groundwork, immediately stopped him. Faced with Brian's unfriendly gaze, the veins on Kay-Kuz's forehead throbbed. He feared the dangerous man in front of him might directly draw his wand and impale him with a spear, just as he had dealt with those rude werewolves before. No offense, Kay-Kuz hurriedly explained. I indeed don't have any commissions that meet your requirements. However, there are some high-paying but riskier missions. I wonder if you'd be interested in hearing about them. Higher risk. Missions that the veteran underground broker Kay-Kuz Folly considered high risk definitely wouldn't be small jobs like smuggling. Brian's heart wavered, but after a moment of contemplation, he sat back down and nodded to Kay-Kuz. Let's hear it then. Kay-Kuz subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Earning a commission from dangerous wizards like the Golden Viper was no easy task. You never knew when you might offend them and lose your life over some trivial matter. Therefore, one must always be prepared to flee. The first commission pays 20,000 galleons. Just hearing the reward amount made Brian's brow jump and his breathing pause. The client sent me a magical contract from Albania. He hopes someone can help him rescue the Lestranges and the Caros from Azkaban. What do you think of this commission? Humph, I'm not that foolish, Kay-Kuz. I refuse this commission. Brian rejected it without hesitation. If it were just a rescue mission, Brian might have considered it given the hefty amount of galleons. Although the Dementors of Azkaban were dangerous, they weren't impossible for him to deal with. The real danger of this mission lay in the identity of the rescues. Everyone in the wizarding world knew that the Lestranges and Caros were the most radical Death Eaters. Once someone rescued them, it was foreseeable that Dumbledore, who had spent the latter half of his life fighting against Voldemort, would definitely intervene and investigate. Brian had no intention of wasting the rest of his life on the run. Moreover, the location of Azkaban was top secret in the wizarding world and would be very time-consuming to find. Kay-Kuz wasn't surprised by Brian's outright refusal. In his opinion, the person who posted the mission was most likely not thinking clearly due to drinking too much fire whiskey. After all, who would willingly face those disgusting, terrifying Dementors? Your choice is very wise, Mr. Viper. Let me think. There's another commission where someone claims to have found the location of an ancient magical ruin built by a powerful wizard. They want to recruit some extraordinary wizards as guards. The client says they can't directly provide a high commission fee but are willing to share the discoveries in the ruins with the explorers. What do you think of this commission? Searching ruins indeed had the potential for high rewards, not only in terms of items like gold and jewels. There was a high likelihood that many ancient magics, renowned for their pursuit of power but lost to the present day, could be found in the ruins. If they could be used for reference, it would benefit one in improving their strength. However, after a moment of contemplation, Brian still rejected the commission. It wasn't because he feared the risk. Exploring ruins also required a lot of time for preparation. Moreover, the most likely outcome would be coming up empty-handed. Brian disliked placing his rewards at the mercy of baseless luck. Kay-Kuz was very patient. He introduced several more long-cherished commissions to Brian, but each one either had disproportionate risk to reward or would bring him great trouble after completion. So, they were all rejected without exception. In the end, even Kay-Kuz was troubled by Brian's pickiness. He sat there, lost in thought, and remained silent for a long time. There's one more, the last one, Mr. Viper. If you're not satisfied with it. After a while, Keikous stretched his head, his expression cautious. Although he couldn't see Brian's expression behind the magical vortex on his face, he still tried his best to observe the dangerous fellow across from him. Have you heard of the Chamber of Secrets? The Chamber of Secrets. Brian's body trembled. Although his memories of the plot from his previous life had basically been lost, anyone who had attended Hogwarts couldn't possibly not have heard of it. Brian had fought others in the underworld, and the spells he cast and his casting habits clearly showed he was cultivated under modern orthodox magical education. There was no point in hiding it. It's just a Hogwarts legend. Why are you bringing that up? Seeing that Brian was hooked, Keikous was secretly delighted but still played it cool. You don't often stay in the country, so you may not know. Although the Daily Prophet hasn't reported on it, privately the news has been spreading like wildfire. Rumor has it that the chamber has truly been opened. Someone at Hogwarts is using the power of the chamber to create widespread panic, and Dumbledore is powerless against it. Wait. Brian rudely interrupted Keikous. What does this have to do with the commission? Is someone paying me to go to the school and protect those kids? Of course not. Keikous revealed a sly smile. But Salazar Slytherin's name is indeed attractive enough, isn't it? The client believes Slytherin left a secret treasure in the chamber, which has been obtained by the so-called heir. Otherwise, how can one explain that even a powerful figure like Dumbledore can't find any clues? Brian remained silent. He indeed didn't remember much of the original book's plot due to that fog, but at least he remembered that the chamber didn't seem to contain any wealth, magic, or powerful alchemical items. However, given the greedy nature of the wizards here, such speculation wasn't strange. After all, the four founders of Hogwarts were all historically verified powerful wizards, possessing mighty magic that ordinary people couldn't hope to match. If their legacy appeared, people would naturally flock to it. Even if that's true, Brian remained unmoved. Would anyone dare to rush into Hogwarts and fight Dumbledore over something? It would be safer to fish those lunatics out of Azkaban. It's not necessarily about snatching, but using a more reasonable method. Keikous was in high spirits, seemingly determined to persuade Brian. I can provide some help, such as having you enter the school as an investigator hired by the Board of Governors. Those esteemed wizards on our Board of Governors need to show some response to the terrifying events at the school in order to address the growing discontent. At the same time, they're worried that the attacks will continue and the wizards they send will be ineffective, becoming a laughingstock. But if there's a reliable wizard, they'd be willing to negotiate with Dumbledore. After all, Dumbledore's performance in this series of events has been disappointing. They may feel he's getting old and a bit slow. It seems you've long planned to target me. If Brian hadn't realized this by now, he'd be truly foolish. Keikous indeed had commissions that matched his tastes. The high-risk missions he proposed earlier were merely bait. His real intention was to have Brian accept this final commission. As expected, he saw through it. Keikous's heart tightened. He revealed a fawning smile. After all, the investigator candidate needs Albus Dumbledore's approval. Therefore, a Hogwarts alumnus is the first choice. Strength and reputation are also crucial. Here, only you meet the requirements. Brian couldn't deny it. How will you solve the issue of identity confidentiality? You should know this will expose my true appearance. The shrewd Keikous Folly had naturally considered this issue long ago. He couldn't wait to give assurance. The client won't know that Mr. Viper has taken the commission. Although the Board of Governors will know your name in the outside world, they also won't inquire about your underworld identity from me. Then what about you? Brian questioned aggressively. In your plan, you're the only one who will know both my outside world and underworld identities. How can you ensure you're trustworthy? An unbreakable vow, with the lives of the entire Folly family as collateral, to keep your identity secret forever. Brian stared intently at Keikous's not-so-young face, in no hurry to respond. It seems you stand to gain a lot from this commission, right? That's my personal secret, Mr. Viper. Keikous smiled as if victory was in his grasp. 8,000 galleons, plus the gratitude of the Board of Governors, and perhaps even a commendation from the Ministry of Magic, in exchange for Slytherin's secret treasure in the Chamber of Secrets. Mr. Viper, this is a good deal. 004 Unveiling Secrets. The snow that had fallen for several days buried all the filths on the streets of the ancient city of London. However, the gloomy sky that never seemed to clear foreshadowed an even more intense blizzard brewing. On the old streets, many Muggle cleaners used all their skills to deal with the accumulated snow, working hard to clear a passable path. Brian Watson, dressed in a worn, dark green coat, stood in the bare courtyard, gazing intently at the unfinished building in front of him. His pale purple eyes seemed to contain extraordinary magic. Unlike the surrounding buildings that were steeped in history and ancient charm, it was a 6-story building, square and styleless, like a student dormitory. Each floor had a dozen rooms, and one could imagine that once completed, it would undoubtedly accommodate many people. Brian. The call from the street outside the iron gate brought Brian back to his senses. He turned to look, and when he saw the middle-aged woman with a hurried expression, a gentle and amiable smile appeared on his youthful face. "Good morning, Mrs. Regan." "Oh, you should have given me a heads up, Brian," Mrs. Regan said in a reproachful tone after a hasty hug. "Well, sorry, I didn't actually plan to be in such a hurry, but something came up that might keep me occupied for the next few months, so I came back to check on the progress," Brian said with a casual tone, curling his lips. Yes, you're always in such a hurry." Mrs. Regan looked proudly at the handsome Brian, the most promising child to come out of the orphanage in recent years, with a face full of satisfaction. "You don't have to worry, Brian. Mr. Parker from the construction team said they'll continue work as soon as the Christmas holidays are over. In just 2 months, the children will be able to move into their new home." "Yes, I think that's exactly what they're looking forward to." Brian smiled, then opened the briefcase he was carrying, took out 2 stacks of pounds, and stuffed them into Mrs. Regan's hands. Gringotts did have a Muggle currency exchange business, but there were strict limits on both the exchange rate and the amount. So, Brian preferred to turn his gold coins into gold bars and then exchange them for pounds at any less than regular gold shop in London. This also resulted in some unnecessary losses, but compared to doing business with greedy goblins, the losses incurred were acceptable. "This is the final payment for the project. Please pass it on to Mr. Parker for me." Mrs. Regan's lips moved, but she had already said too many words of gratitude and there was no need to go through the motions again. She carefully hid the money in her grease-stained apron, and her tone was filled with gratitude and expectation. "Would you like to see the children, Brian? They really hope to see you, especially little Hammer. He's been clamoring for days, complaining that you didn't keep your promise to spend Christmas with them. Please apologize to him for me, Mrs. Regan. I'll bring him a gift when I come back for summer vacation." "All right then." There was obvious disappointment in Mrs. Regan's tone, but she did not persuade further. She knew that if Brian had the time, he would definitely not refuse to see the children. It seemed he had indeed encountered something urgent that needed to be resolved. The small talk did not take too much time. Mrs. Regan still had to hurry back to take care of those hungry children. After Mrs. Regan left, Brian stayed for only a short while before walking out of the desolate courtyard. He walked with steady steps along the newly cleared street heading east. The old buildings on both sides of the road, imbued with his countless childhood memories, did not slow his pace. Only when he passed a 10-foot-wide river did he stand on the dilapidated arched bridge and gaze at the frozen surface for a while, lost in thought. Then he walked towards a wasteland with sparsely planted birch trees. In the center of the wasteland was a cemetery surrounded by a rickety fence. Ventus. Brian did not take his hands out of his pockets, but only moved his lips. Several small tornadoes rose out of nowhere in the desolate cemetery. After sweeping away the snow on the rows of tombstones and the black-grey pebble islets, they disappeared without a trace. "Sorry, Grandma Firina, I forgot to bring flowers." Brian stepped up to a pure white tombstone, bent down to wipe away the ice water on the marble slab engraved with the epitaph, then stood up straight and quietly looked at the kind old woman smiling in the black and white photo on the tombstone, muttering in a low voice. Buried beneath the tombstone was the old woman who had carefully cared for him growing up in the orphanage during his childhood years, and the only person he had acknowledged as family since he was born into this world as a baby. As if sensing his sadness, the owl that came against the bone-chilling wind did not rush to complete its task, but stopped on the nearest birch tree, tilting its head to watch Brian below, occasionally using its sharp beak to groom its wind-tousled feathers. "For the next few months, I have to go back to that school that teaches people magic tricks again. That school is in a bit of trouble now, and someone wants me to take advantage of the chaos to find something. To be honest, this doesn't align with my personal wishes. Albus Dumbledore, the white-bearded old man who always pretends to run into me in the library in the middle of the night and reminds me that staying up late is bad for my health, wouldn't like what I'm doing now. I'm not too happy about sneaking around under his nose either. But there's no other way. They're giving me so much that it's worth my hard work for most of the year. Besides, after the new dormitory is built, I hope to help the children solve their education problems." The howling wind carried away Brian's melancholy sigh, but could not wipe away the vexation on his handsome face. "It's a pity. If I could recall the plot, I could probably get things done as quickly as possible and take the money and run." This offhand remark exposed the deepest secret hidden in the heart of the young man standing in the desolate cemetery. Yes, Brian Watson was not a born and bred local. His soul came from a place where no supernatural powers existed. The Harry Potter story was a favorite read of his teenage years in his previous life. But it had been more than 20 years since he received his Hogwarts admission letter in this life, and all his memories had become blurred. Even 10 years ago, when he received the owl mail in his cold room at the orphanage, he thought it was some kind of new popular prank. It wasn't until a greasy-haired, hook-nosed man appeared in front of him and turned his bed into a toilet with a small stick. That he came to his senses and realized that the script he had started in this life was not some urban superpower. After that, he tried hard to recall the Harry Potter script, but all he got were some seemingly plausible words like Horcruxes, Hallows, Love and Scars, Voldemort, and Resurrection. This was far less than the information he had gathered himself since entering the wizarding world. Of course, after becoming proficient in magic, Brian had also tried unconventional means to trace his memories. But that information was so stubbornly forgotten that no matter how hard Brian tried, it remained hidden in a swirling grey mist, as if someone had protected it with unimaginable magic. In the end, after trying many methods and nearly making himself sick, he had no choice but to give up in despair. That Potter boy is in his second year, and there are several years until graduation. So, I don't think I'll have to face the most dangerous situation. After all, Dumbledore is there. No, the danger comes from Dumbledore. Phew. Looking at the white mist dispersed by the wind, a wry smile froze on Brian's face. No matter which world you are in, survival is an extremely arduous thing, right, Grandma Firina? The sky once again shed fine snowflakes. The hooting of the owl on the treetop grew more and more impatient. Brian reached out into the air, and the small note under the owl's claws whooshed through the grey snow curtain, highlighted by the gloomy sky, and steadily landed in Brian's palm. Dear Mr. Watson, I have completed negotiations with the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Currently, the board has passed our proposal. You need to arrive at Hogwarts before 8 o'clock tonight to personally inform Dumbledore of how you plan to investigate the attacker. Also, Lucius Malfoy firmly rejected the proposal to dispatch an investigator. He believes Albus Dumbledore should be dismissed directly. The Greengrass family was the only one to second the motion. Yours faithfully, Keku's Folly. The hasty handwriting was enough to show the urgency of the letter writer. The grey owl, having completed its task without receiving a reward, let out a disgruntled hoot, flapped its wings, and quickly disappeared into the swirling snow. Brian closed his palm, and Keku's note turned into a seed, growing into a spotlessly white bouquet of carnations in his palm. Do you like this magic trick, Grandma Firina? The old woman on the tombstone smiled with satisfaction. Brian also began to smile. He turned and walked into the wind and snow. After an explosive sound, no one remained in the desolate cemetery. Only a low oath lingered in the sparse woods. Destiny's train, are you ready to run in an unknown direction? 005 Reunion at the school gate. The ancient castle, having endured the vicissitudes of history for 1,000 years, still exuded a mysterious magic amidst the swirling snow. During the Christmas holidays, Hogwarts was much quieter than usual. In the vast castle, aside from the whispers of the portraits hanging on either side of the narrow corridors and the clanking sounds of the standing armor, only Peeve's shrill singing occasionally pierced the castle's tranquility. Severus Snape's brisk stride made his robes billow like flapping wings, making him look like a large bat opening its wings but running on its feet. From his grim expression and pale lips, one could see that he was in a foul mood at the moment. Sherbet Lemon. The ugly stone gargoyle nimbly jumped aside upon hearing the correct password, even a bit flustered, as if it too was afraid of something. Snape strode through the opening in the wall. The moment he entered the circular office hidden behind it, his mood inexplicably worsened by a few degrees. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, was leaning back in his chair. Behind his half-moon spectacles, his blue eyes were fixed on the high ceiling of the office. His long fingers were interlaced, resting on the slender-legged desk cluttered with strange alchemical instruments and piles of letters awaiting reply. Where have you been? Snape glanced at the purple traveling cloak Dumbledore had not yet taken off, and spoke in a blunt and straightforward tone. Just out for a stroll, Dumbledore withdrew his deep gaze and smiled gently. You know, Severus, for someone my age, it is very necessary to maintain a moderate amount of exercise. Indeed, Snape's mouth curled into a faint sneer. A stroll that lasted several days. Dumbledore was unsurprised by Snape's reaction and smiled. How is Miss Granger? Stable enough. Pomfrey used the right method to deal with her problem. She will recover normally after a few weeks of rest. Snape's tone was stiff, but at least he answered the question truthfully. However, when he saw Dumbledore looking relieved and ready to move on from the topic, he could no longer contain his anger. I think you should be very clear about what those self-righteous, attention-seeking Gryffindors did. They secretly brewed polyjuice potion and had the audacity to break into my office and steal ingredients. Dumbledore, since when has this school become so lenient that violating school rules and stealing from a professor is allowed? Despicable behavior is never allowed. Snape's persistence seemed to exhaust the travel-weary Dumbledore. He took off his spectacles and rubbed his brow. But we should observe people's purposes through their outward behavior to judge whether their hearts are equally despicable, Severus. I do not consider Harry, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger's actions to uncover the truth about the attacks to be vile. So, you intend to indulge him, even if he encounters danger due to his reckless behavior. For some reason, Snape's face looked a bit pale in the gentle firelight. Although he did not specify who he was, Snape was certain Dumbledore understood clearly. The office fell silent for a moment, with only the faint snores of the former headmasters in the row of portraits on the walls and Fawkes' subtle but clear chirping. Not indulgence, Severus, but observation, Dumbledore spoke again after a long silence, though his tone lacked its usual quiet confidence. Indeed, the boundary between courage and recklessness is sometimes unclear. But with young people, we should be more tolerant, Severus, to avoid stifling their innate strengths as much as possible. Tolerant. Snape's mouth twitched. He was extremely reluctant, yet unable to suppress the memories of his own school days, and he said, "Don't flatter yourself, Headmaster Dumbledore. You have always only been tolerant of the students you admire." Snape completely transferred his hatred for James Potter and his love for Lily Evans onto Harry. On one hand, he had to protect the son of the woman he loved, on the other, he had to endure how much this child resembled his father. This made Snape's emotions incredibly twisted. "Let's end this topic, Severus." Since Harry Potter entered this school, such conversations had taken place countless times in private. Even Dumbledore felt quite helpless about it. "Could I trouble you to go to the school gates to receive a guest for me?" Dumbledore stood up. The clothes he was wearing were not suitable for meeting a guest. Actually, this task should have been entrusted to Minerva. Unfortunately, she accepted an invitation from the editorial team of Transfiguration today to attend a reception on Transfiguration. For her, this is a rare leisure activity, and I prefer not to disturb her. Snape had no interest in Dumbledore's private meetings. He turned and strode away, his face looking even worse than when he first entered the office due to the memories jumping around in his mind. But strangely, before leaving the office, he suddenly paused, turned back to look at Dumbledore, who was using his wand to clean the mud from the hem of his robe, and asked suspiciously, "Who are you meeting?" Actually, I originally planned to let you find out this surprise at the school gates. But since you asked," Dumbledore smiled, his blue eyes once again emanating an inscrutable light, "Brian Watson, the student you have most admired in recent years." December 31st, 7:40 p.m. Taking the express train and getting off at Hogsmeade Station, Brian trudged through a long stretch of snow-covered path and appeared on time outside the great iron gates of Hogwarts. The two winged boar sculptures at the school gates had guarded this great school of magic for 1,000 years. Brian's pensive gaze passed through the iron gate bars, leaping over the field with its 6 tall posts and the gloomy ancient castle standing on the cliff, until it disappeared into the boundless forbidden forest. He had to admit that the feeling of returning here again was even better than he imagined. "I guessed when I got on the train that you would be the one to greet me, Professor." The rusted gates creaked open slowly. Brian stepped through them, moving toward the black figure striding over. When Severus Snape's expressionless face revealed its outline in the faint light, Brian set down the suitcase, opened both arms, and smiled sincerely. Author's note: Sherbet Lemon was not a password for Dumbledore's office in the Harry Potter series. The password to access Dumbledore's office was Lemon Drop. Dumbledore was fond of lemon drops and often offered them to visitors. So, it served as a clever and memorable password for his office. 006 Conversation with Dumbledore. The extremely cold weather had frozen the vast black lake into a solid sheet of ice. In the faint light, the forbidden forest swaying in the biting cold wind resembled a lake with rippling, jagged waves. "Before last Easter, I remember you wrote to me saying that you were exploring the ruins of an ancient Greek wizard in Greece, and you mailed me 5 pints of dragon blood and 40 ounces of dragon liver," Snape said, his voice carrying an indiscernible meaning as he walked shoulder to shoulder with Brian towards the castle standing on the cliff's edge. As they passed the 3 tall gold posts on one side of the pitch, Snape took the opportunity while Brian was gazing at the flickering firelight from Hagrid's hut to observe the young man, whose eyes were now deeper than 3.5 years ago when he had graduated. But immediately after, the Daily Prophet disclosed an interesting piece of information. The Norwegian Ministry of Magic stated that someone had illegally broken into their dragon reserve, stolen a precious Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg, and slaughtered a Norwegian ridgeback dragon in front of 2 muggles who had accidentally entered the reserve. "Brian, I suppose these 2 incidents have no connection whatsoever, right? What do you think, Professor?" Brian withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked towards the only room in the tower with a burning fire amidst a row of dark rooms, and smiled. "Or rather, what kind of answer do you hope to get from me?" The corners of Snape's mouth curled up in a habitual sneer, but as the words reached his lips, he suddenly realized that the young man beside him was no longer the student from a poor background who disliked forming deep connections with classmates and only liked to immerse himself in his own world. Instead, he had quickly grown into a wizard that even Snape found somewhat inscrutable. "To me, none of this is important, Brian. I merely wanted to remind you," Snape said, lowering his head and striding towards the castle. The warm meeting Dumbledore had envisioned did not occur between this teacher and student. "I hope you know what you are doing right now, and I also hope you know that this school is not as peaceful as it appears on the surface, especially in recent years." "Brian, if your habit of keeping a low profile hasn't changed, then continue to maintain it, particularly in front of Dumbledore. Lastly, my advice is to leave here as soon as possible, even leave the British wizarding world, and come back only after everything has settled. If your mind is still as sharp as it was back then, you should understand what I'm saying. Perhaps because tonight's actions were too ordinary, the stone gargoyle at the office door showed its dissatisfaction by grimacing and baring its teeth as it moved aside. Thank you for your reminder, Professor. As he passed by Snape, who had no intention of going in, Brian smiled softly. I've always known what I'm doing, and I'm well aware of the risks I will face. Dumbledore, who was already in the office, and had taken the time to change into a clean, presentable wizard's robe. He had clearly sensed the visitor's arrival in advance. As the wall closed and Brian stepped into the office, Dumbledore was already standing behind his desk, gazing at the door with a beaming smile. Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore. Although he had mentally prepared himself beforehand, when those bright, piercing blue eyes, condensed with the wisdom of a century, fell upon him, illuminated by the steady, bright firelight, Brian Watson still felt his face tighten and his heartbeat quicken involuntarily. Fawkes, in the fire basin, heard the slightly familiar voice and was struggling to stretch his neck out from a pile of ashes, looking around curiously. 30 feet away, the tall, lean figure of the old man, bathed in firelight, embodied not only the vast, cloud-like magical power but also an unparalleled, legendary life experience that was a living history of modern European magic. Facing such a person, it was hard to imagine how the first and second generation of Dark Lords had managed to last so long. Welcome, welcome. Dumbledore extended his hand with a smile, greeting Brian who was striding towards him. His penetrating gaze swept over Brian's young face, lingering on those pale purple eyes for only a brief moment before shifting his attention to the snow-dusted grey hair. Good evening, Brian. I apologize for having you make an arduous journey in such dreadful weather. As compensation, may I offer you a drink? Thank you, that's exactly what I need. Brian sat down at Dumbledore's indication, while Dumbledore himself walked to a bookshelf on the side and pulled open a cabinet housing a pensieve. From a hidden compartment, he retrieved a bottle of aged wine. For the sake of my health, I had to hand over most of my collection to Poppy, but this bottle, to be honest, Brian, I haven't shared it with anyone else yet. Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey, over 80 years old, priceless on the market. Brian sniffed the fragrant aroma wafting in the air and smiled reservedly. Thank you for your generosity, Headmaster Dumbledore. With just this, my trip here is well worth it. The years had bestowed a hint of rich mellowness upon this invaluable liquor. Brian sipped the whiskey in small mouthfuls, quietly waiting for his stiff fingers to regain their flexibility. Dumbledore was in no hurry to initiate the conversation either. He quietly observed Brian, his gaze gentle. Although he hadn't asked any questions, he seemed to have already obtained what he wanted to know, and moreover, the result was quite satisfactory. Severus once told me that in the past 2 years, you have been following in the footsteps of those great predecessors, exploring magical ruins lost in time, Dumbledore said with a smile when he saw the color return to Brian's pale cheeks from the cold. I am glad that after leaving this school, you have not forgotten to diligently study magic and improve yourself. This makes me feel that the educational philosophy I have persisted in at this school has not been a complete failure. At the very least, Hogwarts education has still allowed a very small number of people to realize that besides the Ministry of Magic, there are quite a few other good places in the magical world. Dumbledore did not mention the appointment by the Board of Governors or anything related to the Chamber of Secrets, which slightly surprised Brian, who had already prepared his statements and plans. In my school days, young wizards did not rush to find a way out for themselves after graduating from school but would all go on a graduation trip to look around. Before I graduated, I had planned to go to Greece with an old friend of mine to search for those legendary magical creatures in mythology and to visit the alchemists' experiments in Egypt. But unfortunately, some unexpected events interrupted my plans, and it left me with regrets for almost a lifetime, Dumbledore said with a sigh, his gaze sinking into reminiscence. Perhaps making such a choice has something to do with my Muggle background. Brian put down his glass. Although he was smiling in agreement, confusion arose in his heart. Before coming here, Brian had pondered many times in his mind the process of his conversation with Dumbledore. In his speculation, the inscrutable old man behind the desk might have probed into his experiences over the past 2 years and would not be easily deceived by his simple explanations. He might have been curious, like Professor Snape, about his true intentions in attempting to return to the school again. He might have a thorough discussion with him about the perpetrator of the Chamber of Secrets attacks and express doubts about the preventive measures he proposed. But now it seemed that Dumbledore was not interested in any of these things and only wanted to have a simple chat with him. Was this possible? Brian did not think of Dumbledore to be so naive. He became even more vigilant in his heart, but on the surface, he showed great interest in the current topic. Children from wizarding families take the wonders of magic for granted, while people like me who grew up in the Muggle world can better understand how precious it is to be able to make miracles bloom with the wave of a wand. Compared to this, power and wealth seem so trivial. No need to be modest, Brian. There are many children from Muggle families, but the ability to revere knowledge and pursue it tirelessly is a talent unique to you, Dumbledore said, his deep eyes behind the half-moon spectacles showing gratification at Brian's explanation, which happened to align with his expectations. Most importantly, after having had many experiences, you can still use the phrase miracles bloom to describe magic, rather than power. Dumbledore blinked with a playful smile on his face. When you were still studying here, Professor Snape privately expressed his concerns to me several times about your research into the dark arts, which led to the two of us bumping into each other many times late at night in the restricted section of the library. Cough, cough. Brian, who was taking small sips of the liquor, choked on the strong alcohol. He wiped his scarlet lips, his expression a bit like the embarrassment of a child whose past awkwardness was exposed by a parent. It's rare for a wizard as busy as you to remember those little things, Headmaster Dumbledore. I have never been intoxicated by the immense power of the dark arts. I just believe that whether it's the dark arts or the light arts, they are all just a part of magic, a part worth studying, worth learning from. Blindly rejecting them only highlights our own ignorance. Of course, a truly philosophical perspective, Dumbledore nodded in agreement. However, his expression immediately turned solemn. But not everyone has a clear self-awareness and strong control, Brian. So, Professor Snape's concerns about you back then were not without reason. 007 Midnight Revelations. Late at night around 11 o'clock, Brian hastily concluded his meeting and left Dumbledore's office. Due to prolonged amiable smiles, his cheeks felt a bit stiff. Even though Dumbledore was no longer in sight, his expression still looked like he was smiling. There was no way around it. When making a living, greeting others with a smile was not embarrassing. Although they had chatted for over 3 hours, he still didn't understand what Dumbledore's purpose was in summoning him tonight. Recalling the entire conversation, Brian found that Dumbledore hadn't given him any chance to present his plans at all. Instead, Dumbledore had just pulled his thoughts to roam all over the world, like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time, casually chatting after drinks. And the only thing he gained was the less than half a bottle of whiskey left in his hand, which Dumbledore had very generously given to him. This was very unreasonable. The trust Dumbledore displayed was completely at odds with his cautious and meticulous personality. The corridor was empty. The people in the portraits on both sides of the walls were nestled under the torches, sleeping soundly. During the Christmas holiday, even the diligent castle caretaker Filch had left the school to visit old friends. The biting cold wind that blew into the castle through the windows was still bone-chilling, but it had stopped snowing. In the thick clouds, the faint outline of the moon struggling to break free could be vaguely seen. Brian stood in front of a window at the corner of the stairs, gazing into the distance with interest. On a night without starlight, the Forbidden Forest was a pitch-black expanse that couldn't be clearly seen. The flickering firelight from Hagrid's hut was almost the only light under the bottomless night sky. I'm so glad you were able to walk out of Dumbledore's office alive, Brian. I was even already thinking about how to arrange your funeral. Snape, who had changed into a purple nightgown, leaned tightly against the corner wall, staring at the bottle in Brian's hand with a sneer. Could it be that Dumbledore's legilimency skills have regressed so much that he must rely on Veritaserum to dig out the sins you've committed in the past few years from your mouth? Your way with words remains as sharp as ever, Professor. Brian turned his head and smiled at Snape in the shadows. Headmaster Dumbledore did not use Veritaserum on me. However, it seems he has already figured out what he wanted to know about me. A ray of moonlight that had leaped across mountains and rivers penetrated through the window lattice, forming several parallel rectangular light spots on the floor of the hospital wing ward. Lumos. After confirming that Madame Pomfrey had gone back to her small room to sleep, Hermione quietly opened her eyes. She wriggled and shrank into the quilt, taking out a copy of Common Magical Ailments from under the pillow and opened it up. This was a book she had asked Harry to borrow from the library for her. Although Madame Pomfrey had assured her that the hair on her face would shed cleanly in just a few weeks, Hermione hoped to find a way to shorten this time if possible. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain to potential visitors why she had grown such a beautiful beard on her cheeks. Perhaps influenced by animal habits after the wrong transformation, Hermione crouched like a real cat. Her hand unconsciously curled into cat's paws and rested on the pages of the book. Under the tightly fitted quilt, a slender cat tail quietly slipped out and swayed leisurely on the edge of the bed. Suddenly, footsteps coming from outside the ward caused Hermione's 2 ears perked on top of her head to stand up. In a very short time, after excluding the possibility of Harry and Ron coming to visit her and Madame Pomfrey patrolling at night, Hermione's fur instantly stood on end and a look of horror appeared on her face. Could it be that she had encountered the perpetrator of the Chamber of Secrets attacks? She hurriedly extinguished the light from her wand and lay back down on the bed with her hand tightly gripping the wand under the covers. Very little of what happens in this school can be kept from Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor. Are you sure he really knows nothing? You can say he's hypocritical, but he won't allow anyone to harm the students here with tricks and schemes, replied a sinister, low voice to the previous question. Hermione was very familiar with this voice. It was Professor Snape, the potions teacher Harry disliked the most and who had the biggest prejudice against Gryffindor students among all the staff. As for the previous voice, Hermione, with her exceptional memory, dared to say that she had never heard it before. However, at least from the conversation, it could be understood that the visitor was not some heir of Slytherin. After a brief hesitation, Hermione's furry head emerged from under the quilt. Thanks to the thick pads that had grown on her feet, she didn't make a single sound as she made her way toward the door. At Snape's indication, Brian pulled open the shielding curtain and stepped forward quickly, carefully observing the two unfortunate little boys lying on the adjacent beds. The grey-haired one is Colin Creevey, and the other is Justin Finch-Fletchley. They come from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff respectively, both Muggle-born. You're very sensitive to magic, Brian. Tell me what you think. Brian stood between the two beds and bent down with intense focus. There seemed to be two vortexes slowly rotating in his pale purple eyes. He looked at Colin Creevey, who was holding up his hand in a photographing gesture, then at Justin Finch-Fletchley, whose expression was one of horror. From time to time, he poked and tapped the hardened skin of the two, producing crisp knocking sounds that were extremely clear in the quiet hospital wing. What did Dumbledore say? Brian didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he sat down on the bed and stared solemnly at Colin's eyes, and asked casually. He believes this is an extremely advanced form of dark magic requiring immense power, beyond the capabilities of student wizards. Furthermore, he privately told Minerva that he personally lacks the ability to directly undo such a potent petrification curse. I have reservations about the latter point. Brian pursed his lips. Then, pointing at Colin's eyes, he stated his opinion. This is not dark magic, but a curse. Abnormal magical energy has frozen the flow of magic inside their bodies, using these two unfortunate boys' eyes as a window. Outwardly, it manifests as petrification. Minerva, Phileas, and Pomona have all subtly hinted to me. Snape looked a bit irritated. I've observed it too, the children in the houses are all itching to show off these days. No one likes concealing their strength like you used to. They lack that ability. The headmaster's collection of this bottle of fire whiskey is indeed well aged. Brian stood up to stretch his body, but unexpectedly felt a wave of dizziness in his head and almost stumbled and fell. He leaned against the bedpost and rubbed his temples. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Upon hearing Snape's veiled complaint and recalling his former younger self who was wary of everything, Brian smiled. You've misunderstood, Professor. As I said, their petrification was caused by magical energy of an abnormal nature. In other words, this power doesn't resemble that of wizards. It's more like, to use an example, the magical force flowing through a dragon's blood and nerves. Completely different in style from wizards. Behind the door, Hermione's yellow eyes widened as she excitedly clenched her paws. Brian glanced in amusement at the ward across from him. In his field of vision, the young witch's magical aura, concealed behind the door, stood out like the moon rising in darkness. So, the absurd rumor that Salazar Slytherin left a monster in the Chamber of Secrets is not just a rumor, is it? Snape's voice had returned to being sinister. The greatest of the four founders, Slytherin, had always been the pride of the wizards who graduated from this school. But at this moment, Snape's annoyance with the founder of the house outweighed his reverence. From the current situation, this possibility is the greatest. Thinking of those dark wizards in the underworld who coveted Slytherin's treasure, Brian found it amusing. They probably wouldn't have imagined that what Slytherin had painstakingly left in the Chamber of Secrets was just a magical creature. However, his task was to find what was in the Chamber of Secrets and hand it over to Keku's folly. As for what was left in the chamber, it had nothing to do with him. After confirming that he didn't have the ability to immediately undo the curse, Brian could no longer obtain more information from the petrified Colin and Justin. He recovered the curtains for both of them. His tone was very casual. Actually, what I'm more curious about is why the attacker, who clearly had the ability to directly kill them after petrifying them, didn't do so. Could it be simply for the enjoyment of creating fear? This seems to be something only a twisted pervert would do. This question, not only you and I are curious about it. I think Miss Hermione Granger is equally curious. Ow! Brian and Snape were about to leave, but as they passed Hermione's ward, Snape suddenly took out his wand and fiercely waved it at the ward. Hermione let out an unsuspecting scream from behind the door and stumbled out, rolling a couple of times before happening to fall at Brian's feet. My goodness! In the silent stillness, Brian slowly opened his mouth. He glanced at Snape, whose face was full of mockery, then lowered his head to stare at the little wizard who was almost curled up into a ball. Since when did the wizarding world have cat-eared girls? 008 discussion. The moment Hermione hit the cold floor of the hospital wing, her mind went blank. She had no idea how to explain that she had been eavesdropping on a professor's private conversation. However, she quickly noticed something strange. How did Snape recognize her in this state before the door even opened? And did he just refer to her as cat-eared girl? Hermione wished she had Harry's invisibility cloak so she could hide and avoid this suffocating situation. Just as her mind was wandering, a steady, powerful hand grasped her arm and helped her up. Hermione nervously raised her head and discovered it was the young wizard who had been talking with Professor Snape. Thank you, Professor, Hermione stammered. Oh, don't misunderstand, Miss Granger. I'm not a professor at this school, the man replied with a gentle smile. Brian looked at the drooping ears on top of the little witch's bushy hair and the whiskers on her furry cheeks with great interest. It didn't take him long to realize this was likely the result of using Polyjuice Potion incorrectly for animal transformation. As expected from the brains of the Golden Trio, she really knows how to experiment. Although Brian couldn't recall the exact plot of the Harry Potter books, that didn't mean he knew nothing about the key characters. Snape's sarcastic remark just now had informed Brian that this little witch who underwent a botched transformation was none other than Hermione Granger, the highly popular, intelligent and perceptive young wizard from Harry Potter. This piqued his curiosity. Miss Granger, Snape's mocking voice sounded especially gloomy in the hospital wing late at night. Even I have to admit, your current appearance is far more interesting than usual. However, I still want to know why you look like this, and if it was Minerva who gave you the courage to eavesdrop on my conversation. How could you not recognize this as a case of misused Polyjuice Potion? That's not up to your usual standards, Professor. Snape understood the astonished look Brian casted his way. He glared at Brian before turning his sinister gaze back on Hermione. Answer my question, Miss Granger. Or would you prefer to have Minerva explain for you? Hermione, who was already as skittish as a startled bird, trembled at those words. The situation was bad enough already. If Professor McGonagall found out too, she would be mortified to face Gryffindor's nearly empty hourglass. My appearance is because I overestimated my transfiguration abilities, Professor Snape, Hermione mumbled, her head down and eyes fixed on her toes, and her voice choked with tears. For a moment, she was grateful for the fur covering her face. Otherwise, she was certain her flushed cheeks would give away her lie. I read ahead in advanced transfiguration and thought I could perform the human transfiguration spell described in the book. I'm very sorry for eavesdropping on your conversation with this with this gentleman, Hermione continued, her voice quavering. I was in bed reading, trying to figure out how to heal my magical injuries faster, but the noise outside caught my attention. I thought it might be related to the chamber. You know, the attacks have made all of us Muggle-born wizards very nervous. Brian noticed Snape's face turning ashen beside him, his breathing growing heavier. If he allowed the little witch to keep fabricating stories, a tragedy would very likely occur in the hospital wing. No need to explain, Miss Granger, Brian interrupted. In the underground world, the Golden Viper was a cold, sharp, murderous wizard who constantly walked the line between black and white. But once he took off his black robe, Brian Watson was a very kind and gentle man. It was hard to say which side was his true self, which was a disguise. Perhaps they were both the real Brian Watson. Hermione, who had been trying her best to make her words sound convincing, raised her head in a daze. She saw a pair of beautiful purple eyes and a warm smile on a young, handsome face. For a moment, she felt a bit disoriented. There was an instant when Hermione thought this young wizard's smile bore some resemblance to Headmaster Dumbledore's, kind, tolerant, but with the wisdom to see through the truth. I'm sorry, sir, everything I said was. Hermione began. My name is Brian Watson. You can call me Mr. Watson, Brian interrupted Hermione's explanation again with a pleasant smile. No matter why you ended up looking like this, Miss Granger, I believe you've already learned a painful lesson. So, Professor Snape won't punish you further, right? Brian glanced at Snape, only to receive a disdainful snort in response. As for eavesdropping on our conversation, it's not a serious offense for a curious 13 or 14-year-old little wizard. The professor and I have graciously decided not to pursue the matter. You don't need to worry too much, Brian reassured her with a grin. In terms of authority, Brian was obviously no match for Snape, who had long established a formidable reputation. Although Mr. Watson said he wouldn't take issue with the eavesdropping, Hermione still didn't dare relax. She stared at Snape cautiously, afraid her potions professor would object. Perhaps due to Brian's intercession, or perhaps on Dumbledore's orders, in any case, Snape turned and left without another word. This spared Gryffindor House the miserable fate of losing 50 more points over the Christmas holiday. Well then, see you around, Miss Granger. Brian smiled faintly and also turned to go. Hermione, who hadn't even had time to feel relieved at her narrow escape, came back to her senses only to see the mysterious man who called himself Watson about to step out of the hospital wing. Please wait, sir. I mean, Mr. Watson. Hermione called out instinctively. By the time Brian turned around with a look of surprise, she realized what she had done. "Mr. Watson, are you a healer?" Hermione asked, her face flushing red. She didn't know why she had stopped Watson, but in this critical moment, her sharp mind came to her rescue once again. "I overheard you and Professor Snape discussing Colin and Justin's conditions. Do you have the ability to cure them?" "I'm sorry, Miss Granger, but I don't have that ability," Brian shook his head and said calmly. "Since Headmaster Dumbledore already has a way to heal them, I don't think you need to be in a rush. After all, staying in bed is also a form of protection for them." Brian turned to leave again, his voice continuing to reach Hermione's ears from behind the door. "By the way, Miss Granger, I am an investigator." That night, Brian stayed in Snape's staff quarters. The two men talked late into the night as Brian inquired in detail about the crime scenes of the 3 attacks and how the victims were discovered. Among them, the first witnesses after Filch's cat Mrs. Norris and Finch Fletchley were attacked were both Harry Potter. This did not surprise Brian. As the protagonist, even if he stayed home, trouble would find him automatically. What Brian found astonishing was the scathing look on Snape's face when he spoke of Harry Potter. "You can see what kind of person he is from Hermione Granger, full of lies, mediocre, arrogant, always breaking rules, likes to show off, attract attention, and is insolent and rude." Snape spat contemptuously. A few feet away, Brian, who was bent over his desk writing and drawing, looked up in surprise. "How rare, Professor. Wizards who can get this kind of evaluation from you are even rarer than those who can get your praise." "I'm starting to get a bit curious about that boy," Brian commented. "You'll know when you meet him, Brian," Snape said coldly as he lay on the bed, staring at the flames blazing in the fireplace. His self-righteous attitude, thinking he can handle everything, is exactly like his father. Brian flipped through the tattered ancient spell simplification theory, by Ulrich Gamp, in front of him and continued to write out formulas on parchment. He waved his wand from time to time, creating ripples in the air, trying to construct an effective spell model. For more than 2 years, he had spent most of his time on the run. His time for research and self-improvement had to be squeezed in. "I see, so it's a grudge from the previous generation," Brian said, nodding. He did not press Snape further about what grudge he held against Potter's father. Brian knew clearly that everyone had past events they did not want others to touch upon. Why forcibly reopen someone's barely healed wounds for the sake of one's own insignificant curiosity? 009 Tracing. The gloomy clouds that had lingered for days finally dissipated on the first day of the new year. The rising sun shone on the snow-covered field, casting a layer of pale golden gauze over Hogwarts Castle. After preparing the essential recovery potion for Hermione early in the morning, Madame Pomfrey went downstairs to the Great Hall for breakfast. In the hospital wing, only Harry and Ron accompanied a dejected Hermione. After hearing the narration about Hermione's ordeal, the previous night, their expressions were far from cheerful. "Professor Snape must have found out," Hermione said, her voice muffled as she covered her furry face with her hands, looking depressed. "Professor Snape called out my name before the door opened, which shouldn't have happened. No one knows about my condition except Madame Pomfrey. Professor Snape is a potions master, he must know the consequences of using polyjuice potion for animal transformation. So, this implies that he knows I stole ingredients from his storeroom." Harry stared blankly at the tall goalposts on the field. Today, he and Ron had originally planned to visit Hermione and then play Quidditch together, but now it seemed that plan would undoubtedly be cancelled. Moreover, since the Christmas holidays, his good mood brought about by no one in the castle secretly discussing his Parseltongue or accusing him of being the heir of Slytherin was quickly fading. The reason for everything stemmed from the young wizard named Brian Watson that Hermione had just told him about. "Brian Watson, who claims of being an investigator?" Harry asked worriedly. "Hermione, what do you think Watson wants to investigate at Hogwarts? Isn't it obvious, Harry? What else is worth investigating at the school right now?" Harry and Ron didn't seem worried about being expelled because of this, which made the already upset young witch even more irritated. Harry felt his stomach, warmed by the rice porridge he had drunk in the morning, twitch with an inexplicable chill. He had never heard this name before, and apart from Mr. Weasley, he had never dealt with any wizard with an official title. However, this did not prevent the heavy pressure that arose in his heart after hearing the title investigator. Because of his Parseltongue ability, he was already the object of suspicion among the young wizards. If everyone learned that an investigator had come to the school in the second half of the year, how much more criticism would he have to bear? Harry could already imagine the smug expression on Malfoy's disgusting face. Perhaps he would be the first to report Harry to the investigator. Why would the Ministry of Magic suddenly send an investigator to the school? I mean, the school has Headmaster Dumbledore, and he never mentioned it to me either. Mentioning this, Harry suddenly remembered the night Justin was attacked. He had a conversation with Headmaster Dumbledore in his office. At that time, for various reasons, especially fearing that Dumbledore would mistakenly think he had some connection with the founder of Slytherin House. He did not confess about Dobby's warning and the terrible voice that appeared before each attack. Could it be that Headmaster Dumbledore was dissatisfied with his concealment and thus agreed to let the Ministry of Magic take over? Then would the Ministry of Magic take the easy way out, listen to the rumors in the school, and directly lock him up in the wizard prison Malfoy mentioned? It goes without saying, Harry. It must be that old bat Snape secretly making trouble. Ron said, holding half a potato pie in his hand, raising his freckled nose with certainty. Think about it, Harry. This Watson has a close relationship with Snape. Maybe he was from Slytherin too. Ron began chewing his potato pie again, analyzing in a plausible manner, who wants to kick you out of this school the most? Undoubtedly, it's Snape. I bet, Harry, this investigator was brought in by Snape to do the job. Thanks, Ron. After hearing your analysis, I feel much better, Harry said, slouching on the edge of the bed, looking listless. Don't talk nonsense, Ron. Regardless of the reason, since Snape did not directly expose her last night, it seemed to imply that she would not be expelled for stealing from a professor's supplies. Realizing this, Hermione became slightly less nervous. She folded her arms across her chest and glared at Ron aggressively. Even the Minister of Magic has no right to expel a Hogwarts student at will, unless Headmaster Dumbledore agrees. But Harry, Headmaster Dumbledore won't expel you, right? If it were before that conversation, Harry might have been able to give a definite answer. He had always felt that the white-haired old man treated him a little differently from the other young wizards, although they had rarely spoken directly. Maybe, Hermione, Harry answered hesitantly. At least Dumbledore told Hagrid that he didn't think I was the one who attacked Colin and the others. He can't possibly agree to expel me just because I hid some things from him. While Harry was feeling anxious, Ron, who had been refuted by Hermione, was still muttering to himself, expressing his own views. Suddenly, he frowned, looked up at the pure white ceiling, and made a thoughtful expression. Brian Watson. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. This whispered murmur immediately woke Harry. Ron, since this Watson claims to be an investigator, it stands to reason that he must be a colleague of your father's or something. Perhaps they have a good relationship. Maybe, you could write a letter to ask, to explain in advance, before he finds me. Ron's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, were Harry's favorite wizards, and they were also very kind to him. The week he spent with the Weasley family last year was the most wonderful period of his summer vacation in many years. If Mr. Weasley knew Brian Watson, he would certainly not refuse to help Harry defend himself. The golden sunlight gradually crept up the goalposts on the field, and the breeze wandering over the spacious lawn carried a hint of spring. Of course, no problem, Harry. I can write a letter. Ron responded hesitantly, still trying to recall where he had heard this name. Fred and George may have heard of it too. As for Prefect Percy, we'd better not ask him. For the sake of his career, he might be even more eager to betray us than Malfoy. That's your brother, Ron, Hermione said, pulling back the covers and sitting on the edge of the bed to put on her boots. You shouldn't talk about him like that. Among the trio, Hermione had the highest opinion of Ron's brother, Percy Weasley. In private, she had asked Percy for help with difficult problems many times, and Percy had indeed used his extensive knowledge to help Hermione solve many issues. Before he became a prefect and aspired to be head boy, we were indeed brothers. But now, it's hard to say. Ron's ears turned red as he said angrily, I'll never forget the 5 points he deducted from me in front of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Percy is a prefect. Maintaining discipline is his responsibility, Ron. Although she was present when Percy deducted points from Ron, she did not think there was anything wrong with Percy's behavior. Hermione stood up, stomped her boots, then turned up the collar of her wizard's robe, trying her best to cover the fur on her cheeks. Go get your invisibility cloak, Harry. Do you want me to walk out of the hospital wing looking like this? Oh, going out. Harry, who had been lost in thought, suddenly came back to his senses. Do you want to play Quidditch with us, Hermione? When will you ever get Quidditch out of your head, Harry? Hermione looked defeated. Of course, we're going to investigate Mr. Watson. We need to find out his background first, don't we? 010 The past. Thanks to the magical invisibility cloak left to Harry by his father, Hermione encountered no obstacles while sneaking out of the castle. As she passed by the Great Hall, Hermione glanced at the staff table at the front where Madame Pomfrey was chatting enthusiastically with the Hogwarts librarian, Madame Pants. She quietly urged, hurry up, Harry, Ron. Madame Pomfrey will rush back to the hospital wing before 10 o'clock. I don't want her to discover that I'm not lying quietly in bed. You don't really need to go yourself, Hermione, we'll tell you everything we find out from Hagrid. Ron quickened his pace. He gazed at the empty air in front of him, pretending to be casual. Harry also nodded in agreement. Don't be silly, you two. The moment they stepped out of the castle gates, the sudden brightness and the breeze against her face made Hermione feel much better. Her orange-yellow cat eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm worried you'll forget everything Hagrid says before you leave his hut. Some time had passed since Halloween. Because the large pumpkin patch behind the house had been cleared and covered with heavy snow, Hagrid's small wooden hut looked neater than usual. When Harry and the others arrived, Hagrid was chopping the Christmas trees used to decorate the Great Hall into firewood. This might be laborious work for others, but for Hagrid, who was over 10 feet tall with a waist 5 times that of an ordinary person, it was the simplest thing. He only needed to raise the axe and gently lower it, and the Christmas trees, each as thick as a bowl, would break into several sections. Fang, the black boarhound frolicking in the snow, was the first to discover the visiting Harry and the others. It stood on a mound of snow and howled at them cheerfully. Don't bark, Fang, you just ate a whole chicken. But when he looked in the direction of Fang's howl, Hagrid's face, mostly covered by his bushy beard, broke into a smile. Oi, Harry, Ron, it's you two. Hagrid waved his arms happily to greet Harry, who was struggling through 2 feet of deep snow. This is really strange, Harry. You always like to come to me in the middle of the night wearing your invisibility cloak. That's because I have to attend classes during the day, Hagrid. Ow. Harry, who was supporting Hermione under the invisibility cloak, accidentally lost his footing and fell to the ground. Hermione, who was unexpectedly pulled along, screamed and rolled into a ball with him. Don't just watch, Hagrid, come and help us. Oh, my goodness. Hagrid's footsteps suddenly froze at the sight of Hermione appearing beside Harry and Ron. You brought me a cat person too. After a while, Hagrid let out an excited exclamation in front of the hut. Hagrid's room was as messy as ever. In the cramped wooden hut, the ceiling was hung with hams and pheasants, a copper kettle was boiling water in the fireplace, and the only change to the patchwork quilt on the large bed in the corner was that the colors had become deeper. Please, Hagrid, don't ask me why I've turned into this shape. Hermione noticed the strong desire for knowledge in Hagrid's eyes as soon as she looked up from sitting on the edge of the bed. She immediately said in an irritable tone, it was a nightmare, and I don't want to bring it up again. Ron laughed without a care in the world, and even Harry's worried mouth turned up at the corners. All right, Hagrid shrugged regretfully. I was just curious if it was possible to breed a cat-person species through experiments. Since you're not willing to share, oh, stop snarling and making silly faces, Fang. That's Hermione, not a cat. You should be able to smell Hermione's scent. He took out a few cups, threw in some dark tea leaves, and prepared to brew hot tea for the 3 of them. But the water on the stove needed a moment to boil. While waiting, Hagrid enthusiastically prepared some snacks he had made himself. You don't look very happy, Harry. Want some toffee? Thanks, Hagrid, I don't have much of an appetite. Harry politely declined, having experienced the power of Hagrid's cooking many times before. He exchanged a glance with Ron and Hermione, and after a silent communication, Harry asked, Actually, Hagrid, we came here today to ask you about someone. We think you should have heard of him. Hagrid, who was poking the charcoal fire with his fingers, chuckled. He looked at Harry through the handle of the copper kettle and said in a teasing tone, Who do you 3 want to ask about again, Harry? I'll warn you now, there's no Philosopher's Stone hidden in the castle this year. Yeah, there's no Philosopher's Stone, but there's an extra chamber of secrets. Harry thought to himself, his mood not much better despite Hagrid's joke. Brian Watson, Hagrid. Have you heard of him? Because Hermione's time was limited, Harry asked bluntly. Brian Watson. Hagrid blinked, looking surprised. Why do you bring him up? So, you do know him? Hermione immediately followed up. Tell us, Hagrid, what do you know? Hagrid didn't answer the question right away. Instead, he looked at Ron in puzzlement. You don't have any recollection of Brian Watson either, Ron. I must have heard that name somewhere, but it doesn't seem like I heard it from Dad. Hagrid, why do you think I know him? Ron furrowed his brows in confusion, trying hard to remember. You must have heard of him, Ron. Hagrid laughed. He lifted the scalding kettle from the stove and poured tea for all 3 of them. He was a Slytherin student in the same year as your brother Bill. He graduated about 3 years ago. Anyway, I haven't heard much about him in recent years, but that's not surprising. He was very introverted when he was in school and didn't like to be in the spotlight drawing attention. So maybe Bill mentioned him to me before. Ron still couldn't retrieve that lost memory. Introverted. Hermione's tone was equally puzzled. She tried to recall every detail of their brief encounter last night. If she had to describe Mr. Watson, he was almost overly friendly, not at all like someone from Slytherin. But as for being introverted, she really couldn't see it. Well, I can't say he was introverted. Anyway, he just didn't like to interact with people, at least that's how it was back then. Hagrid could only stand and talk because there were 3 more people in the room. I hardly had any dealings with him, and all I know is hearsay. It's said that Brian Watson was an orphan who spent his childhood in an orphanage. You know, in Slytherin, orphans aren't likely to be welcomed. So, in his first few years at Hogwarts, he got a lot of cold shoulders. If it weren't for Professor Snape's protection, his situation might have been even more difficult. Hagrid's memories of Brian Watson were indeed few, so he spoke slowly, but no one in the room rushed him. Even Ron gave up trying to remember and stared intently at Hagrid. I heard the professor say that Watson was a very studious little wizard, and he was very polite when asking questions. As for his grades, they were excellent. Of course, he couldn't compare to Bill at the time, or Percy and you. Hagrid looked at Hermione and said, but you just couldn't get close to him. It was like he was deliberately keeping his distance from everyone. However, considering that he was a Muggle-born orphan, the professors could understand the aloofness he displayed. He sounds like a very ordinary person, Ron frowned. And he belongs to Slytherin. So why would I have heard his name from Bill or maybe Charlie? That brings us to the fight Watson caused in the Forbidden Forest in his 5th year. Hagrid drank from his basin-sized mug in one gulp, and his bell-like eyes were flashing with shock. Although that duel happened several years ago, even now when I think back on it, I still can't quite believe it. 011 The Unsociable. In the opinion of Severus Snape and Hagrid, Brian Watson was a low-key and unsociable person during his school days, and even he himself did not deny that this was an appropriate assessment. However, this was not because Brian himself was a wizard who kept people at arm's length. You know, Brian is an outsider. Before coming to Hogwarts, he had always thought he had just time-traveled and reborn into a parallel world's Earth. In the 11 years of his life before that, he spent a lot of time adapting to a country with completely different living habits and cultural customs from his previous life. He also expended no small effort to relearn the knowledge he had mastered in his student days, actively preparing for the future. However, the admission letter from Hogwarts disrupted all his plans, making his previous efforts almost in vain. Why did he appear incompatible with his surroundings in the first few years after entering Hogwarts? This question is very easy to explain. Firstly, the existence of magic directly overturned Brian's worldview and values accumulated over nearly 30 years in his 2 lifetimes. During those years, he was always in a state of confusion. On the one hand, he had to admit that magic really existed and work hard to learn magical knowledge. On the other hand, he always wanted to use a scientific way to explain the rationality of the existence of magic, which simply made him schizophrenic. Secondly, the seemingly real but unreal plot memories remaining in his mind also made him feel painful. Brian knew that he was in an incredibly real magical world, not in a book for teenagers or a fiction. Here, there were dangerous and ferocious magical creatures, evil curses almost impossible to guard against, cruel and bloody dark wizards, unscrupulous conspirators, and despicable hypocrites. Although Brian remembered some names, he could no longer recall the plots derived from the characters, so he could not directly judge whether they were really good people. Especially after entering the wizarding world and knowing his own weakness and powerlessness, being vigilant towards anyone and almost everyone was his way of ensuring his own safety. In Hagrid's words, the indifference and isolation of the Slytherin students were the least significant to him. After all, his young body contained a mature soul. Severus Snape was the only wizard he recognized at the school back then. As for the reason, it was also inseparable from Brian's humble background. At that time, Brian was penniless. The meager scholarship from the school could only guarantee that he could afford second-hand books and teaching supplies, and could not support his advanced learning progress at all. In order to save his miserable financial situation, Brian had to find ways to make some money on his own. Starting from his 2nd year, he began brewing potions in private for sale. At first, he could only use cheap ingredients in the student cabinet to brew some simple potions and earn meager profits, accumulating little by little. Until the second half of his 3rd year, he received a big order worth 80 galleons to brew a long-lasting invisibility potion. In order to ensure foolproof success, he used the disillusionment charm to sneak into the restricted section many times in the middle of the night to look for information, and indirectly asked Snape about the tricks of brewing this kind of potion. Brian could not afford to be careless as the person buying the potion did not provide the ingredients, and the most precious demiguise hair in the invisibility potion was worth 6 galleons per piece. Brewing this potion required as many as 5 hairs, which would almost consume all of Brian's savings. Unfortunately, things often do not go as one wishes. No matter how well laid plans may be, Murphy's Law always prevails. Due to lack of experience, Brian got the dosage of Abyssinian Shrivelfic juice wrong, and the potion brewing failed. Because of this, Brian was depressed for several days at that time. However, just a week later, before the potions class, when Brian went to get the ingredients for the class, he actually found 10 demiguise hairs tied together in his commonly used cabinet. This was a precious material that would not normally appear in a young wizard's cabinet at all. Moreover, in the subsequent class explaining the confusing concoction, the nonchalant Professor Snape unexpectedly started talking about the invisibility potion out of nowhere. This made Brian realize that his private potion brewing and selling had probably been watched by the often stern-faced head of house all along. Similar situations occurred several more times later, but both sides maintained a high level of tacit understanding and neither poked through it. Because of this, Brian gradually began to trust Severus Snape. Before that, he had always been wary of Snape, because he had learned from chatting with his housemates that Snape seemed to have been a follower of that great Dark Lord before, as they said. When the Dark Lord fell, he had escaped the judgment of the Wizengamot because he had gained the protection of Headmaster Dumbledore. However, the close relationship with the head of house did not change Brian's low-key approach. He still remained silent in school, trying not to cause conflicts with others, or perform too outstandingly to arouse others' jealousy. This situation continued until his 5th year, when it was broken by an accident. It happened at the end of November 86. That winter was particularly cold, and 84-year-old Grandma Firina finally did not make it to the arrival of the New Year's Christmas. For Grandma Firina, who had taken good care of him throughout his life and devoted her life to charity, she had always been the person Brian respected the most. Her passing was a heavy blow to Brian. But because that year was the O.W.L.S. year and the schoolwork was quite intense, there was not much time left for Brian to grieve. So, after hurriedly attending the old lady's funeral, Brian had to rush back to school to continue his studies. Time went back to a late night in early December 1986. The dark night curtain covered the earth tightly like a huge canopy. The strong cold wind swept over the black lake that had already begun to freeze, and the colliding ice debris made crackling sounds like zombies chewing on bones. After confirming that his roommates had all fallen asleep, Brian sat up expressionlessly. He quietly got dressed and took out a mirror frame with a black and white photo from a hidden compartment next to the bed. The common room was quiet. The ghastly green lamplight, rough stone walls, and many empty carved soft chairs made this narrow, low room look more like a tomb. Unlike Gryffindor students, Slytherin students were not keen on midnight adventures in the castle. So, as he passed through the maze-like, dizzying passages, Brian did not encounter a single student. However, even if he did, there was nothing to worry about. Brian was very confident in his disillusionment charm. He could completely conceal his figure while moving, and even Filch's malnourished cat walking by would not notice anything unusual. "Hey, little guy, I think you must be lost." When passing through the entrance hall, a voice from above the marble staircase caught Brian's attention. He took a few steps closer and looked up, only to find that it was the Gryffindor prefect, Bill Weasley of the Weasley family, talking to a young Hufflepuff wizard. "Hurry back to bed, little guy, or I'll send you to see Professor Sprout." "Oh okay, Prefect Weasley, I'll go back to the dormitory now." Hearing that he would not be deducted points or sent to the professor for detention, the young wizard caught by Bill was grateful. He hastily bowed to Bill to apologize, and then scurried away. Having dealt with this unruly young wizard, Bill touched his long hair hanging behind his head, and hummed a tune as he walked up the marble stairs to continue his prefect duties. Brian stood at the bottom of the stairs, watching Bill's back disappear from sight. The eldest son of the Weasley family, trusted by Dumbledore, and the focus of everyone's attention, Bill Weasley, was well received by teachers and students at the school not only because of his outstanding grades, but also because he indeed had extraordinary personal charisma. However, among the senior Slytherin students, Bill Weasley had a very bad reputation. They believed that Bill Weasley, who hung out with a group of Muggle-born wizards all day, had betrayed the glory of the ancient pure-blood family. In private, they had planned many times to teach Bill a lesson. But every time, no matter how many people they mobilized, they were badly beaten by Bill Weasley and his burly chaser brother. Therefore, this also led to Bill Weasley almost becoming the public enemy of Slytherin students in their 5th year and above. Especially when there were rumors that Headmaster Dumbledore seemed to intend to give him the position of head boy when Bill reached his 7th year, this targeting became even more obvious. Brian laughed silently, turned and headed towards the Forbidden Forest through the entrance hall. All these troubles had nothing to do with him. After all, no one would be foolish enough to expect a transparent figure from Slytherin with little presence to defeat the proud son of Gryffindor. 012 enraged. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Brian paused and gazed towards Hagrid's hut. The simple wooden cabin showed no lights, and he couldn't sense any magical aura. It seemed Hagrid was not inside. As everyone knew, the Hogwarts gamekeeper was one of Albus Dumbledore's most trusted confidants. Many times, Dumbledore would entrust this seemingly rough but ultimately reliable man with extremely important and private matters. Brian wasn't sure if Hagrid was out on an errand or patrolling in the Forbidden Forest. To ensure he wouldn't be disturbed, Brian walked a good distance further south before striding into the woods. The dense Forbidden Forest was pitch black and utterly silent. Apart from the crunch of dead leaves underfoot, even the bone-chilling winter gales fell mute, cowed by the forest's oppressive atmosphere. Brian pressed on deep into the woods. He left the snaky path, skirting a patch where trees had been felled, now just moss-covered stumps. Only when he turned and could no longer see even a glimmer of the castle's lights did he stop, stepping onto a massive, flat boulder. This is the place, Grandma Firina, Brian said to the old woman forever frozen in a kind smile in the photo. He set the picture on the ground, propping it up with a broken branch. According to the customs of the world I lived in before, on the 7th day after a person's death, at midnight, their soul will have a chance to return to this world to visit their living family. Brian shook his sleeve and a wand slid into his palm, 12 inches long, ebony, with the dragon heartstring core, well maintained. He pointed the wand at the ground. A fist-sized pebble at his feet immediately floated up and, in a flurry of rapid blurring, spun and transformed into an orange-yellow bronze basin. At this time, the living family members will commemorate their departed loved one in a certain way. Brian sat down cross-legged, not feeling the slight discomfort of the slippery and cold blue stone on his buttocks. From his breast pocket he took out a cloth bag. This was a bag Brian had bought for 2 galleons from Dervish and Banjas in Hogsmeade. Its space had been expanded with an undetectable extension charm. As it wasn't expensive, its initial capacity was quite limited. However, after secondary modifications, it could now fit a small car, and even had the ability to sort and store items in batches. I wonder if you would like this method. A large stack of incense, food, water, flowers, and candles spilled out from the bag, scattered on the ground. Whoosh! Spontaneously igniting golden flames rapidly devoured the incense and the flowers in the bronze basin. The searing heat quickly charred the edges of the gleaming basin black and dried the moisture from the damp air. The light and shadow of the flames danced across the glass frame, reflecting a rather pale face. I'm so sorry I couldn't be by your side in your final days. It will probably be the biggest regret of my life. Brian said to the old woman smiling in the flames, his chapped lips trembling as he continued to put flowers into the basin. The surging flames made the shadows flicker, causing the old woman in the photo to appear to come to life like a magical painting, gently comforting the grief-stricken boy. If not for you, I probably would have died at that woman's hands 16 years ago, never having the chance to know this wondrous world. Piercing northern winds rushed into this fire-lit space but turned gentle. They tenderly ruffled Brian's hair like an invisible hand patting his head. Brian stared at the photo and softly recounted secrets buried deep in his heart. Those absurd things he couldn't voice even to the closest friend, only to his departed grandmother could Brian speak without reservation. The gentle moon gradually tilted towards the horizon. In the dead of night, fog surged from the depths of the forbidden forest, shrouding everything in a hazy dreamlike state. Dense leaves hung heavy with tiny shards of frost, drooping dejectedly on the branches. What do you think he's doing, Henry? Lost in thought, Brian had let his usually keen guard down. He failed to notice that 50 feet behind him, 2 figures carrying broomsticks and wearing the scarlet robes of the Gryffindor Quidditch team had been quietly observing him for some time. Hard to say, Grace, but it looks like he's conducting some wicked ritual. Using dark magic to summon the ghost of that old woman in the picture. You know those slimy Slytherins love to study that stuff. Henry, a 4th-year Gryffindor beater with a round face and beady eyes, lowered his voice as he spoke to the girl beside him, who was both his teammate and girlfriend. That's Brian Watson. An eccentric bookworm. An eccentric bookworm. Grace, a pretty girl with long flaxen hair, raised her eyebrows. Yab. Henry puffed out his cheeks and snickered. I heard Hatham from Ravenclaw say that every Saturday morning in the library he sees Watson sitting in the corner of the reading area with a huge pile of books in front of him. He would not talk to anyone and seemed obsessed with studying, but his grades are way worse than Charlie's brother. Probably because he's not too bright. Grace snuggled up to Henry, leaning on her clean sweep 7 as she giggled. Maybe we should head back to the castle and fetch a professor, darling. We can't just watch him curse a deceased old lady with evil dark magic, can we? That's not a good idea, Grace. Mischief glinted in Henry's beady eyes as he swiftly vetoed his girlfriend's suggestion. Charlie and the others are still in the forest playing hide-and-seek with that giant spider. If we bring the professors, they'll all get exposed too. Charlie said his brother Bill is on prefect duty tonight. We could go notify him, Grace proposed, batting her lashes. I'm sure Bill wouldn't sell out his own brother. Not bad, Grace. Henry glanced at Brian's back on the boulder, and a wicked grin appeared across his face. But I've got an even more interesting way to punish this evil wizard. Come on, Grace, take out your wand. Let's teach him a lesson. With only a few incense and candles left on the ground, Brian scooped up the remnants with both hands, tossing them into the glowing bronze bowl as he softly bid his final farewell. I hope your good deeds in this life become blessings in the next, Grandma Firina. The place I lived in my previous life was also wonderful. If you have the chance to choose, you could be born there. Hey! Dark Wizard of Slytherin, prepare to be judged. The sudden shout startled Brian out of his daze. Before he could react, 2 jinxes whooshed fiercely from behind him. Petrificus totalis. Conf Ringo. In that flash of time, the now alerted Brian had no chance to consider who was ambushing him. He instinctively reached for his wand to retaliate, only to realize in dismay that he had inadvertently pinned it under his leg. He had been sitting cross-legged in front of the fire for over an hour and his head spun, legs totally numb. He couldn't react in time. Damn it, I got too careless. Brian rebuked himself. Propping himself up with his left hand, he let his body fall to the side, snatching up his wand as he rolled off the boulder, dodging the curses by a hair's breadth. But Grandma Firena's photograph and Brian's conjured fire basin were not so lucky. Henry's full body bind curse missed Brian but hit the basin. Instantly, whooshing flames leapt skyward, illuminating the gloomy forbidden forest as if dawn had broken. And Grace's blasting curse struck Grandma Firena's portrait dead on. After a crisp shattering sound, the picture splintered into pieces and was swiftly devoured by the golden flames, reduced to ashes in a blink. As Brian struggled to his feet, a scorched, crumbling scrap of the photo fluttered past his eyes and drifted weakly to earth. His gaze trailed after the photo fragment, and countless emotions flashed through his light brown eyes: blankness, shock, fury. As the last of the picture turned to ash, Brian finally lifted his head and looked towards the source of the curses, and his face was full of rage. Slowly but resolutely, he raised his wand in the direction of the attackers. Author's note: thanks for reading the chapter. I will add some extra facts and description of gadgets and spells of Wizarding World mentioned in this chapter below. Extra Fact 1. The specifications of a 12-inch long, ebony wand with a core of dragon's heart nerves in the context of the Harry Potter universe represent the unique characteristics and properties of a particular wand. Length. The length of a wand is believed to be an indicator of the personality and magical abilities of the witch or wizard who wields it. A longer wand, such as a 12-inch wand, often suggests that the wielder possesses a strong and focused magical presence. Wood. Ebony is a rare and highly valued wood known for its dark and dense nature. In wand lore, the choice of wood can symbolize various traits and qualities. Ebony is associated with protection, power, and elegance. It is often used to create wands for witches and wizards with a strong sense of purpose and determination. Core. The core of a wand is its magical center, providing a source of power and imbuing the wand with specific characteristics. Dragon's heart nerves are considered to be a powerful and rare core material, representing strength, courage, and ambition. Wands with dragon core are often associated with a more forceful and adventurous style of magic. Overall, a 12-inch ebony wand with a core of dragon's heart nerves suggests a wand that is wielded by a determined, powerful, and ambitious witch or wizard. It signifies a combination of strong magical presence, protective qualities, and a propensity for more forceful and daring magic. Fact 2. In European folklore and cultural beliefs, there is a concept known as the seventh night or seventh-day visit. While not universally practiced across all European cultures, there are some regions where similar beliefs and customs exist. In certain European traditions, it is believed that the soul of the deceased may return to the earthly realm on the seventh night after death. This is often seen as an opportunity for the departed soul to visit their family, seek closure, or provide comfort. Family members may prepare for this visit by leaving a door or window open, setting a place at the table, or lighting a candle to guide the spirit back home. In some countries, such as Ireland and parts of Scotland, this belief is associated with the concept of wake nights. During the wake, which typically lasts several days, family and friends gather to mourn and remember the deceased. It is believed that on the seventh night, the soul may return to bid their final farewell and ensure the family's well-being before departing to the afterlife. Fact 3. In the Harry Potter series, one of the magical supply shops in the village of Hogsmeade is called Dervish and Banges. Dervish and Banges is a store that sells various magical items and supplies, catering to the needs of Hogwarts students and wizards in general. The shop offers a wide range of products, including spellbooks, potion ingredients, cauldrons, broomsticks, and other magical gadgets. It is a popular destination for Hogwarts students during their visits to Hogsmeade, providing them with essential supplies for their magical studies and adventures. 013 Lesson. Author's note: many readers were complaining that these chapters were weird and confusing, so I am rewriting these chapters. If you find some mistakes, please comment them. Although they knew there were two people on their side, although they knew all the members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team were nearby, when Brian's dreadful gaze pierced in their direction, Henry and Grace still shuddered in unison. It was as if a full-grown Hungarian horntail had opened its gaping maw towards them, ready to choose and devour. Henry. Grace gripped her boyfriend's wrist tightly, her voice trembling. Are you sure he's just an odd Slytherin bookworm, Henry? Why do I find his gaze so terrifying, a bit like the crazed hippogriff Professor Ketleben showed us last week? Don't talk nonsense, Grace. We're Gryffindors, the House of Courage. Henry inwardly agreed with Grace's assessment. Just a moment ago, when his eyes met Watson's, if Grace hadn't been hiding in his embrace, he might have turned and fled. But a man's dignity compelled him to stand firm. Hey, bad boy Watson, don't look at us like that. You brought this upon yourself. Who told you to sneak into the Forbidden Forest in the dead of night to cast dark curses on someone? Wait, what are you doing? Whoosh! Magic power raged as the scattered flames on the mud, tree trunks, and stones united at the tip of Brian's wand into a tangible golden fireball, like a blinding sun rising above the night-cloaked sea. The terrifying heat rapidly vaporized the moisture in the damp, cold air before spreading outward. A pine tree near Brian combusted, and the two young wizards dozens of feet away instantly broke into a sweat, as if standing at the mouth of an erupting volcano. No, no, please don't, Brian. We didn't mean to. Fear caused 2 lines of tears to stream down Grace's beautiful face. She was completely unaware of what she was saying, merely pleading instinctively. Henry also raised his wand, but he knew full well that his dubious shield charm could never withstand the ferocious golden blaze at Brian's wand tip. Get on your broom and run. At the very moment Brian's ashen face swung his wand down, Henry finally mustered a shred of courage. He threw all his might into hurling Grace and her clean sweep 5 backwards, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Find Professor McGonagall. Don't look back. Henry might never know that it was the brief flicker of humanity in the face of death that saved him. Witnessing this scene, Brian's resentful gaze wavered for an instant. The next second, his steady wrist abruptly lowered slightly, and the fireball that would have landed at his feet instead struck the ground 10 feet away with a thunderous boom. Kaboom! Like the brilliant flash of a supernova at the end of its life, the fireball brimming with terrifying magic power instantly turned the cracked earth into molten lava upon impact. The scorching air violently displaced erupted in a deafening roar, like a pressure cooker suddenly bursting open. Henry's shield charm shattered in less than a second. He didn't even have time to scream before the overwhelming shockwave blasted him away. There was a sickening crack as he collided with a tree-trunk-thick tree, then tumbled dozens of feet before finally stopping, his back a bloody mess. Grace suffered relatively lighter injuries, as Henry had shielded her from much of the blast. Nevertheless, the powerful wave still flung her over 10 feet away. Standing behind an ivory magical barrier unscathed, Brian glared darkly at the battered and wailing Grace as she scrambled onto her broomstick, not even bothering to extinguish the flames on her robes before bolting towards the castle. Ultimately, he did not attack again. The surroundings were in utter chaos. Without magical sustenance, the special fire stubbornly devoured the ravaged world. Crunch, crunch. Brian stepped through the scorched earth, approaching Henry's side and looking down at the horrifying wounds on his back with no change in expression. Of course, Henry wasn't dead. Brian had no desire to go to Azkaban for further studies, at least not yet. I was about to let you taste the agony of dismemberment, Brian said emotionlessly. To teach you a lesson. But your final bravery has earned you some dignity. From a pouch, Brian retrieved a bottle of Dittany along with several colorful, enigmatic potions. Mixing them in proportion, he poured the concoction over Henry's back and, with a wave of his wand, the torn flesh pulsed as new skin rapidly grew over the wounds. Henry's pallid face regained some color, though several ribs remained unnaturally bent. Brian did not treat the broken bones. Those minor injuries would be easy for Madame Pomfrey to fix. I should have known better than to think we'd be safe even at school. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, several piercing sounds rent the air from deep within the forbidden forest. As they drew closer, they split off, surrounding Brian from all sides as 5 shadowy figures gradually emerged through the billowing mist. Brian did not seem surprised. As soon as he saw Henry and Grace's Gryffindor Quidditch robes, he knew they would not be acting alone. However, when one short, stocky silhouette came into focus, Brian could not help his mouth twitch involuntarily. Charlie Weasley, Bill Weasley's younger brother, the second eldest Weasley son, Gryffindor's genius seeker. Dangling from his broomstick was a spider the size of a car, simultaneously petrified by at least 3 stunning spells. Brian had no idea the Forbidden Forest even housed acromantulas. These Gryffindor lions certainly knew how to have fun. With the seeker's keen eyes, Charlie immediately noticed Henry lying at Watson's feet. Despite his youthful age, Charlie remained composed, not demanding answers hastily. Mounted high on his broom, he surveyed the daunting devastation, inhaling sharply when he saw the nearly 3-foot-deep, still smoldering crater before Brian. Where is Grace, Watson? Charlie's voice was as weathered as his appearance. Perhaps she has already become one with the earth, Brian calmly replied. You're welcome to search and see if you can dig up a few fingernail shards. You killed Grace. One of the Gryffindor players roared in disbelief. And Henry, where are his clothes? What did you do to him? A torrent of outraged shouts poured forth as they all raised their wands at Brian, some even calling to have him sent to Azkaban. Indeed, Charlie Weasley possessed a leadership quality beyond his years. Among this group, he was the youngest yet most level-headed. He did not believe Brian would actually kill Grace unless he truly wished to go to wizarding prison. However, Henry's severe injuries were undeniable, and ensuring his safety was the top priority. Charlie severed the ropes holding the acromantula with his wand, maneuvering his broom in the air as he said gravely. Hand Henry over to us, Watson, or you may be in for a rough time. Assessing situations and weighing pros and cons is not something a group of Gryffindor wizards in their teens excels at. If they were of Slytherin heritage, they would likely have reacted with much more restraint and decorum upon witnessing the ravaged and battered state of the Forbidden Forest around them. Stop wasting words on him, Charlie. We'll cover you, go save Priam. A Gryffindor player mounted on a Comet Series broomstick shouted from above and to Brian left, before resolutely flinging a vibrant red spell his way. The Gryffindor Quidditch team members indeed acted in excellent coordination. That stunning spell seemed to be an attack signal, and apart from Charlie, the three other players immediately responded upon receiving it. To maximally confuse Brian, they constantly switched positions mid-air on their broomsticks, their shadowy forms weaving an intricate net over his head, intermittently casting stunning spells and body-bind curses. Truth be told, Brian had originally intended to return Priam to them and had no plans to engage them. Grace had already gone to fetch help from the castle. The professors would soon learn that students were dueling in the Forbidden Forest. Point deductions and detentions would be unavoidable punishments, but Brian hoped the detention duration would be relatively short. He certainly did not wish to remain in Snape's office until next Christmas. However, since the Gryffindors struck first, defending himself through retaliation posed no issue. In fact, it was a welcome outlet for his vexation. With a flick of his wand, a swirling vortex of intertwined silver and black magical energy materialized before Brian, its center an indented, unfathomably deep black hole. Akin to the mythical Charybdis maelstrom of Greek lore, it hovered by his side, automatically rising to meet and effortlessly devour any spells cast its way from any direction, without need for wand control. What sort of magic is that? The Gryffindor team tried valiantly, simultaneously attacking from multiple angles or focusing their efforts to breach the vortex, but to no avail. I don't know, but it looks like dark magic. Another yelled in response. Charlie Weasley knew he had to act, he could not simply stand idly by any longer. As the prodigious seeker discovered by Gryffindor House, Charlie's flying skills truly surpassed others by a whole tier. He flitted like an ethereal ghost, briefly lingering in one spot before reappearing elsewhere in a blink. Moreover, his spell-casting prowess was impressive. Under such high-speed motion, accurately aiming each spell at Brian was no easy feat, even young Professor Flitwick might not have managed such agility. Alas, that did not mean he could penetrate Brian's defenses. Deep into the night, Brian unexpectedly enjoyed a high-difficulty aerial display in the Forbidden Forest. Those breathtaking flying techniques awed even Brian, who lacked much Quidditch enthusiasm. No wonder the Slytherin team had been trounced by Gryffindors last year. You measly worm, will you only cower behind that thing and not come out? Unable to overcome his defenses for long, the Gryffindor took to taunting. Perhaps we should try a different approach. Seeing his disarming charm fail again, a panting Charlie hovered, scanning left and right before immediately realizing. Fly higher, everyone. Watch out for the Acromantula's venom burning through your robes, Immobilis. Everyone, Brian included, understood Charlie's intention. He immediately turned towards the Acromantula, witnessing Charlie's wand beam strike its hairy, densely covered legs. Clack, clack, clack. Regaining mobility, the spider instantly brandished its two massive, glistening black pincers, emitting an enraged hiss at the wizards before it. The eight-legged Acromantula, having been toyed with by Charlie and his friends, shook its grotesque head frantically, blinking its emerald compound eyes. In its senses, the buzzing, erratically flying red gnats above and the small wizards not far from it on the ground were in cahoots. Crack! The eight-legged spider moved astoundingly swiftly, its massive body's forceful charge effortlessly shattering several trees as thick as bowl rims. Brian arched a brow. He knew about Acromantulas, the venom of these magical creatures was incredibly precious, a single ounce fetching 100 galleons. Granted, this particular spider seemed too young, unlikely containing enough venom. Still, even that was significant, and Brian had no wasteful habits. Seeing Brian unmoving against the spider, worry flickered across Charlie's weathered face. He feared Brian might have been paralyzed by the terrifying beast. Just as he prepared to caution him, Brian abruptly raised his arm, wand pointed at the leaping Acromantula mid-pounce. Reductio. The Acromantula's massive body instantly froze mid-air, its 8 eyes simultaneously betraying bewilderment. Before it could react, its surroundings rapidly warped in its vision, and it found itself uncontrollably flying into a glass jar. Thank you for this gift, Brian raised his head after securing the jar with defensive enchantments. I quite like it. Gripping his upright wand like a mallet, he sighed, I'll likely have much trouble to deal with next, so let's quickly end this sorry state and return to the castle. If all goes well, I might even squeeze in half an hour's nap back in the dorms. Dream on, Watson. You actually want to sleep. The first Gryffindor attacker snapped out of his daze over Brian's nonchalant subduing of the Acromantula, baring his teeth menacingly. The Dementors will entertain you thoroughly. The winds are strong up there. I suggest you don't fly too high, or the fall will be quite painful. Brian disregarded the threat, looking towards Charlie instead. What did you intend? Heeding the warning, Charlie warily raised his wand to his chest, gripping his broomstick tightly, prepared to evade at any moment. However, Brian did not cast any spells. Instead, he swung his wand like a mallet, forcefully striking the empty space before him. Buzz! With that strike, a violent storm erupted in the invisible realm, magical energy rippling outwards in intense waves from Brian's impact point like a once placid surface disturbed by a falling stone. Bam! 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 The griffin doors, swept over by the chaotic magical forces, unceremoniously plummeted from their broomsticks like dumplings, each knocked out cold after a few heavy thumps. I warned you that it would come to this. Oh, it's never ending. Brian muttered, turning towards the castle, where a concerned Bill Weasley rapidly approached from beyond the forest's boundary on Grace's broomstick. 014 Life and Death Duel. Brian Watson. Bill Weasley's handsome features lost their usual casual, carefree expression due to the shock. As he tumbled off his Nimbus 1700, his wizard's robes nearly tripped him over a broken stump. When Grace told me you killed Henry, I thought she was just playing an amusing little prank on me. Bill's eyesight was limited, he could only see the crimson ground beneath the face-down, bare-backed Henry, unable to discern if he was alive or dead. I simply cannot believe it, Watson. Are you secretly planning a massacre at Hogwarts? Bill's gaze roamed over the stunned Gryffindor players scattered about, his expression gradually twisting. When he spotted the motionless Charlie in a bush, Bill's shock gave way to frantic rage. He didn't hesitate to draw his wand, pointing it at Brian. Tell me, you bastard, what did you do to Charlie? Though the Weasley children occasionally butted heads, they banded together fiercely when an outsider harmed their family. Don't shout, Bill Weasley, Brian said unfazed. Let's get them back to the castle first. I'll explain to the headmaster and heads of houses what happened in the Forbidden Forest, but I'm too lazy to explain twice. If you're curious, you can request to attend later. Stay right there. Don't move. Bill's wand trembled as he growled sharply. Grace has gone to notify Professors McGonagall and Snape. Headmaster Dumbledore will be back from off-grounds soon. You're not going anywhere until they arrive. The cold wind brushed their faces as leaves rustled. Dawn was still some time away, but a lethal force lurked in the thick darkness, waiting to strike. Brian glanced towards the Forbidden Forest's depths, his brow furrowing slightly. He couldn't be certain of the source of the sudden sensation of being watched. Considering that acromantulas are not solitary creatures, staying here wasn't a good choice. It's not safe here, Weasley. Let's head back to the castle, Brian repeated calmly. The biggest danger comes from you, Watson. I'll say it again, stay put. And hand over your wand. Bill remained highly alert, glaring at Brian's wrists, his nerves tense, ready to act. Brian's brow creased as he glanced again towards the Forbidden Forest's blackness. The faint but distinct unease in the air made his breath catch, he could almost confirm something was fixated on him from the shadows. I'll repeat myself too, Weasley, Brian stressed. It's not very safe here. Let's return to the castle. Bill's eyes instantly sharpened, interpreting Brian's words as a signal to flee. Without hesitation, he flicked his wand. Swish, swish, swish. As one of Hogwarts' most exceptional students, Bill Weasley excelled in combat. In a brief span of time, he launched 3 dazzling red spells at Brian, blocking any space for him to evade. However, this likely didn't pose much of a threat to Brian. Since Bill Weasley refused to leave, Brian would just have to incapacitate him and bring him along. It made no difference if there were 5 or 6 people, he'd already exposed too much tonight, so revealing more didn't matter. Brian flicked his wand to deflect the stunning spell aimed at him. With a skillful wrist movement, he recited the incantation in his mind. Ventura Sectum. Bill raised an eyebrow, finally confirming that Brian Watson, the unknown Slytherin student, possessed strength beyond that of an ordinary young wizard. Prodigal. However, Bill Weasley had his own confidence. Facing the incoming spell, he didn't panic, swiftly casting a shield charm. Whoosh! A forceful gust slammed into him, the powerful magic shattering the shield charm's barrier. The previously composed Bill's expression instantly froze. Before he could recover, he felt his feet leave the ground. On the brink of oblivion, a sickly green light made his pupils constrict as the shadowy observer finally revealed its horrific form. Watch out! Bill still managed to warn Brian in the final moment. Whump! The instant the killing curse struck the ground, a billow of emerald flames flared up, its ominous aura like the Grim Reaper dancing amidst the blaze. Rolling aside from the lethal curse, Brian slowly rose from the ground. Though forewarned, being ambushed by an unforgivable for the first time still left him shaken. That split second had been his closest brush with death since entering the wizarding world. Around 20 years old, a woman. From the wand-gripping hand exposed beneath the black cloak, Brian deduced the assailant's gender and approximate age. The oppressive silence ravaged Brian's spirit. The all-pervasive peril made every cell in his body tremble. Under the dueling emotions of fear and excitement, the magic within him surged with unprecedented intensity, as if eagerly awaiting this life-or-death crisis. No matter who you are or what your purpose is, Brian stared fixedly at the indistinct face beneath the assailant's hood, coldly stating. Breaking into Hogwarts, under Headmaster Dumbledore's very nose, using the most dangerous of the 3 unforgivable curses against an underage wizard, I must admire your audacity. The woman said nothing, only releasing a disdainful, scornful snort, as if utterly unconcerned with a response. Dumbledore and the school's professors will arrive within 5 minutes at most. If you flee now, you might still make it. The woman's wand remained steady, without a shred of wavering. This made Brian's heart sink, realizing the assailant was dead set on taking his life. But why? Since he had entered Hogwarts, he hadn't offended anyone, and his interactions with wizards outside the school were limited to selling potions through owls. Could it be that the potions he brewed had caused someone's death, prompting their family members to seek revenge? But that seemed highly unlikely. Brian had great confidence in his skill, and such a tragedy wouldn't have occurred. Brian couldn't fathom it, but the ambushing woman wouldn't give him ample time to ponder. She knew Brian's previous statement about Dumbledore and the professors wasn't a bluff, they truly would arrive soon. Tonight, the most perilous confrontation began. The green light once again illuminated the Forbidden Forest, signaling the start of a life-or-death struggle. Brian's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Raising his wand like a king grasping his sword, poised to strike, the glowing tip suddenly burst forth like a collapsing dam, an endless, surging torrent of magic power. In the pitch-black night, it transformed into a shining, silver stream, thundering down upon the earth with staggering force. Rumble, rumble. The ground violently shook as the large boulder between them instantly pulverized into dust. Tens of thousands of frost-coated leaves rustled in unison, a chilling chorus. When the dust settled and the spell fire faded, the soft earth bore a gaping, harrowing fissure 70 to 80 feet long. This spell was Brian's response to the woman's killing curse. Streak after streak of blinding and chilling curse lights flashed and vanished in the dim darkness. The tranquil dense forest echoed with the rumbling sounds of snapping branches crashing to the ground and exploding blasts. The 2 combatants continuously and swiftly shifted position on the rugged terrain, utilizing broken branches, vines, bushes, and any obstacle to gain a slight advantage. Only half a minute into the life-and-death duel, Brian had already confirmed 2 things. First, the black-robed witch he was engaged with had indeed come for him, with an intense killing intent. She did not hesitate to use dark magic forbidden by the Ministry of Magic, including the 3 unforgivable curses, as well as numerous restricted spells that caused grave injury or death, seeking only to kill him as quickly as possible. This was simply outrageous. Brian's face turned green with outrage blazing in his eyes. Who could possibly hold such a deep grudge against him to want him dead? Second, the Black Witch's combat experience was indeed extensive, more so than Brian's, he had to admit. During their brief exchange, her agile evasion of curses moved with the grace of a dance master, dizzying to watch. Beyond that, her various feinting attacks, ability to launch surprise strikes amid high-intensity dueling, and masterful combination of transfiguration, tactical spells, and dark magic left Brian in awe. In comparison, Brian, who had only secretly practiced dueling skills and occasionally engaged in combat exercises with Professor Snape, could only be considered a novice. Of course, he also had powerful advantages of his own. If Brian had to characterize this battle, it was an assassin against a master duelist. This Black Witch of unknown origin was like a meticulously trained assassin. To her, all spells and attack techniques were merely tools for killing, seeking only proficiency rather than mastery. Brian, however, was different. He had always aspired to deeply understand the essence of magic. Moreover, in tracing the origins of modern spells, he had found a unique path. If he persisted, he would undoubtedly achieve results that astounded the world. Most of the spells he used were improved versions born from deep contemplation and hundreds of experimental castings. Immensely powerful and difficult to directly defend against, their only drawback was overconsumption of magic. Brian slightly regretted the spell he had initially cast to intimidate, as it had drained a considerable portion of his magic without any effect. The Black Witch had cast a disillusionment charm on herself during the duel. Although her magic could not be concealed, it certainly made pinpointing her precise location difficult. Combined with her constant repositioning and nonverbal spell casting, she could practically launch surprise attacks face to face. Fortunately, Brian's learning ability was formidable. Following her lead, he quickly mastered this method as well, resulting in the 2 dueling in the Forbidden Forest appearing like translucent ghosts flinging spells at each other. Whoosh! A surging fiend fire burst forth from behind a boulder shattered in half up the slope. Fanning out midair, it instantly became an all-consuming tidal wave of flames. Fire formed ferocious beasts like dragons, sphinxes, and chimeras roared silently atop the crashing inferno. The Black Witch had no intention of controlling the fiend fire, allowing the terrifying flames to spread unchecked and consume everything as she swiftly changed position, concealing herself. Brian's lips pressed tightly together, eyes burning with hatred. With his current abilities, he could not directly extinguish the fiend fire. However, he could not stand idly by as the scattered flames devoured the forbidden forest, in case that unfortunate group of Gryffindor lions perish in the blaze. Brian swiftly waved his wand, casting a sheet of golden flames into the air. This fire was derived from fiend fire, but improved and constrained by Brian. Though not as overbearing as fiend fire, it was more controllable and would not adversely affect his rationality. Fighting fire with fire is a brilliant way to combat flames. Brian controlled the flames to isolate the inferno, increasing his magic output to gradually consume the fiend fire. I can't bear to imagine what will happen there, Snape. How many lives will be lost? Gazing at the golden and white intertwined flames illuminating half the sky from the forbidden forest, Professor McGonagall's lips were tightly pursed, her face deathly pale. She had abandoned all vice principal dignity, running wildly with her usually impeccable bun completely disheveled, not bothering to tidy it. Snape's complexion was a sickly yellow, not much better than McGonagall's. For the first time in so many years since Lily's death that night, he inwardly prayed for something. At the castle gates, Professor Flitwick missed a step, tumbling down ungracefully. Professor Sprout, who had even lost her hat, merely steadied him as she rushed past toward the forbidden forest without a word. Swish, swish. After a prolonged stalemate unable to kill Brian, the Black Witch resorted to even more despicable means. She transfigured scattered rocks into sharp daggers, then sent over a dozen hurtling toward the Gryffindors. Brian had moved to a clearing. No matter who you are, I will make you pay a heart-wrenching price. Fury was about to shoot from Brian's eyes. His right hand restraining the fiend fire did not waver as his left flung out a milky white orb. The orb reached Bill and Charlie's location before the daggers, instantly expanding into a dome-shaped, transparent bowl-like magical barrier, blocking the incoming blades just in time. Even the Black Witch did not anticipate this move, freezing for 2 crucial seconds. Those 2 seconds became the turning point. Brian suddenly withdrew his right hand. With a rapid flick of his wand, the stones at his feet instantly transfigured into a long spear tinged green on the surface, shooting forth like lightning to appear before the Black Witch almost instantaneously. Clang! In the split second, the Black Witch summoned a shimmering barrier wreathed in black mist. It collided with the spear in a deafening gong-like clang before both dissipated into fading sparks. Though she had blocked it, the tremendous impact sent her magic into turmoil, her consciousness blacking out momentarily. Sectum Sempra. Finally seizing the opportunity, Brian let out his most furious roar yet in the battle. An inaudible chime rang out in the void as the Grim Reaper appeared overhead, mercilessly swinging its scythe down upon the Black Witch with cold fury. On the other side, having just entered the forbidden forest, Snape heard the familiar enraged roar, his body involuntarily shuddering as his face drained from yellow to pitch black. The next second, he strained his legs into a frantic sprint once more. Author's note: Ventura Sectum is a combination of the words ventus, Latin for wind, and sectum sempra, a spell created by Severus Snape. It is a powerful spell that creates a focused and forceful gust of wind capable of shattering protective barriers. When cast, the spell conjures a strong gust that surges towards the target. The wind carries a cutting force, similar to a sharp blade or a whirlwind, allowing it to slice through magical shields and barriers. Upon impact, the wind forcefully strikes the protective barrier, exerting pressure and causing it to fracture or collapse. It is not in canon but is created by the MC in this story. 015 Trust. Disappeared. Brian stared at the spot where the Dark Witch had just stood, and his face was filled with bewilderment, shock, and confusion. Was it apparition or a portkayat? The thought flashed through Brian's mind, but he immediately dismissed it himself. It was well known that the Hogwarts castle was protected by many powerful enchantments. The instant transportation methods commonly used by wizards would not work here. The magical power core that protected the school came from the vast magic accumulated by Hogwarts castle over the centuries. It was a force of an entirely different level. Even if the 4 founders were reborn, they probably would not be able to break through the defense system they had set up back then. But the reality was that the mysterious Dark Witch, at the moment the Sectum Sempra curse fell, glared maliciously at Brian and then vanished into thin air with resentment. Brian's bewildered gaze circled around, hoping to find some clues, but the Dark Witch was indeed no longer here, and not just hiding again. How could this be possible? Although they were in the Forbidden Forest, they had not breached the walls Hogwarts had set up in the forest. In theory, they were still within the school grounds. Brian no longer had the presence of mind to continue suppressing the fiend fire that had not yet been extinguished. He took a step forward and carefully approached the last place where the Dark Witch stood. The previous Sectum Sempra curse was not entirely fruitless. There was still a pool of crimson fresh blood on the ground, apparently left behind by the Dark Witch. The sound of hurried footsteps could already be heard not far away. It seemed the professors from the school had finally arrived. Brian stared at the blood on the ground that had not yet fully seeped into the soil with his face full of resentment. A witch so powerful who harbored hatred towards him was lurking in the shadows watching him, yet he knew nothing about her identity. This made Brian's heart ripple with a strong sense of unwillingness. You left a flaw, Brian muttered under his breath. Before Professor McGonagall and Snape arrived, he took out a small vial and used magic to guide the blood on the ground into the vial. Then, he cast a freezing charm on the vial. I will find you. Snape and McGonagall were not the first to arrive at the scene. Dumbledore had arrived ahead of them. Suddenly, in the air permeated with the scorching heat and stench of burning, a dazzling crimson flame flashed. Albus Dumbledore, grasping the claw of his phoenix, appeared in midair without any warning. After appearing, he steadily descended from the air and landed firmly on the ground. His nimble and vigorous movements did not at all resemble a centenarian. After landing, Dumbledore quickly surveyed the surroundings. When he saw the stunned Brian standing amidst a patch of scorched earth, the unconscious Gryffindor Quidditch team members, and Bill still suspended in the air, his blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles flashed with heart-stopping fury. In the invisible world, the enraged Dumbledore was like a black hole with immense gravitational pull. The moment he appeared, the ocean of magic seemed to be influenced by the powerful tidal force of a full moon, surging and roaring. This sound was almost audible to the ear. The first thing Dumbledore did was extinguish the fiend fire that Brian had failed to completely suppress. With a casual wave of his wand, the ghastly fiend fire and the golden flames Brian had summoned instantly vanished without a trace. Hand over your wand, Mr. Watson. Dumbledore's tone was very calm, yet filled with an unquestionable firmness. Brian did not want to hand over his wand. Everything that had happened tonight could be clearly explained. So, he hesitated for a moment, but that brief hesitation nearly brought great trouble upon himself. Tonight, Brian finally witnessed the unknown side of Albus Dumbledore, who was always kind and amiable to the young wizards of every house. At this moment, Dumbledore was the legend who had personally defeated the first Dark Lord Grindelwald, the most powerful wizard of the present age who had suppressed the second Dark Lord for nearly 30 years, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards whose reputation alone could contend with the entire Ministry of Magic. To Dumbledore at this instant, not obeying his command was tantamount to resistance. Without any feint or a word, Dumbledore simply raised his wand and cast a simple disarming charm. However, with the incomparably forceful magic enhancing it, the space through which the spell light passed was directly ionized into hundreds of thin threads of lightning. Brian only felt his scalp grow numb as his face suddenly paled. The silvery black magic vortex that had easily handled Charlie and the others' attacks earlier instantly collapsed under the impact of the disarming charm spell light without even lasting a fleeting moment. However, this did not mean Brian was going to be captured without resistance. He too had his own resolve. In a flash, he swung his wand in a wide arc, directly pulling out from the void a gigantic metal shield with a surface engraved with golden serpents, its whole body glinted with silver light as it blocked the path the spell had to take. Boom! The deep, heavy sound was like the muffled thunder that resounded across the land on a winter night, instantly spread over mountains and rivers in an instant. Brian only felt countless stars flash before his eyes. His legs went soft as he staggered back several steps. Dumbledore also seemed to not have expected that Brian Watson could block his spell. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but it was only a trace. Stop, Headmaster Dumbledore. Professors McGonagall and Snape had finally arrived. The moment they saw the devastated Forbidden Forest before them, Professor McGonagall's body suddenly swayed. She covered her mouth with both hands, her face full of disbelief. Snape was a bit more resilient than her. He rushed straight towards Dumbledore who was preparing to wave his wand again and loudly shouted for him to stop. Wait a moment, Dumbledore. There must be a misunderstanding here. Severus Snape strode forward, very boldly and rudely grasping Dumbledore's hand to stop him from acting further. Then, the sweat-drenched Snape glanced around. When he saw Bill Weasley dangling upside down in midair from the Levi Corpus spell, his panting suddenly quickened. Libera Corpus. He let Bill down. The moment the dizzy Bill Weasley landed, he comically lunged to the side, and his face was full of fear. It was only after Professor McGonagall stepped past Snape and Dumbledore and spent some time gently comforting him that he finally came back to his senses and saw the current situation clearly. Professor McGonagall, I saw it. Someone used the killing curse just now. I swear I saw it clearly. The moment Bill's words, spoken in lingering fear, came out, it was as if a cold wind passed, leaving a deathly stillness. Snape, tightly gripping Dumbledore's hand, could feel that the old, wrinkled wrist in his palm suddenly tightened, trying to break free of his control. Hand over your wand first, Brian. Snape, his face stiff, looked towards the lone Brian Watson standing there ahead of Dumbledore. His tone was very resolute. Trust me, Brian. The misunderstanding can be explained. I believe you too. Tick, tick. The sun hung high in the sky, its constant heat making the snow-covered ground glisten. The sunlight reflecting into the hut made the dim little wooden house bright and clear. Under the eaves, the water droplets from the melting thick icicles gathered into a clear little puddle on the ground. When I returned to the castle the next day and heard about this, and saw that part of the forbidden forest with my own eyes, you three can imagine how shocked I was. The roaring fire dried the water in the kettle. Hagrid hurriedly got up, pushed open the door with the scalding hot handle, and a crunching sound immediately came from outside. After a while, he came back in with the kettle filled with crushed ice. When he saw the three people in the room still had stiff expressions and slightly open mouths, Hagrid couldn't help but laugh. Looks like you really enjoyed this story. Enjoyed? Ron leaped up with a whoosh, his ears red. He loudly complained to Harry, why has no one in the family ever told me this? Oh well, maybe Bill and Charlie mentioned it, but I forgot. Don't look at me like that, Hermione. I was only 6 years old then. You wouldn't remember either, anyway. Ron looked at Harry again and exclaimed breathlessly, can you believe it, Harry? He was only in his 5th year then, about the same age as Percy today. If someone told me Percy could go around against Headmaster Dumbledore, I'd probably laugh at him until graduation. Harry grinned. He understood what Ron meant. Has anyone ever done that, Hagrid? Harry's voice was a bit too shrill. He felt all the blood in his body boiling, as if he had fought Dumbledore himself. Although, he knew he would never stand on the opposite side of that respectable headmaster. Don't even think about it, Harry. Hagrid burst into laughter. No young wizard in 5th year could ever do that. Maybe someday, but not now. Besides, not just in Hogwarts, but in the entire British wizarding world, you won't find many who can match the greatest headmaster Hogwarts has ever seen. Hagrid's voice was full of pride, but you had to admit he was telling the truth. Be quiet, you two. The equally excited Hermione loudly stopped Harry and Ron, who were a bit too agitated. Of course, she had to admit she was excited too. She had never imagined that the handsome, gentle young wizard she met in the hospital wing last night once had such a glorious battle record. What happened next, Hagrid? You haven't finished your story. Hermione tightly clutched Harry's invisibility cloak and stared at Hagrid with her limpid cat-like eyes. How did they deal with him, I mean, Mr. Brian Watson? Harry and Ron also immediately quieted down, waiting eagerly for Hagrid to answer their doubts. Afterwards, let me think, Hagrid fiddled with his bushy beard with his sausage-like fingers. They seemed to have given him detention for a whole term, and deducted 200 points from Slytherin. However, Headmaster Dumbledore gave him 400 points not long after, which almost let Slytherin lock in the House Cup early that year. 400 points! Harry exclaimed. Last year, they protected the Philosopher's Stone from Quirrell and Voldemort. That was almost the most honorable thing he could claim since entering school, but Dumbledore only gave them 170 points, of which a mere 60 were counted for him. What was Headmaster Dumbledore thinking? Although there was nothing to compare, Harry still felt a bit unbalanced. That goes without saying, Harry. Hermione raised an eyebrow, the corner of her mouth curving into a confident smile as if she had seen through everything. They gave him detention for a term and deducted points because Mr. Watson violated school rules, entered the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night, and attacked his fellow students with very powerful magic, although there was a reason for it. And he was given 400 points because he saved all the young wizards of the Gryffindor team and Bill. Saved? Ron's face was full of confusion. Weren't they taken down by Watson? Don't be silly, Ron. Ron's slowness was not unexpected. Hermione explained impatiently, think about it, Ron. If Mr. Watson hadn't gone into the Forbidden Forest that night, who exactly would have encountered that mysterious dark witch? Hiss. Ron suddenly sucked in a breath, his eyes widening as he realized, it's Charlie and all the members of the Gryffindor team at that time. Hermione nodded, satisfaction evident in her tone. I'm glad you finally caught on, Ron. With Bill's help, they saved 8 lives. That's worth 400 points. So that is to say, Hagrid, Dumbledore confirmed there really was a dark witch who broke into Hogwarts? Did he catch that person? Harry was more alert than Ron and Hermione. He suddenly thought of this point. Yeah, he confirmed it. Speaking of this, Hagrid lost his smile, and his expression turned solemn. That night, after Bill woke up, the misunderstanding was quickly explained. He told Dumbledore it was not Brian who released the killing curse, but the dark witch lurking in the shadows. Dumbledore personally checked every spell Watson's wand had cast that night and verified this. Afterward, Headmaster Dumbledore meticulously examined the battleground. You know, Harry, someone like Headmaster Dumbledore can almost piece together the entire story of that battle. But unfortunately, despite his extensive search, he couldn't find that audacious dark wizard. It kept me awake for nearly 2 months, patrolling the Forbidden Forest every night. Hagrid blinked and said to the three who had realized the seriousness of the matter. This matter caused quite a stir at the time. The Ministry of Magic also dispatched elite Aurors to search the Forbidden Forest, but it similarly came to nothing. To curb the spread of panic, Dumbledore and Fudge both decided to suppress the dissemination of this attack as much as possible. That's also why most people didn't hear much about this matter later. The atmosphere turned solemn. Harry and Ron looked at each other, both speculating whether that dark witch might be another one of Voldemort's minions, like Quirrell. So, I'm telling you, Ron, you must have heard of him, Hagrid said with a grin. Professor Snape released Brian Watson during the second-year Quidditch final. Before that, he had been in Snape's office every night and every weekend, serving detention. Charlie's Gryffindor team was quite strong, with a chance of winning consecutive championships. But when Snape let Brian Watson onto the field, well, you can imagine what happened then. Seriously, Henry and Grace, the two of them didn't just mount their brooms and escape, they truly lived up to Gryffindor's name. It seems Slytherin occasionally produces remarkable individuals. Ron mumbled quietly. There have been plenty of notable Slytherin wizards, Ron. Hagrid laughed. He glanced at the sun outside and realized it was getting late. It was time to prepare lunch. The story is finished, you three. Would you like to join me for lunch? Oh. Hermione snapped out of her daze, horrified. Damn it, Madame Pomfrey, I completely forgot about the time. She put on the invisibility cloak, revealing only her head. Next time, Hagrid, I'll have to stay at the hospital wing. With that, she hurriedly rushed out. Harry and Ron were more inclined towards the food at the school, so they quickly got up to follow Hermione. Oh, right. Hagrid, slightly disappointed, suddenly remembered something and called out to Harry's retreating figure. You haven't told me why you were asking about Watson. Mr. Watson has returned to Hogwarts. Harry didn't turn back, just waving his hand above his head. He's now the investigator for the Chamber of Secrets attack. Clang, clatter. Startled, Hagrid stumbled against the hut's door, and the room shook violently from the impact. The melted snow on the roof cascaded down, burying him momentarily. The investigator from the Ministry of Magic for the Chamber of Secrets. Hagrid's face drained of color as he leaned against the doorframe, whispering to himself. That can't be. Dumbledore, oh no, I need to figure this out. After a while, Hagrid slammed the door shut and marched towards the castle, without a glance back, accompanied by Fang's barking. 016 Negotiations. Brian didn't know that Harry, whom he had not yet met, had already learned all about his glorious feats during his school days from Hagrid. However, even if Brian did know, he would probably just laugh it off. When the sky started to brighten slightly, Brian, who had only fallen asleep after 2 a.m., was already up. This was probably one of the benefits of being a wizard. Those with exceptional memory and powerful magic often had more vigorous energy compared to muggles. Over the past 3 years, Brian had grown accustomed to a wandering life. Many times, in order to handle affairs for his employers, he had to stay in remote wilderness, primeval forests, or ancestral ruins buried deep underground for a full 10 days or more. Sleeping in the open air had become commonplace for him. Being able to lie on a warm bed and rest peacefully for a few hours was already a rare luxury. Although the weather had cleared, the climate was still cold in the early dawn hours. There were no signs of the snow on the lawn melting, and the frozen surface of the Black Lake was sturdy enough to rival Snacky Wood. Brian, who was jogging along the lakeside, stood under a willow tree to rest for a moment. From a distance, he saw a dark figure quickly approaching him from the castle. Dumbledore asked me to give this to you. The pale golden sunlight mixed with a hint of pink shone on Snape's face, slightly softening his cold, stiff expression. From a few steps away, he tossed a black money pouch to Brian. How much in total? Brian asked with interest, weighing the heavy pouch in his hand. 2,000 galleons. Dumbledore was very generous and added 200 more on top of what you requested. Humph, Minerva's expression wasn't too pleasant. By the way, Minerva only just found out about your return to Hogwarts. She wants to talk to you privately about your upcoming plans. Tisk tisk. The prospect of meeting with the strict deputy headmistress didn't bother Brian. He untied the pouch and peeked inside. The dazzling, golden glow instantly put him in high spirits. What do you think would happen if I directly ran away with this money right now? Unless you can escape to the moon, I wouldn't advise you to do something so foolish, Snape said flatly. He stared at Brian, who had lowered his head and was fiddling with a gold coin between his fingers. Snape's gaze focused on Brian's brightly shining eyes. Also, I want to remind you of something, Brian. I'm not entirely sure, nor am I curious, about why the color of your eyes has changed so much since your school days. But Dumbledore seems to be quite interested in it. He asked me to inquire about it if I have the chance. Generally speaking, he always finds a way to figure out the things that interest him. So, I advise you to be mentally prepared. Brian's fingers suddenly stiffened. After a brief moment of silence, he regained his composure and let out a seemingly meaningful sigh. Oh, what a remarkable wizard indeed. Compared to the rapidly changing Muggle world, the mainstream wizarding society that valued tradition evolved at an alarmingly slow pace. Although there had been constant calls for transformation in private in recent years, those faint voices were still just seeds buried deep in the frozen soil, waiting to be nourished. Only when the right opportunity arose would they have a chance to take root and sprout. Hogsmeade, the only remaining pure wizard settlement in magical Britain, was essentially the same as when Brian attended Hogwarts. The few changes were probably limited to the new products advertised on the signs of Zonko's Joke Shop and Honeydukes. Brian even suspected that if a medieval wizard accidentally traveled through time to the present, they might not even get lost in Hogsmeade. It was still the Christmas holiday period, and the streets of Hogsmeade were cold and deserted with few people to be seen. The occasional local residents who passed by were all in a hurry, busy with their own affairs. Brian walked all the way in, standing against the north wind in front of a shop with a hazy glass window. Dervish and Banja's magical equipment shop, this was Brian's destination. Ding ding ding. The brass bell hanging above the door made a crisp sound as Brian pushed the door open and entered the shop. Inside the dimly lit magical equipment shop, a dozen floor-to-ceiling shelves were arranged vertically and horizontally. The old shelves were stocked with sneakoscopes, remembrals, anti-boggart devices, broomstick servicing kits, Quidditch ball crates, and many other magical items and alchemical tools. The slightly balding Mr. Banjas seemed surprised to have a customer visit so early. However, after coming back to his senses, he immediately emerged from behind the counter and ran over to Brian with an eager smile. "Esteemed customer, what do you need to purchase? Dervish and Banja's magical equipment shop has everything. I can guide you." "Oh, thank you." Brian, who had been looking up at the tall shelves, nodded in gratitude at these words. Do you have omnioculars here? If you mean the omnioculars commonly used for watching Quidditch matches." Mr. Banjas jogged over to a shelf near the inner wall, jumped up to fish out a dust-covered pair of binoculars from a pile of miscellaneous items. While the customer's view was obscured, he hurriedly wiped the dust on his robe and returned to Brian's side with a beaming smile. "This is it. It's from our family's alchemy workshop. The quality is guaranteed. One pair sells for 9 galleons and 7 sickles." Brian took it. He was very familiar with these omnioculars, which could have multiple uses with a little modification. After skillfully adjusting the knobs on the omnioculars, he placed them on the bridge of his nose, pressed them close to his eye sockets, and carefully observed the image. No, after a while, Brian put down the omnioculars, his tone tinged with disappointment. "I need the Chasing Shadows 190 model. That one has clearer images and can rewind time further. This one is the 185 model, which doesn't quite meet my purchasing needs." Mr. Banja's heart trembled, knowing he had encountered an expert. "I'm very sorry, sir. The high-precision Chasing Shadows 190 is generally only produced during the World Cup season. On regular days, we sell this one. If you're willing to buy it, I can offer a discount on the price." "How much of a discount?" Brian asked, his expression showing a hint of displeasure, as if he didn't want to settle. He had transformed into a shrewd buyer and started to haggle. "No need to say more. 9 galleons. That's the cost price. Considering you're the first customer today, I'll only ask for this price." Mr. Banjas looked pained. "What if I want a large quantity?" "I'm very sorry, sir. This is already the most discounted price. Even if you want more, I can only. I need 300 omnioculars." Brian said with a smile, straightforward and frank. "Mr. Banjas, you have one more chance to quote a price. If your price can't satisfy me, I can go to Diagon Alley and have a look." 300. Mr. Banjas immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed. However, he quickly realized that his reaction was very unfavorable for the upcoming negotiation. He immediately suppressed his expression and coughed dryly a couple of times. "Indeed. Ahem, I mean, the quantity is indeed not small. It does indeed deserve a further discount." Mr. Banjas carefully observed the smiling Brian. "Esteemed sir, if you really want to buy that many, I think 8 galleons plus 10 silver sickles is a good." Brian furrowed his brows, seeming dissatisfied. The shrewd Mr. Banjas immediately stopped his original words and decisively said, 7 galleons and 10 silver sickles. "You're a knowledgeable wizard and should know what this price means." Brian was indeed knowledgeable. Therefore, without a second word, he turned around and walked out, pushing the door open and leaving without any hesitation. Ding ding! Before Brian could even count to 1, the hurried sound of the brass bell suddenly rang out behind him. Mr. Banjas chased after him in a furious huff. "How about 7 galleons, sir? That's already fair enough." Brian didn't turn back. He took out his wand, ready to apparate. "Damn it!" Mr. Banjas shouted. All right, 6. Just 6. Come back, sir. You're the shrewdest customer I've met this year." Brian put down his wand, turned around, and once again revealed a pleasant smile. All right, Mr. Benjes. Let's talk in detail about the delivery time then. 017 Convincing Professor McGonagall. The final price for the panoramic telescope or omniocular was 5 galleons and 10 sickles each, which was even cheaper than Brian's expected price. It couldn't be helped, as it would take Mr. Benjes an entire week to prepare 300 panoramic telescopes. When Brian was leaving, Mr. Benjes still had a mournful look on his face, as if he had lost a large sum of money. Brian felt that he was overacting a bit. For most magical items and alchemical tools, the cost was about 40% to 50% of the selling price. Even considering taxes and operating expenses, it would not exceed 60%. For this deal, Mr. Benjes was still, anyway, not losing money. The negotiation process for the final 7 sickles was extremely difficult. By the time Brian walked out of the magical supplies store, the sun had risen high in the sky. Brian stood in the middle of the street, allowing the bright sunlight to shine upon him, fully enjoying the rare moment of ease. Since graduation, this kind of leisurely and unhurried pace of life had completely left him. There is still a more difficult negotiation ahead. After a while, Brian took a deep breath and looked towards the castle standing under the blue sky and white clouds. There was still someone waiting for him to persuade, and it could be expected that the negotiation process would not be particularly smooth. Before noon, around 10:30, Brian returned to Hogwarts Castle again. In order not to affect lunchtime, he hurriedly stepped onto the marble staircase and skillfully crossed the moving stairs to enter the activity area of the Gryffindor students on the second floor. Rough arguing voices came from the other end of the corridor. Brian stretched his neck and listened for a few sentences but couldn't make out what it was about. Due to being in a hurry, he quickly turned to the other side of the corridor and knocked on the office door. "Come in." The stern voice from behind the door awakened the image in Brian's memory. He smiled slightly and turned the doorknob to step inside. Professor McGonagall's office was much smaller than Snape's. The walls on all sides were piled high with documents, the students' homework, and teaching aids. Professor McGonagall's small desk was next to the window, directly facing the Quidditch pitch. When Brian entered, she was bowing her head to review documents. With his keen eyesight, Brian quickly glanced and saw that it seemed to be the purchase requests for teaching materials submitted by the professors for the second half of the year. "Oh, it's you, Brian." Professor McGonagall, who was working at the desk, adjusted her black-framed glasses and turned around. When she saw who the visitor was, her tightly pursed lips relaxed slightly. "You look much more mature than 3 years ago. I almost didn't recognize you." Professor McGonagall stood up and scrutinized the outstanding student of Snape in front of her. Her expression was much gentler than when she usually faced the young wizards. To be honest, before Brian's 5th year, her communication with Brian was limited to a few exchanges in class and the annual review of his scholarship application. Other than that, she had not paid special attention to this inconspicuous Slytherin wizard. Until the night before Christmas in Brian's 5th year. That evening, Brian Watson refreshed Professor McGonagall's evaluation of this child twice in a very short period, from extreme disgust to extreme gratitude. Since that night, she had kept a close eye on Brian. "It's been a while, Professor McGonagall," Brian said with a sincere smile. "You haven't changed much compared to 3 years ago." While Professor McGonagall was examining him, Brian was also observing her with a smile. The previous sentence was just his polite flattery. To be honest, Professor McGonagall looked older than before, thinner, and had much more white hair. This was unavoidable. With such an irresponsible headmaster like Albus Dumbledore, it could only be considered her bad luck. The window of the room was open, and the faint scent of violet wine could be smelled in the air. Professor McGonagall directed Brian to sit down, while she walked to the fireplace with vigorous flames, took the teapot from the shelf. "Last night, Headmaster Dumbledore left me a message, telling me that the Board of Governors sent you back to the school." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Professor McGonagall's tone, and it was unclear who she was complaining about. "Anyway, Brian, welcome back to school." Brian took a sip of tea and, as expected, it was so bitter that it made his scalp numb. It seemed that this pot of tea was brewed by Professor McGonagall to sober up. He put down the teacup without any change in expression, having no desire to take another sip. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. I'm also very happy to have the opportunity to return to Hogwarts. You know, many young wizards dream of coming back here a few years after graduation to relive the carefree campus life. Yes, there are many beautiful memories here." Brian's words made Professor McGonagall happy, and her shoulders were no longer as tense. "By the way, if I remember correctly, this seems to be our second face-to-face conversation, right?" Brian nodded slightly, recalling the old days. "You're not mistaken. It was more than halfway through the second half of my 5th year. You found me and talked to me once, with the purpose of persuading me not to deliberately create errors in my homework for each subject and to show my true level as much as possible." "I'm sorry, Professor, I was indeed a bit strange back then." Snape mentioned to me in private that you have a preference for staying out of the limelight. But this time, it's your turn to persuade me. Professor McGonagall didn't mind chatting with Brian for a while to get to know him better, which was also her responsibility as the deputy headmistress of the school. But unfortunately, she had a lot of things to do today. After dealing with the daily operations of Hogwarts, she still had to make teaching plans for each grade next year, salary adjustment plans for the professors, and several transfiguration papers in Transfiguration today were urgently waiting for her comments. Because of these complex affairs, while other professors were still enjoying the happy Christmas vacation, she had to plan ahead to squeeze out time to attend a cocktail party. Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to arrange accommodations in an office for you. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, her expression turning solemn. I originally planned to meet with you after dinner, but this morning when I ran into Professor Snape, he mentioned your plan in passing, which made me have to talk to you in advance. This matter should have been Headmaster Dumbledore's responsibility, but, well, let's not mention that. Professor McGonagall's mood turned sour. She took a deep breath, her eyes sharp, and asked pointedly, I'm not questioning the feasibility of your plan, Brian. My question is, do you think this solution is really appropriate? In order to find the heir of Slytherin, you'll monitor the daily lives of all the young wizards. 018 request. Brian understood the concerns of Professor McGonagall. He didn't reply immediately but meditated quietly. After a while, he raised his head and calmly met Professor McGonagall's stern gaze. The crux of the matter, Professor, lies in trade-offs, Brian began. Professor McGonagall twitched her lips, surprised by Brian's unexpected response. Choice, Brian continued, we all acknowledge the crisis that Hogwarts is currently facing. We don't want to witness such a disastrous outcome. But if the current dire situation cannot always be mitigated, even. Brian noticed a flicker of uncertainty in Professor McGonagall's piercing eyes and spoke calmly, under the circumstances where the heir to the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets remains unidentified, the petrification of the two young wizards will not mark the end of this series of events. Someone else will undoubtedly be targeted next. Professor McGonagall, can you guarantee that it will only result in petrification? Professor McGonagall's eyes flickered several times, and her breathing grew heavier. Though reality may be bloody and cruel, we must confront it, for escaping cannot solve any problems, Brian reasoned. I understand, Brian. As the word kill was uttered, Professor McGonagall's frail figure trembled. She wiped her nose and her tough exterior began to crumble. Dumbledore hasn't explicitly said anything, but I could sense his concerns regarding the scenario you described. However, Brian, we are not the Ministry of Magic, and we do not possess the authority to. The rights and privileges of freedom pale in comparison to preserving noble lives, Brian interjected, his voice growing assertive. I comprehend the school's concerns, Professor. Yes, I can envision the criticism that Hogwarts would face if the young wizards, their families, or public opinion were to discover that Hogwarts is monitoring their every move. However, I don't believe it matters. If our actions can save, even if it's just one child's life, then the doubts borne by the school, no matter how numerous, will be worthwhile. Professor McGonagall fell silent, wrestling with her conflicting thoughts. The principles she had always upheld and her sound reasoning waged a fierce battle within her mind. If I were to follow my initial idea, Professor McGonagall, Brian said, rubbing his stomach, feeling a bit hungry, we could gather everyone in the school in the auditorium. We could employ Legilimency or Veritaserum individually in the entrance hall, and if no issues arise, we could proceed to the dormitories and remain there. Perhaps, it wouldn't take a day to resolve this matter. Absolutely not. Professor McGonagall exclaimed suddenly, alarmed by Brian's audacious plan. She swiftly refused, such an approach would gravely violate the law, Brian. If we were to proceed, Hogwarts might be forced to close even before the heir makes a move. Brian shrugged innocently, wearing an expression of innocence. It was just an idea, Professor. I had no intention of actually implementing it. Professor McGonagall finally acquiesced, as it was inevitable unless she could devise an effective plan in the upcoming semester. Hogwarts Castle housed countless corridors, towers, and dormitories. It was impossible for the student body to bolster patrols. Moreover, who's to say prefects and professors wouldn't be targeted? If such a situation were to occur, not to mention the young wizards, there weren't many within the school who possessed sufficient strength to handle such dangerous circumstances. Let's keep it discreet, Brian. Some of the young wizards, especially those from Gryffindor House, tend to be more adventurous, Professor McGonagall cautioned, carefully choosing her words. Brian nodded in acknowledgement, while Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, seemingly unaware of the trouble caused by some Gryffindor House students. Would you like to join me for dinner, Professor McGonagall? Brian asked cheerfully, now that the matter had been settled. He extended an invitation for them to dine together in the auditorium. No, I still have many matters to attend to. I'll have the house elves prepare something for me later, Professor McGonagall declined, rising from her seat. However, just as Brian was about to reach the door, Professor McGonagall seemed to recall something and quickly halted him. She appeared slightly distressed as she confronted the puzzled Brian. "There's something that just occurred to me, Brian. I haven't had the chance to consult with Headmaster Dumbledore, but perhaps you can assist." Brian blinked, surprised by Professor McGonagall's uncharacteristic hesitance. What problem had left her so visibly flustered? "Have you ever heard of Gilderoy Lockhart?" Professor McGonagall asked, wearing an amused yet frustrated expression. "If you mean the best-selling author." Brian replied, taken aback. "Yes, I have indeed heard of him, Professor. His books are quite famous. I've seen people reading about his thrilling adventures in various European countries. I've even read them myself. They are truly entertaining. Is it that you want to ask if I can obtain his autograph?" "That's quite all right." Professor McGonagall shook her head vigorously, as if trying to ward off pesky mosquitoes. Annoyed, she explained, "He's currently teaching at another school and was invited by Headmaster Dumbledore." "Oh!" Brian exclaimed, realizing that Professor McGonagall didn't hold the star writer in high regard. His eyes widened with curiosity. "I bet he must be quite popular among young wizards." "So? Well..." Professor McGonagall hesitated, revealing an unusually cautious demeanor. "He may possess. I mean, he has some experience in writing books, but he doesn't seem particularly skilled at teaching, you know, Brian. The second half of the 5th year is crucial for OWL exams, and the 7th year entails the Newts, which are highly significant and influence the future of young wizards. Several students have approached me, expressing their inability to receive any guidance or improvement from Professor Lockhart. So, I thought." Professor McGonagall looked at Brian with anticipation, hoping he could assist. Brian furrowed his brow. His primary objective at Hogwarts was to locate the Chamber of Secrets and obtain the Slytherin legacy within it. His approach involved monitoring the young wizards and observing those who displayed questionable behavior. As a result, he had to remain confined to the monitoring room all day, unable to venture outside. "If you're willing, I can discuss it with Headmaster Dumbledore and arrange for payment equivalent to an official professor's salary." "Bribing me with money is not your style, Professor McGonagall." Brian thought indignantly. "There's no need for me to grade assignments. By the way, which subject does Professor Lockhart teach?" "Apologies, I'm not particularly adept at divination." "Oh, has Professor Kettleben retired?" "It's not divination or care of magical creatures, Brian." Professor McGonagall adopted an unusual caution, her voice trailing off. "Well, it's defense against the dark arts." Boom. Brian swiftly turned around, hurriedly opening the door. "Sorry, goodbye," he exclaimed, leaving abruptly. 019 Strange Hagrid. The rumors about the curse on Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts class by the Dark Lord were not baseless. During Brian's time as a student at Hogwarts, he had never seen a defense against the dark arts professor complete their one-year term without some sort of misfortune. Many of the professors ended up in St. Mungo's Hospital, seamlessly transitioning from Hogwarts to medical care without delay. Although Professor McGonagall had only invited Brian to be a teaching assistant, it didn't mean there was no risk involved. Brian didn't want to spend his hard-earned money helping St. Mungo's Hospital improve its performance. Most of the preparation work was already done, but Brian still had plenty to do. During the week when Mr. Banges prepared the panoramic binoculars, Brian had to familiarize himself with the castle once again. He needed to close off certain remote areas that wouldn't affect the daily lives and education of the young wizards and professors. Additionally, Brian had to design specific monitoring points based on the castle's architectural structure and create a surveillance network without blind spots. According to his plan, all activity areas, except for private spaces like bathrooms, the classrooms, common rooms, and hallways, needed to be monitored. In theory, Brian could easily add sound monitoring to the panoramic binoculars. However, he abandoned that idea after considering the potential objections from professors. It was a bit excessive, and he doubted many of them would agree to such a scheme. "Hagrid, you must be hiding something." Brian's contemplation was interrupted by a sudden shout from the other end of the corridor. As far as he knew, there weren't many students staying at Hogwarts during the Christmas holiday. "Stop asking nonsense, Harry and Ron," came a rough voice, sounding a little impatient. "I'm not keeping any secrets." "Harry, Ron, and Hagrid?" Brian raised an eyebrow and looked in their direction. Was that clear voice just now Harry Potter's? Was he finally going to meet the protagonist from this world? Brian's heart involuntarily beat faster with curiosity and anticipation. "Did you know, Hagrid, your eyes wander when you lie?" Harry and Ron pressed themselves tightly behind Hagrid and questioned, "You just said downstairs that you were going to ask Headmaster Dumbledore about Watson, who works as a Ministry of Magic investigator, but you suddenly changed your mind inexplicably after going upstairs. Why, Hagrid? And you look really scared." Ron pointed out sharply. An investigator from the Ministry of Magic? Brian scratched his head, full of doubts. When did he say that? Why can't you be honest, Hagrid? Two figures emerged from the end of the corridor, with the boys quickly approaching the middle. Harry continued to persuade Hagrid to reveal the secret, as his keen intuition told him that whatever Hagrid was hiding must be crucial. Hey, Harry. Ron noticed Brian first. He grabbed Harry's robe and whispered, "Look over there, who is that man?" Hagrid suddenly stopped, causing Harry to bump his head into Hagrid's waist, where a tough dragon leather belt seemed to be tied, causing him some discomfort in his nose. "Why did you stop all of a sudden, Hagrid?" Harry rubbed his crooked nose and muttered, standing behind Hagrid, "Did you change your mind again?" Hagrid didn't answer. Interestingly, his face behind the bushy beard, weathered by years of exposure to the sun, turned extremely pale the moment he noticed Brian. Sweat drops formed on his forehead, and his large hands fumbled on his upper body, as if checking his attire. "Watson, it's you," Hagrid said with an ugly smile, looking at Brian with an uneasy expression. He stammered, "Long time no see. I heard you're working for the Ministry of Magic now. Congrats. I mean, congratulations on finding a good job." Hagrid had been the Hogwarts gamekeeper for decades, witnessing the graduation of countless young wizards. In terms of experience, even the heads of the four houses were somewhat inferior to him. Naturally, Brian would not be unaware of him. However, there was no friendship between them. The only contact they had was when they searched the area where Brian had defeated the Dark Witch under Dumbledore's guidance after the incident before Christmas in their 5th year. They didn't have any private communication after that, except for occasional greetings when they ran into each other. But despite the lack of friendship, there were no hard feelings either. So why was Hagrid showing such an expression upon seeing him? Hagrid also seemed unusually concerned about Brian returning to Hogwarts as an investigator. Brian was deeply puzzled. "It has been a while, Hagrid." Brian furrowed his brow, not paying too much attention to Hagrid's peculiar behavior for now. He looked at the freckled boy standing next to Hagrid and immediately recognized him. With his distinctive red hair, it was clear that he was one of the Weasley boys, just like Bill and Charlie. Brian noticed the restraint in Ron's eyes, which was understandable for a 13 or 14-year-old wizard encountering an unfamiliar adult. But what puzzled Brian was the mixture of longing and fear he sensed in Ron's gaze. "Perhaps he's heard from his family about me defeating his two older brothers?" Brian wondered. As he was about to smile and greet Ron, a thin boy with messy hair and striking green eyes emerged from behind Hagrid. The familiarity of those eyes struck Brian like a bolt of lightning, momentarily throwing him off balance. Seeing Brian about to fall, Hagrid hurriedly stepped forward to support him by the shoulders. "What's the matter, Brian? You're acting like you've been hit with a stunning spell," Hagrid said with concern. Behind Hagrid, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both aware of the astonishment in each other's eyes. This Slytherin senior had once fended off a powerful dark wizard who invaded the school in 5th grade, and he had even fought against Dumbledore. Why did he now appear so weak? "Oh, thank you, Hagrid. I may be feeling a bit dizzy from getting up too early in the morning and being exposed to the cold wind. Can you loosen your grip on my shoulders? I feel like my shoulder blades are about to break," Brian replied, gently rubbing his temples as he tried to calm himself. Meanwhile, a sudden realization struck him, and he processed the information that had surfaced in his mind. It seems. After a while, Brian started feeling better, and his face returned to normal. He smiled and looked at the young wizard before him, the one known as Harry Potter. His eyes finally settled on the scar on Harry's forehead. "It appears I have indeed come face to face with the famous Harry Potter," Brian said, his voice carrying a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Since entering the wizarding world, Harry had grown accustomed to meeting strangers who showed great interest in his scars. However, knowing that this person was sent to Hogwarts to investigate the attack on the Chamber of Secrets and, he who was rumored to be the best candidate for the heir of Slytherin made Harry feel uneasy. He couldn't shake off the feeling that at any moment, this man might pull out handcuffs from his pocket and arrest him, an irrational thought influenced by his experiences with the Muggle law enforcement. "Oh, no," Harry corrected his own thinking, realizing the absurdity of his assumption. "That's what Muggle police do. Wizards usually choose to confiscate the wand of the person who committed the crime first." "Yes, Mr. Watson, you're not mistaken," Harry replied, his unease growing due to Brian's unfocused gaze. He unconsciously sought refuge in Hagrid's towering figure, but his sense of security wavered when he remembered Brian's brilliant record. 020 The Lost Thing. "Say something, Harry." Brian, Hagrid and Harry were lost in their thoughts, leaving Ron feeling anxious. He looked at Brian curiously for a moment and then winked at Harry, trying to convey something. Ron was visibly restless, shifting his gaze between Brian and Harry, his mind preoccupied. It was Brian who broke the silence first. He nodded at Harry and smiled warmly. "Last night, I had a conversation with Professor Snape at his place," and he shared his perspective on you," Brian began, his words making Harry's heart skip a beat. A chilling sensation ran through his body as if a cold hand had gripped his heart. Harry didn't need to inquire further, he already knew the kind of evaluation Snape would have given him. Anxious, he clenched his fists, preparing himself to defend against whatever criticism was coming his way. But Brian's next words pulled him out of the abyss of fear. "However, those evaluations merely reflect Professor Snape's personal opinions, which may not be objective. In my view, if you want to understand someone, you have to observe them with your own eyes. Blindly listening to others' opinions is not advisable." Harry's tense shoulders relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Brian's words helped dispel his restlessness. He understood why he had been silent and guarded in front of Brian's fear of being judged. But now, with his worries alleviated, curiosity surged within him. "By the way, Hagrid, I forgot to mention that it was the Hogwarts School Board, not the Ministry of Magic, that assigned me to investigate the Chamber of Secrets," Brian added. He exchanged a few words with the still apprehensive Hagrid and then swiftly made his way towards the staircase's corner. Just as he disappeared from sight, Brian remembered something and waved back at Hagrid, who stood tall and bewildered. Once Brian's footsteps had faded completely, the trio in front of the stairs collectively released a sigh of relief. Ron couldn't contain his excitement and immediately voiced his opinion. "He's really intimidating, isn't he?" Ron's ears turned red, and he looked positively thrilled. "When he looks at me, it feels like I am facing Dumbledore himself. He may appear friendly, but you can't let your guard down. He's definitely different." Harry nodded in agreement, still reeling from the impact of Brian's penetrating gaze. He compared it in his mind to Dumbledore's unwavering eyes, trying to gauge where Brian stood in comparison. "I never thought a Slytherin-born wizard could be so polite when talking to people. It's not like their usual cunning or sarcasm, right, Hagrid?" Harry mused. Hagrid didn't respond to Harry's question. His cheeks puffed up, and he stared blankly at the corner of the stairs, resembling a person trying to chew on a dead rat. "Ah, what a delightful misunderstanding!" Hagrid suddenly exclaimed, startling Harry and Ron. Before they could complain, Hagrid beamed at them. "I get it now. It's the school board, not the Ministry of Magic. They probably just want to handle it themselves." "What are you talking about, Hagrid?" Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances, and Ron furrowed his brow. "Why be so secretive?" "I told you, Ron." Hagrid wagged a finger playfully. "I have no secrets from you." "Well, sorry, Harry, but I've got to get back now. Fang's waiting for me at home, and I don't want him tearing up my bed because he's hungry." When passing by the hall, Brian stopped and glanced at the auditorium. Professor Snape seemed to have left the school. After returning to his small office, Professor McGonagall was still busy, and the auditorium was empty. However, at the Slytherin dining table, Brian noticed two young wizards huddled together, engrossed in their meal. Unaware of Brian's presence, they continued eating and drinking. Brian's own appetite grew stronger as he watched the two students enjoy their food. He rubbed his belly absent-mindedly but decided not to interrupt them. Instead, he headed towards the basement passageway, which he had traversed countless times during his 7 years at Hogwarts. Even after 3 years of absence, the memories of the labyrinthine underground passage were deeply ingrained in him, guiding him effortlessly. However, upon reaching a dark brown stone wall, Brian smacked his forehead in frustration. He had forgotten the password. He weighed his options: wait for someone to enter or exit, seek help from the two Slytherin students in the auditorium, or choose a different path. Opting for the latter, Brian muttered, "Glory." To his disappointment, nothing happened. He continued to guess the password, trying phrases like the Holy Family and Emerald until finally landing on pure blood. The stone door responded with a resounding click, opening before him. Chuckling to himself, Brian remarked, "Ho ho, it's the same old routine." With a satisfied smile, he stepped through the stone wall and observed the changes in the Slytherin common room. Situated deep underground and adjacent to the Black Lake, the common room exuded an eerie green atmosphere, accompanied by a faint scent of water and grass. Even the flickering fireplace failed to dispel its eerie and treacherous ambience. "I thought I would have to wait at least 2 hours before seeing you all return," a lazy voice sounded from a high-backed chair positioned in front of the fireplace, its back turned to the door. The voice carried a hint of venom. "Could it be that the two of you finally managed to bring Hogwarts down?" The voice continued. "I believe you must be Draco Malfoy," Brian calmly replied. Clang! The moment Draco heard Brian's voice, he dropped his quill and swiftly threw himself behind a nearby sofa, brandishing his wand as he landed. "Who are you, and how did you get in?" Draco demanded, his face contorted with surprise and apprehension. Brian's eyelids twitched slightly, taken aback by Draco's immediate reaction. Ignoring the wand pointed at him, he smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, Mr. Malfoy. My name is Brian Watson. Well, I can sit down and explain, Mr. Malfoy." Within 20 minutes, Brian recounted his background to Draco. The young wizard's eyes sparkled as he tilted his chin, seemingly evaluating Brian's worth, like a test for a potential servant. Did my father send you here? You should know that he is one of the 12 board members of this school. Odd, I thought he would have found a way to drive old man Dumbledore out, and yet he sends you instead. Draco questioned, his excitement palpable. Brian's nonchalant demeanor towards the young Mr. Malfoy was not surprising, considering his experience within the pureblood wizarding community. However, Lucius Malfoy planning to oust Dumbledore from the school intrigued Brian. It was interesting news indeed. Perhaps that was why he had voted against the Greengrass family during the board's decision to prevent anyone from ruining his plans regarding Dumbledore. By the way, since you're the investigator. Draco's pale face flushed suddenly, as if he had just remembered something important. The Saint Potter of Gryffindor is none other than the legendary heir of Slytherin. I assume you've heard of him. Excitedly, Draco stood up, wide-eyed, and stared at Brian. Watson, what authority do you possess? Can you expel students? If you help me get him expelled, I can convince my father to reward you handsomely. Brian was accustomed to such arrogance, leaning back in his chair, his tone wavering with amusement as he replied, if I understand correctly, Mr. Malfoy, you're reporting to me that Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin, aren't you? I didn't say that, Draco muttered, seemingly unaware that Brian's smile had faded. Is a wretch who associates with mudbloods and willingly descends to their level worthy of any connection to the great Slytherin. Brian's interest was piqued by Draco's distinct personality within the ranks of pureblood wizard descendants. However, does that truly matter? Brian remarked. Draco turned abruptly, his anger manifesting as he waved his arms vehemently. Watson, I only need Potter to leave the school. If you require a reason, I can provide one. He's a Parseltongue. I believe you know what that means. Brian sat up straight, his eyes gleaming. Snape hadn't mentioned this to him the previous night. Since all the young wizards in Slytherin knew the news, there was no reason for Snape to withhold it. You've shared something intriguing, Mr. Malfoy, Brian nodded at Draco. However, I regret to inform you that I don't have the authority to expel students. Furthermore, until the perpetrator behind the attacks on Creevey and Fletchley is identified, I won't suggest Dumbledore to expel anyone. You weren't sent by my father, Draco stated coldly, realizing that Brian seemed unaffiliated with him. In that case, what are you doing here? Draco mocked. Do you suspect me of opening the Chamber of Secrets? Are you planning to send me to Azkaban? Brian smiled as he stood up. Actually, it's embarrassing to admit. When I was a student here, I seem to have secretly hidden something in the dormitory. I'm not sure why, but I was reminded of it just now, after being stimulated. Patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 021 Fate. After confirming that his order was useless to Brian Watson, Malfoy's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to talk to him at all, he just wanted to go back and finish his letter. But for some reason, when Watson, who had the title of investigator on his body, politely said goodbye and walked to the dormitory, Malfoy still followed behind him. I have to keep an eye on you, Watson, in case anyone finds out that they have lost their valuables when school starts. When Brian noticed Draco Malfoy falling behind him and was surprised, Malfoy said viciously, I dare not vouch for someone with an unknown background. Your statement is very reasonable, Mr. Malfoy. Then please help me as a witness. Brian nodded and didn't bother with him anymore. There are many vacant dormitories in the dormitory buildings of each house. Whenever a young wizard graduates, the dormitory they have lived in for 7 years becomes vacant. However, these dormitories may not be put into use immediately and may remain vacant for up to 2 years until newly enrolled young wizards move in. This is my dormitory. So when Watson stopped in front of his dormitory door, Draco's face turned as black as ink. Oh, is that so? Brian raised his eyebrows. That was really a lucky coincidence, which saved me from having to use violence to open the door. So, Mr. Malfoy, can you please help me open it? Is there a door? Although reluctant, Malfoy was still curious about what was hidden in his dormitory since he had come this far. He seemed to perceive that Brian wasn't a wealthy person, so he threatened viciously, if you break something, I will make you pay for it. The dormitory had changed a lot since Brian attended school, but the position of the bed hadn't changed much. After analyzing it carefully for a while, he walked toward the spot near the window. Outside the window was the Black Lake, rippling with silver-green waves all year round. It was an excellent view. When he first entered Hogwarts, he didn't live there. However, since the Christmas holidays of his 5th year, he couldn't resist the ardent invitation of several roommates in the same dormitory, and he was forced to move there. The little wizard who had lived there before was probably very wealthy. Brian noticed the latest broom from the Nimbus series leaning against the headboard, and the bedding, not provided uniformly by the school, was made of gold silk and woven with the finest velvet. Oh, it looks really magnificent. Brian observed the exquisite living utensils near the bed with great interest. When he turned around to ask whom the bed belonged to, he noticed Draco Malfoy's blackened face, and his doubts were answered. It seems that the two of us must be destined, Mr. Malfoy. I can see that you're a liar, Malfoy said with certainty. I've lived in this bed for almost 2 years, and I haven't noticed anything wrong at all. Maybe you didn't observe carefully enough, Mr. Malfoy. Brian knew that Malfoy might not like him very much, so he didn't intend to stay for too long. He picked up the broomstick from the bed and threw it to Malfoy, telling him to wait at the door. Do you think I'll snatch your things? Not really, Brian replied, shaking his wand out from his cuff. To ensure that the important items I've placed here won't be mistakenly taken, I'll spare you the trouble. It might get a bit noisy when you handle it later, but don't worry, Mr. Malfoy. I promise, with my life and property, to protect your safety. Brian raised his wand and approached Malfoy's luxurious bed. Do you think I'll believe you? Malfoy frowned in disgust and walked over slowly. Brian focused on the ground, staring at the rough rock brick wall. He counted from the side near the window, and after counting to the 7th brick, he fixated on the gap between it and the 8th brick. Then, he moved the bedside table with his wand and directed his gaze downward. Counting 7 more bricks from the inside to the outside, he reached 1/3 of the length of the bed. Squatting down, he swiped his wand across his arm, and steaming red blood sprayed out, sprinkling onto the dark blue floor tiles. What are you doing? Malfoy frowned in disgust and approached slowly. The magic you're using to protect things looks like dark magic. Brian focused on the ground and stared at the blood he had spilled. The blood on the blue stone bricks was squirming strangely, influenced by an external force. It desperately seeped into the ground until a small pale golden snake with its head held high emerged from the center of the brick. Don't use such unprofessional words, Mr. Malfoy. They might make me mistakenly think that you're not a student of Slytherin House. The appearance of the golden snake confirmed that Brian's protective magic had succeeded. In a good mood, Brian teased Malfoy, who seemed to be displeased. All right, Mr. Malfoy. If you don't want to wait outside the door, then be prepared and don't get frightened by what you'll see inside. Malfoy wanted to mock him with a few words, but they fell short. He refrained from saying anything. Suddenly, he felt that the Brian Watson in front of him seemed somewhat sinister. However, his pride wouldn't allow him to be easily frightened. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't move from his spot. Brian didn't bother Malfoy any further. He picked up his wand, pointed it at the little golden snake, and as he chanted the spell, the magic in the air thickened, gradually darkening the already dim room. Hiss! The golden snake stuck out its tongue and stretched its body. It swayed from side to side, swimming around the edge of the brick where it resided. Its speed was as fast as a shadow. Finally, it returned to its original position, and its figure gradually dimmed until it disappeared. After many twists and turns, a beam of light suddenly flashed across the surface of the dark blue brick. Then, the brick opened outward along the crack in the middle, revealing a 2-foot-deep black hole. After waiting for a few seconds, the room remained silent. Unable to contain his curiosity, Malfoy leaned in, and when he saw the small object on the stone box at the bottom of the cavity, his expression froze for a moment. Then, he gritted his teeth and grinned. So, the big news you were talking about is a fist-sized spider. Malfoy sneered mockingly, and this spider seems to be dead, Watson. Couldn't it be a little pet you kept at school, and you went through all this trouble to find a burial place for it? I have a different opinion, Mr. Malfoy. I think this spider is still alive. Brian stared at the motionless spider on the box's lid. Calmly, he stepped back. It may have just been in the dark environment for too long, and it might need some stimulation too. Brian pointed his wand at the spider, and a cool breeze materialized. As he predicted, when the breeze brushed over the spider's bristle-like fine leg hairs, the spider with its 8 legs tucked into its belly suddenly reacted. It raised its ugly head, and its 8 green eyes spun wildly. So, it worked. Swish! Before Malfoy could finish speaking, the spider's 8 legs suddenly extended. Its jumping ability was astonishing. Its fist-sized body leaped and landed on the ceiling. Then, in a blurred blur, the spider that had been confined for 4 or 5 years finally regained its original size. Boom! When the spider landed on the ground, the dormitory shook as if the sky were collapsing. Its huge body crushed the 2 beds in the center of the room into pieces. Click, click, click. The spider, which Brian had imprisoned for 5 or 6 years, frantically moved its mouthparts. If it could speak, Brian believed it would be hurling curses at him and his ancestors for generations to come. Driven by endless violence and anger, the spider, now freed, couldn't remain silent for a moment. Its 2 terrifying big black pincers swung desperately in the air, supported by 6 slender, hard-haired legs. The huge body wreaked havoc in the room, and after a while, there were hardly any intact objects left, except for Malfoy's bed. Click! In the end, the enraged spider embedded all 6 feet into the solid rock wall. It sat beneath the ceiling on the other side of the room, looking down with its 8 eyes at Brian, who had subjected it to inhuman torture. Its mouth was wide open, ready for a desperate fight. "Hey, long time no see, little 8 eyes." Brian waved his wand with his right hand. "I'm glad to see you're still full of energy. What have you done?" Malfoy, who had been paralyzed on the ground, stared at Brian with a dazed expression. Then, in a sudden burst of energy, his extremely pale face turned flushed. He shot up from the ground like a flash of lightning, roaring at Brian. "How dare you hide something like this next to my bed, Watson? I'm going to tell my father everything, and you better pack up and leave before tomorrow." 022 Polite Malfoy. In the face of Draco Malfoy's seething rage, Brian remained remarkably calm. He innocently shrugged his shoulders, turned his head to look at Malfoy, and remarked, "What a pity. I thought you would find it rather cute." Malfoy was taken aback by the audacity of such a suggestion. How could anyone perceive this creepy, dangerous creature as anything other than repulsive? He wanted to refute Brian's claim, but before he could speak, the 8-eyed spider, fueled by its relentless desire for revenge, seized the opportunity for a sneak attack. With a thunderous whoosh, its massive body soared through the air, its 8 compound eyes fixated on its target. Malfoy's pupils contracted, and time seemed to slow down as he opened his mouth, but his words barely escaped his lips. The spider's lethal limbs, poised to strike, sent shivers down his spine. He braced himself for the impending doom, convinced that he would meet a gruesome end. Just when Malfoy believed his fate was sealed, Brian, oblivious to the imminent danger, swiftly turned around and brandished his wand. The tip of the wand emitted a faint light as it descended like a woodcutter's axe. In that dimly lit room, a black wall of energy materialized, resembling a razor-sharp blade, positioned to intercept the oncoming 8-eyed spider. The spider's emerald green eyes betrayed a subtle change. Sensing the impending danger, it desperately attempted to wedge its thin limbs into the energy wall to halt its momentum. However, its previous leap had been too forceful, and the spider couldn't resist the powerful inertia of its own colossal body. With no time to react, it resorted to shielding itself with its 2 large black mastiffs, hoping to mitigate the impending damage. With a resounding crash, the sky was filled with a torrential downpour of black fragments. The spider, cleaved in half, crashed heavily onto the ground, its green entrails, intestines, and bodily fluids mingling in a grotesque display. Malfoy stood petrified behind the milky white mask conjured by Brian, his gaze fixed on the spider now split in 2. The fading clicks of the 2 black mastiffs echoed in his ears, resembling the anguished cries and accusations of impending death. Uncontrollably, Malfoy's legs trembled. "Apologies, Mr. Malfoy, for the mess in your dormitory. I assure you, I'll help clean up later," Brian apologized, dispelling his magic shield. He approached the spider's lifeless carcass, unperturbed by the lingering hatred in its compound eyes. With his fingers, he prodded its mouth parts as if searching for something. After a while, a hint of regret colored his expression. "I forgot again, Mr. Malfoy. I had already collected the venom. It appears that the lack of food and exercise has slowed down the recovery of the 8-eyed spider's venom." Malfoy's body trembled violently, and he averted his gaze, resenting the fact that he had treated Brian to afternoon tea, consuming 1 too many biscuits, and unknowingly providing him with a first-hand understanding of fear and strength. "What kind of magic was that?" Malfoy's voice trembled involuntarily. Brian momentarily looked up, his expression one of astonishment. "What?" he asked, struggling to hear clearly. "The magic you used just now, the one that killed this creature, the spider," Malfoy clarified, his tone still shaky. "Oh." Brian lowered his head once more, continuing his search for valuable organs. He replied nonchalantly, "I didn't give it a name, Malfoy. If you'd like, I can bestow the naming rights upon you." Expressing his disappointment, Brian stood up and walked toward a stone box. However, he didn't hastily retrieve its contents. Instead, he rummaged through the bag he carried, searching for something. After a few seconds, he procured a glass bottle containing a dark green potion. As soon as the seemingly unremarkable stone box made contact with the potion, a pungent white smoke wafted into the air, as if the potion itself had evaporated due to its extreme heat. Noticing Malfoy's violent trembling, Brian kindly explained, "I've applied both a highly poisonous potion and a tracking spell to the box. Casual contact with it would spell significant trouble for you." Malfoy wondered to himself whether applying the tracking spell was necessary, given that the highly poisonous potion had already been administered. However, he lacked the courage to voice his thoughts. "All right." Brian picked up the stone box, his tone becoming relaxed as he surveyed the mess around him. With a vigorous swing of his wand, the collapsed beds and shattered cabinets jumped back to their positions one by one. Broken personal utensils returned to their original shape in midair, feathers drilled back into cushions and bedding, and damaged books repaired themselves and returned to their original positions, neatly arranged. The magic lamp on the ceiling shimmered again, and the green blood splattered on Brian's robe and sweater transformed into a writhing liquid before twisting its way back into the eight-eyed spider's belly. With another wave of his wand, the spider's corpse turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the dormitory was once again clean and comfortable. Then, "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Malfoy," Brian said, tucking the box under his armpit. He spoke cheerfully, "I don't think you would mind keeping today's affairs a secret, would you?" Malfoy stood stiffly, nodding mechanically. "I'll keep it a secret for you. Mr. Watson." "Thank you." Brian nodded politely, then turned and left. Draco Malfoy remained beside his bed, lost in a daze. He looked around at the familiar dormitory, finding no evidence of what had just transpired. Everything felt like a dream, as if it had never happened. 10 minutes later, a realization struck him, causing his pale cheeks to flush red. He dashed out of the dormitory, bounding down the spiral staircase and into the mansion's lounge. Brian had already left, and he was once again alone. Malfoy rushed to the table beside the fireplace, where his half-written letter lay undisturbed. Grabbing the paper, he crumpled it into a tight ball and threw it into the flames. Amidst the rising fire, Malfoy retrieved a fresh piece of parchment from his school bag and hastily returned to his desk. As night fell, Brian stood outside a long-abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor. This room had been assigned to him as an office by Professor McGonagall, serving as his living quarters during his time at Hogwarts. The house elves had meticulously cleaned the space, imbuing the air with a pleasant musky scent, devoid of any traces of decay. The room's furnishings were minimal, with most of the area left unadorned. However, near the innermost section, a bed, desk, bookshelf, and wardrobe had been arranged. Considering the prolonged winter weather, the thoughtful house elves had even installed a fireplace. Brian casually closed the door and entered the warm room. Carved windows faced Hagrid's hut and the Forbidden Forest, offering a faint glimpse of the Quidditch pitch. A steady glow emanated from the candlestick on the desk. Brian approached it, neatly arranging quills, ink, and other supplies. On the right side of the desk, he placed a photograph of himself and Grandma Farina. The image captured them during Brian's 4th-year summer vacation, just before his 5th year, at a photo studio across from the orphanage. Little did they know it would be their final photograph together. 023 Memories. On a clear night, the sky was filled with shining stars, resembling countless bright silver beads embedded in the dark night. However, the moonlight, which should have been bright and clear, held a strange elegance. In the hazy light and mist, it possessed an abnormal redness, as if a blood-stained hand had gently brushed across it. A gust of brisk wind rushed from the vast and boundless Forbidden Forest towards the castle. It gently pushed open Brian Watson's window, allowing the red-tinged moonlight to sneak in and cast a bright red halo on the dormitory's dark brown floor. The stone box placed on the desk was halfway open. The box seemed to possess the power to devour light, as no trace of the candlelight escaped when it hit the box. The other half of the box remained in darkness, making it impossible to see what lay inside. Something significant had transpired. Leaning back in his chair, Brian Watson focused his eyes on the thumb-sized glass bottle he held between his fingers. The silver mist within the bottle shimmered and rotated, resembling a galaxy in motion. This was a bottle containing stripped memories. The memories belonged to Brian Watson, but he couldn't recall when he had left this behind. Earlier that morning, when he encountered Harry Potter, a message had automatically surfaced in Brian's mind. The message informed him that he had hidden something vital beneath the dormitory's floor. Once the memories were recovered, he needed to retrieve it immediately. The trigger for the message was seeing Harry Potter with his own eyes. Why did I set such a condition back then? Brian pondered, staring at the captivating silver mist. Suddenly, his heart quickened, and he thought of a possibility. Could it be that these memories are related to the plot of Harry Potter? Perhaps, all these years, I've been unable to remember the plot of Harry Potter from my previous life because I deliberately stripped these memories myself. Brian murmured, but he then shook his head, dismissing his previous guess. The greatest advantage of being a time traveler was undoubtedly having advanced knowledge of the plot. Knowing the plot meant avoiding all dangers beforehand and benefiting oneself. Regardless of what happened, Brian believed that he wouldn't relinquish such a significant advantage. In fact, Brian could directly integrate these memories to find answers to his questions. However, he exercised caution and refrained from attempting it lightly. Memories represented a person's past and experiences, and they could even alter a person's personality to some extent. Brian couldn't be certain if the information in his mind was left behind by himself or if it was forcibly instilled through memory magic by someone else. If it was the latter, then the spellcaster must have foreseen that upon seeing the information, Brian would retrieve and integrate it into his memory. Instead of going through all this trouble, it would have been simpler for the caster to control Brian's actions directly with magic. Yet, Brian couldn't disregard this possibility. When he was still in school, he wasn't as powerful as he is today, and being targeted was not out of the realm of possibility. After much hesitation, Brian decided to temporarily forego integrating the memories. His skill in memory magic was not exceptional, and if the memories within the bottle had been altered by a master specializing in memory magic, he might not possess the discernment to detect it. Taking risks, the more prudent approach would be to seek the assistance of a memory expert to appraise them. Were there any memory masters at Hogwarts? Brian wondered. Dumbledore must be one, but unless he drank 2 bowls of Felix Felicis in succession, he would never make such a foolish choice. After safely stowing the memory bottle close to his body, Brian stood up and removed the partially covered stone lid. He gazed quietly at the contents within the box. The flickering candle light cast upon his face, obscuring his expression. Resting at the bottom of the box lay the cherished possession of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts and the founder of Ravenclaw House. It was the treasure that symbolized 2 exquisite qualities, serenity and wisdom. However, this treasure now appeared as a piece of rubbish, split in half with black and dry scabs marring its surface. Ravenclaw's diadem had been lost for thousands of years, and Brian couldn't fathom the effort Voldemort had exerted to find it. He felt a deep indignation at Voldemort's decision to turn such a valuable treasure into a Horcrux. Brian could imagine the waves this object would cause if it were to surface in the underground world. Countless ancient wizards from the same magical lineage as the 4 founders would likely be willing to exchange all their wealth for it, even resorting to bloodshed. The wealthy Malfoy family, considered the richest in the wizarding world, would only scrape together enough galleons to purchase it. Clearly, the opportunity to attain immense wealth was within arm's reach, yet Brian had to personally destroy this chance. Reflecting on it now, he felt a sense of obstruction in his heart. Speaking of destroying the diadem with his own hands, it was another question worthy of contemplation. Brian vividly remembered discovering the diadem, and he could sense the lingering traces of fiend fire on it permeating his magic. However, his memory of destroying the diadem remained blurred. The answer to why this occurred likely lay within the small memory bottle he had encountered earlier. Reparo. Brian pointed his wand at the diadem, causing the 2 old and faded crowns resting in his palm to tremble briefly before returning to stillness. This was not surprising. Although the powerful dark magic imbued by the Horcrux had been vanquished by Brian's fiend fire, the diadem itself still possessed strange magical properties. Restoring a legendary item with formidable magic power was no simple task. Does the diadem truly possess the magical power to bestow unimaginable wisdom upon its bearer, as the rumors say? Brian pondered. At the very least, Voldemort hadn't discovered the diadem's true power back then, otherwise, he wouldn't have committed such a reckless act. For now, I'll keep it hidden, Brian whispered to himself. Perhaps I'll try using adhesive to piece the diadem together on another day. Maybe those with twisted minds seeking its secrets won't be able to discern it. A cold draft from outside clashed with the warm air inside, causing the open window sash to crash onto the floor. Brian walked over and closed the window. With his keen eyesight, he inadvertently spotted an oil lamp swaying as it floated out from the Forbidden Forest, heading towards Hagrid's cabin. It must be Hermione Granger who informed Hagrid about my return to Hogwarts as an investigator. However, I'm afraid he misunderstood the message and believed it was from the Ministry of Magic. Something seems amiss, Brian said, furrowing his brow as he carefully recalled their encounter that morning. Hagrid appeared anxious upon hearing the news, but it was peculiar. Why was he so nervous? Did he believe the Ministry of Magic had ordered Brian to return to Hogwarts and trouble Dumbledore? Or perhaps, did he possess knowledge about the Chamber of Secrets linked to Slytherin, or even have a direct connection to it? Brian pursed his lips, casting a deep gaze towards Hagrid's cabin. After pondering for a while, Brian glanced at the room nearby the tower that still emanated candlelight and shook his head. Just as Professor Snape had said, Dumbledore may not be as noble as people thought, but he wouldn't permit harm to come to the students within the school. The trust he placed in Hagrid was evidence enough that Hagrid was not under suspicion. Headmaster should be in the process of collecting the Dark Lord's Horcruxes by now, Brian murmured as he pulled the curtains shut. If he is willing to retrieve the broken Horcruxes, it will work in Professor Snape's favor. Let the game begin, and I shall offer you a fair price. 024 The Skynet. The time in Hogwarts was always comfortable and peaceful, unlike the hustle and bustle of the outside world, where people seemed like clockwork puppets, constantly running around to make a living. Brian hadn't noticed how quickly the 2 weeks had passed. Tomorrow would mark the beginning of the second half of the semester and the first day of school. Traditionally, Hogwarts held a school opening dinner to celebrate the admission of young wizards and the start of the new school year. However, this year was different. Due to the panic caused by the previous semester's terrorist attacks, Headmaster Dumbledore had decided to hold a banquet in the Great Hall in an unconventional way to inspire the students. As Brian watched through the corridors of Hogwarts, he noticed Professor Snape striding purposefully on the 3rd floor. The nearby young wizards quickly stepped aside, avoiding the indifferent and fierce potions professor. Snape was accustomed to such scenes, paying no attention to the students as he walked briskly around a few corners. He eventually stopped in front of a classroom that remained unused throughout the year. "Come in, Professor Snape," a sudden voice from inside the classroom startled Snape just as he was about to knock on the door. He pushed the door open and saw Brian standing with his arms folded across his chest, a smile on his face as he stared at a wall. "Headmaster Dumbledore sent you to invite me to the dinner party?" Snape asked, entering the room and closing the door behind him, a sneer playing on his lips. "It seems that you, Brian Watson, are almost omniscient, just like our great headmaster. I saw you coming out of Headmaster Dumbledore's office, and since you didn't go anywhere else and came directly towards me, I made a guess," Brian replied, raising his eyebrows. He pointed at the wall, a little proudly showing off the fruits of his labor. "Take a look at the effect, Professor Snape. I stayed up for several nights and ran around the castle under the disillusionment spell. I finally completed all the work just a day before school started. The screen debugging is done, and if I may evaluate it myself, the effect is very good." Snape ignored Brian's self-proclaimed achievement and turned his attention to the wall. It was divided into hundreds of small squares, each displaying flashing pictures. His complexion changed slightly as he observed the scenes unfolding before him. In those pictures, Harry and Ron were seen leaving the school hospital. They were on their way to inform Hermione about the upcoming banquet and inquire if she wanted to attend. In another picture, Crabbe and Goyle were waiting in the owl shed for Draco Malfoy, who had just entered. Soon enough, Malfoy emerged with owl feathers on his head, cursing and throwing an owl onto the rafters, much to the amusement of Crabbe and Goyle. There was also a picture showing a black and thin curly-haired boy demonstrating something to someone near the statue of the humpbacked witch on the 4th floor. He whispered something to the statue, and its humpback opened, revealing two identical red-haired boys climbing out one after the other. They greeted their friend enthusiastically and proudly showed him the butterbeer they had bought from the Three Broomsticks. Filch was depicted catching two first-year students who had been secretly tossing large dung eggs into the bathroom. He grabbed them by the collar and marched them fiercely towards his office. On the way, he encountered Percy reprimanding Sally for using the leg-locking curse on Padma Patil, causing her to fall into a puddle outside the second-floor bathroom. Filch, unimpressed, grabbed Sally by the collar and led her to his office. As Snape observed the various scenes unfolding within the pictures, he watched the people walking, talking, and interacting with each other. Their smiling faces caught his attention, but when his gaze landed on Brian's smiling face in one of the pictures, his expression changed. Indeed, on the night Brian returned to school, he had already planned what he was going to do. However, Snape had to admit that at the time, he hadn't paid much attention to the whimsical idea of his talented student. It wasn't until now, with Hogwarts displayed so vividly before him, that Snape realized the power of Brian's creation. "How did you do it?" Snape asked, his voice subconsciously lowering, his eyes reflecting a hint of fear. "I know you've arranged various gadgets throughout the castle. How did you manage to prevent them from being discovered?" "It's quite simple," Brian replied casually, appearing relaxed. "I cast the disillusionment charm and other powerful spells to protect all the panoramic binoculars. The little wizards won't be able to find them, and even the professors won't notice them unless they search deliberately." Snape couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. He considered himself a vigilant person, but he hadn't sensed being observed throughout his journey. Brian continued his explanation, dismissing the achievement as if it were an easy task. "In fact, the principle behind this is straightforward. It's similar to the Wizard Wireless Network, WWN, in radio that transmits signals through the magic magnetic field. However, my setup transmits images instead of sounds. I made adjustments to the interference spell and aligned the binoculars according to the varying strength of the magic magnetic field in different locations within the castle. The process was exhausting, but it seems to have paid off. By the way, Professor Snape, next time I see Headmaster Dumbledore, could you help me put in a good word for some overtime pay?" Snape's sallow face turned even paler, and uncertainty filled his expression. "Speaking of Dumbledore," he hesitated, "does he know what you're doing, Brian?" Brian didn't provide a direct answer. Instead, he noticed Percy Weasley, recognizable by his red Weasley hair, sneaking into the basement of the Ravenclaw Tower during his patrol. Suspicious of Percy's behavior, Brian approached the wall and searched for the corresponding picture. There it was, in the corner near the window, a snapshot of Percy embracing a beautiful girl with long, curly brown hair, passionately kissing her. "Tisk tisk!" Brian exclaimed. "Being a prefect is quite convenient. If only I were a prefect back then, maybe I wouldn't have. Oh well, I forgot I don't have a girlfriend." Brian's playful comment evoked a brief smile. Then he addressed Snape's question. "Maybe he knows, maybe he doesn't. I'm not entirely sure, Professor Snape. When I returned this time, Headmaster Dumbledore's reaction wasn't what I expected. I thought he would keep a close eye on me, but he ended up ignoring me." 025 Opening Dinner. As night fell, young wizards and professors gradually gathered in the auditorium from all directions. The ceiling of the auditorium projected the incomparably bright starry sky outside. The 4 long tables under the starry sky were bustling with crowds of people. The young wizards happily shared the wonderful time of the Christmas holiday with each other. Uneasy mood forgot to clean. Such a situation made Harry secretly heave a sigh of relief. The situation he was most afraid of facing was being watched and pointed at by everyone. Most of the professors have already taken their seat at the professor's seat, and Dumbledore has already stayed in his usual seat. Professor Lockhart is chattering and sharing with Professor McGonagall how many letters from fans he has received during the Christmas holidays. Professor McGonagall glared at Headmaster Dumbledore, but Dumbledore pretended not to see it. This interesting scene made Harry purse his lips, but when he saw the extra vacant seat next to Professor Snape, Harry's expression became a little uneasy. He guessed a possibility, but he didn't want to believe it. Ron was talking to his twin brother. You came back early in the morning, why haven't you seen you all day? Oh, dear little Ronnie has learned to ask questions. Fred, he looked up at Ron and raised his eyebrows and said, by the way, why didn't Miss Know-It-All come to the dinner? Harry quickly kicked Ron under the table, for fear that he might say the wrong thing. It's none of your business, Fred. Ron said unhappily. Besides, little Ronnie has learned to keep a secret. George followed up on his brother's words, and then the two of them stopped paying attention to Ron. At this time, Harry noticed the uneasy staring eyes. He glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, and found that it was Neville who was looking at him, hesitant to speak, so he immediately knew what Neville was concerned about, but he couldn't tell Neville and Hermione were still in the hospital treating the beautiful black hair on her face, so Harry quickly put his head down and pretended to be interested in the silver spoon on the plate. I don't know, Draco, I didn't go to school at that time. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy crossed Goyle and Daphne, and was asking Marcus Flint, who looked like a troll, about something, but Marcus was very impatient. I did hear about that incident later, and it was said to be related to him, but the detailed information was strictly blocked by Dumbledore, and the Gryffindor team didn't say a word. It's not that they don't want to disclose, but, from my point of view, they don't know anything, because they were all brought back by the professors that night. During the Christmas break, Flint participated in the Luxembourg Quidditch team selection, but the result was disappointing. In terms of his academic performance, he's also not good, so this meant that he had to accept the arrangement of his family after graduation, and go to work as a small employee in an unpopular department of the Ministry of Magic. The young wizards who arrived at the auditorium quickly merged into the 4 long tables. The auditorium was noisy as if hundreds of Cornish pixies had been stuffed in. Many young wizards stretched their necks and looked eagerly at the professor's chair, as if they were asking why the meal is not served yet. Ah, here we come. Snape heard Dumbledore mutter something in a low voice, looked up, and saw Brian strode in from the hall, and quickly approached the staff table. Sorry, everyone, I was so busy that I forgot the dinner. Brian apologized softly. The professors smiled back at him. Previously, Professor McGonagall had notified the professors of various subjects that there was an extra security guard in the castle in the second half of the semester. Moreover, Brian had also visited them one after another in the past 2 days. Lockhart, because he was the last professor to return to school. Sit down, Brian, Professor Flitwick yelled in a sharp voice, the young wizards are famished. Need a word, Brian? Dumbledore moved. Fluttering his silver beard, he smiled at Brian. Forget it, Headmaster, I'm not a professor. Brian politely declined the suggestion. Almost in an instant, several long tables were filled with sumptuous food, and the noisy auditorium was filled with cheerful atmosphere, and the clanging sound of tableware colliding with each other was like a piece of light music. Of course, this kind of harmony is only on the surface. Brian can at least feel that more than 100 pairs of eyes have fallen on him. 5 minutes after the meal, basically all the young wizards knew the name of the handsome young wizard next to Professor Snape. The source of the information was the seniors who were in the 5th grade and above. They used to be in school with Brian. But opinions vary about Brian's famous school days. Some people say that Brian ran into the Forbidden Forest one night before Christmas in the 5th grade and set off a big fire. As a result, the fire trapped himself. If it wasn't for training in the Forbidden Forest Gryffindor, where he would probably die. Some people also said that the fire was actually set by the Gryffindor team, and Brian was the rescuer. Both arguments have their own supporters, and no one can convince the other. Malfoy just kept his head down on the lamb chops on the plate, and didn't take part in the discussion at all, because his father had sternly warned him in the letter today, never to offend Brian Watson. Lucius Malfoy knows who exactly got Brian into Hogwarts. Malfoy must have heard of Keku's folly. As long as he has a little imagination, he should guess where did Keku's find Brian, and there are not many wizards who came out of that place without blood on their hands. Even without his father's warning, Draco Malfoy would not have dared to provoke Brian. Because of what happened in the dormitory at noon that day, Malfoy has been having nightmares for half a month. Whenever he closes his eyes, he will clearly see the 8-eyed spider that was neatly divided into 2 halves, with its intestines and internal organs scattered all over the place. Come on, Harry, Can I tell those things? Of course, Ron, if you want me to be hated or even revenged for revealing his privacy, and if I am imprisoned in Azkaban, you and Hermione must remember to visit me often. During the holidays, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had agreed not to tell anyone about what Hagrid had heard about Brian Watson's past. Because no matter whether Brian Watson is sent by the Ministry of Magic or the school board, his purpose of entering Hogwarts is to find the heir of Slytherin, and Harry, who is the most suspicious object in the eyes of everyone, wants to try his best to avoid doing anything that might make Mr. Watson unhappy. But for Ron, it was indeed a tormenting thing. After all, there were not many opportunities for him to show off. After another 10 minutes, the focus of private discussions among the young wizards gradually changed from who is he to what is he here for. Maybe, the defense against the dark arts class will finally consume 2 professors a year. The intimidating girl who once had a duel with Hermione in Lockhart's dueling class, Millicent Bulstrode, laughed viciously, shaking her square jaw. Millicent's good joke did cause a burst of laughter at the long table in Slytherin. Of course, the focus of their ridicule was still Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Most of the Slytherin students saw clearly that Lockhart is just a showman who can make up stories. Malfoy shrugged his shoulders, and he quickly glanced at Brian, who was talking with Dumbledore at the staff table, then quickly lowered his head, pretending not to recognize the laughing people around him. Something's wrong with you tonight, Draco. Pansy, who was sitting on the other side of him, rolled his head over to watch Malfoy, who was a little too quiet, and asked with concern. Shut up, Pansy. Malfoy urgently interrupted her, without even looking at her, unless you want to be neatly cut in half by someone. It seems that you are very popular with children, Brian. Dumbledore shook his silver beard, stained with thick mushroom soup, and turned his head to look at Brian, who was dealing with a grilled sausage, with a smile on his face. They are simply curious about a stranger who suddenly appeared, Headmaster Dumbledore, Brian politely responded. In front of Dumbledore, he tried to avoid saying too much, and the trouble that came out of his mouth was not without reason. Dumbledore didn't mind his intentional restraint and continued to talk to him cordially. Severus told me that you haven't rested for several nights, and I want to thank you, Brian, for your efforts in ensuring the safety of the children. Brian modestly smiled, but Dumbledore planned to continue. Although I am very old, Brian, I am fortunate not to be a pedantic old guy. Your opinion is right, ensuring the safety of the children is the most important thing. Professor McGonagall, sitting on Dumbledore's left with her ears pricked up, pursed her lips, not looking very happy. I think it's a brilliant idea, Brian. I mean, the set of alchemy items you arranged in the office, although some people say it invades the privacy of the young wizards, Dumbledore finally spoke tactfully, clearly indicating his support for Brian's monitoring of the students. Thank you for your understanding, Headmaster Dumbledore. If you wish, I can move the monitoring system to your office after the Chamber of Secrets attack is over. Brian gratefully nodded. It was guaranteed to be much better than using portraits to monitor the school, but Brian didn't mention that. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Dumbledore expressed his hope that Brian would come out and interact with the young wizards when he was free. The children would like to get to know you, Brian. Dumbledore ended the conversation with some additional trivial requests. Traitor, Brian muttered under his breath as he withdrew his gaze. Snape, sandwiched between Brian and Dumbledore, remained expressionless, his face darkened. It was evident that Snape knew who Brian was referring to. On the other side of the staff dining table, Lockhart, who couldn't clearly hear the conversation but was eager to join, glanced secretly at Brian, who picked up the silver fork again, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease. 026 Lockhart. The opening dinner ended with an embarrassingly cold joke from Dumbledore, and the young wizards dispersed in groups. Until the end, they failed to understand Brian's purpose for returning to school. It was expected that a grand detective campaign would take place in the school during the first week. Brian had already left before the young wizards. He hadn't forgotten that he didn't come here for vacation when he returned to Hogwarts. When all the young wizards gathered neatly in the auditorium, his task officially began. In the following time, until he found the secret room, he would probably live an upside-down life, sleeping during the day and working at night. It would be a challenging period. In the monitoring room, Brian sat on a chair, staring at the gradually filling scene of people's heads. He focused on the young wizards who were alone and observed whether their behavior contradicted common sense. Professor Lockhart was also one of the subjects of his attention. The Chamber of Secrets didn't appear sooner or later, but it happened to be opened when Lockhart was the defense against the dark arts professor, which raised doubts in Brian's mind. After dinner, under the leadership of the prefects, most of the young wizards from each house returned to their common rooms. However, about a dozen young wizards sneaked out while everyone wasn't paying attention. Among them, more than half were Gryffindor students. Harry and Ron went to the school hospital, and the Weasley brothers took advantage of Filch's inattention to explore and rushed into the passage leading to the Hufflepuff common room located underground. They manipulated the fruit oil painting on the wall a bit before entering. Brian also noticed Penelope Clearwater entering the Ravenclaw common room but returning shortly after, and Percy Weasley left Gryffindor around the same time to visit multiple common rooms. It could be predicted that there would be another secret rendezvous somewhere in the castle. Except for Professor McGonagall and Professor Lockhart, who returned to their offices to work overtime after dinner, the rest of the professors mostly stayed in the staff dormitory. Before entering his office, Headmaster Dumbledore turned and playfully blinked his blue eyes at the corridor 30 feet away, as if saying hello. Brian pursed his lips and looked away from the screen. Nothing unusual happened, everything was normal, and the result didn't exceed Brian's expectations. Unless one was very lucky, one couldn't expect to find anything in just 10 days or half a month. The fireplace with exquisitely carved patterns crackled with flames. Brian leaned back in his chair, holding a cup of bitter hot tea. His gaze occasionally swept across the entire wall, his expression calm. About half an hour later, the figure on the monitoring screen remained active and transformed into a ghostly form. Brian observed Peeves, wearing a comical round hat and smirking, as he hurried into a bathroom on the second floor that had been abandoned for many years. After a while, water began to seep out from under the bathroom door, flooding the corridor outside. The long night had just begun, and Brian was already feeling bored. He walked over to his desk and retrieved a copy of Basic Model of Spells and Structural Optimization, a compilation he was working on. He casually flipped through the pages, hoping to find some inspiration. Suddenly, movement caught his attention on the lower right corner of the monitoring screen. Professor Lockhart appeared, now dressed in a purple robe, and held a few books in his hands. He wore a charismatic smile as he headed in the direction of his monitoring room. Both of their offices were on the first floor, and within 2 minutes, Professor Lockhart arrived outside his office. Tuck tuck, as the knock on the door sounded, Brian waved his wand. A huge black curtain covered the wall, and the stool under him hopped back to the desk like a tap dance, returning to its normal position. Professor Lockhart. Brian, who opened the door, feigned surprise. What brings you here? Brian invited Lockhart into the office, his intentions unknown. He poured him a cup of tea, but Lockhart didn't seem interested in drinking it. Actually, Lockhart began to explain his visit but got distracted when he noticed a copy of W. Endearing with Werewolves on Brian's bookshelf. The smile on his face became even brighter. Ah, my mistake, my fault. Mistake, Brian. I should have realized it earlier, he winked at the slightly bewildered Brian. An ardent and daring admirer, right? Surprised me in an unexpected way. Sorry, Professor Lockhart, maybe I'm a bit slow to understand what you are trying to express. No need to hide it anymore, Brian. Trying to get close to me by pretending to be interested in werewolves, right? Lockhart smiled gleefully. Professor McGonagall told me that the board of directors sent an investigator to look into the Chamber of Secrets. What a waste of money. Brian glanced at the bookshelf in the direction of Lockhart's gaze and blinked. If you mean wandering with werewolves, then yes, I had some unpleasant encounters with a group of werewolves, and to deepen my understanding of them, I researched a few of the most famous ones. Ah, finally exposed, right? Lockhart seemed to have finally caught Brian's secret. Just like Miss Granger from the second year, who knows me well. Yes, many people are amazed at the calmness and bravery I displayed when trapped in a telephone booth with werewolves. But you, Brian, you want to learn how I managed to tame the werewolves, don't you? An hour later, Lockhart left Brian's office contentedly. He stood in front of the door and lowered his voice, addressing Brian. Don't worry about explaining it to the board of directors, Brian. The Chamber of Secrets attack won't happen again. And you know the reason, right? Lockhart winked at Brian once again. Because I'm here. Brian watched Professor Lockhart walk away, closed the door, and stood in front of his desk, staring at the gift Lockhart had given him, a set of hardcover signed books. What an interesting fellow. Brian chuckled to himself. Later that night, when Brian and Professor Snape discussed suspicious individuals in the school, Snape's tone was filled with disdain and sarcasm when Lockhart was mentioned. Brian found it puzzling, as he didn't think there was anything wrong with Lockhart. However, as a well-known celebrity writer in the magical world, he's at least a friendly wizard. 027 Reactions. The first week of school flew by swiftly, but it proved to be a challenging one for Harry. The rumors and whispers had intensified after Brian Watson, an investigator, arrived at Hogwarts. Harry found himself increasingly annoyed by the attention he was receiving, as the presence of an investigator only added fuel to the speculation surrounding him. It all started a few weeks ago during Professor Lockhart's dueling class when Harry accidentally revealed his ability as a Parseltongue. Ever since then, he could sense people covertly watching him and whispering ominously whenever he passed by. But now, there was both sympathy and schadenfreude among those who observed him, even within Gryffindor House. Harry wasn't entirely caught off guard by this, as Seamus had informed him on Monday night that Hufflepuff's Ernie Macmillan had discovered the extra staff member from Professor Sprout. The news had likely spread, about the arrival of Brian Watson, the investigator, at Hogwarts. Harry anticipated that Watson's presence was connected to the incident and the increasing scrutiny surrounding him. Garlic cloves, exorcisms, and amulets, which were popular for a while last semester, were once again in vogue on campus. Thankfully, Neville didn't wear his amethyst necklace around his neck this time. The person Harry hated the most was Draco Malfoy. After potions class on Wednesday afternoon, Harry was about to storm out of the classroom with his homework, which received a dreadful D, but Goyle and Crabbe stood at the door, blocking his way. Their size made it nearly impossible for anyone to push past them. Harry turned and coldly stared at Draco, who sat on his desk with a smirk on his face. "Get your two brainless lackeys out of the way, Malfoy, unless you want to see them chopped into pieces. I'll slice them up and stuff them in a jar." Malfoy chuckled even more slyly upon hearing this, and the inexplicable pity in his eyes only fueled Harry's anger. "Speaking of chopping into pieces, Potter," Malfoy raised his pointed chin, prolonging his words, "I suddenly feel sorry for you, Potter. I thought the worst outcome for you would be spending the rest of your life in Azkaban, accompanied by Dementors. Being a classmate, I can't guarantee that anymore. Perhaps someone will chop you into several pieces and use them as flower fertilizer for Professor Sprout's mandrakes. He's been making threats like that lately, Harry." Neville, standing beside Harry, blushed and whispered, "He told me the same thing in the Great Hall at noon." "And you managed to let Malfoy get out of the Great Hall alive, Neville? That's remarkable." Ron, furiously, pulled out his wand and pointed it at Malfoy. 20 points from Gryffindor, plus 2 days of detention. Weasley, Snape, who had been packing up on the podium and turning a blind eye to the conflict, intervened and lazily glared at Ron. "I hope this teaches you a lesson, Weasley. In my classroom, you're not allowed to point wands at classmates." The outcome of this conflict left Harry feeling down for several days. Wood was particularly worried because of his previous convictions that caused him to miss last year's finals. "If you want to catch the culprit and prove your innocence, Harry, can you please wait until after the finals to execute your plan?" "Wood shouldn't say that to you, Harry. It's not your fault," Ron said, trying to console him. On Sunday night, in the school hospital, when Harry, feeling dejected, shared Wood's words with Hermione, she responded angrily, "You can't put all the blame on him, Hermione. Fred and George told me that Wood aspires to join Puddlemere United as a professional Quidditch player after graduation. Winning the championship with Gryffindor means a lot to him. Unfortunately, Wood is already in his 6th year, and this year or the next is his last chance." Ron's defense of Wood added to Harry's guilt. "But it's not fair for him to put all the blame on Harry for not winning, Ron. He should be able to find it within himself," Hermione said, crossing her arms. Ron shrugged and wisely remained silent. The three of them knew that until the heir of Slytherin was discovered, Harry's situation was unlikely to improve. This was the most challenging aspect, which was why the school board had hired someone to be at Hogwarts to handle the situation. Most of the cat features on Hermione's face and body had faded away, and she was less secretive about her appearance. She got out of bed, walked around the room with a furrowed brow, thinking about ways to help Harry alleviate the misunderstandings. Voices of several young Gryffindor wizards could be heard outside the door. Harry and the others recognized them as Neville, Ginny, Parvati, and Lavender. They were negotiating with Madame Pomfrey, hoping to visit Hermione. The rumors of Hermione being attacked and petrified had not been resolved yet, but Madame Pomfrey firmly refused their request. Hermione looked at the door, her expression less serious. She was genuinely touched by the concern of her friends. "Perhaps we can seek help from Mr. Watson," Hermione suggested. She stared at the doorknob for a while. For some reason, Brian Watson, whom she had only met once, suddenly came to her mind. Despite his position between the houses, Hermione had a favorable impression of the suave young wizard. He was polite and understanding, at the very least. "Are you out of your mind, Hermione?" Ron exclaimed, his cheeks puffed up in surprise. "Did you forget that Harry's current situation is because of this investigator?" "It wasn't his fault, Ron," Hermione asserted dominantly. "Mr. Watson was just following the school board's orders to investigate the Chamber of Secrets. It's his duty. But it doesn't necessarily mean he's targeting Harry, right?" Hermione was satisfied that her words had made both Ron and Harry fall into deep thought. She looked at Harry, who was frowning, and continued to inquire, "So, Harry, from what you know, has Mr. Watson made any real moves?" "That's the question, Hermione." Ron answered instead of Harry. "Many people thought that our Mr. Investigator would launch an unprecedented large-scale operation, like searching the castle or interrogating each student from Slytherin House one by one. But so far, he's done nothing but stay in his office, as if he's back at Hogwarts for the holidays. From what I see, Hagrid must be confused or something. Maybe someone else beat Bill and Charlie." Harry, with a sad expression, chimed in, "Fred and George told us that Mr. Watson never goes out at night, only during the day. I occasionally see him going to the kitchen to grab something to eat, taking care of his basic needs." Hermione was genuinely surprised by this answer. She stood at the end of the bed, frowning and pursing her lips, resembling Professor McGonagall catching Gryffindor students sneaking out at night. "Fred and George are monitoring Mr. Watson. I mean, they have classes for 2 days, so how do they know his whereabouts so clearly?" Hermione asked. Ron answered angrily, "Fred told me that it's their secret to success." "Humph, apart from avoiding Filch, I don't see any success in their battles." Ron's evaluation wasn't very impressive, but Harry felt that Fred and George did a good job in making everyone happy. Their occasional prank products were quite popular among young wizards. The discussion about Fred and George spying on Mr. Watson had veered off from the original topic and remained unanswered. At 8 o'clock, Madame Pomfrey hurriedly chased them away from the hospital wing. On their way back to the Gryffindor common room, Ron kept complaining that Hermione refused to share her potions homework, but they were used to it. As a rule, Hermione wouldn't let them copy a single word until they had completed their own homework. "If you can prove your innocence to Mr. Watson, Harry, in the current situation, it might be more effective than what Headmaster Dumbledore said," Hermione suggested. Standing in front of the fat lady's portrait, Harry hesitated, recalling Hermione's suggestions from earlier. 028 Announcement. The first morning of the second week of school started with the sound of yawning. Professor Snape's potions homework was obviously bothering more than 1 or 2 people. The Gryffindor lounge had been filled with second-year students who stayed up all night trying to catch up on their assignments. After all, nobody wanted to risk getting detention from Snape during the first month of school. The previous night, before Harry and Ron yawned and returned to the dormitory, Neville was hunched over the fireplace, dealing with a 5-foot-long parchment with a despondent expression. He didn't even notice that his robe had caught fire from the flames. Thankfully, his toad named Trevor gave him a hard bite on the ear, saving him from the tragic fate of being roasted. Neville probably hadn't gotten much sleep that night, so it took Seamus and Dean about 10 minutes to wake him up in the morning. As they descended the spiral staircase, Neville ended up rolling straight into a bed in front of everyone in the lounge. "I'll go talk to Professor Snape about Mr. Longbottom, and make sure he takes things step by step," Professor McGonagall said, unable to bear Neville's pitiful appearance. In the morning transfiguration class, when Professor McGonagall noticed Neville's scorched robe, the 2 big dark circles under his eyes, and the clear bite marks on his ears, she took a deep breath before speaking. Neville's episode momentarily made people forget about the presence of the investigator at the school, but such strokes of luck couldn't last forever. Oliver Wood wouldn't let the cold weather and drizzling rain delay his pursuit of the championship. His training plan had begun during the first week of school and continued at an ultra-high frequency, with sessions held 4 times a week leading up to the finals. "You all know that Slytherin will be strong this year," Wood yelled at the players who were braving the wind on their brooms. "We'll face a tough battle in the finals this year. Of course, if we get eliminated by Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Please, is there anyone who can calm Oliver down?" Katie Bell, who was at the same level as the Weasley twins, almost slipped off her broom while trying to avoid George's bulger. She broke down and exclaimed, "My clothes are soaked, and I haven't been comfortable for days." "Maybe you can ask Harry for help, Katie," George suggested with a grin as he flew over her head. "You could ask Harry to release his servants in Chamber of Secrets. I reckon if you petrify Flint and Malfoy then, Wood might feel a bit easier." George's words elicited laughter, and Harry had to chuckle a few times in agreement. "Harry, Harry!" Ron hurriedly ran from the castle to the field. He had been playing wizard chess with Seamus in the common room, but Neville's news had unsettled him, preventing him from enjoying his pastime. "What's the matter, Ron?" Harry asked as he controlled his Nimbus 2000 and Underwood's cannibalistic gaze flew to the edge of the pitch. Upon seeing Ron's pale face, he immediately sensed that something bad had happened again. "Look in the entrance hall, Harry, right now!" Ron exclaimed, grabbing Harry and rushing towards the castle without even waiting for permission. The rest of the team mistakenly thought there was another attack and followed them, descending from the sky to the castle. Eventually, Wood was left alone in the sky. By the time the team reached the entrance hall, a large crowd had already gathered, whispering over a newly posted announcement on the bulletin board. As Harry approached, the crowd automatically parted, revealing Hufflepuff Cerny and Susan Bones, who looked at him with incomprehensible expressions. Percy wore a serious expression, while Ginny, standing behind Percy, clutched her chest with a pale face. "For you, Weasley, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, isn't it?" Draco Malfoy sneered, standing at the forefront with his 2 faithful minions, who had secured the best positions for him. Upon seeing Harry and Ron, who were soaked and disheartened, Malfoy flashed a vicious smile. "This might be your only chance to afford a wand of your own. Are you going to let it slip away?" "Get lost, Malfoy." "I don't need you worrying about anything," Ron replied curtly. Perhaps noticing that all the Gryffindor players were present, Malfoy commanded Crabbe and Goyle to step aside, giving Harry a malicious look. It was then that Harry finally saw what had caused such a commotion. Posted on the bulletin board was an up-to-date public list, large enough to cover all other notices about second-hand spellbooks, Filch's reminders of school rules, chocolate frog card exchanges, lost and found items, and more. In bold red ink, there was a prominent signature. To all the teachers and students of Hogwarts. In light of the ongoing attacks and the inability to effectively ensure the safety of all teachers and students, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall have approved and encouraged any young wizards with information regarding the attacks in the Chamber of Secrets to provide relevant information to the school board's special investigator. If the information is confirmed to be true and effective, the school board will award a cash reward of 200 galleons. Brian Watson. Harry's face turned extremely pale, and it felt like 1,000 Cornish pixies were screaming in his ears. So, this is the investigator's method that the school board has put so much hope into, hey? Fred whispered, his anger evident. Encouraging everyone to spy and report on each other. The method is truly cunning and outrageous. Ginny looked as though she might burst into tears at any moment. Neville's soft reminder made Harry's heart sink even further, as Azkaban seemed to rise before his eyes. Filch rushed to the third floor as soon as he saw the announcement. Harry. You need to be careful, Neville warned. Harry didn't need to ask what Neville meant by be careful. He was almost certain what Filch would say when he went to the investigator. Mrs. Norris had been the first victim this school year, and unfortunately, Harry and the others had been the first ones at the crime scene. This led Filch to believe that the three of them were responsible for Petrie Fing, his beloved pet. Go talk to him, Harry, Ron whispered, filled with concern. Harry understood what Ron meant. He wanted Harry to speak with Mr. Watson before most of the little wizards in the castle reported him. Hermione had suggested the same thing in the hospital wing the previous night, but Harry had declined for several reasons. For instance, he feared that if he confided in others before each attack, he would hear strange and terrifying voices, then he might be regarded as a lunatic. Additionally, he didn't want to see the poor elf named Dobby interrogated and punished for revealing his confession. However, aside from these concerns, what else could he say? How could he justify himself? Moreover, instead of confiding in Headmaster Dumbledore, he would be approaching an investigator who likely knew very little about the situation. This made Harry feel that something was amiss. Harry staggered out of the hall and made his way toward the dormitory, not even bothering to respond to Malfoy's mocking remarks on to inform Professor Sprout that she would soon receive fresh flower fertilizers. Behind him, Fred and George exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts perfectly. They both saw the same idea reflected in their eyes. //patreon.com/FicFrenzy 029 Failed Conversation, Part 1. Anyway, Harry finally decided to follow Hermione's advice and talk to Brian Watson, otherwise, he probably wouldn't have to wait until the monster in the Chamber of Secrets petrified someone again. He didn't want to be driven mad by strange looks and terrible rumors. He went back to the dormitory, changed into clean clothes, and smoothed his hair in front of the mirror because it would make him look less rebellious. You're wasting your time, my dear, said the mirror inlaid with gold patterns in the dormitory, in a wheezing voice. Thank you for the reminder. Harry responded with an annoyed expression. Harry made a special trip to Mr. Watson's office at dinnertime because that way, he wouldn't have to face too many schadenfreude looks on the way. However, when he went down to the third floor, he still bumped into the castle administrator, Argus Filch. Filch seemed to have just cried a lot. His big bulging eyes were red and watery, and the snot hanging from his ugly nose was already dragging to his double chin. When he found Harry, he immediately restrained himself. Instead of looking embarrassed, he stared at him fiercely like a wounded hyena. Someone will get what they deserve, Potter, and it won't be long. What do you mean, Mr. Filch? Harry's voice was weak, as if someone had strangled him, and he desperately wanted to figure out what Filch meant. Unfortunately, Filch stared at him, sneered, and left directly. Filch had gone to report him, there was no doubt about it. Harry couldn't lie to himself that this wasn't the case. His heart was pounding, and he wanted to run away because he was afraid that the investigator had accepted Filch's identification. If that happened, going to the office on his own would be self-inflicted. But in the end, he knocked on the door of Watson's office because the other party was a ruthless person who could fight Dumbledore in the 5th grade. If he made up his mind to send Harry to prison, except for Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry couldn't think of anyone capable of saving him. After getting permission to enter, the door of the office opened by itself. Harry stood at the door, looking around the room in fear, afraid that a rope would fly over and tie him up in a second. Except for Headmaster Dumbledore's distinctive round office, Mr. Watson's office is the largest one Harry has ever seen. Of course, there is nothing surprising about it because it itself was transformed from a classroom. The fireplace in the wall on the side of the window made the room warm. On the innermost side were desks, bookshelves, and a simple bed. There was some strange smell in the air, as if Mr. Watson had been brewing potions in the room. The most interesting thing in the room is the wall on the right-hand side of the door. The entire wall is covered by a huge black curtain, and behind the curtain, one can faintly see shimmering lights. For some reason, Harry suddenly thought of the Muggle world. Although they never took him to the movies when they were at the Dursleys, Harry had seen them on TV a few times. So, are you going to stand there and talk to me, Mr. Potter? Brian behind the desk smiled gently. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Watson. Harry quickly closed the door and walked in. He still hesitated to explain on the way to the desk, I'm just curious about that wall. Understandable, Brian said with a smile. He beckoned Harry to sit down, and he went to the fireplace to make tea. I don't have any good drinks to entertain you. If you don't mind, let's have some tea, Mr. Potter. When Brian was walking back with tea, Harry was again attracted by the framed mirror on Mr. Watson's desk. In the photo was a very old woman and Mr. Watson, a group photo. The old woman is probably an elder who is close to Mr. Watson. To Harry's surprise, Mr. Watson, who was about Percy's age in the photo, looked a little off. Thank you. When Harry took the hot tea, he quickly glanced at Mr. Watson's slightly haggard face, and then he understood why he felt something was wrong. Because Mr. Watson in the photo had brown eyes similar to Hermione's when she was a student, but the investigator standing in front of him had wonderful lavender eyes. Is it the effect of magic? Harry guessed in a daze, but then he woke up. Now is not the time to think about it. Are you wondering why the color of my eyes is not quite right? Brian leaned on the back of the chair with a cup of tea in his hand. The hazy mist made his expression a little fuzzy, but judging from his tone, he wasn't offended by Harry's question. Yeah, no. Harry said in embarrassment. The uneasy little wizard sitting across from him made Brian laugh. No matter how famous Harry Potter is, and no matter how bright his future is, at least for now, the immaturity and innocence he shows still haven't broken away from Brian's perception of him as a second-year little wizard. You must have met Mr. Filch just now, right? Brian sipped the bitter tea with a gentle voice. When Mr. Watson began to speak, Harry suddenly recalled the sudden encounter he had with Ron and Hagrid near Professor McGonagall's office during the Christmas vacation, and Ron's evaluation of Mr. Watson afterward. It was very much like Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry didn't feel too deeply at the time, but now, he recognized Ron's view to a certain extent. Unlike Professor Snape or Professor McGonagall, who carry a stern aura wherever they go, what makes Mr. Watson fearsome is precisely his tolerant and gentle temperament. It is brought by a natural self-confidence and a high degree of repression that makes it impossible for you to think of resisting. Yes, Mr. Watson, I saw Filch. He looks like he just cried a lot. Harry nodded hesitantly. What do you think it is for, Mr. Potter? Brian asked with great interest as he blew off the floating leaves on the surface of the tea. Harry's eyes flicked to the collar of Brian's worn wizard robes, but he didn't speak because the question didn't need an answer. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting better, Brian didn't intend to scare Harry anymore. He put down the teacup and prepared to get straight to the point. However, he didn't expect that Harry, who had been silent all this time, suddenly summoned up his courage. With his shining tenacity, his emerald green eyes looked directly into Brian's eyes. Mr. Watson, do you also think that I am the descendant of Slytherin? Do you think I opened the Chamber of Secrets? //patreon.com/FicFrenzy 030 Failed Conversation, Part 2. Harry stared at the pensive Brian nervously, his hands resting on his knees, clutching his robe tightly, and the courage he had finally brewed in his heart was asking questions. It disappeared in an instant. What would Mr. Watson say? Deep down in his heart, Harry thought that Mr. Investigator, who was very unusual to touch, would not be so credulous about the rumors in the school, but if he couldn't stand the pressure of the school board and urgently needed to hand over a murderer. If you're asking for my personal opinion, Potter. Brian began to speak, and Harry's clenched fists turned white at the knuckles. I personally don't think you will be the heir who opened the Chamber of Secrets, Potter. Harry's eyes widened suddenly, and the heart in his chest was beating like he was riding a broomstick for the first time through thin and cold clouds. Relaxed and happy, even the slightly dark office suddenly became bright and open. But why, sir? Still, Harry subconsciously asked, I am a Parseltongue. It's because of this, I mean, people know that Slytherin himself is the most famous Parseltongue. Brian laughed, and he glanced secretly at Harry's scar, with a relaxed expression on his face. What can Parseltongue represent, Mr. Potter, since the era of Salazar Slytherin until now? In the past 1,000 years, there have been at least dozens of Parseltongues that have existed in the wizarding world and have been clearly recorded. I can't think that you have an unclear relationship with the great founder of Slytherin just because of this. Looking at Harry, whose expression brightened, Brian joked jokingly. There are many other facts that I can't ignore. For example, I can't figure out if Salazar Slytherin wants to find himself an heir. Why do you have to pick from Gryffindor house? For another example, the boy who defeated the most evil dark wizard in history at the age of 1 and rescued people in the British wizarding world from the shadow of despair, fear, and death, was honored by the greatest and most powerful and wise wizard of his time. How could that wizard, Harry Potter, whom Albus Dumbledore regarded as his favorite student, attack his classmates in school? Harry grinned, and he found that he began to like this Brian Watson a little bit. Since entering the wizarding world, many people have made a fuss about his defeating Voldemort. He is extremely admired, and some people think he is just a grandstanding little wizard, some hate him, some are indifferent. But no matter what kind of attitude, Harry will feel heavy pressure when this is mentioned. Only Mr. Watson is an exception. You can hear the completely harmless and respectful ridicule in his tone, as if he was simply discussing a funny little jinx. To be honest, before meeting Mr. Watson, Harry never expected that he would have such a pleasant conversation with a Slytherin wizard one day. If you're worried about that announcement I posted, Mr. Potter, you don't have to. Brian got up and went to the fireplace to refill a cup of strong tea for himself. Seeing that the tea in Harry's cup hadn't moved at all, he stopped being sentimental. The sky outside the window was already dark, and now, only the lights of Hagrid's hut remained on the Forbidden Forest. From the beginning to the end, I never thought that I could get any useful information from people's reports. Brian was leaning against the fireplace, and Harry had to turn around to see him. Before he could ask, Mr. Watson explained himself. To be honest, before, I thought that as long as I acted, as soon as the news spread that the investigator had entered the Hogwarts investigation chamber, those who acted secretly would inevitably react in some way, because since those who dared to stir up trouble under Dumbledore's nose, then they were unlikely to endure the school board's dictating orders. You know what I mean, Mr. Potter. Harry frowned and thought about it carefully, then relaxed his brows and nodded. Mr. Watson probably meant that if the heir of Slytherin did not respond to the existence of the investigator in some way, then people would most likely think that he was intimidated by the name of the investigator as an act of daring to raise his vigilance before Headmaster Dumbledore. It is unlikely that someone who launched 2 more attacks on the little wizard under the same circumstances would endure this insult. Brian blinked his eyes in satisfaction and continued, I think he might be impatient to act again, so he'll be caught by me. Staying in the office all day, not even doing patrols, how can I catch others? Harry secretly rolled his eyes. The most ideal situation is that the attacker directly finds me in order to prove his ability. In that case, I can kill him and get money. Ahem, I mean, put an end to this terrorist incident. Brian showed a slight annoyance, but I didn't expect him to be more cautious than I thought. I have been monitoring the castle for a week, but I haven't found anything wrong. This makes me feel a little anxious, so I have to do something to stimulate that patient lurker. Harry realized that Mr. Watson's behavior of posting the announcement was just a temptation, and he hoped that after seeing the announcement, the culprit would regard it as a provocation, so as to continue his great career as the heir of Slytherin. After figuring this out, Harry felt extremely relaxed all over his body. Since Mr. Watson believed that he was innocent, the damage caused by the rumors in the school would be reduced by at least half because his biggest worry was that Mr. Watson would listen to the rumors. Since this is the case, Harry stood up excitedly, Mr. Watson, if you don't think I did all of this, then can you help me? I mean, maybe you can make another announcement to explain to everyone. It means you are innocent. Brian smiled, that's why you came to find me, Mr. Potter? Hehe, I thought you were here to report someone like Filch. Harry was very embarrassed. He expected that his request would not be granted, but he still insisted on saying. I think you already know that because of Parseltongue, the little wizards all think that I attacked Colin and Fletchley. There's Mrs. Norris, and everyone thinks that wherever they go, anyway. Harry couldn't go on because he had seen Mr. Watson stop smiling and shake his head. I understand your current dire situation, Mr. Potter, but I cannot agree to your request. Brian said calmly, not because the person standing in front of him was the protagonist, or because he and himself stayed together. If the unprocessed mysterious memory is related, I will make an exception. Just like I will not believe that you are the attacker because of rumors, I also have no way to tell everyone that you are the attacker without certain evidence. There must be no suspicion. This is an irresponsible behavior, Mr. Potter. I hope you can understand me. Brian's deep eyes contained indescribable pressure, which made Harry unable to continue making the request, and then afterwards, Mr. Watson's words made Harry nervous again. Also, you really need to give everyone a reasonable explanation for some things. For example, on the night of Halloween, the first attack happened. At that time, the reason why you, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger appeared in the corridor on the 3rd floor after attending Nick's death day party was really puzzling. //patreon.com/FicFrenzy 031 The Twins' Plan. Brian observed Harry Potter leaving his office, a tinge of disappointment apparent on the young wizard's face. In the end, he also had failed to uncover any inhumane secrets. Brian wasn't surprised by this outcome. Considering Harry's age and his reputation as the heir of Slytherin among his peers, it was understandable that he would withhold such information. Brian believed that Headmaster Dumbledore should be the one Harry confided in, rather than placing trust in a stranger like himself. However, after the test just now, Brian did confirm that Potter had hidden some extremely critical information. If he knew this information, the situation would probably not be so passive. Maybe I should think of some way to gain his trust. Brian stared at the swaying light and shadow on the ceiling, frowning in distress. What if the heir never showed his feet? Brian once considered that maybe he could get some polyjuice potion and pretend to be Colin or Justin, spread information to the outside world that the young wizard who was attacked had woken up, and provided the school with key clues to the identity of the culprit, while he himself would just need to show his face with the face of the person being impersonated, and then hide in the school hospital and never come out. This is a good method, but there is a loophole, that is, if Colin and Justin did not see the real face of the perpetrator when they were petrified, then this method may not be able to scare the attacker. Wait and see. Brian withdrew his gaze, and after he moved his fingers towards the monitoring wall, the curtain was pulled open silently. Staring at the swaying figures on the wall, he muttered. If there is still no progress, then the only way is to hug the thighs of the protagonist group. Harry, who left Mr. Watson's office, walked towards the Gryffindor Tower. Originally, he planned to tell Hermione the process of the conversation first, but Harry carefully thought about it. It seemed that there was no need to borrow Hermione's wisdom urgently. He has already figured out the most critical issue, that is, Mr. Watson will not easily believe the rumors in the school, and he will not put anyone in the castle in prison until he has definite evidence. For Harry, that's enough. As for not telling Mr. Watson about the horrible voice and Dobby's warning, that's what Harry thought. Since Mr. Watson refuses to clarify for himself, even if these things are said, it is unlikely to change the result, but it will make him appear more suspicious. And, he always thought, if anyone needed to know these things, it should be Headmaster Dumbledore, thought Harry as he passed the doorway behind the fat lady's portrait. Except for Percy, several children of the Weasley family were sitting on a large soft sofa under a bright crystal chandelier. When they saw Harry, they immediately showed expressions of relief and waved to him happily. And this scene warmed Harry's heart. Well, Harry, did that Watson make things difficult for you because of Filch? Ron stood up and handed Harry a glass of pumpkin juice. Better than I thought, Ron. Harry grinned. 20 minutes later, when Harry told them the whole process of the conversation, the Weasleys, who were nervous because of worry, relaxed a lot. Oh, that Mr. Investigator seems to be more intelligent than we thought, George. It seems that we have to make some adjustments to our plan. Fred muttered, but his expression seemed a little disappointed. We were going to give him some flair. Don't, Fred. Harry said worriedly, Mr. Watson is not a showman like Lockhart, he is not so easy to deal with. Trust in our professionalism, Harry, George chimed in confidently. We never miss. Ron looked at George with great interest and asked, so, what's your plan? Are you going to throw something big in his office? When Harry said that he would not be thrown out of school inexplicably for the time being, Ginny's pale and haggard face, which looked as if she hadn't slept for half a month, regained some color, and she let go of her hand covering her chest. But after a short while, her breath came again, and she looked tense. That Mr. Watson said that he was monitoring the school, but how did he do it? I mean, he almost never steps out of that office of his. It was indeed a puzzling question, and Harry couldn't answer it, but his intuition told him that Mr. Watson was not lying, and they discussed it for a long time, and finally, the result is that it is probably related to the wall covered by the curtain. It seems that we still have to go, Fred. At the end of the conversation, George raised his eyebrows and smirked at his brother. Of course, George, there's probably no one else who would take the opportunity to sneak into his office except the two of us. Fred winked at George. After everyone left, Fred whispered to George, you think that Percy will have a share too? Shut up, Fred. George said hurriedly, looking at Percy who was struggling to climb into the lounge. Wait until tomorrow, we can figure this out. On Tuesday morning, Gryffindor's fourth-year class had charms with Professor Flitwick. They were learning the laughter charm, a spell that brought happiness. At the end of the casting action, your wand needs to be slightly raised upwards. This is very important, gentlemen and ladies, Professor Flitwick said sharply on the first base beside the podium, otherwise, if you wake up, you will find yourself lying on the floor with a black-haired baboon on your chest. What are you two up to? Angelina saw that Fred and George didn't practice spells with each other at all but lowered their heads to peek at a piece of parchment. On the yellowed paper, there were many densely packed words moving back and forth. Peeking into someone's privacy is despicable, Angelina. I wouldn't want a despicable person as my teammate, Fred replied, turning his head to avoid Angelina's gaze. He then discreetly signaled George, who promptly produced an orange-yellow candy from his sleeve. If I die because of this, Fred, remember to bury my body in Filch's office. George said with a smile. 3 minutes later, the originally noisy classroom fell silent amidst a series of eardrum-piercing screams. The bright red liquid ejected from George's 2 nostrils at the same time stunned everyone. Professor Flitwick trotted over. When he saw the horrible scene and the large blood stains on Fred's robe, he also fell into a panic. Fred, no, George, well, no matter who you are, can someone explain to me what's going on? He's going to die. Fred supported George, who was pale and grieved. Would you allow me to find a place to bury my dear brother? No one dies, Weasley. Professor Flitwick was annoyed. He said, take him to Madame Pomfrey to deal with it. If there is time, I hope you can come back and practice the laughter charm. This lesson is very important, Weasley, because Flitwick didn't finish his sentence. He stopped talking because, after hearing that he allowed them to go to the school hospital, the 2 Weasleys immediately jumped up lively and jumped out of the classroom without looking back, leaving Professor Flitwick standing in a big pool of blood, his room messy. Because it was class time, there were very few young wizards wandering around in the castle. Fred and George, who were holding their noses, ran all the way. When they reached the 4th floor, Fred suggested that he investigate Watson's office by himself and let George go to the school hospital to simply deal with it. We haven't figured out the antidote for this, George. Maybe it will make all your blood dry. Don't do it alone, Fred. You can't take all the credit by yourself. George rushed straight to the 3rd floor, holding his gurgling nose that was bleeding. According to the results of observation over the past few days, Brian Watson would only leave his mysterious office between 10:30 and 11 o'clock in the morning and from 4 o'clock to 4:30 in the afternoon. Then he would go to the prefect's bathroom to soak in a bath to relieve fatigue, and finally rush back without stopping. Cracking the protective spell on the office door turned out to be much easier than the twins had anticipated. A simple Alohomora spell was all it took. Sneaking into the room, Fred and George stooped low. The office had simple furnishings and didn't warrant much attention. Standing before the black curtain, the twins exchanged excited glances. On the count of 3, let's unveil this mystery together. Fred whispered eagerly to George. //patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 032 failed plans. Please, tell me this isn't just a dream, George, Fred exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief, as he slowly pulled back the black curtain. The twin brothers stood in front of the mysterious investigator's office, a mix of pride and exhilaration coursing through their veins. They had successfully broken in, and now, they were about to uncover the secrets that lay within. However, as they stared at the wall before them, their excitement turned into frozen disbelief. Rubbing their eyes in utter disbelief, the twins stood there, their expressions a bizarre blend of shock, awe, and wonder. Their faces mirrored the comical bewilderment of Muggles witnessing real magic for the first time. George, his voice barely a whisper, murmured an apology to his brother, still trying to process the sheer increased edibility of the invention that unfolded before them. I can't make any guarantees, but I think we might have just stumbled upon the very means by which Mr. Watson has been covertly spying on all of Hogwarts from this very office. It's mind-boggling! He exclaimed, his words filled with a mixture of astonishment and excitement. Yeah, mind-boggling indeed, Fred echoed, his voice tinged with a stunned sense of amazement, as he lowered his head to examine the parchment with floating words, then shifted his gaze to the grid pictures, each one containing a mesmerizing scene. With each passing moment, his breathing grew heavier, his mind struggling to fully comprehend the magnitude of what they had stumbled upon. Our map and this, they're incomparable. But I still can't wrap my head around the hows and whys of it all. He exclaimed, his voice tinged with a blend of admiration and perplexity. After what felt like an eternity, the twins finally snapped out of their bewildered state, the fog of disbelief gradually lifting. As their consciousness fully returned, their first instinct was to slump against the wall, seeking solace in its sturdy presence, their minds reeling from the mind-bending discoveries they had just made. Filled with a mix of exhilaration and bewilderment, George, despite the slight trickle of blood from his nose, ignored the paleness on his face and the lingering dizziness in his head. His entire being was consumed by an insatiable desire to analyze and understand the groundbreaking invention of Mr. Watson, alongside Fred. How did these simple devices transform into such epic-making marvels? What hidden mechanisms lay behind their seemingly magical functionality? Lost in their thoughts, the twins delved deep into the inner workings of this remarkable creation. They eagerly explored the endless possibilities and profound implications that now lay before them. Their minds raced with excitement, contemplating the boundless potential that Mr. Watson's ingenuity had unleashed upon the world. I bet you, Fred, with Percy's prefect badge, that he must have employed highly advanced transfiguration, George exclaimed, his voice filled with reverence, as he prodded the wall with a mixture of curiosity and awe. There must be some sort of alchemy tool involved, capturing images of various parts of the castle and transferring them onto this transformed wall, converting them into understandable visual representations. It's even more than that. Fred interjected, his voice rising with a sense of wonder and discovery. Look at the perspectives of these pictures, George. It's as if he has installed hundreds of alchemical props throughout the castle, enabling him to monitor every nook and cranny. What kind of device could possess such remarkable functionality? The twins stood before the wall, engaged in a non-stop discussion, dissecting and analyzing the technical means employed by the system. Gradually, they reached a consensus that this monitoring equipment harnessed a wide range of magical disciplines and a depth of knowledge that surpassed their own current capabilities. You know, Fred, if we approach him sincerely, maybe Mr. Watson would be willing to share some insights with us, Fred expressed his hope, his gaze fixated on the screen, his mind racing with thoughts and possibilities. He glanced at the map in his hand, which suddenly seemed inferior compared to the awe-inspiring technology before them. That's a possibility, bro, George, with an ugly face due to his persistently bleeding nose, interrupted. But if Mr. Watson has been monitoring everyone's actions from this very office, does that mean? The twins exchanged glances, a realization dawning upon them. Their late-night adventures sneaking out of the common room must have been observed by Mr. Watson the entire time. He didn't report us to Professor McGonagall. Perhaps he coincidentally fell asleep while we were out, Fred conjectured, a mix of relief and disbelief coloring his voice. Though the matter lingered in their minds, they knew it wasn't the right time to delve into it further. They hadn't forgotten that Brian Watson would soon finish his bath and return to the monitoring room. With the curtains drawn, Fred held his head in his hands, feeling a throbbing headache, while George, still feeling a bit dizzy, made his way toward the door. As his hand touched the doorknob and twisted it, a mournful expression washed over his face. Fred, there's some very interesting information that I can't wait to share with you, George said, squinting his eyes and pressing his hand against his forehead. But I have a feeling you'll have to wait until I'm lying in Madame Pomfrey's hospital bed for me to tell you. I'm afraid we won't have the luxury of waiting, George, Fred replied, his voice tinged with urgency, as he vigorously twisted the doorknob, only to find it immovable. I believe we should brace ourselves for an ambush. An awkward silence fell between the twins as they stared at each other, realizing the carelessness of the experienced wizard entrusted by the school board to investigate the danger. How could such a wizard leave this crucial monitoring room unguarded? 10 seconds passed, and then the twins swiftly initiated their self-rescue operation. They cast spell after spell, desperately trying to break through the door's defenses, but to no avail. The door remained stubbornly impenetrable, repelling all their efforts. George, with determination burning in his eyes, broke free from Fred's support, wand firmly in hand, and took aim at the doorknob from a distance of 3 feet. With a shared look of resolve, they simultaneously shouted, Reducto. However, the feeble light that accompanied their spell flickered momentarily before returning to its original state, leaving the door unscathed. Damn it, that sly fellow! Fred cursed through gritted teeth, his frustration mounting. He must have anticipated the arrival of curious little wizards like us and set up a trap to catch us. In a last-ditch effort, Fred attempted several more spells, but each one was deflected by the powerful defensive spell protecting the door. Anxiously glancing at the parchment in his hand, Fred realized that the most primitive method might be their only option, trying to break the door down, hoping to seal it shut. Stop with the foolishness, Fred. George looked around, his gaze landing on the window overlooking the forbidden forest. Come and help me, brother. Perhaps we can find a way to escape from here. Are you out of your mind, George? Fred exclaimed, his eyes widening with a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. We're on the 3rd floor. I'd rather face Mr. Investigator and be handed over to Professor McGonagall than risk jumping out and breaking my neck. Despite Fred's objections, George persisted, making his way to the window, his mind searching for a solution. However, after another round of futile attempts, the twins collapsed on the ground, defeated by the impregnable barriers that stood before them. Can you believe it, George? Fred frantically scratched his head, his face contorted with despair. Who in their right mind would put a protective spell on a window? Unbeknownst to the twins, Brian Watson emerged from the prefect's bathroom with wet hair, humming a tuneless ditty, his spirits high. As he passed the statue of stupid Boris, he couldn't help but reflect on his decision to become a prefect during his school days. The privileges that came with the position were far beyond what ordinary wizards could even dream of. His office boasted a well-worn floor adorned with luxurious snow-white marble, and the spacious bathroom resembled a private swimming pool, a sight that evoked envy in those who glimpsed it. However, the only downside was the portrait of a sleeping mermaid on the wall, who always seemed to sneak glances at his chiseled 8-pack abs whenever he rested, occasionally leaving Brian feeling a tad embarrassed. With just 2 minutes left until the little wizards would finish their classes, Brian leisurely descended from the 6th floor to the 3rd. A mischievous smile played on his lips as he stood outside his office door, wand at the ready. His voice brimmed with excitement as he declared, Now, it's time to unravel the mystery of the intruder. 033 Letting go. In Brian's office, Fred is explaining why they broke into his office. George, lying on Brian's bed, moaned softly in a daze but had finally stopped bleeding after taking the recovery potion mixed with poisonous tentacle seeds prepared by Brian. Professor McGonagall did remind me to beware of you too. Brian sat on his office chair, showing a dumbfounding expression in the face of Fred's explanation, but she didn't mention the possibility of you breaking into my office. You two are lucky. If my office room had been broke open, it's likely that the intruder would have been caught, especially it may be an underage wizard, so the magic I keep in this office is mainly for confinement. If I had followed my usual practice when working outside. Brian looked at the Weasley brothers sternly and continued, perhaps at this point, Headmaster Dumbledore should be writing a letter of condolences to your parents. Fred and George suddenly snapped back to reality. They realized that their actions this time were indeed too reckless. They shouldn't have underestimated Brian Watson, especially since they had no prior information about him or his temperament. Breaking into his office was a grave mistake, and they now understood the consequences of their actions. George, looking haggard and on the verge of collapsing due to excessive bleeding, mustered the strength to sit up from the bed. He pleaded, "Please, Mr. Watson, for the lessons we've learned, could you refrain from mentioning this to Professor McGonagall? We promise it will be the last time." Fred nodded in agreement. "Please, Mr. Watson, George and I have discussed it while we were trapped here," Fred chimed in, his eyes filled with sincerity. "We plan to turn over a new leaf, become young wizards who love learning and follow the rules. Can you let us go?" Brian rolled his eyes, finding the twins' antics amusing. Did he really appear that gullible? "For now, I'll let it go," Brian replied, not giving them an immediate affirmative answer. He leaned back in his chair, crossing his fingers on his knees, and looked at them with a half-smile. "You two have figured out my secret, haven't you?" George, no longer on the verge of death, and Fred, no longer pretending to change his mind, both looked at Brian with admiration. They couldn't wait to praise him. "You're the most talented wizard we've ever seen, Mr. Watson," Fred exclaimed loudly. "Even Headmaster Dumbledore can't compare to you. The way you monitor the school is beyond our wildest dreams. We just want a deeper understanding of your greatness." George added respectfully. "Could you please enlighten us on the details? How does it work?" Brian rolled his eyes even more, wondering what had happened to the Weasley family with the exception of Bill's good character and Charlie's exceptional Quidditch talent. But he had to admit that Fred and George, despite their flaws, were quite interesting. "Don't even think about it," Brian responded, rejecting their request. He thought of Bill and Charlie once again. "Just the two of you. Well, you're quite amusing, I must admit." When Brian rejected their request, George lay back on the bed with a loud thud, looking deeply hurt. He weakly extended his hand to Fred and said in a feeble voice, "It seems my last wish won't be fulfilled, Fred. If you ever figure it out, come to my grave and tell me." In the end, Brian decided not to disclose the production principle of the monitoring system to the twins. It wasn't because he wanted to keep it to himself, but explaining it would require much more than a few sentences. The principles involved complex transformation magic and alchemy, and even if he explained, the twins wouldn't fully comprehend or be able to reproduce it. However, Brian showed generosity by not punishing Fred and George for breaking into his office since they had no involvement with the Chamber of Secrets. "Remember to keep what you saw a secret, you two." Brian warned them with a coldness in his voice before driving them out of his office. Fred and George were taken aback by his warning. "If I find out that you've leaked the secret or if I discover that you've tampered with the monitoring equipments I've set up in the castle, Mr. Weasley, if I decide to take action against anyone, not even Headmaster Dumbledore will be able to stop me. We swear on Percy's prefect badge, sir, that we'll never breathe a word to anyone else," the twins assured him in unison. "I hope you keep your promises," Brian thought to himself before lying on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. Brian knew deep down that it was unlikely for the Weasley brothers to keep the secret completely. They would most likely tell Harry, who would never forget to share the kindness shown to his friends, but beyond that, the young wizard monitoring system was unlikely to be widely spread. The trio of the main group could be trusted, and the Weasleys were also trustworthy. It was Brian's preconceived notions that led him to spend more time than necessary to discover what he could have found quickly. It took a lot of effort. That night, as Harry and Ron returned from the school hospital, Fred and George pulled them into the lounge. Fred dragged Harry near the stairs of the girls' dormitory, where there were fewer people, allowing them to have a private conversation. As they spoke, Harry's expression grew serious, while Ron's mouth hung open wider and wider, his face displaying an unbelievably shocked expression. Unnoticed by anyone, a pale figure stood silently on the stairway of the girls' dormitory, observing for a while before retreating into the shadows. "Wait for me here, Ron," Harry said, his mind made up. He quickly ran to the dormitory without looking back, intending to retrieve his invisibility cloak. He knew they would need to spend a little longer in the school hospital that night. With curfew time yet to arrive, there were still a few young wizards wandering around the castle. However, Harry and Ron had already donned the invisibility cloak. As they walked, their eyes occasionally glanced up at the ceiling, as if sensing hidden eyes watching them. "What do you think about this?" Harry. Strangely, Hermione was not in a hurry to express her opinion after hearing about this shocking incident. She sat on the bed with her arms folded, talking. Her tone sounded cautious. Harry lowered his head and remained silent, his emerald green eyes flickering hesitantly. After a while, he spoke in an uncertain tone, "I don't find it too hard to accept." "Are you crazy, Harry?" Ron exclaimed, surprised by Harry's response. "Didn't you hear what Fred and George said? Brian was secretly monitoring everyone without prior notice. If such a violation of our privacy isn't stopped, I don't understand what's more despicable than this is. And besides, I think it's very likely that Fred and George might have been manipulated or under some sort of control. They actually think this kind of behavior is funny and interesting." "You can't figure everything out, Ron," Hermione admonished without holding back. "Why can't you try to see it from Harry's perspective?" Ron's eyes showed a strange dumbfoundedness. He looked at the furious Hermione for a moment, then at Harry, and suddenly felt that his intelligence level couldn't keep up with the average of the group. "Could someone please be kind enough to explain it to me?" After a while, Ron muttered unhappily, still waiting for someone to express their opinion. "Do we really need to spell it out for you, Ron?" Hermione asked, absent-mindedly playing with her black hair, a new hobby of hers recently. Monitoring the daily activities of all the young wizards without prior notice is undeniably an unkind act, and it even violates the law. "But, Ron, you can't deny that it is an effective way, isn't it? As long as they can catch the heir of Slytherin, all the rumors surrounding Harry will be debunked, and he won't have to face those baseless accusations anymore. And besides, without the permission of Headmaster Dumbledore and the heads of houses, do you really think Mr. Watson would employ such a method?" "At least," Harry muttered, feeling ashamed of his selfishness, "the next time someone gets attacked, something like this would prove my innocence. I really don't want anything to do with it anymore." 034 Suspicions. Time always passes by quietly and quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the first month of the second half of the year has come to an end. Any thrilling topic can't beat the trivial daily life. Brian, who entered Hogwarts in the name of the special investigator of the school board, did cause some waves at the beginning. However, because of his extremely low presence and the fact that 2 months have passed since the last attack, topics about him were quickly abandoned, and some people even forgot that there was an investigator from Slytherin in the school. Of course, some people believe that the reason why the attacks did not continue is that the hidden investigator played a key deterrent role. For Harry, this was the best possible situation. People gradually stopped looking at him suspiciously. Even from the second week of school, Malfoy, who had been arranging for Crabbe, Goyle, Daphne, Pansy, and others to go to Brian's office to report on Harry, seemed to realize that his behavior was boring and began to die down. One more happy thing was that Hermione finally got rid of her embarrassing cat fur on her body, and Madame Pomfrey told them that she was going to release Hermione officially from the hospital at the weekend. Fred and George haven't been very happy recently. Ever since they learned about Mr. Watson's methods of monitoring the school, the two of them didn't dare to wander around the castle unscrupulously at night, because although Mr. Watson seemed to be a very talkative person, it didn't mean he could endure repeated provocations. At 8 o'clock on Thursday night, Brian stayed in his office, watching Harry and Ron go back to the Gryffindor common room, disappearing into the pictures on the wall. Now, nearly 3 weeks after his announcement, even Brian himself had to admit that the first-hand attempt had almost officially failed. What to do next? Should he release the false news that the student who was attacked has regained his sobriety, or should he continue to wait? Brian stared at the photo of him and Grandma Farina on the table and hesitated for a while. The glass mirror reflected a blurry but still recognizable youthful face that was much more haggard than before. Brian had to admit that he somewhat underestimated the difficulty of this task and underestimated the opponent's patience. Brian's eyes moved, and he looked at the notebook spread out on the table, full of complex spell model deductions, and the opened letter paper. This letter was delivered this afternoon, and the person who wrote it was Keku's Folly. Dear Mr. Watson, I am very sorry to disturb you on your way to complete the commission, Mr. Watson, but there is one thing that I think you need to know. Recently, an unknown force suddenly appeared in the underground world, and they are asking about the whereabouts and true identity of the Golden Viper. Out of curiosity and vigilance, I investigated a little bit and found that their leader is the client who released the mission to explore the magic relics before. At present, I have not yet found out what their goal is. Also, as far as I know, Lucius Malfoy has been active recently and seems to be planning to expel Albus Dumbledore from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Yours faithfully, Keku's Folly. Brian rubbed his fingers, his expression condensed, and his deep eyes kept traversing the short words on the letter paper. There's a group of people investigating the Golden Viper. This was indeed an interesting development. Who could it be? Brian thought quietly. He had been active in the underground world under the name Golden Viper for more than 3 years. To be honest, for various reasons, he had made quite a few enemies. But if it was someone with a personal vendetta against him, they wouldn't have waited so long to make a move. Moreover, the letter mentioned Lucius Malfoy. His intuition told him that there might be a connection between the two incidents. But even if there was a life and death enmity with him, it was nothing more than a group of big wolfhounds who relied on their rough fur and hard skin. But since even Keikus couldn't figure out their identities, the people investigating the Golden Viper must not be those annoying werewolves because those guys never bothered to hide their identities. This group that appeared out of nowhere might be the hidden force behind the attacks on Hogwarts. The hidden force and the investigation of the Golden Viper seemed to be unrelated, but Brian couldn't help but connect them together. If the attack on Hogwarts was their operation, then they should have discovered his undercover identity, right? But why haven't they made any moves against him yet? Perhaps they were waiting for an opportunity? Or maybe they were simply skeptical and couldn't be sure. Keikus provided too little information, and Brian couldn't judge who was interested in him. Apart from reminding himself to be more vigilant, there was no good way to deal with it for the time being. As for the second point mentioned by Keikus, Brian didn't care too much about Lucius Malfoy's plan to expel Dumbledore. It was unlikely that anyone with a brain would believe that Malfoy is capable of such a thing. The reason why Keikus mentioned this in his letter was nothing more than a vague reminder. Because Malfoy was firmly opposed to sending investigators before, if Lucius Malfoy really succeeded in driving Dumbledore out of Hogwarts for a short time, then it also meant that he would be driven away immediately. In this case, the task of finding the secret of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets would be a complete failure. After sighing softly, Brian got up and went to the bookshelf, taking out a copy of the Daily Prophet sent by the Owl on Monday morning from the bottom shelf. Most of the news published in the newspaper's legitimate edition consisted of peaceful and prosperous stories. There was only one article, written by Rita Skeeter, that provided a sharp critique of the Muggle Protection Act that was announced during last summer and had been in effect for almost half a year. However, Brian's purpose in pulling out this newspaper was not to savor the amusing remarks of the renowned journalist known for her sarcasm, harshness, and nonsense. He turned to the 7th page of the newspaper and stared at the small-sized notice in the bottom right corner, deep in thought. Currently, recommended by the director of St. Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital and approved by the hospital's board of directors, Adele Foley has been confirmed as the director of the Department of Strange Bacteria and Infection. It is reported that Ms. Foley entered St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Illness as a therapist in September 1975. As of the date of the report, she has been working in the department for nearly 18 years. Is this why Keikus Foley tried his best to win the commission to find the Slytherin treasure? Brian's gaze deepened. At first, he thought that the person who issued this commission was just a school wizard or dark wizard who coveted Slytherin's secret treasures in the underground world, but now it seemed that things were not that simple. Who would have issued this commission? Brian's mind ran through a series of names of powerful officials of the Ministry of Magic, but he still couldn't confirm the answer. Tuck tuck tuck. Brian's contemplation was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. He looked at the monitor and found that it was Professor Snape. The day and night life was too hard, so in these days, when Snape was free, he would occasionally come over to help Brian rest for a while, but usually, he would give Brian a reminder in advance. He had never had a direct visit like this. After returning to school again, Professor Snape showed a very obvious alienation towards him, which once made Brian feel very strange, but after thinking about it, he could understand it a little bit. Professor Snape may be afraid that if his old master returned one day, he would likely fall into the quagmire again and be unable to extricate himself. At that time, if too many people knew about his intimate relationship with him, then he would also be dragged into the water. Therefore, the real purpose of Professor Snape's deliberate indifference was probably to protect himself. Still nothing new. Snape, who was always in a hurry, strode into Brian's office. He stared at the young man behind the desk with a sluggish look. Too much poisonous smoke had caused subtle changes to the face that was always yellow and stiff. Obviously. Brian stood up and stretched his waist, saying lazily, "Are you here to help?" "Headmaster Dumbledore wants to see you," Snape said, moving his lips. He sneered, "Perhaps you should be ready to be fired, Brian." 035 The Curse of the Dark Lord. Since that fateful night when Brian had first entered Dumbledore's office after Christmas, there had been an underlying tension between them. It wasn't because Brian was particularly afraid of the contemporary greatest white wizard, but rather due to a sense of caution and wariness. As the saying goes, one should not fear a thief but rather fear the thief's intentions. Brian couldn't shake off the feeling that Dumbledore had ulterior motives for summoning him once again. The circular office remained largely unchanged since Brian's previous visit, except for one notable difference. The phoenix he had encountered before, still a young bird back then, had now matured into a resplendent creature. Its once vibrant red and gold feathers now adorned its entire body, shimmering in the soft light of the office. However, the phoenix seemed undisturbed by Brian's presence, sleeping soundly with its head tucked beneath its wings in the brazier. Even the sound of Brian's footsteps passing by failed to rouse it from its slumber. As Brian entered the office, Dumbledore appeared occupied, engrossed in the act of answering someone's letter. Upon noticing Brian's slightly fatigued appearance, the light in Dumbledore's blue eyes softened considerably compared to their initial meeting. "Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore, I hope I didn't disturb you." Brian nodded. "I heard from Professor Snape that you seem to have something to discuss with me." Dumbledore beckoned him to sit down, with a smile on his face, but there was some blame in his tone of voice. "Ah, that is indeed true, Brian. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to offer you any decent wine this time. Moreover, considering your current mental state, I believe it would be best for you to abstain from alcoholic beverages." Brian smiled and didn't speak. He could see that the old man was holding something bad in his heart. There was nothing new in the words of greeting. Dumbledore expressed his heartfelt thanks to him for his noble behavior of staying out at night for many days and doing his best to guard the safety of the young wizards. He also implicitly expressed his concern about his current physical condition and asked if Brian needed some time off. "Thank you very much for your concern, Headmaster Dumbledore." Brian cautiously refused to say a word. "It is the task entrusted to me by the school board to catch the attacker of the attack, and I have to be serious about my work. As well as the safety of the students, I will not leave my post without permission until the culprit surfaces." "Oh, such noble sense of responsibility. The safety of the young wizards is indeed important, but Brian, your well-being is equally of concern to me." Dumbledore seemed moved by Brian's response. He sniffled, took off his glasses, and wiped the moisture from them. "Severus and Minerva have mentioned their concerns to me on several occasions," Dumbledore admitted, his voice tinged with a mix of gratitude and worry. "They expressed their concerns about your overly dedicated work style. Both of them hope you can try not to be so tense. Even if new attack incidents occur, it is not solely your responsibility." Brian furrowed his brows, a bit puzzled. Did Dumbledore call him here just to express gratitude? Especially Minerva. She believes that, in the absence of more leads, instead of spending a lot of time searching for the attacker, it would be better, cough, cough. She told me that she mentioned it to you during the Christmas break. Oh, speaking of that, I feel ashamed. It seems she thinks that the defense against the dark arts professor I brought in is not quite competent and has hindered the young wizard's learning. As expected, Dumbledore had an ulterior motive for calling Brian to his office. Dumbledore frowned in distress and fell silent, while Brian raised an eyebrow high, his mouth twitching, without an immediate reply. An awkward and suffocating silence abruptly descended, leaving only the alchemical apparatus of uncertain purpose in Dumbledore's office chiming and clinking like wind chimes. "Let me ask first, Headmaster Dumbledore." Brian was the first to break the embarrassing silence after a long while. "If I refused your request, wouldn't you arrest me and send me to Ermengarde or Azkaban or somewhere else?" "Oh, of course not, Brian," Dumbledore laughed. "It's all my fault, Brian. I'm here to ask for your help. Actually, hey, sometimes I really wish someone could take care of my difficulties. Well, finding a qualified defense against the dark arts professor is much more difficult than finding out the 12 uses of dragon's blood." Brian pursed his lips, his expression showing no excess emotion. "About the professor of this course has always had unconfirmed rumors in private, Headmaster Dumbledore." "I can't lie to you, Brian," Dumbledore said with a solemn expression, nodding his head, "although there is no direct evidence. Since I rejected Voldemort's application for this teaching position, no professor has been able to stay in this position for more than a year." Brian sat calmly, without expressing any hasty opinion. "However, there are 2 defense against the dark arts professors in the school at the same time, and in the case of only teaching for a few months, I think the risk is controllable." "You think the risk is controllable? Why don't you go and teach yourself?" Brian secretly rolled his eyes but remained silent. "But let me assure you, Brian, if you choose to assist me, I am willing to provide you with a year's worth of payment for your services. Think of the bright futures of those children who would benefit from your guidance," Dumbledore earnestly pleaded. Inside the office, Brian sat in contemplation, pondering his next move. He did not readily accept or decline Dumbledore's request, instead informing the headmaster that he needed time to consider the matter. The curse that loomed over the defense against the dark arts position was no secret. Its power had remained formidable throughout the years, defying all attempts to weaken or break it, even from Dumbledore himself. It was evident that the Dark Lord had invested great effort into establishing the curse. According to Brian's thoughts during the Christmas vacation, he would definitely not accept this risky and unpredictable job. As for why he didn't immediately refuse now, it was because Brian had new considerations. Before receiving this task and entering Hogwarts, Brian subconsciously believed that this commission would only take a few months to solve. Otherwise, the Chamber of Secrets case would interfere with the great savior Harry Potter's adventures for the next school year. However, that may not be the case in reality. Because of his own intervention, the plot of the original book must have changed a lot, and this also means that the originally destined ending has actually changed. If that heir is really a very cautious person, then he doesn't have to touch Brian's mold. If the heir is determined to be patient with Brian, who is passively waiting for clues, is almost doomed to fail in this protracted battle because it is impossible for Brian to stay in school for the rest of his life because of this matter. In this case, the information that the Golden Trio has acquired is very important. As long as he can provide a key clue, Brian is confident that he can follow the clues and find the secret chamber before everyone else. How to further gain Potter's trust? Brian has also thought about this issue, and the result of his thinking is that if he has always been labeled as an investigator, then it may be difficult for him to break through the relationship between him and Potter. However, if Brian assumed a different identity, such as that of a professor, it might facilitate a closer connection. Frequent interactions and shared opportunities would foster a friendlier relationship. Then, after making up his mind, Brian took a deep breath. He waved his wand to clean up the messy desk. Let me experience your curse, Mr. Dark Lord. 036 not to be underestimated. Brian meticulously cleaned up the desk, ensuring that even the smallest items, such as the candlestick and the cherished photo of him and Grandma Firina, were carefully relocated to other places to prevent any potential damage. Before commencing the task of rearranging, Brian cast a brief glance at the monitoring wall across the room. Hogwarts appeared serene, with no significant incidents taking place at that moment. Letting out a sigh, Brian returned to the bedside to retrieve his suitcase. After rummaging through it, he retrieved a peculiar candlestick. The lower section of the candlestick featured a voodoo doll with eyes as large as a baby's fist and teeth bared, extending below its earlobes. The doll's body was black, while its face, swollen and displaying a terrifying smile, was roughly half the size of its body. Brian preferred not to delve into the origins of this doll. He had acquired it as an alchemy item from the underground trading market, sold by a wizard hailing from Wakadurga in Africa. Wakadurga, among the countries with flourishing magical civilizations, was known for its chaotic nature. This was perhaps due to the influence of its intricate Muggle social order. Even now, many people lived in tribal communities there, with the tribal leaders usually being witches with extensive lineage. The tribal witches and wizards in Wakadurga still retained numerous ancient and brutal spells. Cursing and sacrifice were their favored methods. They performed dark rituals and practices that even a formidable wizard like Brian preferred not to provoke. The upper part of the candlestick held a transparent tube containing candle liquid. Since the doll had not been used previously, the tube remained pristine, devoid of any stains. Next, it was time to prepare the candle liquid. Brian reached into the box once more, retrieving a bottle of scarlet dragon's blood. This particular bottle contained the blood of a Norwegian red-scaled dragon that Brian had slain. During the encounter, he had collected a substantial amount of dragon blood. Concerned about attracting the attention of the Ministry of Magic with excessive use, Brian had amassed a significant reserve of dragon blood. As known to many, the body of a fire dragon held immense treasures, particularly its blood and nerves, which were infused with potent magical energy, making them ideal ingredients for potions and spell casting. Brian poured the dragon's blood into the transparent tube atop the voodoo doll's head. He observed the crystal red mist forming on the surface of the slightly rippling liquid, nodding in satisfaction. It was now time to pay a small price. Rolling up his sleeves, Brian bared his arms, causing a dark silver light to flicker in the surrounding air. The spurting blood from his arm condensed into a coagulated stream, guided by the influence of his magic power, flowing accurately into the tube, merging with the dragon blood. An ominous magic power permeated the office, seemingly capable of devouring light. The candlesticks on the bookshelf, once radiant, grew dimmer and dimmer, as if tainted by dust. Brian's expression turned solemn, the two lavender vortexes in his eyes seeming to swirl in slow motion. With a steady hand, he continued to wave his wand, causing black tadpole-like runes to emerge from the wand, their grey glow indicating signs of life. These tadpole runes swam in the void before Brian, leaving faint ink-like traces on the space they traversed. Go, Brian commanded with a tone of mild majesty. Following his words, hundreds of tadpole runes rushed toward the mixture of dragon blood and his own blood, akin to weary birds returning to their nests. Suddenly, an eerie breeze swept through the tranquil room, the tadpole runes agitating the blood, causing it to spin. Small blood-red electric sparks intermittently erupted from the undulating liquid's surface, creating a captivating yet disconcerting sight. Brian continuously infused his magic power into the concoction, creating a grey current of air. Under the catalytic effect of his own magic power, the magic within the tadpole runes gradually merged with the magic within the blood, causing the dragon blood to transition from a smooth liquid to a viscous state. Just before the blood fully solidified, Brian plucked a lock of hair from his head and dropped it in. At that moment, a vibrant red candle with a flickering wick was finally crafted. In the dimly lit room, Brian wiped away imaginary beads of sweat from his forehead. He straightened his posture, his expression still serious. Pang! A towering flame, nearly 3 feet high, emanated from the lit candle, surrounded by a dark grey halo. From a distance, it resembled a flaming torch positioned above the voodoo doll's head. By all accounts, a candle burning at such a staggering pace would last mere minutes before extinguishing. However, the stout form of this peculiar candle refused to diminish. It seemed as though the consumed elements were not the candle's liquid or wick. It is up to you, Brian murmured softly, his eyelashes trembling slightly. Standing before the voodoo doll, he held his wand upright, his expression profoundly solemn. His low tone seemed to carry the weight of an oath, as if conducting a momentous ceremony. I, Brian Watson, willingly accept the invitation of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, to serve as an assistant professor of defense against the dark arts, he intoned, the sound reverberating in the room. In that very instant, the air in the office trembled violently. A tremendously powerful and malevolent curse, forced into action, descended upon Brian through the barriers of time and space. In a trance-like state, he seemed to hear the agonized screams of countless tortured and brutally murdered individuals in their final moments. Simultaneously, Albus Dumbledore, seated behind his desk on the 8th floor, jolted from his contemplation. He swiftly turned his head, fixing his sharp, solemn, blue eyes towards Brian's office. It was as if he could see, through the layers of walls, the exact events unfolding before Brian's eyes. As the curse's power was directed towards him, Brian had prepared a substitute, successfully diverting the actual curse away. However, upon encountering the voodoo doll, the curse swiftly realized it had been deceived. An enraged roar reverberated through the void, transforming the cursing power, infused with trembling magical energy, into a tangible and rapidly expanding dark bubble. It engulfed the voodoo doll, hurtling towards Brian. Observing the impending failure of the substituted curse, Brian remained composed. His eyelids fluttered, and his slightly furrowed brow added a touch of majesty to his otherwise indifferent expression. Standing 2 feet away, Brian suddenly retracted his raised right hand, firmly pressing the tip of his wand against the materialized curse's force. A strong gust of wind, created by the clash between the expanding curse and Brian's powerful magic, surged from the tip of his wand. It swept through the entire office, filling every inch of space with fleeting grey lightning. Even the images displayed on the monitoring wall flickered continuously due to the violent magnetic field that enveloped the entire floor. The enigmatic vortexes in Brian's eyes began spinning once more. His entire being bathed in a thin, imperceptible twilight. The magic consumed by the wand's tip resembled the tide of a typhoon, each surge growing stronger than the last. As time passed, the bubble formed by the curse's power gradually lost momentum. It began to shrink, inch by inch, eventually retracting fully into the voodoo doll's body. At that very moment, a slender crack appeared on the voodoo doll's grinning face, running across its prominent nose. The flames that had been burning vigorously diminished to a mere third of their original size. Within the circular office, Headmaster Dumbledore wore a wry smile on his lips. He stood up involuntarily, placing his hand on Fox's paw, then slowly settled back into his seat. As for Professor Lockhart, his office located on the 3rd floor, he had been on the verge of falling asleep in the faculty dormitory. His heavy breathing and the act of rubbing his eyes were interrupted by a jolt of energy akin to consuming a large jar of vitality tonic. "Ah, fortunate little witch!" Lockhart exclaimed with a gleeful smile, returning to his desk. He retrieved a magnificent peacock quill from the pen holder and began writing with great fervor. "Congratulations on receiving my response a day earlier. It's truly challenging to deal with," Brian muttered, his gaze fixed upon the voodoo doll with intricate markings. Finally, a relaxed smile crossed his face. Author's note: the things about Wakatterga in the above text is a fiction, the place is also imaginary, but if it matches with the name of a place then that is just a coincidence. 037 Professorship. The last day of January happened to fall on a beautiful weekend. The weather was exceptionally pleasant, with the bright sunshine illuminating the Hogwarts grounds at around 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. Its golden rays danced on the surface of the sparkling lake, reflecting a mesmerizing play of light. Along the tranquil lake bank, the row of willow trees sprouted fresh buds, their delicate green leaves unfurling with the promise of spring. The lush green lawn swayed gently in the breeze, as if welcoming the arrival of a new season. The air was filled with the quiet and comfortable essence of the passing years, carrying a sense of serenity and rejuvenation. On the Quidditch field, the teams from the 4 major houses, distinguished by their distinct uniforms of varying styles and colors, appeared simultaneously. After engaging in some challenging and occasionally intense negotiations, they each staked their claim on a corner of the field and began practicing their team's tactics. However, mindful of safeguarding their core strategies, only the resolute and focused Hufflepuff team revealed their true level, while the other 3 teams concealed their abilities, leaving their opponents guessing in anticipation. It took Brian 2 days to finally adjust his biological clock to the new schedule. Standing by the window, he gazed out at the vibrant sight of Hogwarts. The soft grey strands of his hair were gently tousled by the breeze, adding to his rare moment of contentment. In that tranquil moment, he made a resolution. Henceforth, any commission that required him to work night shifts continuously would come with a non-negotiable condition, a fee that was 20% higher than the prevailing market price. As Brian strolled through the castle, he encountered curious gazes from the little wizards he passed. Almost everyone knew him as the investigator sent by the school board, whose nocturnal habits resembled those of a bat. It was a well-known fact that he rarely made appearances during the day, making sightings of him in daylight rarer than spotting a troll roaming the castle corridors. In the auditorium, the students who had risen late from their slumber scattered themselves sparsely across the seats. At the staff table, 3 esteemed professors Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape sat together, engaged in hushed conversation. Their eyes lit up with surprise as they spotted Brian approaching. Professor Flitwick, unable to contain his excitement, promptly stood up from his stool and extended his congratulations. "We were just discussing you," he revealed, his voice laced with enthusiasm. Flitwick lowered his voice, leaning in closer. "We have received some gratifying news from Minerva," he shared, his words tinged with excitement. "Brian, we firmly believe that you are more than qualified for this job. The condition, however, is that you reveal your true level," Professor Sprout added, adjusting the patched and dusty hat atop her head. A playful smile graced her lips as she continued, "Of course, even if you were to show just 1,000th of your strength, it would far surpass that show-off's exaggerated claims." Brian responded to their compliments with a kind and appreciative smile. Modestly, he acknowledged, "Education is an expansive and profound field. Possessing knowledge oneself is one thing, but effectively imparting it to young wizards is an entirely different skill. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, your wealth of experience far surpasses mine." Brian's skillful compliment elicited genuine delight from the 2 professors. Flitwick turned his head towards Snape, who pretended to be unfamiliar with Brian, and flashed a mischievous smile. "I'm afraid Severus will be quite disappointed," he remarked playfully. "I've lost count of how many times he has failed in the competition for this teaching position. And now, to lose to his favorite student, maybe Severus is used to this kind of defeat." Professor Sprout chimed in, her magic knife slicing through the air, causing Brian to burst into laughter as he savored his toast. A dark scowl descended upon Snape's face, and he emitted a soft, disdainful snort. "There's nothing to be proud of in being the professor of this course, Brian. If you manage to safely step down from this teaching position, that alone would be considered an accomplishment." Brian's smile remained unwavering as he responded, "Just because there are things you can't do doesn't mean I can't, Professor." His words further deepened the frown on Snape's face, adding a layer of satisfaction to Brian's countenance. After a relaxed and joyous breakfast, everyone dispersed, making plans to meet up for a drink or 2 at the 3 Broomsticks when time allowed. Brian, however, didn't return to his quarters. Instead, he headed straight for Professor McGonagall's office. The meeting had been scheduled in advance, so her lack of surprise at his arrival was expected. "Oh, thank God you are finally here!" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her lips slightly pursed. Evidently, the absence of trouble from the heir to the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets had improved her mood and complexion compared to the Christmas holidays. "I must express my gratitude to you, Brian. There are several older students who have always dreamt of becoming Aurors after graduating. You see, becoming an Auror requires a minimum of 5 Newt certificates, including defense against the dark arts. If they were to continue following Gilderoy's teaching methods, their dreams would be shattered prematurely." Professor McGonagall's tone carried a mix of appreciation and concern. Brian responded with a wry smile, his voice tinged with self-deprecation. "I can only do my best, Professor McGonagall. But please don't expect too much from me. I've never been particularly skilled at exams, let alone helping young wizards pass theirs. And if there are any leads regarding the Chamber of Secrets incident, I will prioritize addressing them. We have all witnessed your capabilities, Brian," Professor McGonagall stated, lifting her chin slightly. Her tone revealed a touch of displeasure. "You really need to shed some of your excessive modesty. As for the Chamber of Secrets, well, I can no longer concern myself with it. Let Headmaster Dumbledore take the reins. He should also do something serious." Brian could only respond with a bittersweet smile, realizing that his words would have little impact. "Now, regarding the division of work between you and Gilderoy, I have a suggestion," Professor McGonagall said, her tone shifting to one of seriousness. "The most pressing matter is to provide assistance to the students in the 5th and 7th grades. They are on the verge of facing the 2 most important exams of their lives, which will shape their futures. Brian, I hope you can split the workload with Gilderoy, with him overseeing the teaching below the 5th grade while you take charge of the 5th to 7th grades." Brian contemplated the proposal for a moment, choosing to withhold a clear answer. Professor McGonagall's allocation plan seemed reasonable, but it contradicted his original intention for accepting the teaching position. After all, what would be the purpose of his efforts if he only ended up assisting a few individuals from the protagonist group? "I believe it would be best for me to discuss this matter with Professor Lockhart first, Professor McGonagall," Brian finally replied, leaving his response open-ended. With that, Brian left Professor McGonagall's office and headed directly to Professor Lockhart's quarters. Time was of the essence, he needed to finalize the details that morning and spend the afternoon and evening preparing. Though his motivations for becoming a professor might not have been entirely pure, he had no intention of simply idling by and allowing his reputation to suffer the same fate as Professor Lockhart's. As Brian made his way, he couldn't help but find himself pondering the enigma that was Gilderoy Lockhart. What teaching method could receive unanimous good reviews from all the professors and most of the young wizards at Hogwarts? Even Professor McGonagall and Principal Dumbledore had put aside their reservations and asked him to come forward. The answer to this mystery intrigued Brian, motivating him to find out more. With a sense of curiosity and determination, Brian came to the door of Professor Lockhart's quarters. 038 Guilt. 10:30 in the morning on the weekend, Brian found himself standing in front of Professor Lockhart's office, a mixture of anticipation and guilt swirling within him. Despite not harboring any particular dislike for the professor with a not-so-good reputation, Brian couldn't shake off the burden of guilt. Their previous interactions had revealed Lockhart's friendly demeanor, albeit with an exaggerated speaking style. However, Brian couldn't ignore the guilt he felt towards Lockhart, and there were two reasons behind it. The first reason was quite obvious. Taking someone else's job without giving them any notice, especially when they were doing well as the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, was essentially taking someone's livelihood. Such behavior, to put it seriously, was highly unethical. The second reason was a bit more complicated. A few days ago, Brian had found a way to forcefully transfer the curse that the Dark Lord had placed on this position to a voodoo doll. The benefit of doing so was that Brian himself wouldn't have to bear the risks of the curse, and consequently, Lockhart's risk of facing the consequences of the curse was significantly reduced. At first glance, this seemed like a win-win situation. However, it was not so. To illustrate, the curse of the Dark Lord was like a rushing river. Brian's way of resisting the curse was like building a dam on the river, blocking the turbulent flow of water. As long as the dam was strong, he would be safe behind it. But if one day the dam collapsed, or if he voluntarily removed the dam, the water accumulated at a high level would become even more ruthless. Of course, if Professor Lockhart resigned and ran away before Brian, then he would have to bear all the consequences himself. "Please come in." Lockhart's cheerful voice beckoned Brian to enter the office, seemingly unaware of any unusual circumstances. "I hope he's not too mad," Brian murmured softly to himself as he pushed open the door. Inside, Professor Lockhart's office mirrored the flamboyance of the man himself. The walls were adorned with an array of portraits showcasing Lockhart's charismatic charm. Even in the morning sunlight, the room was bathed in the glow of numerous candles, their reflections bouncing off the pearly white teeth captured in the photographs and nearly blinding Brian. There's another noteworthy point: among the staff at Hogwarts, perhaps only the letters Professor Lockhart received could rival those received by Headmaster Dumbledore. The stack of letters waiting for a reply on his desk was probably 5 feet high. To Brian's surprise, he spotted Hermione standing across from Lockhart, hurriedly attempting to conceal a golden card in her pocket. Her face flushed with embarrassment as Brian addressed her. "Oh, Miss Granger, I didn't expect you to be here too," Hermione stammered in response, her voice betraying her nervousness. "Good morning, Mr. Watson." Raising an eyebrow and unable to resist a playful remark, Brian teased her, "So, I assume Madame Pomfrey has taken care of your beautiful condition." Caught off guard, Hermione blinked nervously and averted her gaze, confirming Brian's suspicions. "Oh well, congratulations on your recovery, Miss Granger, then." Apologizing to Lockhart for the interruption, Brian expressed his concern. "I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation, Professor Lockhart, if it's inconvenient for you now." Lockhart waved away his concerns with a warm smile. "Oh, don't leave. I can't deny one fan rejecting another fan, Brian." Miss Granger came to express her gratitude, "and we've finished our discussion." As Hermione's curious eyes lingered on them, Brian realized she must have misunderstood the situation. However, he decided against explaining the harmless misunderstanding, opting instead to enter the office with a wry smile. Although Hermione's curiosity piqued about why Brian had sought out Professor Lockhart, she understood that she wouldn't be allowed to stay and eavesdrop. Reluctantly, she left the office, but her departure wasn't without a small incident. In her haste, she accidentally knocked over the towering pile of letters waiting for a reply, scattering them across the floor. "I'm sorry, Professor, I'll help you now," Hermione exclaimed, frantically searching for her wand. Amused by her slight panic, Brian shook his head and approached her with a reassuring smile. "No need to bother, Miss Granger, leave it to me." Observing Hermione panting and wheezing, Brian took charge of the situation. His eyes scanned the messy floor and the cluttered desk until they froze upon spotting a stack of aged parchment concealed beneath the letters. Quickly regaining his composure, he snapped his fingers crisply, invoking his magical prowess. Like a choreographed ballet, the hundreds of letters, wrapped in various envelopes, floated gracefully in the air, guided by his command. With precision, they returned to their rightful places, restoring order to Lockhart's desk. As the letters settled back into their neat stacks, Brian couldn't help but wonder what requests were hidden within those envelopes. Nevertheless, he pushed the curiosity aside, knowing that his purpose in the office was far more important than indulging in idle speculation. "In my opinion, you are probably the most popular teacher in this school at the moment, Professor Lockhart, Brian remarked, attempting to steer the conversation in a new direction. Lockhart, still somewhat stiff from witnessing Brian's impressive silent and wandless spell casting, immediately brightened with delight. Indeed, it's more than mere popularity. Once you become fully integrated into the team of professors, you'll find that Gilderoy Lockhart captures the most attention among them. After all. Lockhart's voice trailed off playfully. Brian blinked, taking a deep breath to keep up with Lockhart's unabashed self-praise. How many people can claim the Wizard Weekly Award for the most charming smile 5 times in a row, be a recipient of the Order of Merlin 3rd class, and an honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League? Of course, Brian, you must be well acquainted with my illustrious past, just like Miss Granger, right? Lockhart seemed entirely absorbed in his own world, oblivious to Brian's growing restlessness. Oh, Brian, I must admit, you continue to surprise me. You've worked diligently to follow in my footsteps here at Hogwarts, and now you've even managed to have a conversation with Professor McGonagall to get closer to me. Brilliant. Brian, you stand out as one of my most ardent devotees. Brian pressed his lips together, his expression growing tense. He was beginning to understand why this renowned author had become such a polarizing figure within the walls of Hogwarts. However, it also provided him with insight into how to navigate a conversation with Lockhart. Ahem, that's true, Professor Lockhart. I am indeed an admirer of yours, Brian conceded, surrendering to the situation. Aha! Lockhart exclaimed dramatically, chuckling with an air of self-importance. Yes, that's true. I applied to be an assistant professor of defense against the dark arts to get closer to you. I hope to enhance my own skills in your class alongside the young wizards. However, Professor McGonagall seems to think that managing fan letters and teaching hundreds of students to combat dark magic is too much for you alone. She suggests that I share the workload and teach the senior students on my own. Honestly, it aligns with my original intention, Brian explained, doing his best to maintain Lockhart's interest. Needless to say, Brian, I understand precisely what you mean, Lockhart interjected, beaming with confidence. You wish to teach alongside me, don't you? No problem at all. Gilderoy Lockhart would never turn down a request from a devoted fan. Brian was taken aback by how effortlessly he had achieved his objective. It left him contemplating how Lockhart had managed to become such a disliked figure within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Before leaving the office, Brian lingered by the door, wearing a thoughtful expression. By the way, Professor Lockhart. Have you ever conducted any research on memory magic? 039 Expectations. As we all know, at Hogwarts, if a secret is known by more than one student or professor, the news will usually spread within 1 to 3 days, depending on how explosive it is. Even Hagrid's dog, Fang, knew about it. As everyone discussed the surprising news of Mr. Brian becoming their defense against the dark arts professor, Harry overheard the conversation despite spending the entire day without leaving except for going to the restroom and relied on a few pieces of beef brought by Ron for lunch. He hobbled his way to the couch where Ron, Neville, and Seamus often discussed matters, maneuvering past jubilant senior students. Is it true, Ron? Mr. Watson is going to be our defense against the dark arts professor. It's just the assistant professor, Harry, Ron clarified, making room for Harry, who was exhausted. The news first came from Hufflepuff. I thought it was a joke, but on the way back from delivering your lunch, I overheard Ravenclaw's Michael and Terry discussing it in the hall. Apparently, Malfoy has already gone to confirm it with Snape, Ron explained. Ron furrowed his brow, looking perplexed. Honestly, I still can't understand how this happened. But it's a good thing, isn't it? Neville cautiously expressed his opinion, but when he noticed everyone looking at him, he immediately shrank his neck and hesitated. I mean, he's an investigator, and he should know better than Lockhart when it comes to dealing with dark magic. Harry and Ron looked at each other without answering. It was hard to determine the teaching abilities of Mr. Watson since they hadn't seen him yet. Judging from Lockhart's performance in the dueling class last semester, it seemed unlikely that Lockhart could match Mr. Watson's skill, no matter how good he was at flattery. At that moment, the Weasley twins, who had also just arrived, enthusiastically high-fived each other upon hearing the news, celebrating the prospect of their great adventures once again. Neville looked perplexed, but Harry and Ron understood what it meant. If Mr. Brian became the assistant professor for defense against the dark arts, it meant that Fred and George wouldn't have his magical surveillance on them every night. It was like a weight was lifted off from the Weasley twins. Boom! Suddenly, Hermione walked over and slammed the heavy books she was carrying onto the coffee table, nearly collapsing it. She squeezed herself next to Harry without any reservation, forcing Neville, who occupied the most space, to stand up. Where have you been? Haven't seen you all day. Ron asked, frowning at Hermione, who seemed to be in a good mood. Where else, Ron? The library, of course. I missed classes for a whole month, and now I have to race against time to catch up." Hermione rolled her eyes, as if Ron had asked a stupid question. "By the way, what were you guys talking about just now?" Harry spoke cautiously. "We were discussing Mr. Watson becoming a professor's assistant. We were trying to understand why this happened and why he would be involved with this course. His original intention for coming to Hogwarts was to catch the heir of Slytherin, so it's strange that he's suddenly connected to this class." Seamus chimed in, suggesting, maybe he has already secretly dealt with the heir. However, it was evident to everyone that this speculation didn't hold up. If Mr. Watson had truly resolved the Chamber of Secrets incident, the school would surely make a big announcement about it. It's also possible that he has given up on that plan. Think about it, Dumbledore couldn't solve the problem, so how could a young wizard who came out of nowhere have the ability to solve it? Maybe he just wants to make some money while he's not yet kicked out of the school by the headmaster. "As far as I know, professors are paid handsomely," Dean suggested. This equally absurd speculation came from Dean. Dumbledore is not someone easily fooled, and if Brian Watson really had such a shameful plan, Dumbledore would definitely see through it, at least according to Harry's belief. Amidst the conversations, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that, within this circle of friends, no one seemed to perceive him as the heir of Slytherin. As he rubbed his numb hips, he summoned the courage to voice his uncertain opinion. He was hesitant because he feared his thoughts might anger Hermione. "I had an encounter with Mr. Watson before," Harry began tentatively. "He's a powerful wizard. If he chose to become the professor of this course, well, is it possible that, like Quirrell, Lockhart is also putting on a weak and showman-like act and may be somehow connected to the heir of Slytherin?" Hiss. Except for Hermione and Harry, everyone let out a gasp of cold air. Ron stared at Harry in shock and stammered, You mean Lockhart is acting? You're overestimating his abilities, Harry." Dean was the first to express his objection, and he said sharply, "I can't see that he has such ability." Ron, who had always despised Lockhart, couldn't bring himself to believe that someone like Lockhart could be the heir of Slytherin or possess the necessary abilities. Being the heir of Slytherin was no easy task, and it seemed highly unlikely that Lockhart, with his reputation for being more show than substance, could be connected to such dark and powerful wizard. Harry's suggestion was also met with skepticism from the others. Gilderoy Lockhart was notorious for his habit of embellishing stories and showering himself with flattery. Except for a few die-hard fans, the general consensus among the young wizards was that he lacked genuine magical prowess. It was difficult for them to imagine Lockhart having the skills and knowledge necessary to be connected to the heir of Slytherin. They couldn't help but question Harry's theory, considering Lockhart's history of being more about self-promotion than actual magical ability. To them, it was hard to imagine that Lockhart could be anything more than a charlatan. "I understand it's hard to believe," Harry continued, his own uncertainty evident in his voice. "But if Lockhart's incompetence was just a disguise, similar to how Quirrell deceived everyone initially, then it would make sense why Mr. Watson took on this challenging role. After all, he was also a student at Hogwarts, so he must be aware that being the defense against the dark arts professor often leads to unfortunate outcomes. I mean, perhaps he has stumbled upon something significant, but he hasn't revealed it." Harry couldn't continue as his words were interrupted by Hermione's heavy coughing. Everyone turned their attention to Hermione, whose face had gone from happy to ugly. Ron asked in surprise, "What's your opinion, Hermione?" Hermione gave Ron a bitter look and then raised her chin haughtily. "I went to Professor Lockhart's office this morning." "You went to Lockhart's office?" Ron immediately interrupted Hermione. "Don't you already have one of his autographs?" Harry quickly kicked Ron, reminding him to stop talking. It didn't matter whether Lockhart was a suspect or not, or why Hermione had gone to his office. What mattered was that he would need Hermione's help to complete the potions and history of magic homework in the coming years. If Hermione was completely annoyed with them now, there would be no way for Harry to survive in the future. In the middle of the night, Harry lay on the soft four-poster bed, squinting his eyes. His mind was filled with the menacing voice, his own Parseltongue abilities, Dobby's warning, and Malfoy's news about the Chamber of Secrets being opened 50 years ago. He was probably the person in this school most obsessed with this matter. Unless the culprit was caught and the Chamber of Secrets incident was completely resolved, he wouldn't be able to fully relax. "But how is this possible, Harry?" Ron whispered in a low voice, turning over on his bed. "How could someone like Watson be a fan of Lockhart? It's ridiculous to think that he became Lockhart's assistant just to get close to him. Hermione's idea is absurd. It can't be true. The things in his book are real." "No, I don't believe this." Ron expressed his disbelief. "I don't know, Ron," Harry replied, squirming as he faced the window. He stared at the brilliant stars, letting the hazy drowsiness overtake his consciousness. With an impressive gentle smile and lavender eyes in his mind, he muttered, "But at least, we can look forward to this class." 040 Lockhart's teaching method. The first week of February had arrived, and the Hogwarts castle was abuzz with the anticipation of Valentine's Day. The Forbidden Forest, usually shrouded in a cloak of winter, began to show signs of new life as the gentle spring breeze breathed life into the withered trees, causing them to sprout fresh buds in abundance. While the younger students in the first and second grades remained blissfully unaware of the significance of Valentine's Day, the middle and senior students understood the importance of this festival all too well. Love was in the air, and the castle was brimming with excitement. Cedric stood at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Encouraged by his roommates, he blocked the path of a beautiful Chinese girl, clutching in his hands a carefully crafted singing Cupid card. The forbidden forest outside seemed to mirror the budding romance within the castle walls, as new life sprouted from the once withered trees under the gentle touch of the spring breeze. In another part of the castle, the studious Percy couldn't bear the loneliness that Valentine's Day brought. Seizing an opportune moment during Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class, he skillfully transformed a salamander into the likeness of his beloved Penelope. A mischievous smirk danced across his face as he relished a few moments of pretending to be with her. The usually enigmatic headmaster Dumbledore, known for his wisdom and eccentricity, surprised the staff with a rare display of gentlemanly charm. He ordered bouquets of flowers from Hogsmeade, personally selecting and sending one to every female staff member of Hogwarts. The castle was filled with the sweet scent of roses, lilies, and daisies, spreading a sense of warmth and appreciation throughout the corridors. Of course, the flamboyant Professor Lockhart couldn't resist the allure of the occasion. Overjoyed at lunch, he announced his grand plan to write a song for everyone in the school, teasing that he had a magnificent surprise in store for Valentine's Day. However, not everyone shared Lockhart's enthusiasm. The dark and brooding Professor Snape, known for his sarcasm and disdain, couldn't hide his contempt for Lockhart's grandstanding. With a cold, low voice, he leaned towards Brian, his potions apprentice, and whispered, "Is it possible for you to eliminate this imbecile before that day arrives?" Brian, caught off guard by Snape's request, chewed his bacon thoughtfully, dumbfounded by the suggestion. "I'll do my best, Professor," he replied, contemplating Snape's words. "But why don't you concoct a poison yourself? After all, you are a master of potions. I believe you excel in such matters." After lunch, Brian used the short break to review the surveillance footage from the previous night, hoping to uncover any clues. But to his frustration, the footage revealed nothing of significance. As Monday afternoon arrived, the Gryffindor and Slytherin 6th years gathered for their shared defense against the dark arts class. The classroom was adorned with the air of anticipation. 10 minutes before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 6th grade students arrived in the classroom one after another. Although the news had already spread, when the little wizards found that Mr. Investigator had really appeared in their class, they still showed expressions of surprise and excitement. Their eyes darting between Brian and the empty podium. He had chosen to wear a brand new black wizard robe, a symbol of respect for the occasion. Professor Lockhart hadn't come yet, and only Brian was standing on the podium with a smile on his face, facing the noisy Gryffindor and Slytherin students who were sitting in distinct positions. Everyone here had been with Brian in school, but he didn't remember most of them except for a select few. "Flint, I heard that you are now the captain of the Slytherin team." When Brian spoke, the voice in the classroom seemed to suddenly pause, and all eyes were on Marcus and Brian. "Yes, sir. I mean Professor Watson," Flint said, his voice trembling slightly. He stood up instinctively, feeling dwarfed by the professor's presence. As a seasoned Quidditch player known for his rough style, Flint was accustomed to a different kind of pressure. But facing a professor who was also an investigator was an entirely new experience for him. Brian nodded approvingly, acknowledging Flint's response. "You should strive hard, Flint. I hope the Slytherin team achieves great success under your leadership." His words carried a sense of encouragement, but when Brian said this, the faces of the Gryffindors who were curious about him immediately turned cold, and some die-hard Quidditch fans even showed hatred in their eyes. After Oliver and Percy, who were sitting in the crowd, looked at each other, they both lowered their heads, pretending to be reading Walking with Trolls spread out on the table. Brian's encouragement made the little wizards of Slytherin proud. They subconsciously thought that Professor Watson and Professor Snape were similar in style, and they took care of their own people very much. Marcus, who was the first to be named, was even a little carried away. After glancing haughtily at Oliver, who bowed his head, he smiled slyly and said loudly, "Thank you for your support, Professor Watson. We, all of us in Slytherin, are very excited about you being a teaching assistant, Professor. We think you will be the best professor of defense against the dark arts in recent years. So, what are you going to teach us?" Oliver Wood almost buried his head under the table and secretly made a disgusted face. Even Percy, a model student, didn't look all that happy. "Hehe, thank you also for your support, Flint." Brian did not pursue Marcus Flint's little scheme. He nodded and smiled. "As you said, Flint, I'm just a teaching assistant, and Professor Lockhart is still in charge of your teaching plan." At this moment, Lockhart strode in with the wind, and today he was wearing a dark plum-colored robe. Brian noticed that in the many times he had met Professor Lockhart, it seemed that he had never seen him wearing a robe of the same type. Writing books really makes you that much money. Brian had this thought in his mind when he walked up to greet him. It seems that you have already introduced yourself, right, Professor Watson? Lockhart smiled brightly and patted Brian's shoulder heavily, as if he was speaking to a junior he valued. Just a simple greeting, Professor Lockhart. Brian moved his shoulders away calmly and said with a friendly smile, like the little wizards, I am looking forward to your wonderful lecture. Oh, crap, looks like it's the same bunch. Someone whispered this sentence within the group of Gryffindor students. Brian's expression twitched, and he was sure that Lockhart had also heard this sentence because for a moment, Lockhart's expression froze, but he immediately returned to normal. So. Brian, who had no idea what was going to happen next, was a little confused, so he stared at the suddenly lifeless classroom. Where should we start, Professor Lockhart? Oh, don't worry, Watson, the little ones are already familiar. In the next 2 hours, Brian finally saw Lockhart's unique teaching method. He called the names of the students one by one and asked them to recite long sections of the storybooks he wrote, with the little wizards asked to be full of emotion. Lockhart stood at the podium, pretending not to see the painful expressions on the faces of the little wizards, looking happy. Of course, if the recitation was not emotional enough, Lockhart would personally demonstrate. He also made some exaggerated and funny body movements in an attempt to improve the classroom atmosphere, but in the end, no one paid attention to him. The only thing Brian could do was to help Lockhart maintain classroom discipline. Have you always taught them this way? Taking advantage of Lockhart's panting time after reading a long description of the process of subduing the troll, Brian casually swayed to his side and said with a tactful tone. Aha, eager to express yourself, aren't you? Lockhart pointed his finger at his nose. His eyes were very tactful. He ignored Brian's explanation and directly stopped the use of dull, lifeless Percy reading the textbook in a low voice. The opportunity to become famous is here, Watson. It's up to you if you can seize it. He forced the textbook into Brian's hand and shouted to everyone with a radiant face, let me show you how a true fan expresses profound admiration for Professor Lockhart with his passionate voice. Snickers, looking at the bewildered Mr. Investigator beside Lockhart on the podium, Wood burst out laughing. 041 plotting against Lockhart. When Brian witnessed a jubilant group of young wizards exiting Lockhart's classroom, he found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion, existential doubts, and bewilderment. However, he finally understood one thing, why neither Headmaster Dumbledore nor Professor McGonagall could tolerate Lockhart's teaching methods. As Brian made his way back to his office, still reeling from being forced to endure half a book's worth of absurdity, he considered the possibility that this might be an isolated case. However, the following days shattered that hope, exposing the harsh reality of Lockhart's ridiculous teaching methods. He couldn't help but wonder, why would Dumbledore choose such an eccentric person? On Thursday morning, Brian left the first-year classroom and headed towards the auditorium for lunch, filled with sympathy for the young wizards. Reflecting on his own time as a student at Hogwarts, he recalled how the defense against the dark arts professors changed each year, their abilities varying. However, those professors had always taught with sincerity, unlike Lockhart, who transformed the class into a theatrical performance. Yesterday afternoon, during Harry's first encounter with Lockhart as their defense against the dark arts teacher, Brian had initially hoped that Lockhart would exhibit some restraint in front of the protagonist of this world. However, his hopes were shattered as he was forced to participate in a 2-hour play where he portrayed a grateful villager from the Himalayas, while Lockhart coerced Potter into playing the role of a snowman, all while Lockhart portrayed himself taking the center stage. Do something, Professor Watson. As the defense against the dark arts class finally concluded, a distressed Harry, thrown around by Lockhart's antics and accidentally falling off the table, clutched his leg in pain, uttering desperate words of pleading. Ron covered his mouth, desperately trying to hold back his laughter. However, he soon bared his teeth and screamed when Hermione passed by, carrying several Lockhart books, and stomped on his foot. I thought your performance was brilliant, Professor Watson. Hermione glared fiercely at Ron, then blushed and said something to Brian before quickly running away. A great performance? Is that what it was, Miss Granger? Brian looked at the little girl running away in surprise, his face filled with confusion. Her opinion is different from ours, Professor Watson, Dean Thomas said to Brian rationally. Hermione greatly admires Professor Lockhart. She has been trying to convince everyone that the absurd adventures described in Lockhart's books are true. However, she has been unable to provide evidence. But now, she has finally found a fan of Professor Lockhart, a significant figure. Raising an eyebrow, Brian inquired, who might that be? It's you, Professor Watson. Harry observed Brian's expression discreetly and cautiously said, Hermione told me that she overheard Lockhart calling you his loyal fan. Brian rolled his eyes inwardly and carefully considered the suggestion Professor Snape had made to him recently. During lunchtime, while Lockhart was engrossed in a tedious conversation with Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall turned her head and fixed a stern gaze upon Brian, speaking in a barely audible voice, "Professor Watson, Hogwarts pays your salary not to recite and perform with him but to show your true abilities. You promised me." Setting aside the lemon tart in his hand, Brian surveyed the bustling Great Hall. He noticed Draco Malfoy, looking at him with a puzzled expression from the Slytherin table, while several Ravenclaw girls pointed among each other, laughed, and shook their heads. Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore's beard seemed to possess a life of its own, trembling with a mind of its own accord. "Do you have any advice, Brian?" Brian blinked, adopting a calm tone as he responded, "No, Headmaster Dumbledore. I simply have a suggestion." Curiosity piqued, Dumbledore shook his beard and refocused on the conversation. "What might that be?" Brian lowered his head slightly and replied, "Would you mind if I invited Professor Lockhart for a drink and accidentally added something to his glass, causing him to spend some time in the hospital bed?" Snape, who had been staring at Brian intently until that moment, finally broke his gaze and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A flicker of expression appeared in his otherwise vacant eyes. "Do you remember what I taught you in your first-year potions class, Brian? Adding narcissus root powder to a wormwood infusion creates a potent sleeping draught. When consumed with alcohol and left untreated, it induces a state of confusion that impairs speech. The effects can last for 2 months." Brian nonchalantly nodded at Snape and replied, "You know, Professor Snape, my memory has always been quite good. And what about you, Headmaster Dumbledore?" Dumbledore cleared his throat, raising his head and suddenly appearing alert. He began studying the patterns on the chandelier above the auditorium, his blue eyes less piercing and distant. "This year, I turned 112, and the passage of time never ceases to astonish me. Lately, I've been keenly aware of its effects. My legs and feet aren't as agile as they used to be, my vision is starting to blur, and my hearing isn't as sharp. I must admit that I didn't catch a single word of what you three were discussing with Severus and Minerva just now." Professor McGonagall pursed her lips tightly, shooting a mixture of helplessness and annoyance-filled gaze towards Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore didn't give McGonagall an opportunity to voice her complaints. He stood up directly, addressing the group of professors who had been conspiring to harm a renowned writer in Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor. Due to his declining health, he needed to return to his office and rest, immediately leaving the gathering. "I will deliver what you need to your office before 9 p.m. tonight," Snape offered as he, too, stood up, his departing figure expressing impatience. "Poppy." Under Brian's meaningful gaze, Professor McGonagall, feeling somewhat ashamed and irritated, turned to Madame Pomfrey, who was preparing fish soup. "If you're free tonight, could you come to my office? There's something I'd like to discuss with you privately." "Oh, no problem, Minerva. I'll be there on time." Madame Pomfrey, anticipating a possible raise in her salary, beamed with joy and eagerly agreed. "Ahem, Professor Lockhart." After Professor McGonagall's departure, the staff table, once crowded, now appeared almost half empty. Flitwick swiftly departed while Brian remained engaged in conversation with Lockhart, exhibiting movements that vaguely hinted at his past glory as a dueling champion. "Ah, Brian, you also want to receive my Valentine's Day card in advance, just like Phileas. Oh, this truly puts me in a dilemma. But..." Interrupting Lockhart's rambling, Brian stated firmly, "I learned from Miss Granger that your favorite birthday present was a case of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey when I taught your class in the 2nd year. How fortunate for me to possess a bottle over 80 years old, a gift from Headmaster Dumbledore. I wonder if you would be honored to join me for a drink at the Three Broomsticks this Saturday. Now, do the two of you have anything else to say?" At the Gryffindor table, Hermione, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, glanced at Harry and Ron, who exchanged looks, before lifting her chin with pride. "He's one of his fans." 042 Lockhart's condition. The first weekend in February arrived with a delightful surprise. A clear and sunny day enveloped the school grounds near the Black Lake and Forbidden Forest. The warmth of the sun cast a golden glow on the landscape, coaxing senior boys and girls out of their usual routines. Ignoring the whispers of younger wizards and the disapproving glances from professors, the young couples gathered together, their faces filled with blissful smiles. Huddled close to one another, they shared intimate moments, affectionately touching noses and whispering sweet nothings into each other's ears. Their presence created an air of enchantment around the school grounds, where the anticipation of Valentine's Day hung in the air. They seemed oblivious to the rules and regulations, their hearts consumed by the exhilarating joy of young love. "This is outrageous. Why aren't the prefects and professors doing anything about it?" Hermione thought indignantly. She had gotten up early to go to the library and noticed at least 5 or 6 couples on her way there. The library, usually bustling with studious activity, wore a different ambience that day. The stern figure of Madame Pans sat at her usual spot, her eyes fixed on a book with a gilded cover. Scattered among the narrow aisles and countless bookshelves were only a handful of upper-year students, engrossed in their preparations for the upcoming O.W.L.S and N.E.W.T.S exams. Undeterred by the lack of companionship, Hermione skillfully navigated through the labyrinthine rows of bookshelves, her determined eyes scanning the titles. The library held a vast repository of knowledge, and Hermione sought to unearth the mystery of Chamber of Secrets. Finally, her searching fingers found what she sought, a weathered copy of Forgotten Ancient Magic and Curses. With excitement bubbling within her, she leaned against the shelf, cradling the book in her hands. Since Fred and George had taken off without saying a word, Wood had no choice but to reluctantly announce the cancellation of that day's training session. This rare cancellation meant that Harry could enjoy a leisurely weekend for once. He had originally planned to accompany Hermione in searching for clues, but before they left, Ron grabbed him and said, "Wood gave you a break. Don't waste your precious weekend on something futile, Harry. Seamus got a new set of gobstones, I can borrow them, and we can pass the time." Easily persuaded, Harry decided to join Ron, and in the end, it was only Hermione who went to the library alone, hoping to find a trace of the attack within the vast ocean of books of knowledge and history. Sunlight streamed through the dusty air, casting ethereal beams of light that danced among the bookshelves. The motes of dust, suspended in mid-air, appeared like tiny fairies, adding a touch of magic to the scene. Hermione, her young face a portrait of earnest determination, began immersing herself in the intricate and dense text of the ancient tome, hoping to discover any clues that could shed light on the petrification of Colin and Justin. As Hermione engrossed herself in her studies, her surroundings faded into the background, and time seemed to lose its meaning. The towering pile of books around her grew steadily, threatening to surpass her own slender shoulders. Yet, Hermione remained unfazed, her passion for finding the perpetrator of the Chamber of Secrets fueling her perseverance. Brian Watson, who had come from the restricted section, silently watched for a while. Somehow, ripples stirred in his heart as if he saw his younger self in Hermione. "Miss Granger." "Ah, Professor Watson." Hermione turned her head in surprise, momentarily distracted from her book. When she saw Professor Watson strolling towards her with a smile, she quickly closed the book she was holding and stood up a bit flustered. "Apologies, Professor, I didn't notice you here." Apart from their awkward encounter during the Christmas holidays in the hospital wing, this was Hermione's first time meeting Professor Watson in an unofficial setting. Brian Watson glanced at the books Hermione was hugging and felt a sense of understanding. He nodded at Hermione and gently asked, "Are you searching for clues about the Chamber of Secrets?" Upon receiving Hermione's affirmative reply, Brian Watson looked around in surprise. "You're the only one here, Miss Granger. What about your good friends, Potter and Weasley? Aren't they here to help you?" "Oh, them." The young witch, with her disheveled hair, immediately became indignant. She was about to vent her frustrations about Harry and Ron, but as the words reached her lips, she changed her mind and simply said that Harry had to attend Quidditch practice and Ron was in the common room working on his herbology homework. She was the only one who had finished her assignments early and had nothing else to do, so she came to the library. Brian Watson could tell that it was a lie even without legilimency. However, he didn't expose her and simply nodded with understanding. "Strong individuals are always lonely, Miss Granger. Keep up the good work." After leaving her with this cryptic statement, Brian Watson departed. Hermione remained standing in the same spot, staring at Professor Watson's retreating figure for a long time. She kept replaying the inexplicable words in her mind. Somehow, she felt as though she had received powerful encouragement. Her arms, which had been carrying books all morning, no longer felt sore, and her amber-brown eyes regained their brightness. "Keep going, Hermione." She clenched her fist and said to herself, then she enthusiastically returned to the bookshelves. Brian Watson walked along the bustling streets of Hogsmeade. Perhaps due to his change in appearance, many young wizards approached him and greeted him, and Brian Watson responded with friendly nods. However, his attention soon shifted as he furrowed his brow, noticing two figures in black cloaks ahead of him. Deciding to investigate further, he altered his course, trailing them into a secluded alleyway. Careful to remain unnoticed, Brian Watson observed the figures until they reached the entrance of the Hogshead Inn. He chose not to enter with them, instead positioning himself just outside, wearing a playful expression, patiently waiting. True to his instincts, after a few minutes, the loud roar of the hot-tempered bar owner reverberated from inside the pub. The two figures stumbled out, their faces filled with apprehension. However, before they could exchange any words, they glanced up and saw Brian Watson, his gaze cold and piercing, fixed upon them from a short distance away. Awkwardness, fear, and helplessness gripped the hearts of the two figures in black robes as they nervously stood at the entrance of the Hogshead Inn, awaiting their fate. Their minds raced, desperately trying to come up with a plausible explanation for their presence. "That's not right, brother. He can't clearly see our faces." The person on the right suddenly snapped out of it. He lowered his voice and quietly tugged at his companion's sleeve. The reminded companion immediately caught on, and then, from beneath the hood of the left figure, a hoarse voice coughed heavily. "Cough, cough, mind your own business, kid. We're cold-blooded killers, you know. Damn it. Brian Watson stared at the two scoundrels from the Weasley family running away with a face full of black lines, determined to find an opportunity to give them a taste of their own medicine. He turned around and hadn't walked far when he saw something inside a tea shop filled with mist, where everything seemed decorated with ruffles and bows. Percy Weasley was passionately kissing his Ravenclaw girlfriend beneath a golden cherub. This family is full of top-notch wizards. Brian Watson pretended not to see the scene, turned around, and walked quickly towards the Three Broomsticks pub. In the evening, Hermione told Harry and Ron about the conversation she had with Professor Watson in the library earlier. Unfortunately, Harry and Ron couldn't figure out the meaning of the professor's words. But Ron wrinkled his nose and absent-mindedly waved his arm in the air. It sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? Imagine this, not me, no, I mean you, Harry. In the Quidditch final, Gryffindor is trailing Slytherin 0-140, and everyone has given up hope. But just before Robert Pattinson scores a fatal goal, you catch the snitch right in front of Malfoy. I bet Malfoy won't be able to eat for a year out of sheer anger. If it were true, Ron, I would gladly help Malfoy eat a year's worth of food in a day. Harry imagined the scene Ron described in his mind and burst into laughter. Hermione rolled her eyes at her friends' playful banter, ready to lecture them for their lack of focus. However, before she could voice her thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted in the entrance hall. Harry and Ron's cheerful mood instantly shifted, and Hermione sensed that something serious had occurred. Dropping her food, she swiftly made her way towards the source of the disturbance, eager to find out what had happened. Down the marble staircase, Headmaster Dumbledore and several professors rushed with grave expressions etched upon their faces. In no time, they dispersed the crowd, leading Brian Watson, who was riding a broomstick, up the stairs. Harry's heart sank, his thoughts immediately turning to the worst-case scenario had the heir of Slytherin resumed their activities. An unspoken understanding passed between Harry and Ron as they exchanged pale glances. They hurriedly followed Dumbledore, their footsteps echoing on the ascending staircase, their minds filled with apprehension. Inside the hospital wing, the sight that greeted them was far from what they expected. Professor Lockhart lay on a bed, his usually charming demeanor replaced by disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and desperate grunting sounds. Madame Pomfrey examined him with deep concern etched on her face, her every movement meticulous. Dumbledore allowed the students to visit Professor Lockhart, and a sense of unease filled the air as they gathered outside the curtains, exchanging anxious glances. Hermione managed to squeeze her way to the front, her eyes welling up with tears at the sight of Lockhart's pitiful state. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, stifling her sobs as compassion overwhelmed her. Brian Watson, who witnessed this scene, felt a sense of guilt. He reflected on whether he had taken his playful act too far. However, when he saw Severus Snape standing in the shadows, seemingly struggling to hold back a laugh, his mood calmed down. Dumbledore approached Lockhart's bed, concealing his emotions from everyone. "How is the situation, Poppy?" he asked Madame Pomfrey, his voice filled with concern. "It's very bad, Headmaster," Madame Pomfrey replied, her tone grave. She quickly glanced at Professor McGonagall, who had a stern expression, and explained to everyone, "It's a severe case of alcohol allergy, Headmaster. He'll probably be spending Easter in the hospital bed." "Oh, didn't anyone know that Professor Lockhart can't handle alcoholic beverages?" Hermione's eyes widened in confusion. Wasn't a box of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey the birthday present Lockhart wanted the most? With tears streaming down her face, she raised her head and murmured with a trembling voice. "It's all my fault, Headmaster." Brian Watson stepped forward with a sorrowful expression. "I didn't clarify the situation before insisting that Professor Lockhart have a drink." "Oh, he probably didn't want to offend me, so he reluctantly agreed. I feel truly ashamed. If you allow, I can resign immediately as a form of self-punishment." "No, that's not necessary," Dumbledore interjected, his voice gentle yet firm. Before Professor McGonagall could even take a step to express her opinion, much to everyone's surprise, Professor Lockhart, barely clinging to life, summoned the strength to speak. He strained and swayed, extending his hand toward Brian, murmuring in a barely audible voice, a message." "What did you say, Professor Lockhart? Is there something else you wish to convey?" Brian immediately moved aside Dumbledore, crouching by the bedside and grasping Lockhart's hand. His other hand, concealed within his sleeve, prepared to cast a curative spell at a moment's notice. He. Hermione." Lockhart unexpectedly called out Hermione's name once again. Brian's eyebrows twitched, but ultimately, he complied with Lockhart's last wish and summoned Hermione to the bedside. "I'm here, Professor. What do you wish to tell me?" Hermione's voice trembled as tears cascaded down her face. "You, both, fans." Lockhart, his complexion ashen, laboriously uttered each word. "Help me, write a response. Gobstones are wizarding chess-like games." 043 Professor Watson's first lesson. On a dreary Monday morning, as charms and herbology classes commenced, hardly anyone seemed to be paying attention. Instead, the halls were abuzz with whispered conversations about the mysterious events that had taken place on Saturday. The students exchanged hushed speculations, their curiosity piqued by the unsettling incident involving Professor Lockhart. Even Hermione, renowned for her unwavering focus in class, appeared visibly unwell and lacking her usual energy. The questions surrounding Professor Lockhart's condition lingered, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the lunchtime discussions. No one seemed to have a definitive answer as to whether the professor had an alcohol allergy or if foul play was involved. The lack of concrete information only served to intensify the intrigue and fuel further gossip among the Hogwarts community. It was during this state of suspense that the heads of houses descended from the professor's podium, their expressions grave and their movements hurried. They made their way through the murmuring crowd, ensuring that every student caught wind of the shocking news. The second class of the afternoon would be none other than Defense Against the Dark Arts, and it would be held in the Great Hall, combining the first and second year students from all 4 houses. The heads of the houses, eager to relay this unexpected change, dispersed among the younger students, their voices a whisper amidst the rising anticipation. Ron, caught off guard by the sudden shift in schedule, looked at Percy with surprise etched on his face. He turned to Seamus, sharing his astonishment and was voicing his suspicion that someone must have poisoned Lockhart. "Wait a minute," Ron said, his brow furrowed. "If I remember correctly, the second class this afternoon was supposed to be History of Magic." Percy, ever the dutiful student, responded with a tone of certainty. "According to Professor McGonagall," he said, "if you have any questions, you can go and ask her yourself." With that, Percy quickly made his way past Harry and the others, his eagerness to relay the news evident as he sought out Ginny and the rest of their group, who were congregated near the entrance hall. In the afternoon, after their transfiguration class, Harry and his friends rushed to the Great Hall. Despite their exhaustion, their curiosity had been ignited, and they couldn't help but be intrigued by what awaited them. As they entered the hall, a sense of wonder washed over them, for it had been transformed into an entirely different space. In the center stood a circular platform, encircled by a vast expanse of desks numbering nearly 160 to 70. The first and second year students from the other 3 houses had already gathered, their conversations filled with excitement and speculation about this innovative approach to class and speculating about what Professor Watson would teach them next. "This reminds me of bad memories," Harry muttered to himself. "I just hope this isn't a large-scale stage play." Nevertheless, curiosity got the better of him and his friends, and they took their places at the desks, exhausted yet eager for what was to come. The passing minutes saw the desks gradually fill with students from all 4 houses, the room buzzing with anticipation. Finally, as the last empty desk was claimed by a young wizard. As Brian made his grand entrance, the crowd erupted with a cacophony of excitement as he gracefully descended from the marble staircase, agilely leaping over the students and landing on the central platform. Standing amidst the sea of expectant faces, he offered a warm and enigmatic smile. His first sentence ignited an intense roar of excitement, shattering the silent hall. "Now, everyone, put back Professor Lockhart's book from your desks. You won't need it in my class." "Oh, yet." The proclamation triggered an outpouring of joy and relief, with Hufflepuff's McLaggen being the first to cheer. His exclamation served as the catalyst, and soon the Great Hall reverberated with cheers and howls of enthusiasm from all sides. The resounding energy was so powerful that even the large chandeliers overhead seemed to tremble under the weight of the young wizard's exuberance. "Can you believe it? I've been waiting for this for over half a year," Dean exclaimed, throwing his book break with the Banshee into his bag and laughing happily. Ron seemed to want to express similar sentiments, but Harry, with his mouth half open, stopped him and discreetly pointed at Hermione, who sat between them, looking bewildered. They exchanged a quick glance and suppressed their excitement as they put away their books. The continuous cheers lasted for several minutes, gradually subsiding after Brian Watson let out a heavy cough, drawing the attention back to him. The hall fell into a hushed silence as the young wizards eagerly awaited his next words. "Now, I believe it's time for an explanation," Brian began, his voice resonating with authority and warmth. He nodded to the audience below, acknowledging their curiosity. "I suppose you must all be wondering why I chose this method of teaching you." Brian cleared his throat, capturing their attention as he continued. "The Defense Against the Dark Arts class has suffered from unstable staffing for various reasons. Due to frequent changes of professors, the teaching quality of this subject at Hogwarts has been consistently criticized. Even in my case, I'm afraid my tenure as your Defense Against the Dark Arts professor won't be too long. Therefore, in order to improve your practical defense skills within our limited time, I had to make some changes. Professor Watson." As soon as he finished speaking, Seamus raised his hand enthusiastically. He looked at Brian Watson on the platform and said loudly, "Give us a self-introduction, Professor." "Of course, we all know you were sent by the school board to investigate the Chamber of Secrets, but before that, what were you doing?" The question hung in the air, and Brian Watson scratched his head, observing the dozens of curious eyes fixed upon him. After a moment of contemplation, he raised an eyebrow and began to respond. "That's an interesting question, Mr. Finnegan." Brian Watson scratched his head, looking at the dozens of curious eyes below. After thinking for a moment, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Well, I can tell you this much. Before coming to Hogwarts, I was what you might call a freelance worker. I made a living by running errands for people, finding magical ingredients, and delivering goods. I was just an insignificant nobody, nothing compared to the famous Professor Lockhart." Ron leaned toward Harry, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "I can't say I entirely believe that," he whispered, and Harry nodded in agreement, a hint of skepticism lingering in his gaze. However, Brian Watson's lackluster self-introduction didn't satisfy the young wizards. The air in the hall grew slightly colder, and a palpable tension settled among the students. They were still waiting to hear what Professor Watson had to say next. "I understand that you must be curious about what I'm going to teach you," Brian finally acknowledged, his smile captivating the audience below. "But let me turn the tables on you. What do you hope to learn from me?" The question hung in the air, perplexing the young wizards as they exchanged uncertain glances. However, one student, Blaise Zabinai, a second-year Slytherin, wasted no time in raising his hand and voicing his desire. "I hope to learn powerful spells, Professor Watson," Blaise declared confidently. "Because I believe that only powerful spells can resist dangerous and intriguing dark magic." The young wizard's words struck a chord with his peers, resonating with their shared yearning for strength and protection. Even the Gryffindor students, known for their dislike for Slytherin, found themselves hesitating, nodding in agreement with Blaise's sentiment. Professor Watson nodded approvingly, acknowledging Blaise's response. His eyes scanned the circle of young wizards, his voice lowering in intensity as he prepared to impart his wisdom. "Since you're all interested in powerful spells, let's explore that avenue," Professor Watson suggested. "Now, who can tell me which category of spells can be considered immensely powerful?" The young wizards exchanged glances once again, uncertain of how to respond to this intriguing question. Many eyes turned expectantly towards Hermione, knowing her penchant for knowledge and academic prowess. As expected, Hermione rose from her seat, her hand raised high. "If I understood your question correctly," Hermione began, her voice confident, "the category of spells that can be considered immensely powerful would be ancient magic, most of which have been lost in the present day." Brian's interest peaked as he fixed his gaze upon Hermione. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "Can you explain why, Miss Granger?" he asked with great interest, staring at Hermione. Ancient magic known for its immense power refers to the spells invented and created by previous wizards during the tribal era up until about 800 years ago. In those times, people relied on a harsh natural environment, and many now extinct dangerous magical creatures were still active during that period. To defend against threats from the cruel natural environment, the highly intelligent ancient wizards developed a series of spells primarily focused on seeking power. Hermione's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she delved deeper into her explanation. However, with the development and growth of both Muggle and wizarding civilizations, humans tamed nature, and the role of magic gradually shifted from defense against danger to serving everyday life. Simultaneously, the rapid advancement of wand lore and its strong compatibility with modern magic made casting spells simpler, which led to the rapid abandonment and eventual loss of ancient magic, which was immensely powerful but complex, obscure, and required a high level of magical ability. Professor Watson's applause echoed through the great hall, filling the space with a sense of admiration and appreciation. "Fantastic, Miss Granger!" he exclaimed. "I don't think anyone would object if I award Gryffindor 10 points for that insightful explanation." Blushing with pride, Hermione returned to her seat, a contented smile playing on her lips. Ron, unable to contain his excitement, leaned towards Harry and whispered, "Did you see that? Hermione really knows her stuff." Harry nodded, equally impressed by their friend's vast knowledge. Ron stared at Professor Watson with hopeful eyes. "Professor Watson," Ron spoke up, "are you saying that you will teach us those mysterious ancient magics?" Author's note: the explanation about ancient magic mentioned in the chapter are outside the canon and the wizarding world, they are only theories. I may introduce some OC background characters like McLaggen, Henry and Grace in the earlier chapters. They won't have much affect on the story. //patreon.com/FICFrenzy 044 Professor Watson's First Lesson, Part 2. In the face of Ron Weasley's eager gaze, Brian smiled warmly, his eyes twinkling with amusement. He didn't directly answer Ron's question but instead redirected the topic back to the course at hand, capturing the attention of the young wizards. "The Defense Against the Dark Arts course, I prefer to call it Danger Defense," Brian began, his voice resonating through the lecture hall. "It is a comprehensive course where everything you learn in this school, from spells, transfiguration, herbology, potions, to magical creature protection, can be applied. In order to skillfully handle any incoming danger, you must possess 3 qualities: skill, method, and courage. The young wizards listened intently, drawn in by Brian's charisma and the importance of the subject matter. Even those who weren't particularly fond of studying found themselves paying full attention to Professor Watson's lecture. The prospect of attending a proper dark magic defense class at Hogwarts was considered a rare occurrence, and this opportunity was not lost on the students. Meanwhile, Hermione Granger diligently wrote down every word Professor Watson said in her notebook, her hand moving quickly across the pages to capture every bit of knowledge imparted. Brian's gaze shifted back to Ron, his smile widening. "I won't be teaching you any powerful ancient magic or charms, Mr. Weasley." Ron's hopeful expression faltered, disappointment evident in his eyes. But before Ron could say anything, Brian addressed the entire class. "As for the reason, first of all, I am not the professor of the charms class. Teaching charms is Professor Flitwick's job, not mine," Brian explained, his voice clear and calm. "Secondly, there was a time when I was indeed obsessed with the power of ancient magic. But as my research deepened, I found that the majority of ancient magic has completely vanished in the river of time. Even if I were to exhaust all my life's efforts, it would be impossible to find a complete system of offensive and defensive ancient magic. Therefore, I am not particularly proficient in authentic ancient magic." Brian's words hung in the air, and the young wizards listened intently, absorbing the knowledge he imparted. Some looked puzzled, unable to fully grasp the significance of his explanation. Observing their confusion, Brian pondered for a moment, his mind racing to find a solution. He decided to put on a demonstration, believing that seeing was better than hearing. He took out his wand, the polished wood glinting in the light, instantly capturing the attention of the young wizards who loved this part the most. A buzz of excitement filled the auditorium as the young wizards eagerly awaited the demonstration. This was their favorite part of any magical class, a chance to witness the power and finesse of experienced wizards. "Well," Brian's gaze wandered across the room, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Let me do a demonstration. Who can tell me the spell you are most skilled at?" The auditorium erupted into chaos, resembling thousands of buzzing bees. The young wizards engaged in spirited discussions, their voices blending into a symphony of excitement. "The leg-locking curse, Professor Watson, I'm good at that." Gryffindor's Lavender Brown eagerly raised her hand, her enthusiasm evident. "The Bat-Bogey Hex!" Ginny exclaimed, her voice soft yet hopeful. However, her words were drowned out by the noisy crowd, and Brian didn't hear her at all. "Professor Watson, let me go," Draco Malfoy sneered, his gaze fixed on Harry. He stood up, his voice loud and commanding. "The Tarrant Legra!" Crabbe and Goyle burst into laughter, their eyes gleaming with delight, while Harry's competitive spirit ignited, refusing to be outdone by his rival. The young wizards continued to speak up, each mentioning a different spell they considered their specialty. Spells such as the Toothache Jinx, the Baldness Curse, and the Tongue-Tying Curse filled the air, leaving Brian increasingly perplexed. These spells touched upon his knowledge blind spots, unfamiliar and peculiar to him. Growing increasingly puzzled, Brian raised his hand to his forehead, a black line forming. He decided to interrupt the chaotic chatter, commanding attention with his authoritative presence. "Wait!" His voice echoed through the auditorium, causing the young wizards to pause and look at him with curiosity and anticipation. Brian cleared his throat, his tone slightly exasperated yet filled with a hint of amusement. "Ahem, can't anyone say a spell that's a bit more normal?" The young wizards exchanged glances, realizing the peculiarity of their choices. They quieted down, their voices hushed. Finally, Ron Weasley, trembling slightly, raised his hand. The levitation charm, Professor Watson, I'm fairly proficient at that." Brian's relief was palpable as he smiled, his eyes conveying encouragement. He walked up to Ron, standing beside him, and nodded approvingly. "Very good, Mr. Weasley. Let everyone see your levitation charm." Ron's face turned slightly red, a mixture of nervousness and excitement evident on his features. His voice stuttered as he mumbled something in response. Harry and Hermione understood Ron's concern, their supportive voices joining together in a flurry of reassurance. Brian listened attentively, his gaze focused on Ron. He understood Ron's doubts and wanted to help him overcome them. "Is your wand broken?" Brian raised an eyebrow, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Can you show it to me?" With a hopeful expression, Ron took out his wand, which was haphazardly taped together with magical tape to prevent it from snapping into two pieces. The sight of the damaged wand caused Malfoy to burst into loud laughter, taunting Ron with his ridicule. "Let's pick someone else, Professor Watson. Weasley's wand might kill everyone here." The laughter of the Slytherins echoed through the room, casting a shadow of embarrassment over Ron. His face, flushed with embarrassment, turned as red as if scalded by boiling water. Brian's eyes narrowed, his gaze shifting towards the Slytherins. His tone remained calm, but a stern undertone laced his words. "I fail to see what's so funny, Mr. Malfoy. Mocking others doesn't showcase your sense of humor." As Brian turned his head and looked at the Slytherins, his unwavering gaze bathed them in a figurative bucket of cold water in the middle of winter. They fell into silence, unable to utter another word, their smirks wiped off their faces. Even Draco Malfoy, known for his arrogance, was silenced, unable to meet Brian's gaze. Returning his attention to Ron, Brian extended his hand, gesturing for the wand. "Can you fix it, Professor Watson?" Ron asked hopefully, looking at Brian with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Brian didn't reply immediately. Squatting down, he carefully placed Ron's wand on the ground, his eyes flickering with a faint light. He focused his magical energy, channeling it into the damaged wand. Reparo. The broken wand on the ground immediately shook rapidly, its fractured pieces floating and swirling in the air. A burst of shiny red sparks erupted from the broken end, the fragments aligning perfectly as they were firmly stuck back together. The wand was restored to its original state, appearing as if it had never been damaged. "You fixed it, Professor Watson." Ron's eyes lit up with joy, his voice filled with gratitude. "I asked many people, and they all told me that this wand was completely useless." "Their assessment is not entirely wrong, Mr. Weasley," Brian responded, his smile warm and understanding. He carefully examined Ron's wand, running his fingers along its surface. After a brief moment of inspection, he looked up, his eyes meeting Ron's. "A wand is a very delicate alchemical tool. Although I forcefully restored it to its original state with magic, the internal damage remains unresolved. You can use it for now, but you should know that it won't last long. So I still recommend that you get a new one from Ollivanders during the summer break." Before Brian could finish his sentence, Ron's delighted expression overshadowed any concerns. His gratitude and happiness were evident on his face, grateful for Brian's help in salvaging his beloved wand. Encouraged by the positive atmosphere, Brian redirected the focus back to the demonstration. "Wingardium Leviosa!" he exclaimed, urging Ron to showcase his skills. The room held its breath, eagerly awaiting Ron's performance. With newfound confidence, Ron took a deep breath and focused his concentration. He carefully waved his repaired wand, enunciating the incantation with precision. The feather on the desk in front of him slowly lifted into the air, floating delicately. "Very good, Mr. Weasley," Brian applauded, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. "A successful levitation charm." The young wizards clapped and cheered, their enthusiasm infectious. Ron beamed with pride, his earlier nervousness replaced with a sense of accomplishment. "Now, try injecting more magical power," Brian encouraged, his voice resonating with a gentle yet motivating tone. Eager to impress, Ron nodded, determined to push his abilities further. He closed his eyes momentarily, channeling his magical energy. With a surge of power, he directed it towards the feather, attempting to amplify the levitation charm. Boom! The room was engulfed in a sudden explosion, startling everyone present. The feather disintegrated into a flurry of floating debris, the remnants swirling in the air before gently descending onto Ron's confused face. There was a collective gasp of surprise, and a momentary silence followed. Ron's expression turned sheepish, a mixture of disappointment and embarrassment evident on his features. However, Brian remained unfazed by the mishap. He stepped forward, his gaze reassuring. "Very well, Mr. Weasley. You have earned 2 points for Gryffindor." Ron's eyes widened, a spark of excitement rekindling within him. The disappointment melted away, replaced by a renewed sense of determination. "Now, let me show you mine," Brian declared, his voice resonating with a hint of excitement. He gestured for Ron to step down, allowing him to take the center stage. The young wizards fixed their gaze on Brian, their curiosity piqued. The air was pregnant with anticipation as he raised his arm, his wand firmly gripped in his hand. With a low shout, Brian's wrist suddenly shook, and his voice reverberated through the auditorium, filled with power and intent. "Canradi Leviosa!" In an instant, the atmosphere transformed. The fragile, limp feather burst into a crisp, metallic clang, its transformation leaving the onlookers awestruck. Brian swiftly raised his arm, a surge of white light shooting forth like a cold lightning bolt. The light rapidly engulfed the surrounding space, weaving and flickering within and around the intricate metal frame of a chandelier suspended above the auditorium. Before anyone could react, the light returned to Brian's palm, leaving behind a profound sense of wonder. The chandelier remained intact, defying gravity and the laws of physics. Buzzing clang. A sudden realization struck the students as Hannah Abbott, her voice filled with despair, shouted, "Professor, run! The chandelier is about to fall." Panic seized the young wizards, and they scattered in all directions, their terrified screams echoing through the air. The room transformed into a scene of chaos, filled with the desperate attempts of students to escape the impending danger. However, Brian found the situation rather amusing. His laughter rang out, a joyful sound amidst the chaos. He raised his wand again, his movements precise and effortless. As if time had suddenly flowed backward, the large metal chandelier reassembled itself mid-air, defying the laws of nature. It returned to its original position under the ceiling of the auditorium, as if the calamity had never occurred. Amidst the relieved sighs of the students, Brian's gaze shifted towards Blaise Zabinai, who had been pinned down by Crabbe. He stepped gracefully to the edge of the stage, his smile gentle yet filled with unwavering authority. "A powerful spell is right beside us, Mr. Zabinai," Brian stated, his voice carrying a weight that demanded understanding. He locked eyes with Blaise, ensuring his words penetrated deep into the young wizard's consciousness. "Now, do you understand this lesson?" Author's note: the mention of the magic system like ancient magic and improving spell by adding magic power are all fictional and may also be true to canon. It will be further explained in the upcoming chapters. //patreon.com/FicFrenzy 045 Professor Watson's First Lesson, Part 3. The second class on Thursday morning was a defense against the dark arts class, combining students from the 5th, 6th, and 7th grades. The class was still held in the Great Hall. In this class, Brian, as a professor, had something special to tell the senior students who were about to graduate. He addressed the students, saying, "The fundamental principle of defense techniques lies in the requirement of equal or similar strength. For example, even if I were to share all the knowledge of dueling and defense in my mind at this very moment, it is unlikely that any of you would last more than 3 seconds against the formidable headmaster Dumbledore." The senior students burst into laughter at this remark. Penelope Clearwater, Percy Weasley's girlfriend from Ravenclaw, raised her hand and curiously asked, "What about you, Professor Watson? Can you defeat Headmaster Dumbledore?" Brian playfully pouted and smiled, turning around and walking to the other side, saying, "Don't ask me such embarrassing questions, Miss Clearwater." He then continued, "There is a way of dividing strength among wizards who have received traditional magic education. You can learn from it and refer to it." The Great Hall fell silent, and more than 200 pairs of curious eyes were fixed on Professor Watson. As you all know, some traditional genre wizards still use one-on-one or one-on-many modes to train successors. According to ancient tradition, they call young wizards who are still receiving popular education in magic knowledge wizard apprentices. In terms of horizontal comparison, the peak period of a wizard apprentice should be a young wizard who has obtained 4 or more certificates in the Owl's exam of modern magic education. The young wizards became happy upon hearing this, as most of them had reached this level. But Professor Watson's next statement dampened their spirits. The premise is to obtain this certificate with excellent grades. Percy, who had achieved all 12 excellent results in his Owl's certificate, felt a flush of pride and held his head up. There was no doubt that his overall level surpassed that of wizard apprentices. "What comes after apprentice wizards, Professor?" Flint asked eagerly, showing interest in the subject for the first time in class. "The next step is, of course, an official wizard," Brian replied straightforwardly. "But the range of vertical progression for wizards at this level is vast. Compared to modern magic education, it goes down to the level of Owl's qualified students and up to, well," Brian pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, "the upper limit is probably at the level of elite Aurors in the Ministry of Magic. Sorry, the description may not be very accurate because it's not a systematic division." No one paid much attention to Professor Watson's apology, they were all eager to know more. Especially the young wizards who had family members working in the Ministry of Magic knew how powerful the elite Aurors were, and they couldn't wait to pry more information from Professor Watson. Percy, who had been proven to be an official wizard, forgot to maintain his prefect demeanor and stared helplessly at Brian. The peak of an official wizard is probably the highest achievement most people studying magic can reach in their lifetime. Anything beyond that is not within the reach of ordinary individuals. In ancient times, only those who were gifted and lucky could forge their own unique magical paths and be chosen by the royal family as court wizards. The mention of court wizards ignited a fervent buzz among the young wizards. The discussion surged to new heights, lasting for nearly 10 minutes uninterrupted. Many students confidently asserted that their own family members were deserving of the revered title of court wizard, drawing upon Professor Watson's description. Consider Professor Snape's unparalleled skill in potion making, Professor McGonagall's mastery of transfiguration, Professor Flitwick's expertise in modern standard spells, and Professor Sprout's vast knowledge of herbal medicine. Each of them could be regarded as esteemed court wizards in ancient times. Professor Watson's smiling demeanor elevated the discussion in the Great Hall to a higher level, and it continued for nearly 10 minutes without interruption. However, the conversation gradually took a direction that Brian did not intend to see. Every student believed that their own family's head was a deserving court wizard, but they were skeptical about the other 3 heads of houses. Severus Snape, in particular, received the most criticism. Some Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff students whispered that Snape, who only stayed in the basement brewing potions, was not worthy of the prestigious title of court wizard. This angered the Slytherin students, and Flint, a tall and imposing figure, stood in front of all the Slytherins like a wall, ready to defend their honor. He glared at those who doubted Slytherin, as if he was about to pounce on them and tear them apart. "Flint, get off the table quickly before I get angry." Brian's calm tone instantly brought Marcus back to his senses. He obediently got off the table and sincerely apologized to Brian. I'm telling you all this just to give you a basic understanding. When you encounter danger in the future, don't charge fearlessly against powerful wizards who are far beyond your own strength. It's not your duty to fight them. The young wizards suddenly realized that, besides Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, there was another wizard who possessed the ability to remain calm. Brian's deep eyes calmed everyone down, and he nodded in satisfaction. Now, I think we should continue the previous topic and discuss how to deal with a werewolf that goes crazy upon seeing the full moon. It's actually very simple. You just need to. Professor Watson. At that moment, Penelope Clearwater, who had previously asked if she could defeat Dumbledore, raised her hand again. Do you have any more questions, Miss Clearwater? Brian strolled over to the Ravenclaw students, looking at her gently, and guessed that this Ravenclaw with a thirst for knowledge wanted to ask something. You haven't finished yet, Professor Watson. In the chaos just moments ago, Penelope, who had been stepped on several times, had been rubbing her ankles under the desk while muttering. It was adorable, and Percy and Gryffindor couldn't help but melt at the sight. Wizard apprentices, official wizards, court wizards. What comes next, Professor? Are there any more levels? Oh. Brian pretended to remember, and with an inexplicable smile, he looked back and forth at the audience, as if intentionally teasing the young wizards. Sorry, I forgot. There is indeed another level above court wizards. Limited information is available about the wizards above court wizards, as they are rare and their abilities are extraordinary, Brian continued. These wizards possess unparalleled mastery over their chosen field of magic and are revered as the greatest wizards of their time. They have achieved feats that are considered almost impossible by ordinary standards. The students listened intently, their eyes shining with ambition and curiosity. Some examples of those wizards from history include Merlin, Morgana Le Fay, and other figures of myth and legend. Their names have echoed through the ages as paragons of magical prowess, Brian explained. Then hurry up and tell us what are they called. Brian could read this sentiment in the eyes of many. The dismissal bell had rung, and the vibrations from hundreds of people walking on the floor could be felt on the ceiling of the Great Hall. Some quick-witted young wizards had already stood by the second-floor railing, peering down. Hurry up, Professor. Class is already over. The young wizards in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class were no longer satisfied with expressing their urgency through their eyes. They stood up one after another and softly urged Brian. The crowd on the second floor instinctively parted, creating a path as Dumbledore, having just finished his meal, emerged with a warm smile on his face. Grand Magus Brian raised his head and nodded to Dumbledore, returning the smile. //patreon.com/FicFrenzy. Author's note, at first I regarded the wizarding realm above the court wizard saint, but one of you readers, Primordial, suggested it to be Grand Magus, so I changed it. If you have some similar suggestions regarding character names, power levels, spell names, etc., you can comment, I will consider and change it. 046 Reactions. Since the details of Monday afternoon's Defense Against the Dark Arts class were widely circulated, in the next few days, inside and outside the castle, there was only one topic, and that was Brian Watson. According to Cho Chang of Ravenclaw, at dinner that day, after Professor Flitwick heard about the levitating spell that Professor Watson showed, he rushed into Professor Watson's office without saying a word, and stayed there for a full 4 hours. Fred and George also confirmed the reliability of the news. It was past 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. The two of them were adventuring in the castle. When they passed the third floor, they happened to meet Professor Flitwick dragging his exhausted body, panting, leaving Professor Watson's office. There was still a contented smile on his rosy cheeks. Saw. Ron stood on the sofa in the lounge and controlled the goose feather that had been picked out of the sofa cushion, with a strange expression in his mouth. He roared, "Let you see my empowered levitation charm." As he spoke, he quickly shook the repaired wand, just like Professor Watson did that day, pointing the wand straight at the sky. Then everyone nearby saw the feather floating above Ron's head wobble, crawling towards the ceiling at a speed not much faster than a snail, and finally disappearing in the brilliant candle light. Harry sat with his hand on the copy of Flying with the Cannons that Ron had given him over the Christmas holidays and hiccuped happily after seeing this. Ever since Professor Watson repaired Ron's wand in Defense Against the Dark Arts class and gave Ron his first bonus of the semester, Ron completely forgot that Professor Watson used wonderful alchemy props to monitor all the little wizard's unhappiness, making him a loyal fan. To be honest, the stupid thing Ron is doing now has happened many times in the castle. Malfoy once reviewed the levitation charm on a wooden stick in Transfiguration class, hoping that it would fly over and pierce Harry's eyes. He was then deducted 20 points by the angry Professor McGonagall. It had to be said that Professor Watson was extremely impressive in class, and even Harry himself secretly gestured with his wand in the dormitory when no one was around. If I can practice like Professor Watson. Ron jumped off the sofa cushion, looked at the chandelier above his head, and murmured in a sleepy tone, "Humph, let's see who dares to underestimate me again, I will first poke 1,000 needle holes in Percy's ass with a feather, and then poke 2 big holes in Malfoy's face. If you really want to do all of this, Ron wrote across the table. Hermione, who was drawing, said in an impatient tone, then you should sit down and study the spell model of the enhanced levitation charm seriously with me, instead of gesticulating. Oh, what a nuisance, why did you just can't say something that I can do, Hermione? Ron, who fell from dream to reality, immediately hung his face dissatisfied. It's difficult, Hermione. Harry blinked his emerald eyes and asked playfully. In the days without attacks in the Chamber of Secrets and without Lockhart, he seemed happy every day. It's more difficult than ever, Harry. You can't imagine what Professor Watson did to the levitation charm. To be honest, I even thought it was an after-school homework for defense against the dark arts class. Harry and Ron looked at each other. Since they knew Hermione, it was the first time that they heard Hermione express dissatisfaction with the homework of any class so clearly. It took me 4 full days to figure out that the Kenri in Kenrati Leviosa is taken from the ancient rune, Curolad Kenri, Titan Blade, put in this spell. It means sharp and indestructible. Ancient runes can, but isn't that a course that only starts in the 3rd grade? Neville, who was eavesdropping on the side, listened and turned his head and said anxiously. Well said, Neville. Hermione crossed her arms angrily, but her eyes were not sure to leave the parchment spread out on the table, the spell model that was drawn messily. And the pronunciation of the word Wingardium is a ring in the spell model of the levitation spell structure. Its function is to limit the input of magic power, thereby weakening the effect of the levitation charm, so Professor Watson cancelled it. That is to say. Ron's eyes lit up and he moved closer to Hermione, pretending to be himself. Can understand complex spell models on paper. Can you use the upgraded levitation charm? It's not that simple, Ron. Hermione's wand thudded on the table as she exclaimed, it's not that simple, Ron. I may have deciphered Professor Watson's thought process behind the spell transformation, but it doesn't mean I possess the ability to perform it. I lack the precise control over magic power and the skill to seamlessly combine 2 parts under increased magical energy input, a formidable composite spell. Harry, Ron, and Neville looked at each other, and they all suddenly felt lonely in their 2 years of magic learning. Hermione. Looking at the restless Hermione, Harry hesitantly comforted, it doesn't matter if you can't use it, you have always been the best one in the 1st and 2nd grades. So far, no one else can figure out Professor Watson's upgraded levitation charm. It doesn't matter if you don't use it. What are you talking about, Harry? Hermione stared at Harry in surprise, as if Harry had said something as shocking as being expelled from school. This is our homework. But... Neville rubbed his 2 chubby hands together, looking even more disturbed. Professor Watson's exact words were, you can try to study this spell, and if anyone succeeds, I'll give him 20 points. Oh, Neville. Hermione looked very upset. We can't just be lazy because of a potential loophole in Professor Watson's homework. Don't pay attention to her, Neville. Our Miss Perfection has a great dream of becoming a Grand Magus. The Weasley brothers, who had just been selling big dung eggs in the crowd, walked over shoulder to shoulder, and brought along their good friend, the Quidditch commentator, Lee Jordan. Hermione immediately hugged a large pile of reference books on the table angrily, grabbed her research results, and walked to the girls' dormitory without looking back. You shouldn't have annoyed her. Ron looked at his 2 brothers and shrugged innocently, you made Harry and me have to do our potions homework by ourselves. Oh, sorry, are you okay? Hermione, who was running up the spiral staircase, accidentally knocked into someone due to her speed, and the book in her arms fell to the ground. No, it's nothing. Ginny, who looked a little abnormal, tightly clutched her bulging pockets. After getting up from the ground, she didn't care much about who hit her and ran away quickly with her head down. Hermione was left alone at the foot of the stairs, looking at Ginny's panicked back with a furrowed brow, filled with concern. Inside the dimly lit dormitory, Parvati and Lavender sat on the same bed, giggling secretly as they admired a signed photo of Professor Lockhart. Their conversation soon shifted to comparing the handsomeness of Professor Watson and Professor Lockhart, and discussing which second-year witches had received love letters. Hermione, eavesdropping on their conversation for a while, felt a sense of boredom creeping in. The magical lamp at the head of the bed cast Hermione's slender back onto the wall opposite the bed. Lost in thought, Hermione stared at the dark silhouette, reflecting on the Weasley twins' jokes and Ron's apparent indifference when he left. For some unknown reason, she suddenly felt that the nights in early spring were colder than the harshest winter. Clutching her robe tightly, Hermione's beautiful brown eyes became misty as tears welled up. She gazed out the window at the faint glimmer of stars, contemplating the words that resonated within her lonely heart, the strong are always lonely. 047 Lockhart's Little Secret. Because Professor Lockhart was lying in the school infirmary being cared for by Madame Pomfrey, many of the ridiculous and absurd events that occurred on Valentine's Day in the original story did not happen. However, the school did make some effort to create a festive atmosphere. Early in the morning, as the young wizards entered the great hall for breakfast, their eyes widened in surprise. The hall was adorned with a circle of pale golden ribbons, gracefully swaying in the air like a halo of light. Colorful confetti floated down from the light blue ceiling, creating a magical display of vibrant colors that sparkled in the sun. A small cupid, with delicate white wings and rosy cheeks, stood at the entrance of the castle, greeting everyone with a warm smile and offering a bright red rose to each person who entered or left. The roses had a faint scent of vanilla and honey, and a soft touch that felt like silk. Harry and Ron, determined to act as if nothing was out of the ordinary, held out the roses they were given and presented them to Hermione. A glimmer of joy broke through Hermione's previously gloomy demeanor as she accepted the roses, her lips forming a genuine smile after a somber night. The day unfolded with a sense of quiet enchantment. The youthful and innocent love that permeated Valentine's Day captured everyone's attention. Hermione, deliberately avoiding any discussions related to studying, indulged in the spirit of the day. Even Wood, as he arrived from the courtyard, refrained from mentioning the upcoming match or training plans when he encountered Harry. With most students from the third year and above venturing to Hogsmeade, the flat grassy area designated for flying lessons was filled with first and second year wizards. They zoomed around on their brooms, laughing and cheering as they practiced their skills. Some of them even tried to catch the confetti that drifted down from the sky, creating a playful scene. Harry, Ron, and Hermione luxuriated in the gentle sunlight, spending the entire morning engrossed in a game of wizard's chess on the lush green grass. The chess pieces moved with animated expressions, sometimes taunting their opponents or cheering their allies. Harry won 2 games, Ron won 1, and Hermione lost all 3, but she didn't mind. She was too busy enjoying the company of her friends and the beauty of the day. After a satisfying lunch, Harry and Ron decided to pay a visit to Hagrid, while Hermione embarked on a solo journey to the infirmary, carrying with her a greeting card she had lovingly crafted. It was a simple card, made of parchment and decorated with dried flowers. On it, she had written a heartfelt message to Professor Lockhart, wishing him a speedy recovery and expressing her admiration for his achievements. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, following their prearranged plan, Hermione hurriedly made her way to the 3rd floor of the castle and gently knocked on the door of a certain professor's office. "Please come in." The voice behind the door resonated with weariness. Without hesitation, Hermione pushed open the door and entered the room. Inside Professor Lockhart's office, the walls were noticeably stripped of the numerous portraits and photographs that were once plastered across them. Instead, they now lay collected and piled up in a corner. Professor Watson, sitting in Lockhart's chair, faced the window, his gaze fixed on the owls gracefully soaring through the sky, delivering letters. In the middle of the office floor, a staggering pile of letters, numbering perhaps 1,000 or 2,000, lay strewn about. They were all addressed to Professor Lockhart, written in various languages and scripts. Some of them had hearts or kisses drawn on them, others had perfume or glitter sprinkled on them. They all expressed admiration, gratitude, love, or curiosity for the famous wizard. "I never knew that Professor Lockhart had such a vast number of devoted fans." Brian Watson, his face etched with a pained expression, sat behind the desk, his eyes reflecting the exhaustion brought on by the task at hand. "If I had known earlier, I would have gladly assisted Professor Snape with frog innards and snail slime, rather than agreeing to help with these replies. But you're such a devoted fan and admirer of Professor Lockhart, aren't you, Professor Watson? You must appreciate the magnitude of his fame and influence." Hermione, whose eyes still bore the traces of tears from her ordeal in the infirmary, couldn't help but frown at the sight of Professor Watson's gloomy expression. "Let's not talk about that, Miss Granger," Brian Watson said, waving his wand with a hint of irritation. In a flash, the thousands of letters scattered on the floor soared upward, forming a dazzling white whirlwind in mid-air. With precise movements, each letter found its place, neatly stacking back on the floor. As the last letter settled, an impressive pillar of mail emerged, reaching up to the ceiling. "I don't want to trouble you with this, Miss Granger. Let's split the work, and hopefully, we can finish this chore before dinner tomorrow." Brian Watson rubbed his swollen eyes, a sign of his sleepless night spent in the restricted section of the library, and let out a weary yawn. And so, the most tedious task began. Brian Watson and Hermione bent over the desk, burying themselves in the mountainous pillar of mail. Helping Lockhart with his replies turned out to be the most boring job Brian Watson had faced in years. The letters all followed the same pattern: excessive praise, autograph requests, or inquiries for updates. In essence, writing responses to Professor Lockhart's fans became a painfully dull affair. Brian Watson barely left more than 10 words in each letter. However, even after just an hour, he found it hard to bear. On the other hand, Hermione, seated across from him, tackled the task with a completely different attitude. She regarded the opportunity to assist Professor Lockhart with his replies as a privilege. Diligently, she carefully read the content of each letter and meticulously crafted thoughtful responses. As time slowly ticked by, 2 hours passed before Hermione turned her head to assess the progress made. To her dismay, she discovered that the pillar of mail had only shrunk by a third. She rubbed her sore wrists and glanced at Professor Watson, who seemed to have stopped writing replies altogether. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, his gaze lost in the contemplation of the ceiling. Hermione's pursed lips mirrored the stern demeanor of Professor McGonagall, and she called out reproachfully. Under Hermione's watchful supervision, a dejected Brian Watson reluctantly resumed attending to the reader's letters. This time, whenever Miss Granger lifted her head to observe him, he had no chance to slack off, for she left him no room for negligence. Brian Watson and Hermione dined within the office. While Professor Watson could have easily ordered the house elves to deliver the food, he chose to personally retrieve it from the Great Hall, allowing himself a few moments of respite. Professor Watson. During the meal, Hermione no longer cast her gaze upon the letters. She savored her steak at a leisurely pace, stealing glances in the dimly lit surroundings, her eyes drawn to the mysterious Professor Watson with his deep purplish eyes. For some inexplicable reason, her heartbeat quickened. About that sentence you mentioned to me last week in the library. Brian Watson kept his head lowered, engrossed in his meal, his response coming out in a nasal tone. Only after swallowing did he raise his eyes to meet Hermione's, her flushed cheeks capturing his attention. Are you feeling all right, Miss Granger? Hermione hesitated, unsure of how to express the faint sense of loneliness that stirred within her heart. After a moment, under Brian Watson's gentle gaze, she nodded hesitantly. The strong are always destined for solitude, Miss Granger, but life itself is inherently lonesome. Aside from ideals and beliefs, everything and everyone we encounter on our journey toward oblivion can only accompany us temporarily. Once you grasp this understanding, there is no need for perplexity. Brian Watson's casual tone failed to provide clarity to the young witch seated before him. Instead, his words plunged her into a deeper state of turmoil. After dinner, Brian Watson surrendered completely to a state of lethargy. No matter how fiercely Miss Granger glared at him, he slouched lazily in his chair, allowing his gaze to wander aimlessly. Professor Lockhart's desk displayed his personal books, published by various publishers, adorning its surface. In the upper left corner of the desk, a stack of memoirs rested atop ancient wizard research manuscripts, catching Brian Watson's eye during his previous visit. These manuscripts were undoubtedly precious artifacts. If he were in Lockhart's position, he would have cherished and guarded them, rather than carelessly tossing them aside. Though tempted to delve into their contents and study them further, Brian Watson forcibly suppressed the impulse out of moral decency. On the right side of the desk, a separate stack of thick manuscripts beckoned. Brian Watson had glimpsed them earlier upon entering the office. It appeared to be Lockhart's upcoming unpublished book, titled A Year of Coexistence with Samoset Giants. Tisk tisk, such an acquired taste. Driven by boredom, Brian Watson reached out and picked up the manuscript. Compared to the ancient wizard research manuscripts, this particular work seemed less taboo. The candle light flickered, casting dancing shadows across the room, while a faintly cool evening breeze gently tapped against the window. The office embraced an atmosphere of tranquil stillness, accompanied only by the sound of a quill scratching rapidly against parchment and the occasional rustle of turning pages. After a while, Hermione, engrossed in her diligent work, furrowed her brow, sensing an unexplained chill permeating the air. Tentatively, she raised her head, scanning the room in search of the source. Her eyes finally settled on Brian Watson, his lips curled into a cold smirk as he intently perused the manuscript. Professor. Hesitation tinged Hermione's voice as she cautiously inquired, "What are you reading?" "It is Professor Lockhart's new book manuscript," Brian Watson replied, his tone filled with intrigue. "It documents the discovery process of this story, and I must say, it is quite fascinating." "But isn't Professor Lockhart's book meant to be a record of his own experiences? Why did Professor Watson use the word discovery? Furthermore, it was not proper to peek at Professor Lockhart's private manuscript without permission." "Professor." Before Hermione could voice her concerns, Brian Watson abruptly slammed the manuscript back onto the table, his calm demeanor now laced with authority. "That's enough for today, Miss Granger. You should go rest." Looking at the closed door and Hermione's perplexed expression, Brian Watson's eyes flashed with sympathy. "When the day comes and Professor Lockhart's reputation crumbles, Miss Granger will likely be overwhelmed with shame for once idolizing such a scoundrel." He stood up and waved his wand forcefully, causing the drawer beneath the desk to close with a snap. Simultaneously, the suitcases placed against the wall opened one after another, and hidden manuscripts flew from all directions, levitating before Brian Watson. They stood suspended in midair, slowly flipping through their pages, revealing the unforgivable secrets they held. Humph. After briefly skimming through all the manuscripts, Brian let out a cold snort. He looked at the picture frame placed on the tea table, where the wizard inside no longer wore a radiant smile but instead shrunk into a corner of the frame, staring at Brian Watson in terror, trembling uncontrollably. "A bit of courage, Professor Lockhart. I'm truly impressed." Brian stood alone in the office, his laughter softly murmuring. Important below. Author's note, in this chapter I have added some things like some readers said, so this is a kind of experimental chapter. If you guys like this in more detailed way, then I will start writing like this from now on. If you think that the style of previous chapters was good, then I will do in previous chapter. No need to worry, the core story won't change. It's just a style change. Let me know in the comments section your thoughts. 048 The Diary. Hermione was baffled by Professor Watson's reaction when he glimpsed Professor Lockhart's unpublished manuscript. His face registered a complex blend of surprise, disappointment, and maybe even amusement. She wondered what could have caused such an odd expression as she stepped into the castle's lounge through the fat lady's portrait. Her curiosity nagged at her mind, making her eager to find out more about Professor Watson's mysterious response. The night was deepening, and the vast lounge was silent except for a few scattered souls. Harry and Ron were sprawled on the plush sofa near the fireplace, drifting into slumber. They had stayed up for Hermione, aware of how easily she could lose track of time when she was working on something. Hermione walked towards them, feeling a twinge of loneliness in her chest. Life could be so hollow sometimes, she thought sadly as she reached Harry and Ron. Why aren't you two sleeping in the dormitory? Hermione asked them softly as she joined them on the sofa. Her delicate eyebrows arched in a slightly spoiled expression as she entered. She knew they had waited for her out of concern, but she couldn't help teasing them a little. Why else? We are naturally worried that you would be so absorbed in your fascinating work that you would skip dinner. Harry and Ron, who had been snoring lightly, were roused by her voice. They blinked their groggy eyes, and Ron muttered grumpily as he sat up. Hermione settled across from them, glancing at the table laden with food, and a faint smile touched her lips. She wasn't really hungry, but she felt a warmth in her heart. That's when Hermione spotted a black notebook tucked under several slices of toast. The notebook looked rather old, judging by its frayed cover. Hermione's eyes darted to Ron, who shrugged his shoulders casually and nodded at Harry, signaling that he should explain. In the afternoon, on our way back to the dormitory, Ron and I passed by the second floor and heard Moaning Myrtle having a fit in one of the bathrooms. We were curious, so we went in to check it out and found this notebook. It belongs to Tom Riddle. Harry said with emphasis, hoping that Hermione would catch his meaning. Ron thought this thing might be dangerous and told me to toss it away. Toss it away. Hermione snapped out of her tiredness and became animated. She grabbed the notebook and inspected it carefully. What nonsense are you talking, Ron? There might be clues in here. Well, he sure did a good job of hiding them, Ron said with a bored tone. Maybe it's too ashamed to show itself. I don't get why you're keeping it, Harry. I want to know why someone wanted to get rid of it, Harry said thoughtfully. And I'm really curious about how Riddle got the Special Contribution Award from Hogwarts. There could be a lot of reasons, Harry, Ron said with a shrug. Maybe he aced all his O.W.L.S, or he saved a teacher from the giant squid's tentacles. Maybe he killed Moaning Myrtle, and everyone was happy about it. The three of them knew that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened 50 years ago, and a student had died, and the culprit had been expelled. And it just so happened that Riddle had received the Special Contribution Award around that time. It didn't take much brain power to figure out that there must be some link. Hermione tried to coax some words out of the notebook for a while, but she couldn't get anything out of the blank pages. Finally, she gave up reluctantly. Maybe we should give this to Professor Watson or Headmaster Dumbledore. They are powerful wizards who might be able to crack the notebook's secrets. Hermione said with a frown and suggested her idea. Harry, however, unexpectedly opposed the reasonable proposal. Not many people in the school are talking about this anymore, Hermione. I don't want to make a big fuss about it again. But, if, and I mean if, the heir of Slytherin comes out and continues their activities, then I'll let you give it to Professor Watson. He said firmly, clutching Riddle's diary in his hand. In reality, it was just an excuse. Even Harry couldn't explain why he didn't just toss Riddle's diary away. The truth was, over the next few days, despite knowing that the diary was empty, he would take it out whenever no one was around, lost in thought, hoping to find something inside. He felt a strange attraction to the old leather-bound book, as if it was hiding a secret that only he could unravel. A new week began, and February officially entered its second half. The hottest topic in school recently was Professor Watson suddenly becoming the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher without any prior signs. Wherever you went, you could hear young wizards discussing his astonishing skills in the first and second year classes, as well as his teachings on the different levels of magical mastery in the 5th, 6th, and 7th year classes. On the other hand, not many people discussed the methods Brian taught to deal with dark wizards and dangerous creatures in his classes. They seemed too abstract and complicated for most students to grasp. In each house, young wizards confidently proclaimed that their certain relatives possessed the power of court-level wizards. It was as if the magical world had suddenly returned to ancient times, where having 2 court-level wizards in a family was a necessity, and it would be embarrassing not to greet people when going out. They boasted about their family's achievements and prestige, trying to impress their peers with their connections. In each college, there are young wizards who firmly claim that their certain relative possesses the power of a court wizard, as if the magical world has suddenly returned to ancient times. With 2 court wizards in their family, they feel too embarrassed to greet people when they go out. As for the level of Grand Magus, no young wizard dares to challenge them. They are revered and feared as the most powerful and influential wizards in history. They can shape reality with their will and command respect from all living beings. They are legends that transcend time and space. Dumbledore is undoubtedly a Grand Magus. A confident Hufflepuff named Macmillan firmly declared to his fellow housemate, Hannah Abbott, as if he had received confirmation directly from Principal Dumbledore and Professor Watson. His eyes sparkled with admiration and awe. And I suspect Professor Watson might be one too, he continued, his conviction unwavering. Just think about it, Hannah. Ever since Professor Watson arrived at Hogwarts as an investigator, the heir of Slytherin has refrained from any further activity. He must lack the confidence to face 2 Grand Magus simultaneously. He said smugly, as if he had solved a great mystery. Macmillan's theory gained traction among the students, spreading like wildfire. The reshuffling of classes meant that the 3rd and 4th years, taught directly by Professor Watson, commenced their sessions on Tuesday afternoon of the 3rd week. The mischievous Weasley twins, Fred and George, seized this opportunity to playfully tease their professor. They jokingly asked, "Professor Watson, may we ask if you are a Grand Magus?" Their voices were loud enough for everyone to hear. They winked at each other and grinned wickedly. Brian Watson, standing on the podium, smiled slyly at the 2 peculiar Weasley twins. He hadn't expected such a quick opportunity for revenge. He had recognized them at Hogsmeade when they tried to prank him with a fake wand. He decided to teach them a lesson they would never forget. "So, Mr. Weasley twins, would you like to demonstrate to everyone how to defeat a Grand Magus?" he asked casually, gesturing for them to come up on stage. His tone was calm and friendly, but his eyes were full of mischief. Oh! The hall suddenly erupted into roars of laughter and excitement, like a hurricane hitting the waves. Among the Hufflepuff formation, Cedric Diggory, a 4th-year student and Quidditch captain, jumped onto the table and shouted at the twins, "Let everyone see what you've got, Weasley." He cheered them on enthusiastically. "Show us what you can do, Fred and George. Don't embarrass Gryffindor." There were also cheers from within Gryffindor. Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell, who were on the Quidditch team with Fred and George, laughed heartily and slapped the twins' shoulders. "This is definitely revenge, Fred," George whispered through gritted teeth as they trembled and supported each other while going up on stage. "Last time at Hogsmeade, Professor Watson definitely recognized us," he said nervously, remembering how they had failed to fool the professor with their prank. The duel ended much faster than anyone start had expected. As soon as they got on stage and before Professor Watson could announce the twins, with perfect synchronization, immediately split up and ran in 2 different directions, surrounding Brian Watson from both sides. "Are you ready, Fred?" George shouted. "Ready and waiting, brother," Fred responded resolutely. Brian Watson smiled as he watched the 2 troublemakers pull out 2 large dung bomb bags from under their robes, but before they could act, he swiftly waved his wand. Bang! 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 The scene of hundreds of dung bombs exploding simultaneously and the accompanying stench were particularly striking. Fred and George, covered in filth, wailed as they collapsed to the ground, looking as if they had been hit by a Cruciatus curse. Their faces were twisted in pain and disgust, and their clothes were stained with brown and green spots. "Let's go down together, Professor!" they shouted defiantly, hoping to drag him down with them. But to their surprise, moments later, the twin brothers got up from the ground at the same time, glaring fiercely at Professor Watson, and with unwavering courage, they charged towards him. They ignored the laughter and jeers from the audience, determined to get their revenge. If they were scared by such tricks, Brian Watson would have wasted his time in the underground world all these years. He maintained a smiling expression, casually shaking his wrist. A red ball of light, the size of a quaffle and emitting a fiery tail, burst out from the tip of his wand and flew above his head. It looked like a miniature sun, dazzling and powerful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Fred and George could reach within 10 feet, the red ball of light above Professor Watson's head suddenly shone brightly, and dozens of red beams shot out in all directions. Each Weasley approaching was hit by at least 2 or 3 beams on their chests, and then they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. They fell like ragdolls, their limbs limp and their eyes closed. The stunning spell, Group Edition. Brian Watson thought to himself, proud of his invention. He had modified the standard stunning spell to create a more effective version that could target multiple enemies at once. He had used it many times in his missions, and it never failed him. Brian Watson looked down at the stunned young wizards below with a smug smile and said, "Excuse me, which student can help carry them to the infirmary?" He asked politely, as if he had done nothing wrong. He then glanced at the rest of the students with a playful wink and added, "Don't worry, they'll be fine. They just need some rest and a good wash," he said cheerfully, making everyone laugh even harder. 049 Hagrid's Eight-Eyed Spider. Brian, with an air of confidence, moved through the hallowed corridors of Hogwarts Castle, his reputation soaring among the students. As he passed, a hushed reverence followed him, and eyes filled with awe and admiration followed his every step. It was as though he had ascended above even the esteemed Professors McGonagall and Snape with his recent victory over Fred and George in class. One particular incident had left a lasting impression on the students' minds. When Brian entered the 6th floor prefect's bathroom, an almost magical silence enveloped the spacious room. The heads of the prefects clustered together, their usual authoritative demeanor giving way to fear and trepidation. They dared not disturb Brian during his grooming process, as the mere presence of the young wizard commanded such respect that it felt sacrilegious to intrude. Only after Brian sighed in resignation and departed, having completed his sanitary needs, did the vibrant atmosphere return to the bathroom. Whispers and murmurs filled the air once more as the students puzzled over why Brian chose the prefect's bathroom instead of the more exclusive facilities reserved for the professors. Oliver Wood, his head adorned with a pile of colorful bubbles from the enchanted bath, submerged himself in the water, still trembling from the encounter. He turned to Percy, who had been observing Brian with reverence from the beginning, and voiced the question that lingered in everyone's mind. Why doesn't Professor Watson use the professor's dedicated bathroom? The question hung in the air like a tangible mystery, and the students eagerly awaited an answer. They couldn't fathom why Brian, with his prestigious status, would opt for the prefect's bathroom instead of the more luxurious and exclusive facilities reserved for the revered Hogwarts staff. In truth, Brian's actions were not driven by a desire to flaunt his status or make a statement. He simply had no knowledge of the professor's dedicated bathroom's existence. Professor McGonagall, who had meticulously arranged his office and living quarters, had somehow neglected to mention it to him. Even the discovery of the 6th floor prefect's bathroom had been a fortuitous accident during Brian's time as a student. As the evening wore on and the clock struck 8, Brian, now clad in clean wizard robes, found himself standing before the intricately carved door of Dumbledore's office. With a slight trepidation in his heart, he knocked and entered, meeting Dumbledore's welcoming gaze. "It seems this is your first visit to my office on your own accord since you came back to Hogwarts, isn't it, Brian?" Dumbledore observed, resting his hands under his chin and smiling cautiously. His bright blue eyes radiated both warmth and wisdom, putting Brian somewhat at ease. Brian couldn't help but think, if I had nothing to do, why would I keep wandering around you? In truth, he was an inherently insecure individual, and despite his elevated status, he saw Dumbledore as the only wizard in Hogwarts who posed a threat to his life. Thus, he felt compelled to maintain some distance and guard against any potential conflicts. "Well, Headmaster Dumbledore," Brian began, exchanging a few pleasantries before slowly revealing the purpose of his visit. He shared his ambitious plan to introduce the young wizards to various magical creatures based on their proficiency levels, starting in March. Seeking Dumbledore's opinion on the matter, Brian hoped for his support and guidance. "You are the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, Brian, and thus, you have complete autonomy in this matter," Dumbledore replied, his face adorned with a warm smile, displaying his open-mindedness and trust in Brian's abilities. However, Brian's expression seemed slightly unnatural, and he cleared his throat, covering his slight nervousness. "The issue is, I believe it would be beneficial to consult with you beforehand regarding the creatures I plan for them to encounter." Dumbledore, who had initially listened with casual interest, could no longer maintain his relaxed demeanor. Frowning in distress, he recognized the radical and potentially dangerous nature of Brian's plan. "Brian, this is a daring and perilous endeavor. You must understand that young wizards have their limitations. Have you thoroughly considered the potential risks and consequences of your decision? Talents cannot be nurtured comfortably in a cradle, Headmaster Dumbledore. While I acknowledge the limitations of young wizards, I believe that courage and determination in the face of danger are particularly important for their growth. If we wish to see tangible progress, some level of risk is acceptable," Brian replied, his voice filled with unwavering conviction. Dumbledore, a shrewd and experienced individual shaped by the unfortunate events of his century, approached every situation with caution and care. But even he recognized the need for decisive action. "I will discuss this matter with Professor McGonagall. I believe she will understand your intentions. However, to ensure nothing unexpected occurs, I suggest you have Professor Snape accompany you during your classes. He can provide guidance and assistance, and I trust his judgment," Dumbledore suggested, seeking to strike a balance between support and caution. Relieved, Brian expressed his gratitude to Headmaster Dumbledore for his understanding and support. However, Dumbledore hesitated once more before speaking. "Regarding the mention of acromantulas, I suggest you first discuss this matter with Hagrid," he advised. Brian was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. "Are you suggesting that Hagrid keeps acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest?" Confirming Brian's assumption, Dumbledore nodded. Amusement mingled with surprise in Brian's expression. I've heard of Hagrid's fondness for large and dangerous magical creatures since my school days. However, I never imagined he would consider acromantulas, creatures known for their hostility towards wizards, as pets. It is truly astonishing. Perhaps it is Hagrid's pure and untainted heart that allows him to enjoy the favor of those fascinating creatures who share our world, Dumbledore mused, his voice filled with wisdom. He smiled at Brian, saying, however, he has paid a considerable price for such affections. An hour later, Brian emerged from Dumbledore's office, his steps heavy as he stood before the stone monster guarding the entrance. The torches lining the walls cast flickering light on his slightly furrowed brow, lending a serious and solemn air to his expression. Initially, Brian had merely sought Dumbledore's advice on the magical creatures for his classes. Little did he expect to receive such valuable information. He had long been aware of Hagrid's expulsion from Hogwarts but never knew the precise reason. Now, he discovered that Hagrid's encounter with the acromantula during his 5th year had led to his expulsion. To Brian's astonishment, this incident was somehow connected to the Chamber of Secrets and Voldemort himself. The pieces began to fall into place, and Brian's eyes glimmered with realization. Dumbledore had not explicitly stated it, but his implications were clear. 50 years ago, Hagrid had not been the one to open the Chamber of Secrets. Instead, it was likely Tom Riddle, who had reported Hagrid to the authorities. Brian's thoughts raced, and he considered the significance of this revelation. Voldemort, a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, and Hagrid's expulsion due to the acromantula incident. It made sense, and Brian even speculated on a closer connection between Voldemort and Salazar Slytherin beyond shared ideological beliefs. The rumors circulating within the castle about Harry Potter's blood connection to Slytherin suddenly took on new meaning. The possibility of Parseltongue being an innate talent that awakens differently from others is small. It is likely a hidden power within the bloodline. Could Potter and Voldemort also be related? Brian pondered, deep in thought. Dumbledore possessed more knowledge than he shared, but for various reasons, he had not disclosed everything to Brian. And in that moment, Brian felt grateful for the secrets kept from him. He preferred not to be drawn further into the complicated web of events. Regardless, I must speak with Hagrid, Brian murmured, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames at the edge of the forbidden forest. The light played across his face, illuminating his determination. 050 Triumph and Dilemma. On a sunny Monday afternoon when birds chirped cheerfully outside and a crisp Friday morning when frost covered the windowsills, the 2 Defense Against the Dark Arts classes for little wizards in grades 1 and 2 were in session. Inside the spacious auditorium with high ceilings, where only the faint sound of needles knitting could be heard, all the eager young wizards fixed their gaze on Hermione and Professor Watson, who stood on the high platform. Their eyes were filled with intensity, yet they dared not make a sound for fear of missing anything. Even Neville, with his fists clenched on his chest and his heart pounding, assumed a posture of prayer as he hoped for the best. Brian, wielding his wand with confidence and grace, flicked it gracefully, causing a 10-foot-wide stone pillar to rise from the ground like a majestic monument. It stood proudly in the center of the elevated platform as if challenging anyone to break it. Then, Miss Granger. Brian's encouraging gaze fell upon Hermione, whose nervous fingertips trembled like leaves in the wind. He smiled warmly and said in a gentle tone, "Please begin your performance." Professor Watson. Hermione's voice quivered slightly, tinged with a hint of apprehension and doubt. In her heart, she regretted ever raising her hand to answer the professor's question that led to this moment. She stammered with a dry mouth, "I can't guarantee success." "Show yourself, Miss Granger, this is an unprecedented success." Brian continued to encourage her with a smile that reached his eyes. After approximately 5 minutes of trembling and breathlessness that seemed like an eternity, Hermione managed to overcome the psychological tension that gripped her mind. She mustered the courage to raise her right hand, holding the wand firmly, and aimed it at her sweat-drenched left palm. With a voice slightly immature but clear, she spoke the incantation, Canrati Leviosa. The sound of her slightly quivering voice reverberated throughout the silent and empty auditorium like a thunderclap. Accompanied by the flickering light on the surface of the white feather that glowed like a star, a crisp clang resounded, causing everyone in the room to gasp in astonishment as they witnessed something extraordinary. Hiss! A sudden intake of breath echoed through the rows of young wizards from each of the 4 houses as they leaned forward in their seats. "Harry, did you hear what she said?" Ron's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Hermione on the high platform. It seemed as if he was seeing her for the first time in a new light. Even Harry's expression mirrored Ron's disbelief. He whispered in awe, "No, Ron. I've never heard that before. It's unbelievable." Neville, standing behind them, stared wide-eyed with excitement. His flushed face conveyed the amazement he felt. "I could never do that," he said with admiration and envy. Such an achievement from a lowly mudblood. Among the awestruck gazes directed at Hermione, only the Slytherin side, led by Malfoy, whispered this sentence disdainfully with a sneer on his face. But as soon as Brian, standing 30 feet away, cast an imperceptible glance at him, Malfoy immediately fell silent, too frightened to utter another word. Nevertheless, a lingering uncertainty flickered in Brian's grey pupils, leaving a slightly gloomy impression as he wondered about something. After silencing the malicious Malfoy, Brian turned his gaze once again to Hermione, whose fair cheeks now burned bright red from embarrassment and excitement. With a steady voice, he nodded and said with curiosity and anticipation, "Try to see if you can cut through the stone pillar, Miss Granger." Hesitant, Hermione nodded and looked at the stone pillar. Her arms trembled slightly, as though what she held in her hands was not a magical wand, but a heavy metal rod weighing dozens of kilograms that drained her strength. A sharp whistle pierced the air as the feather, with a slight metallic luster that reflected the light, sliced through the atmosphere like a bullet. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the stone pillar. Snapped. All eyes immediately turned to the stone pillar. With a crisp cracking sound, the smooth surface of the stone exploded, sending fragments flying into the sky like a rainstorm of rocks and dust. Once the dust settled, disappointment filled the faces of the little wizards in the audience as they looked upon the broken stone pillar with pity and sympathy. "Sorry, Professor Watson, I failed." Hermione, who had glimpsed the outcome before anyone else with horror and dismay, bit her lower lip tightly. Her brown eyes glistened with tears, and she appeared devastated, as though she had been dealt a significant blow to her pride and confidence. Brian stepped forward to carefully inspect the scene. Hermione's feather had shattered into fine fragments mixed with gravel, while the stone pillar he had transformed now bore a small pit on its surface, still far from being completely broken. It seemed like an insurmountable distance. "This isn't a failure, Miss Granger." Brian pointed to the small indentation in the stone and smiled at Hermione. "To successfully cast an enhanced levitation charm, you need strong magical power and precise control. These are precisely what junior wizards lack. I believe you have grasped the essence of this spell. All you need to do is practice diligently. As you grow older, your magical power will gradually increase. One day, you will be able to cast the complete enhanced levitation charm." He said these words with sincerity and encouragement, hoping to boost Hermione's confidence and morale. He knew how hard she worked and how much she cared about learning magic. He wanted her to see this as a learning opportunity, not a setback. Hermione's incomplete enhanced levitation charm became the hottest topic on that Friday. Wherever she went, people would stop her and ask for the secret behind her spell. During lunchtime, even Percy managed to squeeze in, disregarding Ron's unhappiness, and approached Hermione with a slightly respectful tone, seeking her advice. Truthfully, this was the first time Hermione had experienced the feeling of being famous. She felt a mix of pride and embarrassment as she answered the questions and compliments from her peers and seniors. She tried to act modest and humble, but she couldn't help feeling a bit smug and pleased with herself. She had done something no one else had done before, and she knew it was a remarkable feat. "Don't get too proud, Hermione. You're still far from reaching Professor Watson's level." After dinner, as Hermione made her way towards the library to do some more research on the spell, she dealt with two Ravenclaw third-year sisters who bombarded her with technical questions. She reminded herself to remain vigilant and not let her guard down, but an undeniable smile played on her lips as she enjoyed the attention and admiration. In the early hours of the night, Brian sat in his office in front of a fireplace, contemplating the bottle of memory he held in his hand with a pensive expression. Occasionally, he would raise his head to glance at the monitor on the opposite wall that showed various scenes from around the castle. To this point, Brian had heavily invested in setting up the monitoring system using his own devices and spells, but it had utterly failed him in finding any clues about the heir of Slytherin. He was almost certain that as long as he remained at Hogwarts, the heir would not dare to act again for fear of being exposed by him. The only option left was to obtain the clues held by the protagonist group. He knew they were somehow involved in the mystery, but he didn't know how or why. The flame of the voodoo doll candlestick behind him had shrunk by half once again as it burned away his life force, and the crimson dragon blood had gradually faded to a soft pink as it lost its magical potency. In approximately a month's time, it would lose its effect entirely and leave him vulnerable to Voldemort's curse. Before that happened, Brian knew he had to step down from his position as the defense against the dark arts professor and find another way to protect himself. Otherwise, he would subject himself to the Dark Lord's curse. On his desk lay Lockhart's manuscript on ancient magic research related to memory that he had secretly borrowed from his office. Brian had brought it over and spent several days studying it in hopes of finding something useful for his own purposes. Strictly speaking, Brian's actions bordered on theft and violated Lockhart's privacy. Under normal circumstances, he would never stoop to such behavior as he valued honesty and integrity. However, after discovering Lockhart's true nature as a fraud and a liar, Brian carried no burden in his conscience. To him, matters of black and white were nothing new as he had lived in a world of grey for most of his life. He had engaged in similar activities before when the situation called for it. The sound of an urgent knock at the door interrupted Brian's contemplation. Swiftly hiding away anything unsuitable for prying eyes under a cloak of invisibility, he stood up and approached the door. "Professor Snape and Mr. Malfoy." Brian raised an eyebrow as he regarded Snape, whose expression seemed to hold a mix of emotions such as anger, envy, and curiosity. Draco Malfoy, half hidden behind Snape, was pushed forward reluctantly. Surprise flickered in Brian's eyes as he watched Snape, who then turned around and left without a word as if he couldn't stand being in his presence. "You two may come in and talk," Brian offered politely but coldly. "No need." Snape's dark eyes held a slight ripple as he looked at Brian, who had caused quite a stir within the castle in recent days. The boy had a mysterious aura that intrigued and unsettled Snape, who had sensed his extraordinary potential since he was a young wizard in the lower grades. Snape was certain that this unknown child would achieve remarkable feats one day, but he never anticipated it would happen so soon and surpass his own achievements. No matter how low-key an exceptional person might be, their brilliance cannot be concealed. Snape could already predict that this genius, born seemingly out of nowhere, would soon shock the entire wizarding world. It wouldn't be far-fetched to imagine that this child could one day surpass even Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of their time. "The boy has something to ask you but doesn't have the courage to come alone," Snape explained, his eyes suppressing any lingering ripples. He grabbed Malfoy, who was standing behind him, and pushed him toward Brian. Malfoy stumbled forward, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear and resentment. Snape turned and departed, leaving them alone in his office. The room was dimly lit by a few candles, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Books, potions, and strange artifacts cluttered the shelves and the desk, creating a sense of mystery and danger. Snape closed the door behind him, silently offering his blessings in his heart. "I hope your future won't be like mine, clinging to the remnants of light in the darkness, Brian. May you bask in the sunlight and shine with your own brilliance." Brian stood there, watching Snape's retreating figure, and then shifted his attention to the hesitant Malfoy. //patreon.com/FicFrenzy 051 The Studious Malfoy. "If I remember correctly, Mr. Malfoy, this should be the first time you and I have met in private since the Christmas vacation." Professor Watson's voice reverberated through the spacious office, casting an atmosphere of tension that seemed to linger in the air. The piercing gaze of Professor Watson fixated on the desk opposite Malfoy, creating an impression that Malfoy was walking on a thin sheet of ice. Brian, with the steaming cup of bitter tea in hand, lowered his head slightly, lost in a maze of contemplation. Since his return to Hogwarts, he had found solace in drinking tea more often than before. Despite his distaste for bitter beverages, tea had become his beverage of choice, an inexplicable craving that surfaced whenever he desired a drink. Brian contemplated the intricate nature of humanity, pondering on the complexities of the human mind, as he looked up once again to meet Malfoy's uneasy stare. "Yes, you remember correctly, Professor Watson," Malfoy responded, his gaze fixed on his toes. He fidgeted on the cushioned stool, as if a thorn pricked his posterior, causing visible discomfort. With graceful poise, Brian leaned on the back of his chair, tracing the delicate rim of his cup with his fingertips. A subtle smile played on his lips as he observed the sole heir of the illustrious Malfoy family, known for their unwavering support of pure-blood superiority. His tone carried a touch of frivolity, bordering on rudeness. "Well then, Malfoy, I am intrigued to know the purpose behind your visit, which necessitated the involvement of Professor Snape," Brian remarked, his words draped in a domineering undertone. Having spent a considerable amount of time in Slytherin House, he had learned how to navigate interactions with the descendants of prestigious pure-blood families. A polite demeanor wouldn't earn their approval, it was respect that held true significance. Under the weight of Brian's powerful presence, Malfoy's previous arrogance and contempt vanished entirely. Just as Neville stood meekly in front of Professor Snape, Malfoy dared not act rashly and remained obedient. "It is indeed about the enhanced levitation charm that you demonstrated in defense against the dark arts class, Professor Watson. I am seeking your guidance in mastering the intricacies of the spell. Although I attempted it in private, I still struggle to unravel its secrets," Malfoy confessed, his gaze shifting anxiously. Brian blinked, taken aback by Malfoy's unexpected response. He lightly tapped his desk, allowing a momentary pause before he responded. With unwavering focus, he maintained eye contact with Malfoy, his interest piqued, until the young wizard was overwhelmed by the lingering pressure. Just as Malfoy was on the verge of making a hasty retreat, Brian's smile softened, and he spoke. "And what, Mr. Malfoy, is the true purpose behind this? Is it a genuine thirst for knowledge or merely a means to prove yourself equal to a mudblood such as Miss Granger?" Brian's words carried a subtle darkness, probing beneath the surface. Malfoy's expression grew gloomy. He couldn't openly admit that the latter was his true motive in front of Professor Watson. He knew that uttering such words would likely result in being swiftly expelled from the office. "It seems you have discerned where the true problem lies, Mr. Malfoy," Brian remarked, standing up with a disarming smile. His demeanor shifted back to its usual kind and friendly state, as if the dominant and overpowering wizard from moments ago had been replaced by someone entirely different. Casually strolling to the center of the office, Brian snapped his fingers, summoning a stone pillar resembling the one used during the daytime defense against the dark arts class. "Come here, Mr. Malfoy. Let me witness your strength." For nearly 2 hours, Brian guided Malfoy, paying meticulous attention to detail. He patiently corrected the young wizard's casting gestures and taught him the intricacies of coordinating magical power while reciting the spell. However, despite their efforts, Malfoy couldn't fully grasp the upgraded charm that Brian had effortlessly wielded during his second semester in his first year. This was an inevitable outcome, as Brian had explained to Hermione in class. The spell required a level of magical power and control that was lacking in junior wizards. It was a limitation that couldn't be overcome. Not everyone possessed Brian's exceptional magical power or the formidable spiritual power resulting from the fusion of two souls. Nevertheless, Malfoy appeared relatively satisfied with his progress. A hint of complacency adorned the corner of his mouth as he observed the gravel scattered by the feathers he controlled. "Thank you for your invaluable guidance, Professor." Malfoy, now standing at the door, expressed sincere gratitude. "Before you depart, I have one last piece of advice for you," Brian said, returning to his desk and casting a meaningful glance at the door. "Throughout your journey, there is but one adversary you must overcome, Mr. Malfoy, and that is your own arrogance." The pleasant weather that had graced Hogwarts for many days finally gave way to a rainy Saturday morning. As the rain pattered down, the castle stood tall, emanating a damp and biting cold reminiscent of the previous month. From a distance, Hogwarts Castle majestically overlooked the snow-capped peaks and the sprawling forest. While passing the Quidditch pitch, Brian was surprised to witness a few brave young wizards clad in Gryffindor uniforms braving the wind and rain on their broomsticks. Shaking his head in disbelief, he muttered to himself. "Poor Flint, he will need assistance from both Merlin and God to secure victory in this year's final," Brian remarked, watching the courageous players battle against the elements. Upon arriving at the cabin nestled within the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid could be found at the back of the house. He hummed softly, his attention fixated on bandaging the injured hoof of a magical creature. His large, furry face displayed a gentle expression. Continuing on his way, Brian arrived at Hagrid's cabin in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. There, he found Hagrid humming softly, tenderly tending to an animal with a wounded hoof. Hagrid's large, furry face expressed an unmistakable care. "These hippogriffs aren't the friendliest creatures, Hagrid," Brian commented, observing Hagrid's gentle touch. "Oh, they're all right once you get the hang of 'em. They ain't difficult to deal with," Hagrid replied, engrossed in tending to the injured hippogriff swing. He didn't immediately realize who was addressing him. "This little fella here's almost an adult. In the fight for mating rights, it had a tough battle with its companions and ended up with wounds all over. Can't just ignore 'em, else they'll fester and ooze pus." Most magical creatures possessed sharper instincts than wizards. As Brian observed the scene with great interest, the hippogriff with its collar and the hippocampus motif seemed to sense the danger emanating from the young wizard and eagerly sought to break free from Hagrid's grasp. "Don't worry, Buckbeak. I won't harm you. Could you please hand me the scissors?" Brian assured the restless creature, extending a helping hand. Hagrid's massive hand gently held Buckbeak's neck, preventing the hippogriff from escaping. The creature struggled vigorously, but Hagrid's grip remained firm and unyielding. "Thank you," Brian said politely as Hagrid handed him the scissors, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Dumbledore had been right. Hagrid, with his giant heritage, possessed a brilliance that surpassed ordinary people. The moment Hagrid released his grip, Buckbeak darted away like an arrow, disappearing into the depths of the Forbidden Forest without a backward glance. Hagrid's face beamed with happiness, witnessing the spirited nature of the hippogriff. "Looks like you're in good spirits, Buckbeak, my lad. I hope this experience won't make you afraid to pursue love." Ahem. "Oh, Professor Watson." Hagrid finally smiled, his gaze shifting from Buckbeak to Brian. Initially surprised by the visitor, his smile soon transformed into an awkward but polite expression. "So it's you, Professor Brian. What brings you here? I mean, what can I do for you?" Brian returned Hagrid's smile and nodded appreciatively. Dumbledore had indeed been right about the humble gamekeeper's genuine kindness. //patreon.com/FicFrenzy 052 Aragog. Hagrid's heart pounded in his chest as he confronted the daunting reality of the Ministry of Magic's investigators. They possessed the authority to banish him back to Azkaban, the dreaded wizarding prison that still haunted his nightmares from his previous 2-month confinement there. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine, and he couldn't shake the fear that lingered within him. But it wasn't just the Ministry's investigators that troubled Hagrid. Brian Watson, the Board of Governors investigator, also loomed over him, holding the power to expel him from Hogwarts, the very school that had become his cherished home. While Hagrid took solace in the knowledge that Headmaster Dumbledore would undoubtedly defend him, the situation remained immensely vexing and filled him with immense stress. As Hagrid and Watson ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest, an aura of foreboding enveloped them. The thick canopy of ancient trees blocked out most of the sunlight, casting eerie shadows that danced upon the forest floor. The air grew damp and heavy, carrying the musty scent of decaying leaves. Strange noises filled the silence, whispers of unseen creatures that sent shivers down their spines. In the dimness, Watson found it necessary to cast a Lumos spell, the soft glow emanating from his wand illuminating their path through the gloom. The forest remained eerily quiet, save for the occasional snap of branches and the gentle patter of raindrops upon leaves. Hagrid's familiarity with the terrain became evident as he expertly maneuvered through the labyrinthine maze of ancient trees. Leaping down from a slanted tree trunk, he turned to Watson, his panting breaths punctuating the silence. "Over here, Professor Watson," Hagrid called out, his weathered hand gesturing towards a hidden path. They continued their arduous trek for another 10 minutes, their footsteps sinking into the thick layer of decomposing leaves that carpeted the forest floor. The ground seemed to swallow their feet with each step, as if the forest itself sought to impede their progress. Hagrid couldn't help but voice his growing skepticism. "I reckon it's all a wild goose chase, Professor. I've tried countless times to get him to talk, but he refuses. All he ever says is that the monster within the castle is an ancient and fearsome creature, a natural enemy of spiders. He won't divulge any further information, and I doubt he'll confide in anyone else either." Watson, determined to press on, dismissed Hagrid's doubts with a resolute tone. "Let us at least make the attempt, Hagrid." Watson's movements were marked by a grace that contrasted with Hagrid's lumbering gait. He had cast a weight-reducing spell upon himself, allowing him to navigate the treacherous terrain with an almost ethereal lightness. Concern etched deep lines into Hagrid's face as he watched Watson. "You best be prepared, Professor Watson. Aragog has become increasingly irritable in his old age, his movements restricted. I can't guarantee I'll be able to calm him down." "That is a worry for another time, Hagrid." "Sometimes," Watson replied cryptically, his voice carrying an air of hidden knowledge. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forbidden forest, the density of the trees began to thin, revealing glimpses of a downward-sloping landscape. Shadows, large and imposing, moved stealthily amidst the thickets of bushes entangled with thorny vines. Watson knew they were drawing closer to their destination. Coming to a halt at the precipice of a crater-like depression, Watson raised his wand, its luminous glow penetrating the darkness below. The vast pit housed sparse, gnarled trees, but its true inhabitants lay hidden within a teeming mass of hundreds, if not thousands, of spiders. These were no ordinary arachnids, each one matched the size of the eight-eyed spider that had crossed Watson's path before. As Watson's presence was detected, the once silent depression erupted into a symphony of crackling sounds that reverberated through the forest, disturbing its tranquil silence. "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" boomed a voice that seemed to shake the very ground. Emerging from a misty, hemispherical spider web at the center of the depression, a spider of gargantuan proportions slowly crawled forward. Its immense black body bore traces of grey, giving it an air of otherworldly menace. The eyes on its grotesque head, equipped with formidable claws, were clouded by a milky film, rendering its vision impaired. "Is it Hagrid?" The spider's screeching voice sliced through the air, reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard. Crackling, crackling, crackling. A chorus of spiders responded in their unique, rustling language, their movements filled with anticipation. "Oh, I see. A stranger has ventured into my domain. My apologies." Aragog swiftly retracted its threatening claws, conveying a semblance of understanding. "Children, what are you waiting for?" Aragog's voice resonated, commanding the restless spiders surrounding Watson and Hagrid. They teetered on the edge of the pit, their thin legs vibrating with anticipation, ready to obey the slightest command. A disheveled Hagrid, finally catching up, gasped for breath. "Wait, Aragog, wait. It's me, Hagrid. I've returned." The aged spider, recognizing the familiar voice, halted its trembling claws. A touch of warmth infused its harsh tone. "Oh, my apologies, Hagrid. I mistook your arrival for an intrusion into my realm. So, have you spoken to those centaurs, as I requested? If they continue to disregard the safety of my offspring, Hagrid, I will be left with no choice but to retaliate." "Actually, Aragog, I heard something completely different from the centaurs. They think well, I'll go ask them again for you, Aragog. I have something else to ask you today." Hagrid was like the keeper of the order of this forbidden forest. Every intelligent magical creature, whether they liked wizards or not, maintained the most basic respect for Hagrid. As Watson took a few cautious steps forward, the air in the forbidden forest seemed to grow tense, as if every living creature held its breath in anticipation. The ancient trees, their gnarled branches intertwined like guardians of the forest, cast eerie shadows that danced on the forest floor. The smaller spiders, sensing the shift in atmosphere, remained agitated in their pit, their thin legs skittering across the ground, creating a haunting chorus of rustling noises. Aragog, with his immense form, was an intimidating sight to behold. His 8 eyes, covered with a milky film, glistened with a mix of curiosity and suspicion as they locked onto Watson's direction. His fangs were large and menacing, a constant reminder of the potential danger that lurked within the forbidden forest. Hagrid. Aragog's voice echoed, resonating with a mix of anger and concern. Did you bring someone else with you? You promised me you wouldn't do that. It seemed that this old spider was not so easy to communicate with. Watson thought to himself, standing on the side and watching Hagrid talk to it. Hagrid, the keeper of the order in the Forbidden Forest, stood steadfast despite the spider's hostility. His large, bearded face carried a mixture of respect and understanding, knowing that dealing with Aragog required patience and tact. Professor Watson is also the investigator sent by the Hogwarts Board of Governors to investigate the Chamber of Secrets, Hagrid explained. He insisted on talking to you face to face, Aragog. I hope you can grant him that. Upon hearing the mention of the Chamber of Secrets, Aragog's demeanor shifted drastically. Excitement coursed through him, causing a ripple of anxious movements among the surrounding spiders. They stayed a few dozen feet away, their presence more ominous than ever, ready to rush forward at a moment's command. I've said it many times, Hagrid. We're afraid of that monster, Aragog declared vehemently. We never mention the name of that ancient creature to outsiders. If too many wizards know about it, they will covet its power and use it to destroy us. Watson couldn't help but be intrigued by Aragog's logic, finding it strangely compelling amidst the dangers that surrounded them. He exchanged a knowing look with Hagrid, who seemed resigned yet hopeful, knowing that Watson's knowledge and expertise might just be the key to resolving this delicate situation. Don't give up so easily, Hagrid, Watson said reassuringly, drawing on his vast knowledge of magical creatures and their intricacies. With confidence, he took 2 more steps forward, and said in a relaxed tone. Let me try to talk to him. 053 Brian's temper. Hello, Aragog, Brian said politely as he approached the giant spider with Hagrid by his side. My name is Brian Watson. As Hagrid said, I am a professor at Hogwarts, and also serving as. Leave my territory, stranger. Leave at once. I have nothing to say to you. Aragog roared, interrupting Brian's words with a swipe of his huge claw that sent a blast of air towards them. His voice was deep and raspy, like 2 boulders rubbing against each other. His fur was matted and dirty, and his legs were covered with scars and wounds. His one good eye glared at them with a mixture of anger and fear. He was the king of this dark forest, and he did not tolerate any intruders. For Hagrid's sake, I will spare your life if you go now. The horde of smaller spiders that surrounded them tensed up at Aragog's words. They crawled closer to their prey, digging their sharp legs into the soil nervously. Their green compound eyes glittered with hunger and malice in the dim light. Their jaws snapped and opened, as if they were already tasting the flesh and blood of the frail humans near Hagrid. Brian felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the restless spiders. His face lost its usual smile and became serious. He wore a dark cloak that contrasted with his fair skin and blonde hair. He held a wand in his hand, ready to use it if necessary. He had a rare chance to learn the truth, and he was not going to give up so easily. Go back, Professor Watson. Hagrid pleaded, his eyes wide with worry. Aragog and his kin don't like strangers, and I haven't brought anyone here for years. It's too risky. Hagrid was a half-giant with a large beard and a shaggy coat. He towered over Brian, but he was gentle and loyal to his friends. He had raised Aragog from an egg, and he still cared for him despite his hostility. I respect you, Hagrid. Aragog moved around in the large web that covered the crater like a dome. He made a hissing sound that echoed in the air. My sons and daughters obey me and do not harm you, but I cannot stop them from craving the fresh human meat that you have brought to them. Hagrid, if your friend does not leave, you will have to return to the castle alone. Come on, Professor Watson, you won't get any useful information from him. The situation was getting worse by the minute. Hagrid urged Brian to leave, but Brian ignored him. He kept his gaze fixed on Aragog, who stared back at him with his one good eye. The little spiders were closing in. Hagrid could not stand it any longer. He rushed to Brian's side and reached out to grab his arm. But as soon as his fingers touched the wizard's robe, the vortex in Brian's eyes began to spin. The raindrops that fell from the dark sky turned into frozen pearls. They seemed to defy gravity and hung in mid-air, motionless. The dead leaves that had been blown away by the shock bounced back into the air with a slow but steady force as soon as they hit the ground. The fine raindrops that had been scattered by them traced their spiral paths clearly. This amazing and magical scene was imprinted in Hagrid's eyes. He forgot for a moment that he was paralyzed. A breeze stirred. The sound of rain faded away. Time seemed to stand still. And space was like amber that was about to harden. All the noises ceased. And the spiders stopped moving their claws. Only their compound eyes quivered slightly with extreme fear, showing that they were still alive. Brian cautiously brushed away the brittle leaves that carpeted the ground in front of him. He navigated around clusters of thorny bushes that tore at his skin. He evaded the webs of the tiny spiders that attempted to ensnare him. He descended the steep steps that led to the bottom of the pit. And finally, he confronted the ancient spider with a milky eye that was the lord of this dark realm. Then, Brian lifted his arm and pressed his wand firmly against Aragog's massive head. His eyes were cold and stern, and his quiet voice carried a thunderous authority. It seems that for your sake as Hagrid's friend, I will give you a chance to tell the truth. The wind howled, and Aragog felt a surge of pain in his old body. But he still remained silent. And in his mouthparts, worn out by time and decay, the sharp teeth clattered against each other, as if they were ready to strike. I can't. Aragog uttered a trembling voice, that's the fear hidden in the blood, we can't resist it. It's so difficult. Brian rubbed his wet hair in frustration. If you insist on not saying anything, Aragog, I can only go to your mind to find it myself. To be honest, I don't want to do that. It may harm your health. No, no. Hagrid on the edge of the crater blinked his eyes desperately after hearing this, and he struggled hard, but this kind of confinement of the magical power in his body was just like the curse of petrification suffered by Colin Creevey and Justin Fletchley. It could not be overcome by personal willpower, no matter how strong Hagrid was. He could only watch Brian's wand glow again with a menacing light. Brian. Just when Hagrid thought Aragog was doomed to die, a voice full of wisdom and compassion sounded behind Hagrid, and before he could react, a beam of silver light soared over his body with a bang, appearing above the head of Brian who was about to strike. The silver phoenix flapped its wings gracefully, and sprinkled a shower of starry sparks around the gloomy place. It's foolish to save some lives while destroying others, Brian, let this poor spider go, it has suffered enough. The magic power around was still frozen, but the silver patron is carrying Dumbledore's spirit and will seem to be completely unaffected. It hovered calmly in midair and looked at Brian with a gentle gaze. A tense silence filled the cold air. This was a silent confrontation, and it was clear who had the upper hand. I'm sorry, Hagrid, I may have done some rude things to your friends in the Forbidden Forest, I hope you can forgive me. In front of the wooden house, Brian's tone was filled with regret. I don't know why, but in the past 2 years, I have developed a bad habit. When others are rude to me, it is difficult for me to control my temper. It's not your fault, Professor Watson. Aragog really has a bad temper. His face was pale, and Hagrid said with a smile like he had just survived a near-death experience. The sky was a dull grey, and a light drizzle fell from the clouds. Brian could barely tell what time it was by looking at the sunless horizon. He had taken shelter under the wooden eaves of the Quidditch stands, where he was shivering and nibbling on a sandwich that the Gryffindor team had left for him. They had woken him up from his nap earlier, telling him it was lunchtime. Professor Watson. As he strode across the courtyard from Hagrid's hut to the castle, he heard someone call out his name. He turned and saw Hermione Granger waving at him. She had a wand in her hand, and she was using it to dry Harry Potter's hair, which was dripping wet and stuck to his forehead. She looked delighted to see him, but her eagerness nearly caused a mishap when the sparks from her wand flew too close to Harry's eyebrows. Ah, Miss Granger. Brian greeted her with a smile, but he felt a twinge of annoyance. He had been looking forward to meeting someone else, not her. He wondered what she wanted from him this time. Where did you go this morning? I went to your office, but you were not there. I wanted to ask you, is it still time to write a reply letter for Professor Lockhart tomorrow? Write a letter for Professor Lockhart. Brian felt a surge of irritation. He had completely forgotten about that ridiculous assignment. He had been too busy exploring the secrets hidden in Lockhart's office last weekend, and he had no interest in writing fan letters for the pompous fraud. But he knew that Hermione was a big fan of Lockhart, and he did not want to disappoint her. Sorry, I had some business with Hagrid this morning. It's still time, Miss Granger. Brian nodded, and then he looked at Ron Weasley, who was standing under the roof with a disgusted expression on his face. He clearly did not share Hermione's admiration for Lockhart. Next to him was Harry Potter, who looked curious about Brian's visit to Hagrid. Brian gave them a wink, and a mysterious smile. You might want to bring some help, Miss Granger. It's not easy for the two of us to handle all those letters. It's quite exhausting. 054 Professor's discussion. Bring some help. Hermione's voice was tinged with a hint of uncertainty, as if she was not sure whether she was doing the right thing. She knew that sharing this glory with others was not what Professor Lockhart had in mind, but she also felt overwhelmed by the task of opening his private letters without his permission. How could he expect her to handle such a huge amount of fan mail by herself? It was not fair, nor respectful, to his admirers. She glanced at Harry and Ron, hoping they would agree to help her, but they seemed to have no intention of volunteering. Harry was busy fiddling with his broken glasses, pretending they needed urgent repair. Ron was suddenly fascinated by an old-fashioned broomstick that had lost most of its twigs, acting as if he had never seen one before. Neither of them met Hermione's eyes, which were pleading for their support. The rest of the Gryffindor team watched the scene with amusement, trying not to laugh out loud. Fred and George had the most exaggerated expressions on their faces, ready to crack a joke at any moment, but they were silenced by Professor Watson's stern glance. The Weasley twins knew better than anyone that the defense against the dark arts professor was not someone to mess with. If they don't want to, forget it. Brian gave Hermione a sympathetic smile, and then walked away from the scene. You two, you must go to Professor Lockhart's office with me tomorrow, or you will never try to learn from my homework again. Leave us alone, Hermione, I don't want to touch this stuff in my life again. Ron groaned. I'd rather clean the trophy room for Filch again. Brian, who had already walked dozens of feet away, could vaguely hear Hermione's angry voice mixed with the strong wind, and the wailing of the two reluctant wizards. On the 4 long tables in the auditorium, there were some young wizards sitting sparsely. They were enjoying their dinner, chatting with their friends, or doing some last-minute homework. On the other side of Slytherin, Malfoy was proudly showing Pansy and Daphne his newly learned spells. He waved his wand and made sparks fly out of it, making them giggle and clap. On the Hufflepuff side, Cedric, a 4th-year student, walked shoulder to shoulder with a few of his friends and headed towards the foyer. He had just finished his Quidditch practice and was feeling confident and happy. When he passed behind the 3rd-year Chinese girl in Ravenclaw, he quietly slipped a note into her pocket. This was the 3rd love letter he had sent her this semester. Cho Chang didn't seem to notice it, and continued to chat and laugh with Marietta, her best friend. But according to Brian's experience in dating in his previous life, this girl whose cheeks were gradually turning pink was probably not far from falling head over heels for Cedric. Do you have to do this, Professor Watson? Professor McGonagall's complexion was much better than during the Christmas holidays. She looked more relaxed and cheerful than before. There were 2 reasons for this. First, because the heir of Salazar Slytherin had not made any more attacks since Brian entered the school. The atmosphere of fear and suspicion that had pervaded Hogwarts had lifted a bit. Second, because Headmaster Dumbledore had spent much more time in his office this semester than before. He seemed to be working on something important. His presence gave McGonagall a lot of sense of security. Brian, who had just sat down at the staff table, pursed his lips and showed a wry smile. He knew that when Professor McGonagall called him by his last name, it meant that she had some objections to his actions. To be honest, Brian, you are probably the most decent defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts in the past 10 years. She said earnestly. According to what you did in the previous class, you introduced the experience of fighting against evil to young wizards. You taught them useful skills and practical knowledge that they can apply in real situations. You also made them interested and curious about your subject. Why do you want to change your teaching method now? Professor Flitwick stood up from his chair with great interest. He was eager to join the conversation. He said. That's a very good question, Minerva. I also want to know how and why Brian decided to create such an interesting new spell. He looked at Brian with admiration and suggested seriously. After resigning from the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, Brian, I think you can offer a separate course on spell model structure optimization at Hogwarts. You can incorporate it into the charm class improvement course. I bet that the little wizards will be eager to join your class, Brian. Your spell is a masterpiece of magic that only true geniuses can create. No problem, Professor Flitwick, when Dumbledore crosses the river Styx, I'll go back to Hogwarts to retire immediately. Brian smiled and agreed. He saw that Professor McGonagall wanted to continue the topic just now, so he quickly turned to greet the professor who was sitting on the farthest side with big glasses and countless chains and beads around his neck. What wind blows you down from the tower, Professor Trelawney? Heek. Professor Trelawney with messy hair hiccuped and looked at Brian in a daze. The approaching darkness blurred my celestial eyes. Brian, when did you come back to school? The truth of the matter is. Professor Flitwick whispered in Brian's ear. He muttered, Sybil's stash of sherry upstairs is finished. Oh, keep your voice down, Professor Flitwick. Brian's face was tense, looking very nervous. I don't want to be predicted that something bad will happen again. When Harry and his 2 friends, who had to return to the castle due to the sudden and rapid wind and rain, were about to go to the auditorium to replenish some energy, what they saw was a hilarious scene at the staff dining table. Professor Flitwick had laughed so hard that he fell from his stool, and Professor McGonagall, whose cheeks were flushed, lips tightly pressed, and body twitching, was trying to suppress her laughter. And Professor Watson was standing in front of a professor they hadn't seen much, with his hands folded and his face apologetic. What do you two think they were talking about just now? Hermione asked with a thoughtful expression after walking into the cozy lounge. It doesn't matter, Hermione. Harry said listlessly after getting up early in the morning and battling the freezing rain all morning. I just want to go back to my warm bed and sleep until Monday. Get up again after Professor Watson's defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon. After saying these words, Harry left Hermione and Ron and wandered towards the dormitory. The rainy weather was indeed annoying, but for those who had time to take a leisurely nap in bed, it was really the best weather. On Saturday afternoon, Harry took a rare and hearty nap, enjoying the sound of raindrops hitting the window and the roof. During this period, Ron seemed to come over and call him, but Harry just muttered something, changed his position, and fell asleep again, ignoring his friend's attempts to wake him up. By the time he rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up from the bed, the cloud covering the castle had completely dissipated, and Hogwarts had already been bathed in the bright moonlight. The stars were twinkling in the sky, and Harry could see the silhouette of the Forbidden Forest in the distance. There was no one in the dark dormitory, and if Harry guessed correctly, Ron and Seamus should all be playing wizard chess or gobstone in the lounge below. He could hear their laughter and shouts faintly from upstairs. Hermione, on the other hand, was either reading and previewing in the library, or doing homework in the lounge. She was always diligent and studious, unlike Harry who often procrastinated. "Why didn't anyone wake me up for dinner?" Harry, who was sitting dizzy on the bed, complained in a low voice while getting dressed. He felt a pang of hunger in his stomach. He knew that Ron had probably already been here but he couldn't wake him up. He wondered if there was any food left in the kitchen. The air was filled with a slight rotten smell of sweat. The source of the smell was Harry's football jersey which he had taken off after playing Quidditch in the morning. It was soaked with rainwater and mud. He threw the jersey into the rack. He walked slowly to the desk and opened the window. A cool breeze blew into his face. He breathed deeply and tried to disperse the smell. The breeze from the Black Lake gradually brought Harry's bewildered eyes into focus. He sat down and stared at the more than half-written history of magic essay spread out on the table. It was about the goblin rebellions of the 17th century. Harry had no interest in it at all. The angels representing conscience and laziness were torn apart in Harry's mind for 2 minutes. In the end, laziness once again stood on the corpse of conscience, declaring his victory. "Maybe Hermione can give me some good advice," Harry muttered, closing the parchment, folding it, and stuffing it into his school bag, which had lived in his school bag for a few days under the dim light. The black notebook was exuding mysterious magic power. Harry stared at the black notebook silently. At some point in a daze, his hand reached for the pen again. He felt a strange attraction to the notebook, as if it was calling him to write something on it. He wondered what would happen if he did. //patreon.com/FicFrenzy 055 testing. If possible, Harry would rather never discover the correct way to read the notebook in his school bag, so that he would not have to face the headaches that lay before him. Riddle may have found the wrong person. Many times, Hermione's expression is surprisingly similar to that of Professor McGonagall, or it can be said that the two of them are also the same type of Gryffindor. For example, now, Hermione pursed her lips tightly, forming a thin line on her face. It looked very much like Professor McGonagall's expression in Transfiguration class when she saw Seamus blow up his feather for the umpteenth time, or Neville injure himself with his own wand in a clumsy attempt to cast a spell. Or maybe it was some other monster that attacked the students, Hermione continued, clinging to her last shred of doubt. "How many monsters do you reckon this place can hold, Hermione?" Ron asked sarcastically, sounding exhausted and frustrated. He slumped on the couch in the Gryffindor common room, his red hair sticking out in all directions. He had no patience for Hermione's feeble excuses for Hagrid, even though he understood her loyalty to their friend. Hermione's feeling of trying to defend Hagrid was completely understandable, but perhaps even she herself couldn't believe the flimsy excuses she came up with. She looked at Harry and Ron with a pleading expression, hoping they would agree with her. "I should have thought that this would have something to do with Hagrid," Harry said, staring at the crackling fireplace, with a melancholy look on his face. He remembered the warm and friendly half-giant who had brought him to Hogwarts and taught him about the wizarding world. "Remember, Ron, during the Christmas holidays, when Hagrid knew that Professor Watson was returning to school as the investigator of the Chamber of Secrets, I felt something was wrong, but I thought Hagrid just knew some secrets about the Chamber of Secrets." All three fell silent, and after a long silence, Hermione still asked the most difficult question. "Do you think we can ask about these things?" "Ask Hagrid." "That must be a pleasant visit," said Ron, curling his lips in a mock smile. "What should we ask, Hermione? Should we say to Hagrid, 'Hello, Hagrid, tell us, did you release some big, savage, hairy monster from the castle last semester?'" He imitated Hagrid's booming voice and accent, making Harry and Hermione wince. There was another oppressive silence, but this time, it was Harry who broke the silence. "At noon today, Professor Watson said he went to visit Hagrid, but as far as I know, there is no good friendship between the two of them." He recalled how Professor Watson had looked at Hagrid with suspicion and scrutiny during their brief encounter. "But the fact is that Professor Watson didn't arrest Hagrid, did he?" Hermione said, frowning and analyzing. "He kept Hagrid at Hogwarts. If Hagrid really..." "Dumbledore is a great and kind man, Hermione. We all know that." Ron interrupted her impatiently. Facing the iron truth, Hermione's feeble insistence distressed Ron. He said emphatically, "No one thinks that 50 years ago, Hagrid murdered that hapless girl on purpose. But the problem is, sometimes he just can't figure out those big, hairy things are dangerous monsters." They argued back and forth for a while longer. The discussion on this issue did not reach a clear conclusion. Hermione thought that since Professor Watson may have known that Hagrid was related to the Chamber of Secrets case 50 years ago, he might as well give the notebook to Professor Watson. Maybe he could confront Riddle with the contents of the notebook. But this proposal was undoubtedly strongly opposed by Harry. And Hermione couldn't refute the reason. He said, "I would never give the notebook to Professor Watson, Hermione," Harry said with an annoyed look on his face. "Think about it. If Professor Watson didn't know about it, it would be like us handing Hagrid over to the wizard prison that Malfoy talked about. Do you want me to spend the rest of my life repenting for this matter, Hermione?" The issue of last week's letter was still unresolved, so Brian had to go to Professor Lockhart's office again on Sunday afternoon. He arrived there at 1 o'clock, an hour earlier than the others, hoping to finish the tedious task as soon as possible. He unlocked the door with his wand and pushed it open, only to be greeted by a flood of white paper that poured out from the inside like a waterfall. He barely managed to dodge the avalanche, but he still got buried under a pile of letters that covered his entire body. He struggled to get out, coughing and sneezing from the dust that filled the air. He looked around and saw that the whole office was a mess, with no space to walk or sit. The letters were everywhere, on the floor, on the desk, on the shelves, even on the ceiling. "This is impossible, I have to find another place, everyone!" Brian shouted in frustration, looking at Hermione who had just arrived and was staring at him in disbelief. Behind her, he saw Harry and Ron, who had curious and amused expressions on their faces. In the end, Brian had no choice but to offer his own office as a temporary workspace. Hermione and Harry had been to Professor Watson's office before, but this was Ron's first time. He was fascinated by everything he saw there, especially the wall that was hidden behind a curtain. He knew that it was a magical device that could monitor the whole school, and he wanted to see it for himself. "This is it, right?" Ron whispered to Harry, pointing at the curtain with awe and excitement. He waited for Harry to confirm, but before he could say anything, Hermione gave him a stern look and stopped him from talking. Brian noticed their interest and smiled. He decided to show them his secret invention, since they already knew about it anyway. He waved his wand and pulled back the curtain, revealing the wall that displayed a live view of Hogwarts from different angles. "I don't need to hide it from you three, you have already figured out what I do here, haven't you?" he said with a friendly tone, making them feel more comfortable. The three of Harry laughed shyly, and then, with the permission of Professor Brian, the three of them looked up at Hogwarts on the wall. He told them that he used a complex transfiguration spell to create miniature mirrors that could reflect around the school and capture images. He then used another spell to project them onto the wall in real time. The three of them were amazed by his skill and creativity. They watched the scenes on the wall with great interest, trying to spot familiar faces or places. Harry and Ron were just enjoying the show, but Hermione was more attentive and observant. She noticed some details that revealed how advanced and difficult the spell was. "Such a profound transfiguration spell, I don't think I will ever be able to learn it or use it in my life," she said with a sigh of admiration and disappointment at the end of their visit. "Don't underestimate yourself, Miss Granger, you have a high talent in transfiguration magic. As long as you keep this humble learning attitude, one day you will master this spell without any trouble." Brian encouraged her with sincere praise. He saw her blush from his words, even her ears turned red. He then closed the curtain again and turned his attention to the task at hand. He had to help Lockhart write letters to his fans, which was boring and painful enough for one person, let alone four. He used his wand to control several pieces of paper at once, making them float in front of him. He let a quill pen write his signature and some generic compliments on each letter, while he read a manuscript of his new book with relish. Harry and Ron watched him with envy and resentment. They wished they could do the same thing, but they didn't dare to copy him. Time passed slowly as they worked on the letters. The sun set behind the horizon, casting long shadows on the ground. When it was time for dinner, Brian made an excuse of going downstairs to get some food for them and slipped out for a while. But when he came back, he found that there were still many letters left on his desk. He looked at Hermione who was sitting there with an annoyed expression on her face. She glared at Harry and Ron who were pretending to be busy with their letters. Brian smiled knowingly, guessing what had happened. "Take a break, ladies and gentlemen, there is no need to rush," he said with a gentle voice, trying to ease the tension. He then started a casual conversation with them, hoping to make them feel more relaxed and comfortable. He didn't act like a professor or an investigator, but more like a senior student who was friendly and helpful. He made them laugh with some jokes and stories, and listened to their opinions and questions. He also gave them some advice and guidance on their studies and future plans. Harry felt more at ease with him, and found the courage to ask him something that had been bothering him for a long time. "Professor Watson, did you visit Hagrid yesterday morning?" he asked casually, as if it was just a random topic in their chat. But he clenched his fists under the table and kept a stiff expression on his face. He hoped that Brian wouldn't notice his nervousness or curiosity. He also hoped that Hermione and Ron, who were silent and attentive, wouldn't give him away. But Brian was not fooled by his act. He saw through his intention and realized that this was not a simple question, but a carefully prepared one. Patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 056 Differences. A little personal matter. As soon as Brian uttered these words, he noticed the three young faces in front of him tense up instantly. Hermione, who was sitting on the edge of her seat, desperately winked at Harry, trying to signal him to be careful. Ron, who was slouching on the couch, shifted uneasily and stared at his toes, avoiding eye contact. And Harry, who had been determined to find out the truth about this matter, felt a surge of doubt and hesitation. Interesting, what do these three little guys want to find out from me? Brian wondered with amusement, as he observed their reactions with a keen eye. You three seem to be very curious about the purpose of my visit to Hagrid, he said casually, breaking the silence. That's right, Professor Watson. Harry tried to sound calm and casual, but his voice betrayed a hint of nervousness. He carefully controlled his tone and expression, hoping not to look too suspicious. Hagrid is our best friend, and you are an investigator, he said slowly, searching for the right words. Brian nodded sagely, as if he understood everything. You are worried that the matter of the Chamber of Secrets has something to do with Hagrid, so you are worried that I am going to investigate him? He asked, raising his eyebrows. Harry's face turned pale, and Ron's cheeks flushed red. As for Hermione, she was silent for a moment, biting her lip. Then she cleared her throat and spoke up with a confident tone. Sorry, Professor Watson, I have already told them that this is purely guesswork. He is Principal Dumbledore's most trusted gamekeeper. He is unlikely to have anything to do with the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, right? She said firmly, looking at Brian with her brown eyes. Brian lowered his eyes and smiled faintly. Miss Granger, you are very clever, but you can't fool me so easily. You think you can play hard to get in front of me? You need at least 30 more years of experience for that. He thought to himself, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at the three of them with a friendly smile and said lightly. It's actually like this. Pure theory and practice can't make you skillful enough to deal with the dangers that may come at any time. So, in the tradition of defense against the dark arts, I thought it's necessary to expose you to some truly dangerous creatures. He saw that the three of Hermione were listening attentively, their eyes wide and curious. He paused for a moment and shrugged his shoulders casually. There are many interesting magical creatures living in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, and Hagrid is one of the people here who knows the Forbidden Forest best. So I asked him to be my guide. Phew. The three little guys let out a sigh of relief in unison, and their faces relaxed visibly. Under Brian's playful gaze, Harry twisted his body with a shy smile, feeling a cold sweat on his back. He realized that he had been sweating profusely in just a short period of time. By the way, have you prepared anything for us? Ron asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling. I know there are hippogriffs and centaurs living there, but Fred and George told me that there are far more interesting things in the woods than that. Ha! Brian leaned back on the chair and raised his head slightly. His voice sounded very mysterious and intriguing. This belongs to the category of secrecy, Mr. Weasley. You know, facing the unknown and reacting immediately in times of danger is also very important. I didn't intend to give you time to prepare in advance. By the way, don't even think about going back to Hagrid to inquire. I have already told him that he will not reveal even a single word to anyone. In short, you three, wait for the surprise. Professor Watson's words made their eyes overflow with excitement and curiosity. They couldn't help but wonder what kind of dark creatures he had prepared for them. Even Hermione couldn't resist asking him for a hint or a clue. But Brian ruthlessly refused. I can only tell you that I have prepared 3 kinds of dark creatures with different levels of danger. And each grade level must deal with one of them. For the rest, you don't even bother thinking about it. He said firmly. For a long time, Harry and Ron kept asking Brian various questions, hoping to get some clues or hints about his visit to Hagrid and the dark creatures he had prepared for them. But Brian smiled and kept silent, enjoying their curiosity and frustration. He let them guess and speculate, but he never confirmed or denied anything. In the end, even Hermione gave up on reading Lockhart's letters and joined the lively discussion. The pleasant atmosphere of the conversation made Ron forget about Brian's status as a professor and his house affiliation. He looked at Brian with admiration and wonder, and blurted out. It's incredible, Professor, how could such a great wizard like you come from Slytherin? The question hung in the air, and Ron immediately regretted asking it. He saw Hermione's warning eyes and realized that discussing house affiliations could be a sensitive topic, especially in light of recent events. He quickly backtracked, trying to correct himself. I mean, we have never seen a Slytherin as friendly and helpful as you, Professor, he stammered, trying to salvage the situation. We only know those little Slytherin wizards who always talk about pure blood and glory and look down on Muggle-born wizards. But you never mentioned these things. In my opinion, you are more like a Gryffindor. Ron's awkward attempt at complimenting Brian made Harry and Hermione nod in agreement, echoing his sentiments. They had also been puzzled by this question since they met him. How could someone like Brian, who was compassionate and caring, belong to Slytherin, a house associated with cunning and ambition? In fact, sometimes, Slytherin and Gryffindor are very similar. Brian's flat tone made the three of Harry look at each other in dismay. Slytherin and Gryffindor are very similar? What kind of novel theory was that? In the eyes of everyone, among the four Hogwarts houses, Slytherin and Gryffindor were the most incompatible ones. This huge difference in values and ideals had already begun when the four founders created this magical school thousands of years ago. And even now, the current Chamber of Secrets incident was a trouble derived from this ancient conflict. Should I add some trouble to Dumbledore? Looking at Harry, who was most resistant to what he said in his eyes, Brian smirked and cleared his throat. According to Principal Dumbledore's philosophy, the most powerful and irresistible force in this world is love, because love can give people courage, and courage can give people the strength to face all misfortunes. This idea itself is very much in line with the idea of Godric Gryffindor, the founder of Gryffindor House. Isn't that correct, Professor Watson? When it came to Dumbledore, Harry immediately became alert and defensive. He wondered if Brian was going to say something like pure blood is noble, mixed blood is despicable, or Dumbledore is a senile old fool. I can't say that Gryffindor or Dumbledore's ideas are problematic or even wrong, but I personally have my own opinion. Brian shook his head and chuckled. My opinion is that no matter how strong love or hatred is, it cannot make an ordinary person lift a rock that weighs 500 pounds without using magic. Potter, I think power is power, and it's something so simple that neither love nor hate can make you surpass it. Of course, these two extreme emotions can indeed ignite a person's determination to pursue power. He looked at the three little guys who were lost in thought, trying to understand his words. He turned his head to look out the window, where the starry sky was still shining brightly. The boundless darkness was dotted with countless points of light, creating a mysterious and beautiful scene. From ancient times to the present, that mysterious universe was the shore that countless wizards and muggles dreamed of conquering. He felt a pang of longing in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. He looked back at them with a light smile. If you have to associate strength and courage with love, I agree that strength can bring people infinite courage to pursue love and freedom. Which one do you think is right, Ron? On the four-poster bed in the dormitory, Harry asked in a low voice. He remembered the loneliness and longing that emanated from Professor Watson's body as he gazed at the stars. I don't know, Harry, Ron muttered, turning over. But I think I'm more lacking in power than love. He yawned and closed his eyes, feeling sleepy after a long day. Harry lay on his bed too, staring at the ceiling. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of power Brian was talking about. Was it magical power? Political power? Personal power? And what did he want to do with it? He thought about Dumbledore's words about love and courage, and how they had inspired him to face many dangers and challenges. He felt a warm feeling in his chest, thinking about his friends who loved him and supported him. He didn't know which one was right, either. Maybe they both had some truth in them. Maybe it depended on the situation and the person. He sighed and closed his eyes, hoping to get some rest before the next day. He had a feeling that Brian's surprise was going to be something he would never forget. 057 Improvement. Harry and his friends had already left, and there was only Brian left in the office. The candle light flickered, casting eerie shadows on the wall that swayed with the gentle breeze. He silently watched the monitoring wall, where he could see the movements of the students in the school. He didn't look away until they returned to their respective common rooms, safe and sound. The weather in early March was no longer the kind of bone-chilling cold that made him shiver, but the fire in the fireplace was still so vigorous, as if it wanted to warm up the whole castle. The room was slightly hot, and Brian felt sweat on his forehead. He walked to the window and opened it, letting in some fresh air. His eyes wandered aimlessly over the dark landscape. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that this office, which was still comfortable to live in, was so quiet that it made him restless. The 1,000-year-old castle still stood silently on the highland, overlooking the vast land. The nearby forest, which had witnessed countless past glories and brilliance, was now shrouded in darkness. It seemed to hide many secrets and mysteries, some of which were better left undiscovered. As Brian gazed at the rolling forest, he suddenly thought of Lord Voldemort, who was willing to tear apart his immensely powerful soul for the sake of achieving immortality. Immortality? Brian chuckled with self-mockery. He knew how absurd and futile that pursuit was. Since the birth of the universe, it had been relentlessly heading towards extinction. Life in the river of time was like a fleeting spark, soon to be extinguished by the endless night. In this vast cosmos, what could stand side by side with eternity? For muggles or wizards, the only companions throughout their short lives were solitude and death. Brian convinced himself of this fact. He had no close friends, no family, no love. He only had his ambition and his power. He lost interest for a while. Brian closed the window and turned around, but at the moment he lifted his foot, his figure stopped and his eyebrows suddenly locked. He felt a surge of magic in the air, as if something had disturbed the balance of nature. In the invisible world of magic, the magic that resides in space and leisurely sways like a sea of clouds is suddenly attracted by some inexplicable force and rushes into Brian's body. It is like a dark pit suddenly appearing under the calm lake surface, and a whirlpool appears on the water surface. Brian's handsome face was slightly painful, and his pale purple eyes turned into swirling whirlpools, trying to absorb magic. "What are you plotting, Dumbledore?" In the headmaster's office, Snape leaned his hands on the desk, staring at Dumbledore, who was sitting in the armchair with his fingers touching. He tried to use legilimency on him, hoping to find out what he was hiding behind his calm and gentle facade. But he met with a strong resistance from Dumbledore's occlumency skills. He could not see anything from the abyss-like blue eyes that seemed to know everything. "Oh, how interesting, Severus." Dumbledore responded calmly with a smile, "You actually tried to use legilimency on me, but please forgive my immodesty, even if I grow old and lose my teeth and can't eat candy anymore, you probably won't succeed." Not only Brian is suspicious, I am also very curious about this question, Dumbledore. Snape's cheeks twitched, he slightly retreated his body, his eyes were no longer so rude, but his tone was still gloomy. "According to my understanding of you, whether it is Brian monitoring the young wizards in the school, or the things he proposed to let the young wizards deal with in class, you would not agree. But you agreed to them all. Dumbledore, when did you become so tolerant? Last year when Quirrell was in this school, you were more wary of him than Brian. Severus, do you want to discuss with me the difference between Quirrell and Brian?" Dumbledore asked with a hint of amusement in his voice. "You are avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial, Dumbledore." Snape snapped back angrily, "Your tolerance for Brian is not your usual style at all. Except for you plotting something, I can't think of any possibility." Fawkes was very familiar with this kind of quarrel that happened every 3 to 5 times. He was sleeping soundly on his perch, and didn't even open his eyes. He opened his wings full of colorful light and skillfully stuffed his head into his wings. After a light chirp, he continued his sweet dream. He knew that Dumbledore and Snape had a complicated relationship, and that they often argued but also cared for each other. "Severus." Dumbledore's old face moved his silver-white eyebrows and beard, his tone was a bit helpless, he was about to explain something, but suddenly something caught his attention. He felt a surge of magic in the air, as if he recognized the source of the magic as Brian. He wondered what he was up to, and decided to take a look. So he closed his mouth and walked quickly to the window under Snape's puzzled gaze. Through the glass window pane with carved frames, he frowned and stared at the boundless darkness. Silence suddenly fell, and silence enveloped this uniquely styled office. For a while, no one spoke. Snape watched Dumbledore's back with suspicion and curiosity, wondering what he was doing and what he had found. He felt a bit annoyed that Dumbledore didn't trust him enough to share his thoughts with him. Amazing. After what seemed like 10 minutes, Dumbledore's slightly furrowed brows finally relaxed again, and his azure eyes held a hint of lightness. He muttered in a voice only he could hear, "Without a doubt, since the time of the 4 great founders, over 1,000 years, you're probably the most outstanding student at Hogwarts, Brian." He saw glimpses of himself, his past and his future, some of which were disturbing and dangerous. The turbulent magic returned to calm, and Brian let out a long breath. When he came to his senses, he noticed that both his woolen shirt and his wizarding robe were soaked through from the brief 10 minutes. He felt exhausted but exhilarated, as if he had just experienced a breakthrough in his magic. "What is this?" Brian wore a ridiculous smile. "Have I had an enlightenment?" For wizards, after the initial magic riot period in their childhood years, the magic in their bodies enters a state of steady growth as they age. Unless they take some potions with great side effects or perform dangerous modifications on their bodies. Ordinary magic supplements can only make your body's magic increase slightly. And after the effect of the medicine is over, it will be immediately beaten back to its original shape. Perhaps it was because the inheritance of wizards had been interrupted. Or maybe no one had ever summed up the knack for artificially interfering with magic growth. In short, every opportunity to achieve a leap in magic growth is rare. Brian knew this very well. He had spent years studying magic theory and practice, trying to find ways to enhance his magic power and control. Could it be that I can't stand loneliness anymore and really need to find a partner for myself? Brian shook his head and smiled as he recalled the rare magic growth process that had just entered because of his mood change. He knew that loneliness was inevitable for someone like him. He didn't need anyone else to understand him or support him. He didn't need anyone else to love him or be loved by him. He only needed himself. No, love is a distraction. Brian said to himself calmly. He didn't care about romance or intimacy. He only cared about efficiency and results. He had no time or interest for trivial matters. Suddenly, Brian's eyelashes moved. He sensed that someone seemed to be peeping at him under the dark curtain, He stared at the dark window outside and looked at where the peeping feeling came from. He saw a pair of blue eyes, shining like stars in the night sky. He recognized them as Dumbledore's eyes, the eyes of the only wizard he respected and feared. He wondered what Dumbledore had seen, and what he thought of him. He wondered if Dumbledore was his ally or his enemy, his mentor or his rival, his friend or his foe. After a long time, Brian's condensed eyes finally thawed. He took out a teapot from the shelf above the fireplace and held up a cup of steaming tea and saluted outside the window. To the lone wanderer, Brian laughed softly, and then drank the hot tea in the cup. He knew that Dumbledore was also a lonely man, a man who had sacrificed much for the greater good, a man who had secrets and regrets, a man who had wisdom and power. 058 Unknown. Just like I told you below. The students of Hogwarts were in for a shock today when they found out that their defense against the dark arts practical class was not going to take place in the spacious and familiar Great Hall. Instead, after giving them a brief and mysterious introduction, Professor Watson led the large and curious crowd of first and second year students to an old and dusty classroom near the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle. As they reached their destination, they saw Professor Watson standing in front of a heavy oak door that looked like it hadn't been opened for ages. He smiled at the slightly excited and nervous young wizards who were lining up in the narrow corridor. I used a complex and powerful magic to expand the space inside this classroom a little bit, to make room for the dark creature I prepared for you to deal with. What is it, Professor Watson? A voice rang out from the crowd. It belonged to Wayne Rooney, a second-year Hufflepuff boy who was eager to prove himself. He glanced at Harry Potter, who was also whispering with his friends Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, with an admiring and envious look, and asked loudly, "Is it a troll?" "Sorry, Rooney, I've already said that I don't intend to let anyone know the name of that dark creature in advance. If you want to see it, you'll have to use your own eyes to confirm it. Now, I'm going to tell you the rules of this game." Brian leaned against the oak door with his arms crossed and smiled wickedly. 2 people per group for second year, 3 people per group for first year, together against the creature inside. Because of the limited time, each group has only 10 minutes. If you exceed the time limit or die, you fail. The crowd began to stir. Many people noticed the special word in Professor Watson's sentence and felt a chill run down their spines. Ron and Harry looked at each other and saw the fear and anxiety in each other's eyes. According to their previous experience with Professor Watson, the creature inside the classroom was probably not something they would enjoy facing. Malfoy's body was already shaking uncontrollably. He thought of a horrible possibility, but he didn't want to believe it. Death. Neville's voice was trembling, as if he would faint at any moment. He clutched his wand tightly in his hand, hoping it would give him some courage. Fortunately, Hermione was still able to maintain her rationality. She glared at Neville and whispered in a scolding tone, "Professor Watson wouldn't let anyone die, Neville. Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic wouldn't allow it." "That's hard to say, Miss Granger." Hearing this sentence, Brian looked amused. The smile on his lips made many people shudder. "I've done some unruly things over the years that might scare you all if I told you. I can only say that I don't want to see anyone sacrifice heroically in this trial." Then, Brian waved his wand and a parchment shimmering with red magic appeared in front of him. Brian looked around the crowd and finally let the magic contract float into Hermione's hands. "So before you enter this classroom for the trial, you have to sign your name on this magic contract. Miss Granger, please read aloud what's on it." Hermione took the parchment and eagerly read it. She only glanced at it a few times and her confident expression that nothing would happen disappeared. Her pale pink cheeks gradually turned white as snow, and Harry, Ron, and Neville, who saw the words on the paper, also felt like they were choked by someone and had difficulty breathing. Hermione stared blankly at Professor Watson, trying to confirm whether this was just an April Fool's joke. But Professor Watson's serious eyes gave her the answer. There were already some young wizards behind her who were anxiously urging her. Hermione had to fulfill her duty first. Those who enter the classroom for the trial first, whether successful or failed, must not reveal anything they see inside by any means. Those who do not participate in the trial are also not allowed to inquire. 2 in this trial, each group member has 2 chances. If they fail in the first round, they are not allowed to consult anyone or look up any information until the end of the second round trial. They are only allowed to discuss with their group members how to pass the trial. Brian interrupted Hermione with a smile and said to everyone, "I set these 2 rules for the purpose of letting everyone rely on their own and their partner's wisdom to overcome the dark creature inside under absolute unknown circumstances. The most important rule is the third one. Miss Granger, please continue." Hermione swallowed hard and said in a stiff and trembling voice. 3. This trial is not mandatory, but those who decide to participate must sign their names on this contract. Signing their names means that they fully understand the risks of this trial. If any personal injury or death occurs during the process, it has nothing to do with Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry or Professor Brian Watson of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Wow! When Hermione finished reading this rule with a gasp, the 70 or 80 young wizards standing in the corridor immediately burst into an uproar of discussion. In the chaos, Hermione tried to express her opinion. This is illegal, Professor. The Ministry of Magic won't recognize this kind of disclaimer. Brian shrugged indifferently, let the Ministry of Magic go to hell, Miss Granger. I've already said that I sometimes like to go against the rules. But Dumbledore won't allow it either. Sophie Roper of Ravenclaw also screamed. Then let's go to see Dumbledore, ahem. Brian stopped in time and changed to a friendly expression. In fact, Miss Roper, Dumbledore has already approved my teaching plan. Of course, if you think you don't have the courage to overcome the fear of the unknown, you can also choose not to participate. I said, this is not compulsory. Is this possible, Harry? Ron, who was shocked like everyone else, muttered, Dumbledore. How could he? I can't answer that question, Ron. I only know one thing. The pounding heart in his chest made Harry's face red. He couldn't tell himself whether he was afraid or excited about facing the unknown challenge. Anyway, this feeling was not bad. Professor Watson might be serious. We'd better take it seriously. Hermione was still staring at the parchment, trying to find flaws in the words. From her trembling fingertips, it could be seen that Brian's series of preparations were very successful. You only have 2 minutes to make a decision. The 2 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. Brian turned around and smiled. The 4 houses of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin had different reactions to Brian's announcement. Although the fear was the same, most of the Gryffindors who believed in courage had a gleam of eagerness in their eyes. They were ready to face any challenge that came their way. Hermione was already whispering the spells that might be useful. Neville's round eyes were rolling around, hoping someone could give him some guidance. But everyone was in a state of anxiety and no one could tell him what to do. The Ravenclaw young wizards were calmer than the other 3 houses. They were still trying to analyze whether the contract that Professor Watson brought out was just a bluff and had no binding effect. They wanted to use their logic and reason to solve the problem. The Hufflepuff young wizards were looking at the wind. Their choices might be influenced by the decisions of the other 3 houses. They valued loyalty and fairness, but they also wanted to avoid unnecessary risks. The Slytherin young wizards who were best at protecting themselves had some people who were quietly hiding in the back of the crowd. They didn't want to get involved in something that might endanger their lives or reputations. But Malfoy seemed to have made a choice. His dry lips looked at Crabbe and Goyle from time to time. The bulky bodies that he used to despise seemed to be a bit reassuring at this time. Suddenly, Malfoy thought of something. He raised his hand and asked loudly, Professor Watson, if I decide to participate, can I choose my own teammates? Harry and Ron were stunned. Malfoy did ask a good question. Unfortunately, Mr. Malfoy, Brian turned around and smiled playfully, in order to enhance the interaction between the houses and increase the understanding of each other among the young wizards, I will arrange your teammates according to my own ideas. He paused for a moment and then continued, that means you might have to work with someone you don't like or trust very much. But don't worry, Mr. Malfoy. I'm sure you'll find some common ground with your partners when you face a common enemy. He winked at Malfoy and added, or maybe not. Harry felt a cold sweat on his forehead and suddenly remembered Professor Lockhart's disastrous dueling class and the dueling partner that Professor Snape arranged for him. Then, there was a tense silence in the corridor, only Brian was talking. He looked at the young wizards with different thoughts and emotions and opened his arms with a smile, ladies and gentlemen, make a decision. He waved his wand and the parchment flew back to his hand. He pointed at it and said, whoever wants to participate, come forward and sign your name on this contract. Remember, once you sign it, there is no turning back. You have to face whatever is inside that classroom. And whoever doesn't want to participate, just stay where you are. I won't force you or judge you. But I hope you won't regret it later. 059 Into the Dark. The final results came out, and among the nearly 170 young wizards in the 2 grades, more than half chose to give up, daunted by the challenge ahead. Hufflepuff and Slytherin had the most quitters, Ravenclaw second, and Gryffindor had the least. This result was not surprising. Brian quickly divided the young wizards who signed their names into teams. There were 10 teams in the 1st grade and 21 teams in the 2nd grade. Harry and Draco stood together with black faces, glaring at each other with hateful eyes. If you kneel down and beg me now, Potter, when you are stuffed into the mouth of some monster later, I might be merciful and pick up your broken pieces of meat and give them back to your mud, your stupid friends, so they can have something to remember you by. Malfoy said with a vicious smile on his mouth, his voice dripping with malice. I'm surprised, Malfoy. Harry, who had his dream come true of facing a dark creature with Malfoy, stared back at Malfoy's grey eyes without showing any weakness. I thought you couldn't walk steady without your 2 pig-headed henchmen. At this time, Brian, who had finished dividing the groups, returned to the door of the classroom. Time is precious, everyone. Is there anyone who volunteers to go first? he asked in a hopeful tone. No one spoke. The young wizards who had exhausted their courage stared at their toes and did not dare to look at Professor Watson's eyes. They knew that behind that door was a test of their skills and nerves that they might not be ready for. In that case, Brian was a little disappointed that he did not get a response after looking around twice. He looked at Harry and Malfoy who were still locked in a staring contest and smiled happily. Then, please let Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy show everyone their dazzling courage and wisdom, he said with a clap of his hands. When it came to the end, Harry regretted signing his name on the contract impulsively. He turned his head and found that Ron, Hermione, and Neville in the back of the queue were all looking at him with worry. In order not to make them too worried, Harry forced himself to show a smile that was more like a grimace. Then he took a deep breath and reached for the doorknob. Is that it? And Malfoy no longer had that sarcastic expression on his face. He breathed heavily, almost beggingly looking at Brian, hoping to get some hints or reassurance. But Brian ignored Malfoy's plea for help. He just raised his voice slightly and looked at Harry who was twisting the doorknob. Dark creatures don't like light, Potter. The room might be a bit dark. Be careful not to fall. If it weren't for Hermione and Ron's encouraging voices from outside the door, if it weren't for Malfoy who was slowly walking in behind him and hadn't completely closed the door yet, then Harry wouldn't even be sure if he was still in the castle. He looked stupidly at the room in front of him, racked his brains to recall every spell he had learned or heard of, wondering which one could turn a normal classroom into a circular maze as big as a Quidditch pitch. The walls were made of rough stone blocks covered with moss and vines. The floor was uneven and slippery with puddles of water. The ceiling was so high that it was lost in the shadows. Click. When Malfoy closed the door, the light and sound outside were immediately completely isolated. The space in the classroom immediately showed a gloomy and obscure darkness like a rainy day when the sun was about to set. There was cold smoke in the air and filled with the smell of rotten meat that Harry had smelled at Nick's death day party. It was quiet around without any sound of talking. Vaguely, only the sound of water droplets hitting the brown stone slabs could be heard. In this situation, Harry's vision was greatly limited. He did not dare to move rashly. He just held his wand tremblingly and pointed forward, trying hard to open his eyes to see more. Fear and unknown made Malfoy temporarily put aside his hatred for Harry. Unconsciously, he took small steps close to Harry's side. His tone of voice was no longer arrogant and domineering. What do you think is waiting for us ahead, Potter? He asked in a low voice, as if afraid of attracting attention from something lurking in the dark. I know as much as you do, Malfoy. Harry's tone was not so harsh either. He did not move his eyesight at all. He tried to pierce through the thin mist that filled the air in front of him. He hoped to find a clue or a way out, but all he saw was more darkness and more walls. Come here, Draco. At this time, a dark voice that they both knew very well came from behind the fog. It was cold and harsh, like a knife cutting through the air. And the appearance of this voice immediately made Malfoy regain his spirits and made Harry's heart sink to the bottom. And you too, Potter. Do you think you can get through these 10 minutes by dawdling? I'm sorry to disappoint you. As long as I don't announce the start and end, you have to stay in this room forever. Snape said with an extremely disgusted tone as usual. His black robes billowed behind him as he emerged from the mist, his greasy hair framing his pale face and hooked nose. His black eyes glinted with malice as he looked at the two boys. But Harry was used to it by now. Even in this strange and dangerous environment, he even felt Snape's disgust a bit familiar, like a constant reminder of who he was and where he came from. Professor, are you here to guide me on how to defeat the dark creatures behind the wall? Malfoy ran to the entrance of the maze and looked at the professor who cared for him the most in the school with a happy smile. His blonde hair was slicked back, his grey eyes shining with hope. He hoped that Snape would give him some advantage over Potter, some secret knowledge or trick that would make him win. Can you tell me what's inside and what tricks can I use to deal with it? This you have to rely on yourself, Draco. Professor Watson made me sign a magical contract too, not allowing me to reveal any information. Thinking of being forced to sign a contract by Brian's friendly face, Snape frowned. He hated being manipulated by others, especially by someone who seemed so harmless and cheerful. The next words he said also made Malfoy's face lose its joy. Dumbledore and Professor Watson arranged me here to try to reduce the casualty rate of this dangerous project. Snape looked at Harry who was 5 feet away from him, looking at the entrance of the maze nervously. He could see the fear and uncertainty in his green eyes, so like his mother's. He smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. He said in a light voice as usual when he was in class, dripping with sarcasm and contempt. But you have to know, Draco, sometimes if danger suddenly comes, I may not be able to get both of you out of the monster's mouth in time. Harry knew that Snape's words were actually meant for him. If he and Malfoy were in danger at the same time, it was obvious who Snape would save first. He knew that for some reason Snape hated him more than anything. Professor. Harry pretended not to understand Snape's implication. He pointed his wand at a sticky brown liquid on the wall near the right entrance of the maze, which was slowly dripping to the ground. It looked thick and dark, like old blood that had dried up and then been rehydrated by the damp air. His voice was so sharp that he didn't even notice it himself. That. It can't be, is it blood? Hiss. Harry's guidance made Malfoy notice it too. He immediately gasped and turned his head to run towards the door. He felt a surge of panic in his chest, a cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't want to face whatever was inside that maze, whatever had left that blood on the wall. He wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. But Snape grabbed his shoulder. Professor Watson's magical contract has a very strong binding force. Once you sign it, you can't give up, Draco. Your father won't be happy to see you become a squib. Snape's words made Malfoy freeze in place. He remembered how his father had warned him not to disappoint him or bring shame to their family name. He knew that if he backed out now, he would lose Professor Snape's and his father's recognition and love forever. No matter what, since they stepped into this classroom, there was no room for regret. No matter how scared they were, Harry and Draco still walked into this maze that exuded ominous and death under Snape's stern gaze. One chose an entrance each. Their lonely and helpless figures soon disappeared in the dark that seemed to want to devour them. 060 The scream from the shadows. Harry walked cautiously in a narrow corridor that was barely 10 feet wide, feeling the cold and damp walls and ceiling pressing on him from both sides. The walls were covered with patches of different colors, as if they had been stained by some unknown substances over the years. The ceiling was so low that Harry had to stoop slightly to avoid hitting his head on the protruding stones. The corridor was darker than any place Harry had ever seen before. The only source of light was a faint glimmer that barely reached his feet, as if it came from a distant exit. Harry wished he had remembered to use his wand to cast a Lumos spell before he entered the maze, but he had been too eager to catch up with Malfoy and prove his courage. He regretted it when he bumped into the wall while making a sharp turn and almost dropped his wand. The silence in the corridor was eerie and oppressive. Harry could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears, as well as his ragged breathing that formed white clouds in the air. Every now and then, he saw wisps of white mist floating past him, like ghostly fingers reaching out to touch him. He shivered and quickened his pace, hoping to find a way out soon. This maze was like a forgotten ruin that had been buried underground for thousands of years, untouched by any living creature. The walls were moist with water stains that nourished large patches of green moss in the corners, giving off a musty smell. The floor tiles were dark brown and slippery with algae, making Harry lose his balance several times. He had to move sideways and take small steps, like a crab, to avoid falling flat on his face. The path behind him soon vanished in the darkness, and the path ahead was still uncertain and confusing. Harry felt a surge of panic rising in his chest. He had to admit that this maze, with its tomb-like atmosphere, was the most terrifying place he had ever seen in his life. Did Professor Watson ever explore this maze himself? Harry wondered aloud, hoping to hear another human voice besides his own. But his words only echoed back to him, mocking his loneliness and fear. He tried to estimate how long he had been in the maze, but he couldn't tell. Time seemed to stand still in this place, or maybe it was moving too fast for him to notice. He felt like he had been wandering for an hour, but it might have been only 2 minutes. Or maybe it was the other way around. At least, I can't lose to Malfoy. Harry muttered to himself, clenching his teeth and forcing himself to keep going. He couldn't let Malfoy win this challenge that Professor Watson had set for them. He couldn't let Malfoy have the satisfaction of laughing at him or taunting him. The area illuminated by his wand showed him the same monotonous scene over and over again. It was this boring and dull picture that stimulated his imagination to the extreme, making him conjure up all kinds of horrible images in his mind. What if there were monsters lurking in the shadows? What if there were traps waiting for him at every turn? What if he never found a way out? He wondered how Ron or Hermione would cope with this maze, if they were here with him. Ron would probably curse and complain all the way, but he would also crack jokes to lighten the mood. Hermione would probably use her logic and knowledge to find clues and solve puzzles, but she would also be nervous and anxious about every detail. Neville, poor Neville, he would probably faint at the sight of this maze. Could it be that Professor Watson deceived everyone and just wanted to scare everyone with this gloomy maze? Harry thought, after walking for a while without encountering any sign of life or danger. But then he remembered Professor Watson's reputation and style of teaching, and he dismissed this idea. Professor Watson was not a cruel or sadistic person, but he was also not a soft or easy one. The temperature around him dropped suddenly, making Harry shiver even more. He could see that every breath he exhaled turned into a thick mist that lingered in the air, as if he were in a freezer. He wrapped his cloak tighter around himself, trying to keep warm. Drip, drip. The sound of water dripping became louder as he progressed. The air became more humid and sticky, making Harry feel uncomfortable and sweaty. His hair was wet with countless tiny droplets that clung to his forehead and temples. Finally, he saw something different on the ground in front of him. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt a surge of hope and curiosity. Maybe he had found a clue or a way out. Maybe he had reached the end of the maze. Maybe he had beaten Malfoy. Phew, it's just a small river. Harry said, feeling disappointed and relieved at the same time, when he realized what was blocking his path. In the narrow corridor, a 10-foot wide canal crossed the ground, cutting off Harry's way forward. The water was dark green and murky, covered with algae and slime. Rotten wood and debris floated on the surface, emitting a foul smell. Harry wrinkled his nose and peered into the water, wondering if there were any fish or frogs or snakes in it. Why did Professor Watson make a small canal here? Harry wondered, scratching his head. What was the purpose of this obstacle? Was it a test of his intelligence or his courage? Was he supposed to swim across it or find another way around it? He looked back at the way he had come, but he saw only darkness and mist. He had a feeling that Snape was hiding somewhere in the shadows, watching him with his cold and sneering eyes, waiting for him to make a mistake or give up. He imagined Snape's voice in his head, saying that he had failed the challenge, that he was not brave enough, that he was not worthy of being a Gryffindor. The thought of losing to Snape and Malfoy made Harry's blood boil. He felt a surge of anger and determination. He couldn't stop here. He couldn't turn back. He had to find a way to cross the canal and continue the maze. He had to prove himself. He had to win. Phew. Harry exhaled heavily and made up his mind. 10 feet was not an easy distance to jump over, especially when there was a murky and smelly canal below. But Harry had a natural talent for flying and Quidditch, and he was the youngest seeker in Hogwarts for nearly 100 years. He had inherited his father's athletic genes, and he was not afraid of heights or speed. He fixed his eyes on the piece of rotten wood that protruded from the algae-covered water in the middle of the canal. It looked like a small and unstable platform, but it was the only thing that could help him cross the river. Professor Watson must have put this piece of wood here on purpose. Harry thought, trying to convince himself that there was some logic and reason behind this obstacle. He backed up 2 steps and took a deep breath, feeling his heart racing and his muscles tensing. Then he leaped forward with all his strength, aiming for the wood with his right foot. He felt a brief sensation of weightlessness as he soared through the air, then a jolt of pain as he landed on the wood with a thud. It creaked and wobbled under his weight, but it didn't break or sink. Harry quickly pushed himself off it and jumped to the other side of the canal, landing safely on the slippery floor tiles. He had made it. He had crossed the canal. He felt a surge of relief and pride, but he didn't have time to celebrate or rest. He sensed that something was wrong, that something was watching him from the dark water. Maybe it was just his imagination, or maybe it was someone. He didn't want to find out. He wanted to get away from this place as fast as possible. So, without looking back, he continued to move forward, following the faint glimmer of light that seemed to lead him to the exit. His figure soon disappeared in the mist and shadows, leaving behind only his footprints on the wet ground. Drip, drip, the sound of water dripping echoed in the empty corridor, creating a rhythmic and hypnotic melody. The water vapor in the air condensed into droplets when it met the wall that was as cold as ice, and slid down along the cracks and crevices. Some of them fell into the canal with a splash, disturbing the wood that had served as a stepping stone for Harry. Under the effect of the ripples, the wood drifted slowly to one side and touched the bank with a soft thump. No one noticed that in the boundless darkness, a pale hand emerged from the water and grabbed the edge of the bank. The maze was not constant or predictable. In addition to the winding corridors that twisted and turned in every direction, there were also some small rooms that branched off from them. The rooms had semicircular high domes that gave them an illusion of spaciousness, but they were actually not very large in area. They were empty and dark, except for some strange symbols and patterns carved on the walls and floor. They looked like they had some kind of purpose or meaning, but Harry couldn't figure out what they were. Based on his quick glance when he had entered Professor Watson's classroom earlier that day, and his vague memory of the route and direction he had walked since then, Harry guessed that he had probably reached the center of the maze by now. This made him feel a little happy and hopeful, because it meant that he was closer to finding a way out than before. It also meant that he was slightly ahead of Malfoy in this challenge, which gave him some satisfaction. Now, what lay before him was a straight corridor that seemed to end at a large hole in the ceiling. Harry raised his wand higher so that the light from its tip could reach farther, but he didn't see anything new or interesting within 30 feet. It was just more of the same monotonous scene, dark brown tiles on the floor, mottled walls on both sides, low ceiling above him. Where did Professor Watson find this place? Harry wondered aloud, feeling curious and puzzled. He was almost convinced that Professor Watson had not created this maze out of thin air, but had somehow restored or reproduced an area he had been to before. This complex and realistic maze could not be the product of imagination alone. It had to have some history and origin behind it. Thinking of this, Harry's mind flashed with Professor Watson's young and handsome face, and the smile that seemed to never be disturbed by any accident or trouble on that face. Harry thought he knew a little about Professor Watson, after spending a few months in his class, suddenly realized that he had never seen his true face behind his mysterious veil. Compared to before, Harry's steps were much lighter and faster as he gradually adapted to the darkness and silence of the maze. He had overcome his initial fear and panic, and had replaced them with curiosity and determination. He had convinced himself that Professor Watson had gone to great lengths to create this gloomy maze just to test their courage, and that everything else was just a bluff or a joke. The words he had said in the corridor before the challenge, and the magical contract he had made them sign, were just to make them nervous and excited. It made sense. The heir of Slytherin had only petrified 2 students and a cat so far, which was bad enough, but not fatal. But if he really followed Professor Watson's words and tried to scare or harm them in this maze, then no one would be safe or happy. Not even Dumbledore or the other professors would allow such a thing to happen. They would stop him or punish him or expel him. Thinking about this, the oppressive and cold atmosphere around him became much more bearable and friendly. Harry wiped his forehead with his sleeve, feeling the sweat cooling on his skin. He even smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth, feeling more confident and relaxed. Sly Professor Watson! Harry muttered, half admiringly and half annoyedly. He didn't forget that Professor Watson had set a 10-minute challenge time for each group of people who entered the maze. If he didn't leave the maze before then, he would be judged as a failure along with Malfoy, regardless of how far he had gone or what he had seen. Even if his maze exploration progress was higher than Malfoy's, there was nothing to be proud of or happy about. He couldn't let that happen. He couldn't let Malfoy beat him or gloat over him. He had to find a way out of this maze as soon as possible. He had to complete the challenge successfully. He had to win. Harry's mind was racing with many thoughts as he walked along the corridor, trying to figure out the mystery of this maze and the purpose of this challenge. He wondered why he hadn't seen any sign or sound of Malfoy until now, even though they had entered the maze at the same time and from the same point. Had Malfoy encountered any trouble or danger? Had Malfoy given up or escaped? He also wondered if Snape would break the rules and secretly help Malfoy in some way, such as giving him a map or a clue or a spell. Harry knew that Snape hated him and favored Malfoy, and that he would do anything to make him fail or suffer. Thinking of this, Harry felt a surge of impatience and frustration. He rubbed his sore right shoulder, which he had injured when he bumped into the wall earlier. He decided to speed up and leave this place as soon as possible. He didn't want to waste any more time or energy in this maze. He wanted to find the exit and prove himself. He wanted to beat Malfoy and Snape. He wanted to win. And just before Harry lifted his foot and took a step forward, a sharp scream full of fear and pain suddenly pierced the air from the darkness ahead, making Harry's face turn pale and his blood run cold. 061 The corpse. Bang! Without any warning, a deafening roar echoed through the dark maze and Harry slipped and fell on his butt, landing hard on the cold stone floor. But he didn't care about his sore butt at all. His terrified eyes stared at the pitch-black corridor that was curling up like a snake. There was no doubt that the scream just now belonged to Malfoy, and it sounded very close to him. Malfoy was in danger. There were really dangerous dark creatures lurking in this twisted labyrinth. In just a few seconds, Harry's inner clothes were completely soaked with sweat. He shivered and got up from the ground. Without thinking, his instinct took over his body and he ran towards the direction he came from. He had to get out of this nightmare as soon as possible. But after running 2 steps, Harry stopped again. A trace of struggle appeared on his pale face without blood. There were dark creatures in the maze, which proved that Professor Watson was not lying to them. Then, the casualties mentioned on the magic contract. In this school, Malfoy was the little wizard Harry hated the most, and Harry also knew that he was probably the most hated person by Malfoy. They were natural enemies. If they had a chance, they would both drive each other out of Hogwarts without hesitation. This was unquestionable. But that didn't mean Harry wanted to see Malfoy die. Thinking of the word death, Harry shivered again. Unconsciously, he had a horrible vision in front of him, a cold corpse lying in the dark corridor, his eyes staring at the ceiling without life, his robe soaked with blood, a furry monster with sharp claws and teeth squatting next to Malfoy's body, tearing open his stomach and eating the bloody flesh happily. Don't be nosy, Harry, Malfoy won't appreciate you, and besides, there's Snape outside watching. Harry's lips turned white and he whispered to persuade his conscience, but no matter what, the vision that appeared in his mind just now was like nailed to his forehead and couldn't disappear. Damn it, Malfoy, this is the only time in my life. After a difficult choice, in the end, kindness prevailed over fear and disgust for Malfoy. Harry turned around again and shouted towards the direction where the scream came from. Where are you, Malfoy? If you can still breathe, please scream again. Harry pricked up his ears and listened. There was no sound answering his question. But soon there was a series of hurried footsteps from the end of the corridor. And they were approaching very fast. Harry stumbled back. His heart was pounding in his chest. It seemed that as soon as he opened his mouth it would pop out of his throat. Who's there? Harry shouted loudly. But then his question was answered. Malfoy rolled and crawled out of the darkness. Harry swore he had never seen such a miserable Malfoy. The nasty face with sharp and bitter features was gone. Instead it was covered with snot and tears. Malfoy's hair and forehead were stained with blood. The color was like the bloodstain he saw on the wall before entering the maze. His robe was torn by something. Only half of it hung on his shoulder. When he saw Harry appear in his sight, Malfoy's eyes burst out with unprecedented joy. Malfoy actually one day would be happy to see himself. This was really a wonderful thing. Harry thought so. But he obviously also knew that this was not the time to let this ridiculous idea occupy his mind. What did you encounter? Across 20 feet of distance. Harry began to ask questions. But Malfoy didn't answer. He desperately controlled his shivering body and ran towards Harry's direction. Until he threw himself in front of Harry and grabbed Harry's arm tightly. There are corpses, Potter. I saw dead people. Malfoy's face couldn't be described as pale anymore. He had a blank look in his eyes when he spoke. As if fear had crushed his psychological defense. The corpses on the ceiling. I was walking in the maze just now thinking about whether to go back or not when a drop of blood fell from the ceiling, a pair of white eyes, it's chasing me. Malfoy's words were jumbled up. Harry was sure that he must have experienced something unimaginably horrible. Because he could feel that Malfoy had almost entrusted all his body weight to him. If it wasn't for his support he would probably collapse on the ground. Don't talk nonsense, Malfoy. Harry said harshly, but he noticed that his voice was trembling too. Professor Watson said, he said there are dark creatures here, but he didn't say there were corpses hidden in the maze, and besides, corpses don't get up and chase you, do they? You don't know him, Potter. Like a dying candle, Malfoy glared at Harry's bewildered eyes and shouted with a red face. You don't know Brian Watson, Potter. He's a dark wizard. I've seen his cruel and ruthless side in private. This sentence seemed to use up all of Malfoy's reason. He became a little dazed again. He broke free of Harry's support and stumbled towards the direction Harry came from. While mumbling words like escape and leave. Harry's breathing became rapid again. His heart was filled with fear again. He stared blankly at Malfoy, leaving his sight. Standing in place undecided. Shasha! At this moment the direction Malfoy came from suddenly came a strange dragging sound. As if someone was dragging their feet on the ground without lifting them. Gurgle. Harry swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The glowing tip of his wand trembled and pointed at the direction where the sound came from. He felt every cell in his body shivering. Should he stay here and fight with that dark creature or turn around and leave now? Professor Watson wouldn't let us face a monster that's too much beyond the ability of a little wizard, would he, since I've come this far? Harry clenched his dry lips and thought hard with the little reason he had left. He was trying to convince himself not to be a coward and forced himself to open his eyes and stare at the direction where the sound came from. At least he had to see clearly what was hidden in the maze. He couldn't just believe Malfoy's words. Waiting was the most tormenting thing. Every second seemed to be slowed down by magic. Harry slowly moved to the wall and leaned against it. Quietly waiting for the final moment of fear to come. Even though he had been telling himself since he entered this classroom that he might encounter something unprecedentedly terrifying, even more than Hagrid's dog named Fang, even more than Quirrell without his turban, but when that creature came out of the dark, in an instant, Harry felt his entire respiratory system soaked in ice water, every breath he took was so cold, and at the same time, his mental defenses were completely broken. It was indeed a corpse, Malfoy didn't lie. It was a corpse of a woman with ragged clothes, rotten scalp with sparse long hair, cloudy eyes, and skin as white as decayed snow. Harry confirmed it as soon as he saw that thing, because he had never seen anyone who could still move with a dagger stuck in their heart. Giggle. A strange sound came from Harry's mouth. It was the sound of his teeth clashing against each other. Oddly enough, Harry began to admire Malfoy a bit, because after encountering this kind of thing, Malfoy still had the strength to run away, which was really a remarkable thing. Run. Harry's head was filled with only one thought. Why a person who looked like they had been dead for a long time, her corpse could still move, where did Professor Watson get this kind of evil creature, and how to defeat a corpse that sleeps in the arms of death are not things that need to be considered now. The only thing that needs to be considered urgently is to escape. The wind whistling past his ears was enough to prove how fast Harry was running, but even so, he still felt too slow. He never missed his flying broom so much. There's another one over there, Potter. Just as Harry rushed out of a tomb-like small room, Malfoy suddenly appeared from a corner, and the words that Malfoy yelled out of his mouth, who had already lost his mind, also made Harry completely panicked. Escape. There is only such a thought left in Harry's head. 062 Expected failure. You are lying, Malfoy. Harry tried to make his tone sound less like an accusation, but the voice that came out was almost a roar. His green eyes flashed with anger and disbelief as he glared at the blonde boy in front of him. I just came from there, Malfoy, there's nothing there but a drain, you're scaring people. He gestured wildly at the dark and damp corridor behind him, where he had just escaped from a horrifying encounter with a corpse-like creature. He had barely made it out alive, thanks to his quick reflexes and his trusty wand. If it were normal times, Malfoy, who was treated by Potter with this attitude, might have taken out his wand and fought back, but now, he had no trace of being offended, only desperate sobbing. His pale face was twisted with fear and his silver eyes were wide with horror. He looked like he had seen a ghost, or worse. There was a corpse with chains crawling out of the water, I saw it. After saying this, Malfoy collapsed in front of the round arch of the small tomb chamber like he had used up all his strength. He curled up into a ball on the cold stone floor, whispering in a lost voice. Watson wants to kill us, Potter, we're all going to die. Nonsense, Harry gritted his teeth and said, Professor Watson is the investigator and defense against the dark arts teacher sent by the Board of Governors, everything that happens here, Headmaster Dumbledore will know, Professor Snape is outside too. Harry refuted Malfoy's absurd inference, but at least he believed one thing, that there was indeed a corpse on the side he came in from, only he didn't notice. It was that piece of wood. After a little thought, Harry understood that the corpse with chains that Malfoy said should be the wood floating in the middle of the small drain. Because he stepped on it, it woke up from its eternal sleep. Now, the situation facing Harry was that both the front and back roads were blocked by two corpses that could move and walk, and looked like they could bite people. He and Malfoy were caught in the middle. Probably in 30 seconds, they would have to face those two corpses head-on. And his only teammate Malfoy looked like he had given up on resisting. Damn it! Harry ran to Malfoy's side and dragged him into the small tomb chamber from outside the arch. All the way, Malfoy didn't make any resistance. He just shivered and muttered something like it's over. His blonde hair was matted with sweat and dirt, and his robes were torn and stained with blood. No way, I have to do something. The clear rustling sound and the crisp sound of chains sliding on the ground came to his ears. Harry anxiously turned around in the small tomb chamber, racking his brains for what he could do to resist. The chamber was dimly lit by a few torches on the walls. It was filled with ancient coffins and statues of unknown wizards. Harry wondered if they were buried here or if they were guarding something. The best way was to get two big stones to block the round arches at both ends of the room. The two Inferi looked evil and dangerous, but they didn't seem to be very strong. If he could seal the room, he and Malfoy could save their lives. But he was not Professor McGonagall who taught transfiguration. He didn't have the amazing ability to turn a beetle into a teapot with a light wave of his wand. He didn't even know how to conjure a simple stone. Harry was still thinking, but those two Inferi wouldn't be so kind as to wait for him to come up with a perfect solution. Soon, they walked around the corner and appeared in Harry's sight. And they were only about 10 feet away from this small room. Petrificus totalis. When death approached, Harry abandoned thinking and gave his body to instinct. Without any hesitation, he threw a curse at the corpse with swollen face covered with fine cracks, wearing prison clothes, and whose hands and feet were clamped by two chains. The Inferi had sunken eyes and rotten teeth that made Harry feel sick. Harry saw this curse for the first time last year when Hermione used it to deal with Neville. At that time, Neville turned into a statue that couldn't move for several hours under the effect of this curse. Harry hoped that his Petrificus totalis could also produce such a perfect effect. But unfortunately, his curse failed. The Inferi's slow pace did stagger a bit after being hit by Petrificus totalis, but it didn't stop moving. It seemed that it was immune to such simple spells. Expelliarmus. Harry tried again against the other female Inferi. Disarming charm was the only useful thing Harry learned from Lockhart's dueling class. And it was Snape who taught him this. Harry hated to admit it, but Snape was a better teacher than Lockhart in this aspect. A brilliant red beam of light shot out from the tip of Harry's wand and hit the chest of the female Inferi with a loud thud. The power of this curse was not negligible. Even the undead creature, whose flesh was rotting and bones were exposed, was forced to stagger back several steps by the impact of the light. But this was far from enough to solve the problem. The female Inferi, who quickly regained her balance, resumed her relentless approach towards the small room where Harry and Malfoy were trapped. Harry had already failed twice to stop the Inferi with his spells. He felt a surge of despair in his chest. He leaned against the cold stone wall and closed his eyes, as if resigned to his fate. He could almost feel the Inferi's sharp teeth tearing at his neck. What should I do? Big drops of sweat rolled down from his forehead to his cheeks like pearls. His face was flushed red as if he had a fever. He remembered what Professor Watson had said in his office last night. Power is power. No matter what kind of extreme emotion can help you gain power to overcome fear in an instant, it can only make you more determined to pursue power, not give you power itself. Think of something, Malfoy, anything that can stop them from getting closer. Harry shouted at Malfoy, hoping to get some inspiration from him. But Malfoy was no help at all. He was curled up in a corner of the room, trembling and sobbing. He looked up at Harry with tearful eyes and said in a hopeless voice, "We're doomed, Potter." Harry's two failed curses seemed to have shattered Malfoy's last shred of confidence. He stood up shakily, leaning against the wall for support. There's no curse that can defeat the dead. Harry glanced at the two Inferi that were closing in on them from both sides. They were only 10 feet away from the front and back doors of the room. Harry felt a surge of adrenaline in his veins. His two green eyes shone with a fierce determination after going through the ordeal of fear. Listen to me, Malfoy, listen carefully to what I say, and don't ask why, because I don't know why I'm doing this either. Harry said in a low but firm voice. He fixed his gaze on the inferi that was chained to the wall. He took a deep breath. In a moment, I'll use the leg locker curse to try to knock down this chained guy. If it fails, I'll rush out and push him aside. While he's biting my neck, you slip past him and run for help. And please call Professor Snape before I die. Malfoy was stunned by Harry's words. He opened his mouth and stared at Harry as if he had never seen him before. Harry didn't give Malfoy a chance to ask questions or protest. After saying that, he raised his wand and pointed it at the chained inferi. Wait, Potter, why? It's over, Draco and you Potter, you can put down your wands. Malfoy's words were cut off by another calm voice that echoed in the narrow room. As soon as the voice sounded, the two inferi stopped in their tracks as if they had received some command and didn't move any further. Harry couldn't believe his ears. He turned his head and saw Snape standing at the entrance of the room, looking at them with a stern expression. Harry had never felt so happy to see Snape before. He was so relieved that he even showed Snape a grateful smile. And Snape looked at Harry differently from all the previous times. He didn't hurry to sneer or scold him. Instead, his face was complex and his black eyes showed a hint of sadness. Professor. Snape's look made Harry uneasy. He looked up at Snape and asked in a cautious voice, "Did we fail our challenge?" Snape answered this question with a nasal voice. He took out 2 vials of cheering potion from his robes and handed them roughly to Harry and Draco. He watched them drink it with a cold gaze. Under the effect of the cheering potion, Harry and Draco's pale faces relaxed a bit. And after losing the external pressure, they felt a wave of fatigue wash over them from head to toe. They were about to collapse on the ground. Snape quickly caught them and tucked them under his arms. Only when he picked up Harry, Snape almost lost his grip and dropped him on the ground. Let's go. Finally, Snape glanced at the two inferi who had walked back to their original positions and walked through the wall without looking back. //patreon.com/FicFrenzy 063 A Night in the Hospital Wing. Unprecedented. The hospital wing was filled with the sound of Professor McGonagall's angry voice, which overpowered the wails of the young wizards, the urgent commands of Madame Pomfrey, and the gentle reassurances of the heads of houses. They were all doing their best to calm the students who had just faced a horrifying ordeal in Professor Watson's defense against the dark arts practical class that afternoon. Outside the hospital wing, Headmaster Dumbledore and Brian stood in front of the enraged Professor McGonagall, looking guilty. They could feel her fury radiating from her like heat. In the corridor, many nosy senior students acted as if they were just walking by, hoping to see some of the exciting details of what had happened in the maze. But they were all chased away by Professor McGonagall's fierce glare, which made them feel like they had been caught doing something wrong. Never in the history of Hogwarts has there been such a serious teaching accident, Professor Watson. Maybe your fanciful teaching methods are novel enough, but I think you have to stop, unless you want to send all the children home before that heir does. Dumbledore blinked his eyes and pretended to be fascinated by a star chart on the ceiling, as if he had no intention of intervening in Professor McGonagall's interrogation. He knew that she was very protective of her students and that she would not let this matter go easily. You know, Professor McGonagall, we took a lot of precautions to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Headmaster Dumbledore himself cast several powerful binding spells on those two inferi. No one would get hurt. Brian smiled bitterly and defended himself. I just wanted to train their courage. Do you think it's only a matter of getting hurt, Professor Watson? Professor McGonagall's eyes flashed with a terrible light. She glared at Brian, as if she could pierce him with her stare. Don't say they are just a bunch of children. How many adult wizards can stand the shock of an inferius? She spat out the word with disgust and fear. She had seen enough inferi in her life to know how dreadful they were. That's the point, Professor McGonagall. Brian shrugged helplessly, no one is born a warrior. If we want those children to be able to quickly make accurate and effective responses when facing dangerous situations that threaten their lives, we have to train them, exercise their courage, test their determination. Professor McGonagall, if under our comprehensive protection, the children can't even deal with only two inferi that only need a simple spell to solve, forgive me for being blunt, is the teaching purpose of Hogwarts just to let the young wizards pass 2 pointless exams? He raised his voice slightly, challenging her with his words. Pointless exams? Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and stared at Brian with hawk-like sharp eyes. Is that what you think, Professor Watson? Those are 2 exams that determine their fate. Well, let's not talk about that. Maybe your intention is good, but I think they are too young. You might want to wait until... She tried to reason with him, but he interrupted her before she could finish. Wait until when? Brian smiled sarcastically and asked back. Wait until the danger's claws are on their necks before teaching them how to use wisdom and courage to resist danger. He gestured with his hands as if he was holding a knife to his throat. Seeing that the argument was gradually sliding into a quarrel, Dumbledore finally stepped in. He walked between Professor McGonagall and Brian and said succinctly, "In my opinion, why not give the decision back to the children?" He looked at them both with his twinkling blue eyes and smiled gently. He hoped that they would listen to him and respect the students' choices. Because of time constraints, only half as many young wizards participated in the trial this afternoon. And none of them knew how to deal with the Inferi. Quite a few of them gave up completely after crying and running back shortly after entering the maze. And among those who persisted, there was none who succeeded in meeting like Harry and Draco did at the end of the maze. Hermione fell into the ditch when she passed through that small waterway that was supposed to lead her to the exit. When she struggled to climb up with the help of a piece of wood that had turned over in the water, she accidentally found a pair of eyes covered with white film staring at her from below. After a scream that pierced her eardrums and made her blood run cold, she fainted cleanly. And Daphne Greengrass, who was in her group, was scared by the Inferius that fell from the ceiling and ran in the wrong direction, thus failing in the trial as well. She tripped over a root and sprained her ankle, and had to be rescued by Professor Flitwick, who heard her cries for help. She wished she had never signed up for this nightmare. The most astonishing and admirable display of skill that afternoon in the classroom came from two unexpected candidates, Ginny Weasley and Neville Longbottom. Ginny had a discerning eye and a clever mind. She realized that the piece of wood bobbing in the ditch was not what it seemed. She cast a small spell to reveal its true nature, a corpse of a human being, animated by dark magic. Instead of panicking or fleeing, she bravely faced her fear and used a freezing spell to create a layer of ice on the surface of the water, trapping the Inferius below. It thrashed and twisted in the water, but could not break free or reach her. Unfortunately, Ginny did not know the proper way to destroy the Inferius for good, and she ran out of time before she could figure it out. She failed the task, but earned respect for her courage and cleverness. Neville Longbottom, on the other hand, was known for being timid and clumsy. He had always struggled with magic and confidence. But when he fell into the ditch like Hermione, he showed a different side of himself. He wrestled with the Inferius in a desperate struggle for survival, screaming at the top of his lungs. He managed to hold his own for a while, but he was no match for the strength and speed of the undead creature. He was finally rescued by Snape, who had a pale and disgusted expression on his face as he pulled Neville out of the water by his collar. Madame Pomfrey had just given everyone a jar of chocolate milk infused with a cheering charm. The atmosphere in the hospital wing was much better than it had been earlier. Because of Brian's magic contract, no one could talk about what they had experienced in that classroom. They could only deal with their own emotions and injuries. What happened? Lying on the bed in the innermost part of the hospital wing with Colin and Justin, Professor Lockhart, whose cheeks were swollen like a squirrel's from being slapped by Hermione, tried to crane his neck and kept asking questions, but Hermione, who was closest to him, ignored him completely. "We can't possibly deal with that kind of thing." Hermione was obviously still traumatized by her encounter with the Inferius. She curled up in the blanket, her body trembling slightly, and her tearful eyes were lost and helpless. She felt like she had failed herself and everyone else. Harry was lying next to her. His condition looked fine, except that his face was a bit pale. But he didn't know how to comfort Hermione either. His hollow eyes stared at the white ceiling and he was thinking about what Malfoy had said that afternoon. Dark wizards, ruthless and vicious. Professor Watson in private? What did Malfoy know that he didn't? Potter. Leaning on the opposite bed, Malfoy, who had been staring at Harry's face since he entered the hospital wing, said with a gloomy face. "What do you want, Malfoy?" Harry had no intention of reconciling with Draco because of their failed cooperation. He had always considered him as his most outspoken enemy in the school. He subconsciously gave Malfoy an unhappy look. Malfoy's lips tightened and his cheeks reddened visibly. He glared at Harry and then turned his head away. However, a few minutes later, Malfoy couldn't suppress his curiosity and stared at Harry's cheek again and asked, "Why did you do that this afternoon?" Harry understood what Malfoy wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to answer. In that moment of life and death, his decision was completely driven by instinct. Even when he came back to his senses, he felt that his decision was very absurd and ridiculous. How could he choose to save Malfoy, the one he hated most among all the young wizards in the school? The one who had insulted him and his friends countless times? "If you're willing to tell me what you meant by those words you used to evaluate Professor Watson, Malfoy, maybe I can tell you honestly why I made that stupid decision at the time." Potter. This time, Malfoy's heart was completely free of any slight gratitude or guilt that he might have felt earlier. He bared his teeth like a threatened hyena and glared at Harry. "Do you expect me to thank you for your insignificant help? Hey? You're just like everyone else. You didn't do anything." "Oh yeah, thank you." Harry also got angry. He sat up from the bed, his eyes equally sharp. "I never dared to hope for your thanks, to be honest, Malfoy. I doubt you really understand what that word means or how to say it sincerely." 064 Decision. The school hospital was a hive of activity and speculation as Principal Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Brian made their way inside. Almost half of the students had seen the tense confrontation between Harry and Draco, and they were dying to know more about what had sparked it. Wizards had a tendency to forget the past and chase the new and the unknown, and that was part of their charm. Ahem. Dumbledore smiled warmly, and walked to the center of the crowded hall. He swept his gaze over the young faces, and saw a mix of emotions on them. Some looked frightened, some looked defiant, some looked puzzled, and some looked bored. He spoke in a loud and clear voice. I'm so pleased that I don't see any dejected and lost faces among you. Professor McGonagall coughed disapprovingly, because Dumbledore's words were not very accurate. She knew that some students still had nightmares about the dark creatures they had met in the maze, and their faces showed signs of trauma and despair. Just now, Professor McGonagall, Professor Watson and I discussed in detail whether the Defense Against the Dark Arts practical class should continue. Professor McGonagall believes that the dark creatures that you are facing are too dangerous and beyond your abilities. However, Professor Watson insists that dangers always come unexpectedly, so it is very urgent and necessary to train your ability to deal with and solve dangers. The hall became silent, except for some murmurs and whispers. No one dared to make a sound, and everyone stared helplessly at the three people with different expressions in the middle of the hall. I think the decision-making power should be returned to you. Dumbledore looked at the students with gentle eyes, and he spoke slowly to ensure that everyone could hear clearly. Do you think this way of learning may be too radical and need to be stopped? Professor McGonagall expected that the students would jump at the chance to give up the practical class, but to her surprise, no one was brave enough to say that they would give up. Professor. After a long time, Ginny raised her hand timidly. She looked at Professor Watson, who was smiling calmly and didn't seem to care much about the choice of the students. Fear flashed in her eyes as she remembered the horrors she had faced in the maze. We can't give up, can we? I mean, we have all signed that contract, and if we abandon it, we will suffer severe punishment. If you are afraid of that, Miss Weasley, there is no need at all. Brian said to all the person explained, Principal Dumbledore has the power to help you forcibly terminate the contract. If anyone thinks that he is unable to defeat the dark creatures in the maze, you can apply now. Both Principal Dumbledore and I can make sure that you will not suffer any punishment. This time, the atmosphere in the hospital was much more lively, and many people had already shown eager expressions. They wanted to get rid of the nightmare of facing dark creatures every week. But because no one took the lead, no one spoke for a while. Professor Watson. At this time, Hermione raised her hand in a depressed mood. Do you really think that those are something that a student can overcome? It's not difficult, Miss Granger. Brian looked at this young witch whom he admired for her intelligence and courage. He nodded and smiled. You were only blinded by fear for a while, and did not see through the weak nature of the enemy's hideous appearance. As far as I know, Miss Granger, you and Mr. Potter and your mutual friend Mr. Weasley once defeated a 12-foot-tall mountain troll in the girls' toilet in your first year at Hogwarts. May I ask? Brian turned to Hermione. Harry, who was next to her, nodded. Did you use any particularly powerful spells? No, Professor. Harry was not a fool. He understood what Dumbledore had meant earlier. He trusted Dumbledore's judgment more than Malfoy's accusations against Professor Watson. He didn't let Malfoy's words bother him anymore. Hearing Professor Watson's question, Harry subconsciously replied. Ron used the levitating charm to drop its club on its head and I used my wand to stick it up its nose. It was scary but not very hard. Professor McGonagall watched Harry blow his nose violently, wiping away the blood that had spurted from his nostrils. She seemed to want to say something, but was stopped by a gesture from Dumbledore, who was listening attentively. Brian nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Madame Pomfrey, who was pouring a purple potion for Professor Lockhart, who suffered due to alcohol allergy. He looked around at the pair of small eyes that shone earnestly on each young face, and continued to ask, who thinks that you faced something more difficult to deal with than a giant monster in the maze today? All the second-year students present had a vivid memory of what happened on the night before Halloween the year before last, when a troll had invaded the castle and nearly killed Hermione. The troll was not a particularly mysterious creature, even if they had not seen it with their own eyes. Most of the students had also seen the appearance of giant monsters in books. Faced with Professor Watson's question, the students who had already encountered the Inferi in the afternoon frowned. In my opinion, the troll is more difficult to deal with. Ron said loudly. The troll can throw me into the air with one hand, but that thing in the maze. He shuddered as he recalled the sight of the pale and lifeless corpses that had risen from the water and attacked them. When the students chattered into his ears, Brian smiled warmly. It seems that you have already understood, right? Despair will only come when you face fear and choose to give up completely. He said in an inspiring tone. How amazing and wise what you said. Dumbledore took off his half-moon glasses and wiped his eyes, muttering softly. But, Professor, Hermione interrupted him. She was a very sensible witch. Although she was greatly encouraged by Professor Watson's speech, she still hoped to get a more concrete answer. We have a question about that thing. We don't know anything about it, we don't know how to deal with it. Hey, haven't I already told you the method? Brian blinked playfully. And my hint was very obvious, Miss Granger. Unsurprisingly, everyone became confused. When did Professor Watson mention this terrifying creature in class? The students talked a lot, and Hermione frowned and carefully recalled every class, every word, and even private conversation of Professor Watson since he became the defense against the dark arts teacher, but no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't find any clue. Harry next to Hermione bit his lip in confusion, but seemed to have realized something. I want to continue, Professor McGonagall. 10 minutes later, beyond everyone's expectations, Neville Longbottom, the shy and clumsy boy of Gryffindor House, was the first to raise his hand and express his opinion. Brian looked at the round-faced boy curiously. This was the second time Neville Longbottom surprised him today. To be honest, before that, he really didn't expect that any student would dare to fight hand-to-hand with the Inferi. If nothing happened, this Longbottom would become a great wizard in the future. Mr. Longbottom. Professor McGonagall looked at Neville sternly. If you just want to satisfy your grandmother, you don't have to use this method to prove yourself. Professor McGonagall's eyes almost frightened. Neville's neck shrank into his chest, especially in front of Headmaster Dumbledore. He could hardly produce any courage to argue. He just lowered his head and muttered something that no one could hear clearly. Then, the decision-making power will be left to you two. Brian didn't wait for every student to express his opinion. He took a deep look at Lockhart, who was lying on the bed with a blank expression on his face. He then turned to Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall and nodded with a smile. He left the hospital wing directly to his office. There, he had more important things to do. 065 A long memory. Brian stepped out of the school hospital, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he saw that the students who had been attacked by the Inferi were all safe and sound. He walked along the dimly lit corridor towards the stairs, but to his surprise, he saw a group of red-haired boys waiting anxiously at the corner of the stairs. They were the Weasley brothers, and they seemed to have been expecting him. As soon as they saw him approaching, they looked at him with hopeful eyes that sparkled in the darkness. "Isn't it past your bedtime, Mr. Weasley?" Brian asked, eyeing the prefect Percy and his 3 younger brothers behind him. He noticed that they were all wearing their Gryffindor scarves and badges, as if to show their solidarity. "Or are you planning to have a family reunion here?" "Well, actually, Professor Watson," Percy began, clearing his throat nervously. The Weasleys, who were rarely all present except for Ginny, exchanged uneasy glances before the eldest one stepped forward and explained, "Professor McGonagall won't let us visit the hospital wing, but we're really worried about Ginny." Brian smiled sympathetically and nodded. He could understand their concern for their sister's well-being. "It's understandable that you are concerned about your sister's well-being, but there's no need to fret, boys. Your little sister is perfectly fine. In fact, none of the young wizards suffered any serious injuries. Madame Pomfrey said they just need to stay overnight in the hospital wing for observation, and they can leave tomorrow morning." His reassuring words seemed to lift a weight off their chests, as the brothers let out a collective sigh of relief. Ron, who had been lucky enough to be assigned to the second half of Brian's trial today, blinked eagerly and asked, "Professor Watson, could you please let us go and see Ginny? Harry and Hermione are there too." "Sorry, kiddo." Brian walked past them down the stairs, shaking his head. He knew that they were curious about what had happened in the trial, but he also knew that they needed some rest. "I think you'd better follow the doctor's orders. I told them not to disturb their rest. Now go back to your dormitory and get some sleep. If I come back to my office and find you still lurking here, Gryffindor's chances of winning the House Cup this year might be ruined. Actually, I wanted to ask Professor Watson what he has prepared for the advanced practice class." Percy muttered regretfully as he watched Professor Watson's receding figure. He was always eager to learn more from the brilliant young professor who had impressed everyone with his magical skills and knowledge. "Don't bother, Percy. Professor Watson's lips are sealed. We tried it already, and he wouldn't spill a single word." Ron snapped at his brother, his disdain obvious. He thought that Percy was too uptight and boring for his own good. "I'm not like you, Ron." Percy started to say, but was interrupted by the twins who chorused gleefully, "Prefect." They loved to tease their brother for his pompous attitude and strict adherence to rules. "Go back to sleep, you 3. Percy shouted at the twins and Ron, who had already walked away. He was annoyed by their lack of respect and discipline. "If you don't learn to play by the rules in the next few months, I'll write to Mum." "Is everything normal?" Brian asked as he pushed open the door of his office, only to catch a glimpse of Professor Snape sitting on a chair with his hands covering his face and his shoulders slightly trembling. This strange expression vanished as soon as the door was halfway open, and Snape got up and strode out of the office without a word. His black cloak billowed behind him as he disappeared into the shadows. Did the inferi scare him into tears? Brian wondered as he walked to the stool in the middle of the room, staring curiously at the few drops of water that had not yet evaporated on the floor in front of the stool's legs. He raised his eyebrows and waited until there were no traces of tears left of Snape, before he slowly lifted his head and let out a baffled chuckle. Maybe I should find an opportunity to talk to Professor Snape before I leave Hogwarts. He thought as he waved his wand downwards, closing the curtains and veils with a swish. To ensure that he wouldn't be spied on by some nosy old man or any other unwanted visitors, Brian kept drawing with his wand in midair, casting powerful protective spells that shone brightly in the dark. The intricate patterns were engraved into the void, isolating his office from Hogwarts on multiple levels of magic and space. Brian felt like he was on a floating island in the middle of the ocean, isolated and unreachable by anyone except himself. He had spent a long time studying the memory magic he had learned from Lockhart's collection, using his deep knowledge of the spells to master the technique of extracting and viewing memories without the aid of the legendary Pensieve. He was eager to uncover the memories hidden in his own mind, secrets that he had forgotten or repressed. He extinguished the fire and the candles, and cast a spell to block out the moonlight and starlight from the windows. His office became a pitch-black void, like a dark abyss in the cosmos. In the eternal darkness, a faint silver light appeared, like a drop of ink falling into a clear pool. It rippled and pulsated, as if it was breathing. Gradually, it expanded and formed a beautiful galaxy in front of Brian's eyes. Is this the memory that I can't recall? Brian had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He wrapped himself in a cloak, and without any hesitation, he dove into the silvery mist. He felt like a fish swimming in the river of time, gliding through the forgotten memory. The images that had once been real were etched in his mystical eyes, and his brain worked at full speed. His emotions fluctuated, rising and falling with the scenes. Do you think we can really do it? The hospital wing was dark and silent. All the young wizards were lying quietly on their beds, but not because they were sick or injured. They were there for one reason only, to ensure that nothing would go wrong tonight, when so many underage wizards were gathered in one place. Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout had joined Madame Pomfrey to watch over them personally. It was a rare occasion for the two professors to spend the night in the hospital wing. They were sitting in the small office, chatting animatedly with Madame Pomfrey under the dim moonlight. But the young wizards were not so easy to tame. They had been ordered by Professor McGonagall to sleep well, but they did not dare to disobey. However, they secretly sent paper cranes to each other, exchanging messages and gossip. Harry's partner was not Hermione, his partner was lying on the opposite bed, glaring at him sulkily. He had no choice but to talk to Hermione about topics that were not forbidden. I don't think Professor Watson would lie to us. A paper crane flew discreetly into Harry's bed, and he opened the note. It was Hermione's neat handwriting. But I've been thinking about all the classes that Professor Watson taught us, and I don't remember him mentioning anything about that thing in the maze. Harry crumpled up the note impatiently, turned over, and closed his eyes. That night, when Professor Watson said that he had given them a clue, Harry felt a flash of insight in his head. He was so close to figuring it out, but he couldn't break through. It was a frustrating feeling, to be so near and yet so far. Seeing that Harry was no longer interested in chatting, Hermione's bright eyes clouded over. Her thoughts became muddled and confused. She pulled up her blanket and tried to sleep, but she tossed and turned for a long time. She couldn't fall asleep. The quiet ward became a symphony of snoring in different styles. Hermione only left her forehead outside the blanket and entrusted her body to the warmth of the bed. What did Professor Watson do before he came to Hogwarts? On the first night, Professor Watson had told them that he had encountered some dark creatures in the maze during his travels. He had kept some of them because they had research value. What kind of adventures did he have with these dangerous creatures? Hermione's mind was filled with questions that might never be resolved. She felt a heaviness in her eyelids, and soon she drifted into a deep slumber. On the other side of the castle, Brian dismissed the silvery mist with a flick of his wand and sank back into his chair behind the desk. He was lost in thought, pondering the meaning of the memory he had just witnessed. 066 Persistence and giving up. All the protective magic that Brian had cast over his office had been dispelled by his own hand, and the feeble starlight from the night sky once again filtered through the curtains that fluttered in the gentle breeze. On the back of his leather chair, he gazed at the speckled light and shadow on the dark wooden floor, his face showing signs of fatigue and weariness. Before he decided to read his own memory, Brian had expected to find some intriguing information, but no matter how rich his imagination was, he had not anticipated such astonishing revelations to be hidden in his erased past. Harry Potter, he muttered after a long silence, closing his eyes with a bitter smile on his lips. The memory under the dormitory floor had nothing to do with the plot of the original story, but it was more crucial than the plot. It could even be said that this was a memory that affected the future direction of the wizarding world. It's no wonder I made such comprehensive protection back then. Brian whispered softly, the bitter smile at the corner of his mouth gradually turning into a dark one, and his eyes flickering with not only relief but also doubt. Am I still involved? But, why do I have to go to this point? Is it really possible? The content of the memory itself made Brian understand why there was such a thing as this memory, and why the clues of this memory would only emerge when he returned to Hogwarts and met Harry Potter, but its existence also gave Brian deeper doubts, which were currently unsolvable, and only by following the flow of time step by step would the mystery be unveiled one day in the future. It seems that my appearance still makes the problem more complicated. Brian twirled the magic wand at her fingertips, and cast a glance at the bookshelf. The pale pink voodoo doll that represented his connection to Voldemort's curse had already shown signs of decay, and he could already feel that this doll could not last long under the ravages of the Dark Lord's power, which meant that his time at Hogwarts was about to enter the countdown. It's about time for the heat. Brian sniffed and let out an inexplicable laugh. He already smelled the scent of freedom. He got up from his chair and walked towards the door, ready to start another day of teaching. Eight-eyed spiders. This is an extremely aggressive dark creature that lives in large colonies. So far, it has not been found that there is any kind of creature that is not liked by eight-eyed spiders as food. Of course, this also includes human flesh. Brian's explanation made all the young wizards who legally entered the edge of the Forbidden Forest calm their excitement slightly, and turned their attention like a runaway horse back to the juvenile eight-eyed spider behind Professor Watson. The spider was about the size of a small dog, with 8 red eyes staring at them menacingly. Its hairy body was covered with black and yellow stripes, and its fangs dripped with venom. You can tell from its size that this is a magical creature with excellent speed and strength. It is especially important to note that the venom of an adult 8-eyed spider can even incapacitate a fire dragon. Facing a group of little wizards who looked at him with admiration and curiosity, Brian talked eloquently. However, it is still not difficult to deal with, because the 8-eyed spider's weaknesses are as prominent as its advantages. In terms of spell resistance, the 8-eyed spider's magic resistance is about the same as that of a wizard, which means that even a first-year wizard, as long as he can make his own spell hit the 8-eyed spider, then he can defeat this creature. Professor Watson. Katie Bell of Gryffindor raised her hand eagerly, her voice was mixed with excitement and fear. If we are bitten by an 8-eyed spider, will it lay eggs in our body? Why can't you ask a less disgusting question, Katie? Arya said disapprovingly. She was standing next to Katie, holding her wand tightly in her hand. She had always been interested in dark creatures, but she felt a chill when she saw the spider's fangs. Brian smiled slightly and shook his head. No, Katie. 8-eyed spiders don't lay eggs in their prey. They prefer to wrap them in silk and store them for later consumption. He saw some students shudder at his words. But don't worry. As long as you follow my instructions and keep a safe distance from it, you won't be bitten by it. He said reassuringly. Click, click, click. The sound of the 8-eyed spider's commissary clacking together echoed in the air. Brian laughed. He waved his hand and lifted his petrification spell on the creature. He instructed the young wizards who were eager to try their skills. Quickly retreat 300 feet and form a line before the monstrous 8-eyed spider charges at you. You must try to petrify or stun it with your spells before it sinks its fangs into your flesh and injects its deadly venom. Let me remind you once again, everyone, at this distance, it only takes less than 5 seconds for the 8-eyed spider to reach you. That means you only have time to cast 2 spells at most. Are you really willing to stake everything on this gamble? Do you realize that if you fail, you will have to face the dire consequences by yourself, because I will not lift a finger to help you. You should be grateful to the 1st and 2nd grade students, because I have lowered the difficulty of the practice class to a level that even Filch can handle. Facing a group of eager little wizards, the 8-eyed spider closed its eyes in despair, as if it had already foreseen its own doom. This was the defense against the dark arts lesson for grades 3, 4, and 5. What happened in the practical class, under the fierce protest of Professor McGonagall, Brian had to scrap the original plan of using a sealed classroom to simulate the environment of the Forbidden Forest. Instead, he let the little wizards face the 8-eyed spider one-on-one in an open field. However, this challenge seemed to be just right for most little wizards, who enjoyed it immensely. Some of them had both courage and skill, such as the Weasley twins. Cedric of Hufflepuff was even able to toy with the poor 8-eyed spider with ease. In the Gryffindor common room that night, when Fred and George boasted in front of everyone that they had used the petrification spell and the blasting curse to sever 2 of the 8-eyed spider's thin legs, Ron, who was already anxious about tomorrow's practical class, suddenly felt a surge of relief. Anything is better than spiders. Ron's quivering words made Harry and Hermione exchange a glance. They knew that Ron's confidence would only last until the defense against the dark arts class at best. Professor Watson would make Ron learn what it meant to be wicked. Listen. Ron munched on a piece of pumpkin pie, furrowed his brow and said to Harry and Hermione, who had been lost in thought no matter what they were doing in the past 2 days. Have you 2 figured out anything yet? Hearing this, Harry slumped on the sofa, and Hermione also put aside her transfiguration homework and sighed. It's harder than we thought, Ron. I think you have to brace yourself. Although Professor Watson's words in the hospital wing were encouraging, it was not easy for us who lacked practical experience to achieve what he said, right? Hermione looked at Ron, who seemed to have resigned himself to his fate, and said, that's not something that can be solved by knocking someone out with a levitating spell. Ever since Professor Watson agreed to give everyone another chance to quit at the hospital wing that night, most of the little wizards who had witnessed the necromancy had chosen to back out. And many of those who had planned to enter the maze for the second time had changed their minds. In fact, Ron also had the idea of quitting in his heart, but seeing that Harry and Hermione kept on trying, even Neville spent all day squatting in front of the fireplace pondering what simple spell could be used to defeat the dark creatures in the maze. Ron had no choice but to bite the bullet and stick with it. After tomorrow, Professor Watson has scheduled the next practical class for next Thursday. Before then, I hope I can come up with some solution. Hermione said resentfully. Since Professor Watson has allowed everyone to quit, why can't he let us look up some information? Author's note: spiders have chelicerae, which are jaws with sharp edges or fangs that attach to their venom glands. Spiders use their chelicerae to seize, immobilize, and chew their prey. 067 The Secret of the Eyes. The Easter holiday was still a week away, but Professor McGonagall had already handed out the new course list for the third year to the second-year wizards. She told them they had to make their choices before the break, which threw Hermione into a frenzy of indecision. She spent the whole weekend poring over the pamphlet, fascinated by every subject and unwilling to give up any of them. Even when she went to help Professor Lockhart with his fan mail on Sunday afternoon, which had become a regular chore, she brought the course list with her, hoping to get some guidance from Professor Watson. The young Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher was always in his office, assisting Lockhart with his correspondence and offering his own insights on various topics. Interest is the best teacher, Granger. Brian said with a smile, as he watched Hermione scribble down a polite reply to a witch who had sent Lockhart a love potion. But you can't do everything at once. You have to prioritize. If you want my advice, I think care of magical creatures and ancient runes are more practical than the others. She's already made up her mind to take all of them. Harry said cautiously, as he leaned against the wall. He had followed Hermione to Professor Watson's office, not because he enjoyed writing letters for Lockhart, but because he hoped to find some clues about how to deal with the Inferi from Professor Watson. The young teacher had hinted that he knew something about them when he visited Harry in the hospital wing during their encounter. All of them. Brian looked at Hermione with a mixture of admiration and concern. He saw the determination in her brown eyes and the slight frown on her forehead. He knew she was not easily swayed. That might be a problem, Granger. Some of these courses overlap in time. You can't be in two places at once. That's not a problem, Professor Watson. Professor McGonagall gave me a great suggestion. Hermione said confidently, as she finished writing the letter and sealed it with wax. She reached for another envelope, eager to get through the pile of mail as soon as possible. What about you, Potter? Brian changed the subject and turned to Harry. He noticed that Harry looked restless and curious, as if he wanted to ask something else. Divination and Care of Magical Creatures, Professor. Ron and I both chose these two courses. Harry answered quickly, trying to sound casual. He wondered how to steer the conversation to the topic of Inferi without arousing suspicion. Brian nodded approvingly and muttered under his breath. I heard that Professor Kettleben of Care of Magical Creatures is going to retire at the end of the year. It seems that Headmaster Dumbledore will have a lot on his plate next year. He has to find 2 new professors to fill the gaps. Harry's eyes widened in surprise, and even Hermione stopped writing and looked up at Professor Watson in disbelief. They exchanged a glance and then Hermione asked tentatively, Don't you want to stay at Hogwarts, Professor? Hee. Brian chuckled softly. He picked up a framed photo from his desk and gently wiped off the dust on it. It was a picture of him when he was young. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, Granger, Potter. Being a professor at Hogwarts may be a good job for some people. Maybe one day in the future, I will come back here as a teacher, but not anytime soon. I have other plans. Professor Watson's answer made Hermione's face fall. Even Harry felt a pang of sadness. He stared at the young face in the photo, which looked too young. He noticed that Professor Watson's purple eyes were quite darker than when they first met him at the start of the term. He suddenly remembered what Hagrid had told them about Professor Watson's school days. Professor. Harry hesitated for a moment, but he couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. He asked in a low voice, We heard some things about your time at Hogwarts from Hagrid. The dark witch you met in the Forbidden Forest in your 5th year, did you ever find out who she was? Brian's hand stopped moving. He looked at Harry and smiled mysteriously. That's a good question, Potter. To be honest, I've been wondering about that for years. I've always wanted to know what her motive was for breaking into Hogwarts and trying to kill me when I was just a kid. But it wasn't until recently that I figured it out. Who is she? Harry and Hermione gasped in unison, their eyes wide with curiosity and astonishment. I can't tell you yet. Brian lowered his eyes and smiled as he put the photo frame back in place. Seeing that the two little wizards looked obviously disappointed, he pursed his lips and thought for a while before smiling again. Well then, as compensation, you can ask me something else. I'll try to answer you as best I can. Of course, Potter, if you want to find out from me how to pass the practical class, don't bother. Harry, who was seen through by Professor Watson, smiled sheepishly. He regretted his words and glanced at the photo that Professor Watson had put down. He noticed something else that intrigued him. Professor Watson's eyes were different in the photo. The first time he walked into this office, Harry was very curious why Professor Watson's eyes had changed so much from when he was in school. It was a rare opportunity to figure this out, since Professor Watson was willing to answer his questions. He blinked and chuckled softly. All right. If you're really curious. Are you willing to tell us? Harry asked timidly, hoping not to offend him. There's nothing I can't say, Potter. Brian leaned back on his leather chair and smiled gently. Actually, this has something to do with what happened on the night of Christmas Eve in my 5th year. Hermione dropped her quill and parchment on the desk and sat upright, her face serious and attentive. She loved hearing stories from the past, especially from someone who had witnessed so many important events in the wizarding world. That night, there were two things that made me uneasy. The first one was the Black Witch who suddenly broke into Hogwarts, and the second one was Headmaster Dumbledore. Brian raised his hand to stop Harry, who opened his mouth to defend Dumbledore. He looked up at the cold stone ceiling and smiled wistfully, his eyes distant and nostalgic. That night, Headmaster Dumbledore showed me what it was like to stand at the top of the contemporary wizarding world with a simple disarming spell. A truly powerful wizard. For a while after that night, I kept thinking about this question: if in the future, for some reason, I had to fight a wizard as powerful as Headmaster Dumbledore, how would I ensure that I could survive or even win against such a wizard? Harry and Hermione exchanged uneasy glances. They felt a chill run down their spines as they imagined such a scenario. After a while, Harry said softly, "That was just a misunderstanding, Professor. Under normal circumstances, Headmaster Dumbledore would never hurt you. Headmaster Dumbledore is the greatest white wizard of our time. I think that losing to such a wizard..." Hermione couldn't finish her sentence under Professor Watson's brilliant eyes, but she still expressed her admiration. In the contemporary wizarding world, no one would think that losing to Dumbledore was a shameful thing. My opinion is different from yours, Miss Granger. Brian rubbed his fingers together and said calmly, "The first step to surpass someone is that you have to believe in your heart that you can do it. There is no one in this world who is invincible. No matter how powerful a wizard is, he is destined to be surpassed by later generations. So I never think that Headmaster Dumbledore or the Dark Lord are absolutely unbeatable." 068 Clues. Sharing secrets is the most direct way to get closer to each other. After listening to Professor Watson reveal his hidden past, Harry felt a surge of mixed emotions. He looked at Hermione hesitantly, wondering if he should confide in her as well. But Hermione, who sensed his inner turmoil, gave him an encouraging and curious look. "Why, do you have something to share with me?" Brian got up from his cozy armchair and walked over to the fireplace, where a copper kettle was whistling on the shelf. He poured himself a cup of steaming tea and added a dash of milk and sugar. The aroma of the tea filled the air, creating a soothing atmosphere. When he returned to his seat, Hermione and Harry had clearly reached some kind of agreement. They exchanged a meaningful glance and nodded at each other. "Professor Watson, do you think hearing voices that others can't hear is a good talent?" Harry asked tentatively, biting his lower lip. Looking at Harry's nervous face, Brian knew that he had successfully gained their trust and friendship during this period of time. He was about to reap the rewards of his efforts, but he hid his excitement behind a cloud of smoke from his pipe. He replied very gently, "It depends on the situation, Potter. I can't make an accurate judgment with just a simple sentence. You have to tell me more about these voices." A suffocating silence fell suddenly, as if the air had frozen. Hermione kept her mouth shut, not wanting to interrupt Harry's thoughts. Harry had an uneasy expression, as if he was wrestling with a dilemma. He fidgeted with his glasses and ran his fingers through his messy black hair. Professor Watson was a professor he liked very much, but he also knew that the other party's main purpose of entering Hogwarts was not to teach. It was Professor Watson's job to investigate the Chamber of Secrets incident. If possible, Harry hoped to give him some help. Of course, the premise was not to involve himself or Dobby and Hagrid. In the best-case scenario, he hoped that Professor Watson would find the secret chamber or the monster inside it, and then the whole thing would be resolved peacefully, without anyone being blamed or punished. "That's the case," Harry said carefully, choosing his words with caution, trying to convince Professor Watson that he knew only a little bit. "When I entered your office for the first time, you asked me why we came to the 3rd floor after attending the Nick's Death Day party on Halloween last year. In fact, it was because I heard a weird voice. This voice first appeared in Professor Lockhart's office. In the next 10 minutes, Harry explained the origin and nature of the strange voice, and how it seemed to be related to the attacks on the students. He omitted some details that might implicate himself or others, such as Dobby's warning or Hagrid's expulsion. After listening to all this, Brian's face was expressionless. He leaned back in his chair, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "What do you think made that voice?" he asked calmly. "Are you sure that you are the only one who heard that voice, Mr. Potter?" Brian did not rush to express his opinion, but reconfirmed with a serious tone. "That's true, Professor Watson." Hermione nodded cautiously. "Harry, Ron and I were always together at those times, but apart from Harry, neither Ron nor I noticed anything unusual." Brian nodded knowingly. He carefully recalled the distance from the basement to the third floor. Under the eager gaze of the two young wizards, he said slowly, "If I guess correctly, the creature that made that voice should be a snake." "A snake?" Harry exclaimed in disbelief, while Hermione showed a look of enlightenment, as if she had just solved a puzzle. Professor Watson's simple guess broke through the fog that had been clouding their minds for so long. "Yes, it must be so, Harry." Hermione jumped up from her chair with excitement, her face was flushed with blood, and her fingertips were trembling because of being too agitated. "Everything makes sense now. Only you can hear that sound, of course, Harry, because you are a Parselmouth, and no one but you can understand what a snake hisses really means." "But," Harry retorted as Hermione's words sparked another question in his mind. "At that time, there were only a lot of ghosts in the basement and corridor besides the three of us. If there was a snake there, how could it hide itself in the wall without being seen by anyone?" He looked at the wall skeptically, trying to find any signs of a hidden passage or a secret door. "Not necessarily." Hermione's words made Harry frown slightly, and she replied hesitantly, "If the snake is small enough or flexible enough, maybe it can squeeze itself through the cracks in the bricks or pipes, or it has some special abilities, like being able to pass through solid objects. After all, normal snakes don't have the power to petrify anyone, Harry." She gestured with her hands to illustrate her point, but she was not very confident about her guess. Hermione's guess was plausible, but it was only a speculation. They needed more evidence to prove it. As long as anything has existed in this world, no matter how careful or secretive it is, it will definitely leave some traces behind. Brian smiled and stood up from his chair. He felt a surge of excitement when he finally had something to investigate. He waved his wand and swiftly gathered all the scattered letters on the ground and the table into a neat pile. He looked at Harry and Hermione with a gleam in his eyes. "Let's go to the scene of the crime again, maybe we can find some interesting clues that others have missed." The castle was not very crowded at this time of the day. Most of the wizards were either busy with their homework in the common room or enjoying a game of wizard chess or gobstone with their friends. The corridors were quiet and empty, except for the occasional portraits that whispered or snored on the walls. When they passed the second floor, they saw Filch yelling and threatening two little first-year wizards who had spilled some muddy water on the floor. He warned them that they would be chained up and hung in his office if they didn't clean it up properly. His face was twisted with anger and his eyes were bulging out of their sockets. The two young wizards were trembling with fear and holding their mops nervously. Brian kindly intervened and helped the two terrified wizards. He waved his wand and cleaned up the mess in an instant. He smiled gently at them and said, "There's no need to be so harsh on the young ones, Filch." Facing Filch, who looked resentful but didn't dare to resist a professor's order, Brian continued, "It won't be long before Professor Sprout's mandrakes are ready to be harvested, and your beloved Mrs. Norris will be back to health soon." He patted Filch's shoulder sympathetically and led Harry and Hermione away from him. The three of them came to a dark and empty corridor leading to the basement near the hall. There was only a faint light coming from the crack between the wall and the floor, where some candle wax remained from a row of black candles that Nick had placed there when he held his Death Day party. The air was cold and damp, and they could smell a faint odor of decay. "I was standing right here at that time." Harry still remembered vividly what had happened that night more than 4 months ago. He quickly brought Hermione and Professor Watson to the middle of the corridor, pointing to the wall. He said, "That voice came out of the wall, then moved up along the ceiling, and finally led us to the third floor." His voice echoed in the empty space, making him shiver slightly. Brian lit up his wand, and his eyes followed Harry's guidance on the surface of the wall. After examining it for a while, he nodded and said, "It seems that we need to open up this wall to have a closer look." He sounded curious and eager. "Open up the wall?" Hermione gasped with disbelief. She looked at Brian with astonishment and concern. She wondered if he was serious or joking. She knew that opening up a wall in Hogwarts was not an easy task. It might trigger some magical defenses or alarms. "Of course, Miss Granger, otherwise how would we find out how the snake was able to swim inside the wall?" Brian said in a casual tone, and he raised his wand effortlessly. After making a few gestures in the air, accompanied by a few flashes of light, the hard wall was easily cut open like soft cheese. And when the things behind the wall were exposed to the air, all their doubts were answered. It was a pipe. Behind the rock wall, moldy pipes emitted a disgusting stench. If they listened carefully, they could hear the sound of running water. The pipe was thick enough for a person to crawl inside. It was covered with slime and dirt, and there were some scratches and dents on its surface. I always thought the wall was solid. Harry muttered, stunned. He felt a wave of nausea as he looked at the pipe. He wondered how a snake could live in such a filthy place. The problem is now clear. Hermione turned pale. I can't imagine how thick and long a snake can be to fit in such a large pipe. She clutched her chest, feeling a surge of fear. She remembered the petrified students and the message on the wall. She realized that they were dealing with a very dangerous creature. There are still many problems to be solved, Miss Granger. Brian squinted his eyes. He jumped onto the broken wall and carefully examined the thick pipe. After a while, he placed his wand in his palm and said, Hominum lumis pedio. A bright beam of light shot out from his wand and entered the pipe. It moved along the pipe, illuminating its interior. Brian smiled and said, this is a spell that can detect any traces of human or animal activity in a certain area. It can show us where the snake came from and where it went. He gestured for Harry and Hermione to join him. Author's note, Hominum lumis pedio, is a combination of a fan-made spell and the canon's Hominum revelio spell that allows the caster to track the movement and location of both people and animals. 069 Discoveries and Incongruities. The wand in Brian's palm suddenly began to spin rapidly like a windmill, and kept in this state without stopping. It was as if an invisible force was pulling it in different directions, making it impossible to control. What does this mean, Professor Watson? Hermione exclaimed, her voice trembling with anxiety. She looked nervously at Brian, who was holding his wand with a tight grip, and then at the small section of exposed water pipe that was barely visible in the dim light of the corridor. This means, Brian said calmly, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the metal pipe, that Salazar Slytherin has imposed so many powerful spells on his Chamber of Secrets and that snake, including preventing positioning. This made my plan to find this secret room directly through magic come to naught. To be honest, this matter is quite troublesome. Hogwarts Castle has gone through thousands of years, and no one knows what happened to the sewer pipes in the castle. How many times have they been rebuilt, modified, or even abandoned? Maybe even the original design drawings of the castle have been lost now. Brian's words made Harry and Hermione feel a surge of disappointment. They had hoped that this would be their breakthrough in solving the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets. Ever since the incident started, they had been trying to find clues and evidence, but they had always hit a dead end. In the darkness, Harry frowned and stared at the water pipe. For some reason, ever since he was in the office just now, when Professor Watson guessed that the sound he had heard all this time was made by a snake, he had always felt a slight sense of incongruity. It was as if he had forgotten something important, something that could help them crack the case. Then what should we do now, Professor? Hermione asked worriedly, not noticing Harry's strange silence. She was always eager to learn and help, and she hated feeling helpless and clueless. Do we need to tell Headmaster Dumbledore about this discovery? Not for now, Miss Granger. Brian rejected her proposal without hesitation. He was joking when he said that he did not necessarily have to be the first to discover the secret room, but he did want to be ahead of Dumbledore. Otherwise, when Dumbledore took away the magical creature in the chamber, what would he use to report? He also wanted to get some commission for his efforts. Brian jumped off half of the wall that he had blasted open earlier, and waved his wand to restore it to its original shape. He did not want to leave any traces of their intrusion. The pipes inside the walls are connected to the sewage treatment system of the entire castle. Unless there is no other way, I try not to drill into the pipes one by one to search for them under the bubblehead charm. That would be too time-consuming and unpleasant. In the next few days, I plan to go around the library more and see if I can find some useful information. First, I want to find out what species the snake in the secret room is, and second, I want to see if I can find the architectural drawings of Hogwarts Castle when it was first built. Although there is a high probability that the location of the secret room will not be marked on the blueprints, but at least through some clues, maybe I can narrow down its approximate location. Is there anything I can do to help, Professor Watson? Hermione asked expectantly. She loved reading and researching, and she felt that this was an opportunity for her to prove her skills and intelligence. Of course, Miss Granger. Brian led them to the first floor, and when he heard her question, he smiled warmly. He appreciated her enthusiasm and curiosity. I heard from other professors that finding the key information from the vast amount of text is your specialty, Miss Granger. You can participate in the 2 tasks I just mentioned, but I try not to take up your usual study time. You still have your classes and homework to attend to. If I can't find the answer before next Saturday, you can come to the library and help me out then. Ron had missed all this excitement because of the Defense Against the Dark Arts practical class in the second half of Friday. He had been bitten by an 8-eyed spider that Professor Watson had brought in as a demonstration of how to deal with dark creatures. He had spent almost 2 full days on the bed in the dormitory, recovering from the venom and pain. I'm beginning to agree with Malfoy's evaluation of Professor Watson, Harry. Ron said weakly, staring at the curtains of his four-poster bed with a resentful expression. Who would a normal person carry that kind of thing with them, and show the little wizards how to deal with that terrible dark creature? That should be an Auror's job. Harry had told him everything that happened tonight, hoping to cheer him up a bit. But Ron seemed to be more envious than impressed. His eyes flashed with longing, and he hurriedly asked. Did Professor Watson tell you in detail how to hide the magic power in your eyes? Harry felt a surge of annoyance at Ron's thick-headedness. He said impatiently, It must not be a simple magic, Ron. Even a genius like Professor Watson, who designed the magic himself, must have took quite a while to master it. Do you think he would just tell me how to do it in a few minutes? Ron curled his lips, looked at Seamus, Neville and Dean who were chatting and laughing together on their beds, and said in a more serious tone, Look, Harry, I don't think you have to worry so much about that old madman Slytherin in his chamber. Whatever snake he hid in there, it won't dare to come out as long as Professor Breen is still in school. He'll protect us from any monster. And once Colin and Justin recover from their petrification, this whole thing will blow over. Harry frowned and whispered. I'm not saying that Professor Watson's theory is wrong, Ron. He's probably right about the snake traveling through the pipes and only I can hear its voice because I can speak Parseltongue. But there's something that doesn't add up. Something that I've overlooked. And I wish Professor Watson could find the chamber before the Board of Trustees forces him to leave Hogwarts. Because if that monster ever attacks again, who will stop it then? As Harry said this, a sudden flash of insight struck him. He remembered something that he had seen in Tom Riddle's memory, something that contradicted Professor Watson's theory. He jumped out of his bed and ran to his desk, where he rummaged through his school bag for Riddle's notebook. He had suddenly remembered something. He had actually seen the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, in the memory that Tom Riddle had shown him. It was a huge, hairy creature, with tangled black legs, many shining eyes, and two pincers as sharp as knives. In any case, the thing did not look like a snake at all. How could that be? Was Riddle lying to him? Or was there more than one monster in the chamber? When he opened the notebook, Harry raised his eyebrows and looked serious. Professor Watson's conjecture didn't sound like a problem. It perfectly explained why no one could hear that terrifying voice except him. And moving through the pipes was a clever way for the monster to avoid detection. But the unknown past that Riddle revealed to him also had an irrefutable fact. That was, after Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts, there were no more attacks in the school. Even Riddle himself had received a special award from the school for his contribution. Harry, I think you'd better throw this notebook away. I always feel that this Tom Riddle is a bit evil. Ron, who was sitting on the bed, frowned and watched Harry spread the notebook on the table. He then picked up the quill and dipped it in ink. Don't be silly, Ron. Riddle's memory tells us something very valuable, doesn't it? Harry said without turning his head. Almost the moment the ink dripped onto the book, it immediately disappeared into the blank paper. Then an elegant handwriting appeared. Hello, Harry Potter. I thought that after knowing the truth about the Chamber of Secrets incident, you had forgotten me in a corner of the bookshelf. And what awaited me was another 50 years of darkness. Don't you think Hagrid should stay in this school? Have you told anyone else the truth about what I remember? Harry blushed slightly, but he didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with Riddle. He went straight to the point and told him what he had found out tonight. Riddle, do you think you made a mistake? In my opinion, Professor Watson's guess is more reasonable. Besides, I didn't see the monster you showed me in your memory. But it's obviously not a snake. This time, the notebook didn't immediately answer Harry's question. It seemed that what Harry said also caused it to fall into confusion. The paper remained blank for 2 minutes. Then a messy handwriting appeared. Can you tell me more about that, Professor Watson? 70 discussions. As the clock struck noon on Monday, Harry sat at the long dining table in the Great Hall with a gloomy face. He had no appetite for the delicious food that was piled up in front of him. There were hills of syrupy fruit pies, grilled eels, roast beef, and lamb chops, all steaming hot and tempting. But Harry could only think of the weird imitation that Draco Malfoy had done of him in the corridor, mocking his obsession with the mysterious notebook. Seriously, Harry? Said Ron, who was sitting next to him, looking at him worriedly. His red hair was messy and his face was freckled with dirt from the herbology class. I think you might have been out of your mind with that notebook, otherwise, how dare you take off your earmuffs when you were taking care of the mandrakes? In the herbology class that morning, Professor Sprout had arranged for them to help some mandrakes that were growing well into brighter flower pots. The mandrakes were baby plants with human faces that screamed when they were pulled out of the soil. The students had to wear earmuffs to protect their ears from the piercing sound. Harry didn't know what he was thinking, but he took off his earmuffs directly in the middle of the task. The consequences of doing so were self-evident. The screams of dozens of pots of mandrakes that were about to grow into adulthood directly caused Harry to fall headlong into the field ridge. He felt a sharp pain in his head and saw stars in front of his eyes. Professor Sprout was startled by this unexpected scene. She cried out and almost fainted. She rushed to Harry's side and put a large chocolate bar in his mouth to revive him. It's really suspicious, Harry. Hermione glanced at Professor Watson with two big black eyes hanging on the staff table. He was a tall and thin man with a long beard and a pointed hat. He was chatting animatedly with Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall, who were both heads of houses. Hermione frowned and looked at Harry. Why do you think a book is the notebooks that have been kept in a dark environment for 50 years are more reasonable than Professor Watson's speculation? Harry couldn't lie to himself that his poor state this morning had nothing to do with that notebook. It was an old diary that belonged to someone named Tom Riddle, who had witnessed a series of attacks at Hogwarts 50 years ago. Harry had found it in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, where he had also heard a strange voice that no one else could hear. Riddle's diary had shown him a memory of how he had caught Hagrid keeping a monster in the school and how he had accused him of killing a girl in the bathroom. Riddle's memory insisted that it was the monster Hagrid kept that he couldn't name that killed the girl 50 years ago. He also claimed that Headmaster Dippet was wiser than Dumbledore. He said that they had confirmed his accusation and expelled Hagrid from school. Riddle thought that the voice Harry had heard in Professor Lockhart's office and Mrs. Norris's attack before he was attacked might just be an ordinary snake hunting in the water pipe. He said that snakes were common in old castles like Hogwarts and that they could not petrify people like the monster could. Headmaster Dippet is wiser than Dumbledore. Harry, the Ministry of Magic was more objective than it is now. If they hadn't confirmed this, how could they have easily expelled a young wizard from school? Ron and Hermione looked at each other. Judging from the results of the series of attacks 50 years ago, Riddle was undoubtedly correct, but emotionally speaking, they would rather believe in Professor Watson's guess. Let's put this aside, Harry. Hermione said with a frown. By this weekend, I can go to the library with Professor Watson to look for more information. If I can find something that can kill people, and can petrifying snake, Harry, I think it's time for you to hand over your notes. She meant Riddle's diary, which Harry had hidden under his pillow in his dormitory. He didn't want to give it up because he felt a strange connection with it. He wanted to know more about Riddle and his secrets. Are you guys discussing this afternoon's practical lesson? This is when Neville stuck his chubby head over from behind them. He had a round face and a nervous expression. His eyes were full of worry. Oh, damn it, I forgot about it. Hermione once again looked at the top of the auditorium, where Professor Watson was still talking with the other teachers. She slammed the table down with her fist, making a loud noise that startled everyone around them. Even Harry gasped. He knew what she was talking about. It was the practical lesson that Brian had arranged for them. Brian was a young and handsome wizard who claimed to be a freelancer. He had offered to teach the students some practical skills in defense against the dark arts, since Professor Lockhart was useless at it. Because the number of young wizards voluntarily participating in practical classes had decreased significantly, Brian first spent half of the Monday afternoon defense against the dark arts class telling the first and second grade little wizards that some ancient wizards liked to explore unknown magical relics and that they often encountered dangers and traps in the ruins. He also told them what methods the black wizards outside usually use when poisoning people, such as cursed objects, dark spells, or venomous creatures. He showed them some examples of these things and how to deal with them. In the remaining half of the time, he led a group of little wizards to a classroom on the 8th floor of the castle, where he had prepared a special challenge for them. He said that he had hidden a Inferi in one of the closets and that they had to find it and destroy it before it attacked them. A Inferi was a dead body that had been reanimated by dark magic. It had no mind or soul, but it could move and attack with brute force. It was very hard to kill, since it felt no pain or fear. The only way to stop it was to burn it or cut off its head. Do you think that a freelancer who runs errands for people, finds potion ingredients, and delivers goods will know the habits of black wizards so well? Seamus whispered to Dean on the way to the 8th floor. He was a boy with sandy hair and a broad accent. He looked suspicious of Brian's background and motives. I have an uncle who used to be an Auror, but he retired due to injury. Dean's tone and expression were very mysterious. He once told me that there is a group of people who are not employees of the Ministry of Magic, but who make a living by arresting dark wizards. These people are called bounty hunters in private. He was a wizard hunter who hunted dark wizards before. Dean's deduction won the approval of many people, who nodded their heads in agreement or gasped in awe. Even Hermione, who was usually skeptical and rational, blinked her eyes with a thoughtful expression, as if she was considering the possibility of Dean's claim. Except for this, there is no reasonable explanation. Ron, who had already decided to withdraw from the practical class after the last terrifying experience, said to Harry seriously, with a hint of admiration and envy in his voice. I have indeed heard from my father that the Ministry of Magic sometimes cooperates with some unofficial special personnel. They fight against dark wizards, smugglers, and other bad guys together. They are a group of powerful guys, but they don't like to be restrained by rules, so they didn't choose to join the Ministry of Magic. Although Brian, who was at the forefront, didn't look back, but the powerful magic power endowed him with keen five senses, and he heard all the whispers of the little wizards in his ears. Bounty hunter? Brian smiled in his heart, amused by their naive guesses. He was not a bounty hunter who attacked a dark wizard, but a dark wizard who was attacked by a bounty hunter. Then standing in front of the oak door that led to the maze in the classroom, Brian turned around and looked at the little wizards with serious expressions. He scanned their faces one by one and read their names aloud, making sure that they remembered his instructions. Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, Hermione Granger, Daphne Greengrass, Neville Longbottom, Hannah Abbott, Ginny Weasley, Michael Corner, Blaise Zabinai, Theodore Knott, Eloise Midgen, Terry Boot. The students whose names I have read are in pairs and enter the maze in the classroom in order. Brian looked at the bluish-faced Potter and Malfoy and said with a smile, "This maze has a memory function. I have recorded the progress of your last challenge, I hope you can seize this last chance. By the way, if someone can kill the dark creatures in the maze, I will add 50 points to his academy." Giloo. Harry swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. There was finally something more in his green eyes besides fear. Throughout his student life, a little wizard could have a few chances to win 50 points for his college. Many little wizards would never get so many points from the 1st grade to the 7th grade. Hermione obviously became anxious. She suddenly discovered one thing, that is, after leaving the textbooks and materials behind, her on-the-spot adaptability seemed to be far from her own satisfaction. She wished she had studied more about dark creatures and how to deal with them. Harry and Draco reluctantly stood together again. Last time, Harry's self-sacrificing spirit did make Draco calm down for a few days, but this feeling didn't last long. Draco seemed to think that Harry's behavior was a kind of contempt for him, which made him spare no effort to mock Harry recently. "It's different this time, Potter," Draco said to Harry aggressively as he entered the door. He took out a silver dagger from his pocket. It looked like it was from his usual potions class where he used it to process potion ingredients. "If you beg me, maybe I'll be merciful and save your life later." Draco had privately asked Professor Watson for advice on the upgraded spell and Harry had heard about it from other students. It seemed that he did have some insight into that spell. "Are you sure you gave us any hints, Professor Watson?" Begging Malfoy to protect himself? This was more painful for Harry than killing him. He looked pitifully at Professor Watson hoping to get some confidence from him, but unfortunately Professor Watson was still smiling calmly and had no intention of saying another word. Harry's brow twitched. The first time he entered the maze, Professor Watson seemed to be smiling like this too. He reminded him that it was very dark in the maze and to be careful not to fall. "Wait a minute, dark?" Harry suddenly widened his eyes as if he had thought of something. 071 The Thief. Just 5 minutes later, Harry burst out of the classroom with a triumphant whoop, while Malfoy trailed behind him with a sullen face, dragging his feet as if he had lost all his energy. Harry's eyes sparkled with joy and his heart pounded with adrenaline. He had done it, he had solved the riddle and defeated the Inferi. "I did it, Professor, I did it." As soon as he left the classroom, Harry sprinted to Professor Watson, who had already sensed his success and was waiting for him with a proud smile. Harry shouted excitedly, "I understood your hint, Professor, it was really simple, I just used a small spell to get rid of them." "How did you do it, Harry?" Hermione was the first to recover from the stunned state that had gripped her and the other students. She ran to Harry's side, her fingers trembling with excitement and curiosity. "Very good, Potter." Brian smiled with relief and admiration. He clapped Harry on the shoulder and said, "The method is secondary, the most important thing is that you overcame your inner fear, this is a very remarkable thing. You are undoubtedly the winner, Potter, I will give Gryffindor 50 points, and also," Brian looked at Draco with a smile, who was a bit neglected and looked like he wanted to disappear. "It's not that important whether you finish the final kill or not. Facing the dangerous dark creatures, you didn't choose to escape, but gathered courage to draw your sword. This is also very remarkable, Malfoy. You also won 30 points for Slytherin." Anyway, Harry and Draco had done something that most people didn't do. They had faced the Inferi without losing their nerve or their wits. The young wizards gave them admiring cheers and applause. Ron happily threw Harry's backpack into the air, not caring about the textbooks that fell out of it. Harry grinned and smiled very happily. He didn't look resentful at all that Ron had messed up his belongings. Draco's face was not so bad either. He was surrounded by Slytherin's young wizards who congratulated him and patted him on the back. He quietly looked at Professor Watson, who was also smiling at him kindly. Draco shyly pursed his lips and lowered his proud head. He felt a rare warmth in his chest. No one noticed that Ginny's face turned pale when she saw the books that flew out of Harry's backpack. Her body stiffened and her eyes widened in horror. Finally, except for Harry's group, no one else came up with the trick to defeat the Inferi. However, compared to the first time they faced the Inferi in the maze, the young wizard's mental state seemed fine. They didn't faint or scream like they did when they came out of the maze for the first time. Brian used magic to fix Neville's robe that had been torn by an Inferi. He stood at the oak door of the classroom and gave each student who lasted until the end 10 points for their house. At this moment, the magic contract that had bound them to face the Inferi had completely lost its effect. He could finally tell the young wizards how to deal with the Inferi. This is a very evil and morally challenging dark magic creation. When thousands of Inferi gather into a huge army of death, they can indeed cause us a lot of trouble. But when the number is limited, it is very easy to deal with. Brian looked at Harry, who already knew the answer, and smiled and asked, "How many of you noticed Mr. Potter's reminder before he entered the classroom for the first time?" "Dark creatures mostly don't like light," Hermione muttered and slapped her forehead. She realized it right away. "It's fire, isn't it, Professor? Like Devil's Snare, Inferi like darkness and dampness. We just need a fire spell to deal with them." Because of the 100 points that Harry and his group got, the gap between Gryffindor and Slytherin was not as big as before. This made Gryffindor have a chance to win the House Cup again this year. At dinner time, Professor McGonagall came over to ask about the second-year students' course selection situation. She also walked to Harry's side and gave him an encouraging smile. The senior students all knew what Inferi were. It was indeed an amazing achievement for a second-year student to overcome Inferi with his own wisdom and courage. That night, Gryffindor Common Room held a grand celebration party. Fred and George brought a lot of butterbeer from Hogsmeade. Harry liked this mild alcoholic drink very much. It had a sweet and creamy taste that made him feel warm and relaxed. Unconsciously, he drank too much in the admiring crowd. He felt his cheeks flush and his head spin. He didn't mind, he was having the best time of his life. Professor Watson's hint was obvious enough, but she still couldn't think of Inferi being afraid of fire. Hermione was annoyed by this. She felt like she had missed a golden opportunity to show her brilliance and impress her professor. She retaliated by bringing several thick books about Inferi from the library during the celebration party. She sat on the sofa near the fireplace and read them sullenly, ignoring the cheerful noise around her. She hoped to find some obscure facts or secrets about Inferi that no one else knew. "Congratulations on another great achievement, Harry." At the end of the party, Wood squeezed in front of Harry, who was surrounded by people, and toasted him with his cup. He looked at Harry with admiration and gratitude. But before Harry could show a shy smile, he added, "I think you haven't forgotten that this Saturday is our match against Hufflepuff, have you, Harry?" "Burp, of course not." Harry let out a big hiccup. He felt dizzy and tipsy from drinking too much butterbeer. If it weren't for Ron's support, he might not be able to stand on his own. He slurred his words and said, "I promise you I'll do my best, Wood." "You only need to promise me one thing, Harry." Harry's casualness made Wood a bit unhappy. He said with a serious face, "That is to win the match and send those Hufflepuff idiots back to their home." He clenched his fist and glared at Harry as if he was expecting him to swear an oath. "Oh, my God!" Fred and George were about to help Harry say something. They wanted to tell Wood to relax and not put too much pressure on Harry. At this time, Percy, who had just finished his patrol duty, came in from the round hole behind the fat lady's portrait. When he saw the mess in the common room, he first showed an incredulous expression. Then he yelled at everyone, "Isn't it too early to celebrate Easter, everyone? If you haven't mixed up the days, you should know that tomorrow is Tuesday, a day when you need to go to class. Don't be such a killjoy, Percy." George waved his empty bottle unhappily in front of Percy's face. He splashed some butterbeer on Percy's glasses. Today Harry and his group almost won 100 points for Gryffindor. "We're just celebrating the House Cup in advance. Clean up this place and go back to bed, right now." Percy didn't seem to hear George's explanation. He glared at everyone who had eye contact with him. "Even if Gryffindor wins the House Cup for the next 10 years, that's not an excuse for you to break the rules." He pointed at the bottles, cups, plates, and food scraps that littered the floor and tables. In the next few days, Harry didn't have a good time. First of all, Professor Snape certainly didn't like to see Harry make a name for himself in this school. In Tuesday afternoon's potions class, he was more vicious than usual in deducting points from Gryffindor. Harry, Hermione, and Neville lost almost half of the points they earned in the defense against the dark arts practical class. He mocked Harry's swelling potion for being able to poison a dragon. He said it was so bad that it could make anyone who drank it explode like a balloon. To make Harry remember his failure, he asked Harry's homework to be half longer than Slytherin's students'. He also threatened to give him detention if he didn't finish it by tomorrow. Also, Oliver Wood officially entered the pre-match warm-up stage. Every afternoon after school, he didn't even wait for dinner time. He dragged all the team members out and took them to the pitch to practice until the moon was almost in the middle of the sky before letting them go. He made them do drills, exercises, tactics, and simulations over and over again. He shouted at them whenever they made a mistake or slowed down. He was obsessed with winning the match and beating Hufflepuff. Fred and George told Harry privately that according to Wood's training method, let alone Hogwarts Quidditch Cup, as long as they persisted for another 2 months, they could also play in the World Cup. They said it jokingly, but they also looked exhausted and sore from Wood's harsh regime. However, this also proved from the side that Gryffindor team was confident about winning this year. They knew they had a strong team with talented players like Harry, Fred, George, Angelina, Alicia, Katie, and Wood himself. They also knew that Hufflepuff was not as formidable as Slytherin or Ravenclaw. They had a good chance of winning if they played their best. During this period, something disturbing happened. On Wednesday night, when Harry came back from practice, he saw Neville running out of the dormitory with a panic on his face. His eyes were wide with fear and his mouth was trembling. He looked like he had seen a ghost. "Harry, I don't know who did it, I just found out." Neville looked at Harry with horror and pushed open the door. He gestured for Harry to follow him inside. The things in Harry's trunk were thrown everywhere. His clothes were lying on the floor, some of them ripped or stained. The sheets were torn off his four-poster bed and the mattress was flipped over. The drawers of his bedside table were pulled open and the things inside were scattered on the mattress. Harry opened his mouth in surprise and stepped on a few pages that fell out of Travels with Trolls. He felt a surge of anger and confusion. Who would do such a thing? And why? When he and Neville put the sheets back on the bed, Ron, Seamus, and Dean also came in. They had heard Neville scream and came to see what was wrong. When they saw this scene, Dean shouted, "What happened, Harry?" He looked around the room with shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone had ransacked Harry's belongings. "I don't know." Harry shook his head and tried to calm himself down. He searched for his most important items, his wand, his invisibility cloak, and his parents' photo album. He was relieved to find them all intact and safe. But he still wondered what the intruder was looking for. And how they had managed to get past the fat lady and into the dormitory. "It looks like someone was looking for something," Ron said with a serious expression. He furrowed his brows and clenched his jaw. He scanned the room for any clues or signs of the intruder. "I'm sure it wasn't Galleons, Harry. Check if anything is missing." It didn't take much effort for Harry to find out that Riddle's diary was gone. He remembered that he had left it in his trunk, opposite his invisibility cloak. But now, there was no trace of the black leather-bound book. He felt a pang of fear and regret. He had hoped to use the diary to find out more about the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin. But now, it was in someone else's hands. Someone who might use it for evil purposes. When he told Hermione about it the next day, Hermione's expression was not much better than Neville's last night. She gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. She looked at Harry with horror and disbelief. She wondered who could have taken it and why. But only Gryffindors could have stolen it. "I mean, no one else knows the password," she said with a puzzled frown. She tried to think of anyone in their house who would have a motive or a grudge against Harry. She couldn't come up with any names. "It's not impossible that Malfoy finally figured out how to make Polyjuice Potion from Snape," Ron said with a puffed cheek. He glared at Harry as if he blamed him for losing the diary. "Have any of you lost any hair lately?" he asked suspiciously, touching his own red hair. "Compared to Malfoy," Harry said worriedly, cutting off Ron's accusation. He shook his head and said, "I think this is more like Dobby's doing." He recalled how the house elf had tried to stop him from coming back to Hogwarts, how he had stolen his letters and smashed Aunt Petunia's pudding. He also remembered how Dobby had warned him about the Chamber of Secrets and the danger that awaited him there. He wondered if Dobby really had taken the diary to protect him from harm, or if he had some other agenda. Author's note: butterbeer is a alcoholic or non-alcoholic drink is debatable. But, I think it may contain some percentage of alcohol, so Harry got a little wobbly after drinking large amount of butterbeer. The butterbeer may also have been added somethings by the Weasley twins. 072 Sudden Attack. The staff lounge was a spacious and cozy room, furnished with comfortable sofas, armchairs, tables, and bookshelves. It was usually a place where the Hogwarts teachers could relax, chat, or read after a long day of teaching. But on that particular Friday evening, the lounge was almost deserted, except for two figures who stood in the middle of an empty space, surrounded by various magical objects and instruments. One of them was Brian, the mysterious and powerful defense against the dark arts teacher who had joined Hogwarts a few months ago. He was a tall and handsome man, with dark brown hair and piercing lavender eyes. He wore a black cloak over his casual clothes, and held a silver wand in his right hand. He had a confident and charismatic aura about him, but also a hint of danger and mystery. The other one was Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher and the head of Ravenclaw House. He was a short and elderly man, with a white beard and a pointed hat. He had a high-pitched voice and a cheerful personality. He was one of the most respected and skilled teachers in Hogwarts, and he had taken a keen interest in Brian's abilities and adventures. They were working on a special project that Brian had proposed, creating realistic illusions and models of various dark creatures that could be used for training purposes. Brian had encountered many dangerous beings in his travels around the world, and he wanted to share his knowledge and experience with the students. Professor Flitwick agreed to help him with the charm work, as he was an expert in that field. "I'm not as good at this kind of spell as Minerva, Brian," If you want to make things more realistic, I think you'd better ask Minerva for advice. Professor Flitwick said in his squeaky voice, with a look of embarrassment on his face. He pointed at a chair that they had been trying to transform into a werewolf. You know, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall has always disapproved of me using these things to scare the students. In my opinion, she is unlikely to offer any help in this regard. Brian scratched his head in frustration, pondered for a moment, and waved his wand. He adjusted the rhythm of the magic input, and added 2 magic transmission corridors on the basis of the original creation foundation. The chair in the middle of the two changed its shape gradually. The seat bent upwards, and 2 of its 4 legs turned into arms, and 2 into legs. In no time, a tall man with strong muscles and a gloomy face appeared in the staff lounge. Facing the man that Brian had transformed, Professor Flitwick did not comment immediately, but patiently continued to watch. Brian continued to move his wand, and with the input of magic, the man's appearance began to change dramatically. His straight back began to hunch over, his smooth skin grew black, coarse, and hard hair like a wild boar's bristles, his square face gradually turned into a cone shape, his white and neat teeth became uneven, his canine teeth more sharp, his eyes more sinister. He exuded a bloody aura all over his body. Very good, Brian. At least I wouldn't have known if I hadn't been informed beforehand. Oh, there's a detail. The pupils of werewolves also shrink accordingly after transformation, Professor Flitwick said in admiration. Oh, thank you. Brian said gratefully. He shook the tip of his wand and adjusted this subtle detail. He controlled this werewolf to walk around the staff dormitory, making defensive postures when threatened and attacking movements when hunting. How did you deal with this werewolf who wanted to attack you, Brian? Professor Flitwick asked curiously. He climbed onto a table agilely and watched Brian adjust the details of the werewolf with great interest. I don't think you had a silver dagger with you at that time, did you? He added. You guessed it right, Professor Flitwick. Brian smiled lightly. He crossed his arms over his chest and dug into his mind for details of the werewolf's body movements. It wasn't that troublesome. There were more than a dozen werewolves who wanted to trouble me at that time. I used a combination spell to attach magic fire similar to fiend fire on metal spears made from stones and pierce them directly into their hearts. This cut off the werewolf's powerful physical recovery ability from the source. None of those guys lasted more than half a minute under this magic and they all turned into ashes. In fact, there are many spells that work on them, but some spells might cause trouble for me if I use them. I was younger then, and the ministry's strict orders still had some effect on me. Brian said casually, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Brian, Professor Flitwick said in awe. He imagined the scene of Brian slaughtering this group of ferocious werewolves in his mind. He shuddered nervously several times. Before he could continue to ask, the door of the staff lounge was suddenly pushed open. A senior Ravenclaw girl rushed in with a terrified look. It was Percy's girlfriend, Ravenclaw's prefect Penelope Clearwater. Brian waved his wand swiftly before the door opened and restored the werewolf to a chair. He stared at Penelope's beautiful brown curly hair that was almost soaked by sweat and had a bad feeling in his heart. Miss Clearwater, maybe you should explain why you broke into the staff lounge without knocking. Professor Flitwick was a good-tempered person, but it was still embarrassing for him to see someone from his own house make such an impolite move in front of another professor. He frowned slightly and looked at the intruder. Professor Flitwick, and Professor Watson, Penelope stammered, trying to apologize. But before she could finish her sentence, she blurted out something that made both professors gasp in horror. Another student has had an accident. Hey, it's the chamber. She cried out, clutching her chest. Professor Flitwick screamed in shock and almost fell off the table. He quickly jumped down and ran to Penelope, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her gently. Miss Clearwater, calm down. What are you talking about? Who has been attacked? Where did it happen? He asked urgently. Brian's eyes narrowed and he asked in a deep voice, please be more specific, Miss Clearwater. What is your source of information? Who was attacked? And what is the current status of the student who was attacked? He had a bad feeling in his heart. He had been expecting this day to come sooner or later, but he still hoped that it would never happen. He hoped that he was wrong about his suspicions. He hoped that no one would have to suffer because of the heir of Slytherin's madness. Penelope trembled and sobbed softly. Brian comforted her softly for a while before she calmed down slightly. She wiped her tears with her sleeve and told them what she knew. We were having transfiguration class just now when Filch suddenly rushed into the classroom and informed Professor McGonagall that another young wizard had been attacked. We followed him out and Filch took us to the place where Mrs. Norris was attacked. There was a new line of words on the wall, her bones will remain in the chamber forever. As she said this, Penelope cried uncontrollably. Professor Flitwick walked over and gently patted her back, encouraging her to continue. Professor McGonagall conducted an emergency check and found that it was Percy's sister, Ginny Weasley, a first-year Gryffindor student who had disappeared. Ginny Weasley? The little girl who looked a bit sickly and always seemed to have no energy a while ago? Brian's eyes were solemn, but why would it be her? Brian! Professor Flitwick shouted, snapping him out of his thoughts. Brian nodded, knowing what Professor Flitwick meant. He told Penelope not to run around in the castle alone, and to stay with the professors as much as possible. Then he rushed out of the staff lounge without looking back. When he came out, he found that almost all the students had already learned what had happened. Everyone's face was full of fear and panic, as if a disaster was imminent. Brian hurried to the third floor of the castle and found that Filch was driving away all the students who wanted to see the words for themselves. In the inner circle, Professor Snape was trying to erase the line of words. When he saw Brian walking over quickly, he said in a low voice. Dumbledore has already checked here and found nothing. Also, he found that someone had used a powerful freezing curse to freeze all your panoramic telescopes that monitor the situation. He wasn't sure if your surveillance could still record some valuable images under this situation. Brian nodded, seemingly not surprised. I'll go and check it later. Those telescopes can form memories of the recorded images and automatically send them back to my office. I didn't feel anyone breaking into my office. I think those images should still be saved. Now, the sky outside was completely dark. Brian stared at the darkness outside the window, feeling as if the castle was trapped in a prison. But he also felt a sense of relief that something he had been waiting for a long time had finally happened. The heir of Slytherin had finally started to act again, and this time, he didn't just petrify a student, but directly kidnapped Ginny Weasley, Bill, and Charlie's sister. To be honest, Brian had already sentenced this girl to death in his heart. It only takes one spell to take a person's life. A few hours have passed, and maybe Ginny Weasley's body has already cooled down. A bit of inexplicable anger surged from Brian's heart. In addition to being an investigator for the board of directors, he also held the title of Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. The heir of Slytherin almost attacked his student in front of him, which made Brian feel offended. Where is Dumbledore now? He asked Snape, hoping that the headmaster had some clues or plans to deal with this crisis. Brian withdrew his gaze from the dark window and looked at Professor Snape again. He saw that his professor's eyes were also flickering with some anxiety that was no different from the students'. Snape was a cold and sarcastic man, who rarely showed any emotion. But Brian knew that he cared about the school and the headmaster, even if he didn't admit it. Lucius Malfoy invited the Ministry of Magic to intervene in this matter on behalf of the board of directors. They were amazingly efficient this time. He was talking with Cornelius Fudge in his office earlier. I heard they were going to take Hagrid away. Snape said in a low voice, with a hint of disdain. Hagrid wasn't proven innocent. Brian frowned. Why are they still holding on to him? Only Dumbledore and we believe. Snape pursed his thin lips and looked gloomy. Cornelius Fudge is a weak person when faced with pressure. He must come up with something to help him resist public opinion. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, the highest authority in the wizarding world. He was a plump and pompous man, with a pinstriped suit, a lime green bowler hat, and a long silver beard. He was also a cowardly and incompetent leader, who often ignored or denied the truth, and preferred to please the influential and wealthy people like Lucius Malfoy. Brian's eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a while, he said slowly. I'd better go and see what Dumbledore is doing now. 073 Panic. The Gryffindor common room was filled with a heavy silence, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the occasional sniffle. Percy covered his face with both hands and sat on the sofa without saying a word. He looked like he had aged 10 years in a day. Fred and George, his twin brothers, sat opposite him, and they had no reaction to their common friend Lee Jordan's comfort. They stared blankly at the floor, their usual mischief and humor gone. They had just learned that their little sister Ginny had been taken into the Chamber of Secrets by the heir of Slytherin. Ron, another brother of Ginny, stayed by the fireplace with a pale face, his lips constantly mumbling, as if he had just had a serious illness. He clutched his wand tightly in his hand, as if it could bring him some comfort. He felt guilty and helpless, wondering if he could have done something to prevent this tragedy. Beside him, Harry Potter shook his legs anxiously, and occasionally looked at the door of the common room, as if waiting for something. I found it. Finally, the portrait of the fat lady opened, and Hermione Granger climbed out of the door hole panting, waving a note in her hand. She had been in the library for hours, searching for clues about the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. She glanced at Ron who had no reaction, and Harry quickly got up from the chair and greeted Hermione's answer. Professor Watson's guess was right. Hermione's orange eyes sparkled with a hard light. She stuffed the note into Harry's hand without saying anything, and recited the contents of the note in a low voice. In our country, there are many terrible beasts and monsters wandering around, among which the most bizarre and lethal is the basilisk, also known as the king of snakes. This snake can grow very large, usually living for hundreds of years. It is hatched from a rooster's egg by a toad. The basilisk kills people in a shocking way. In addition to its deadly venomous fangs, its stare can also cause death. Anyone who is stared at by it will die immediately. Spiders will flee when they see the basilisk, because the basilisk is the spider's mortal enemy. And the basilisk will flee when it hears the roosters crowing, because the roosters crowing is also very deadly to it. The note was written by Newt Scamander, a famous magi-zoologist who had studied many fantastic creatures. Hermione had found it in one of his books in the restricted section of the library. But Ron finally came to his senses. He moved his dry and pale lips and muttered, "So far, no one has died. If the basilisk's gaze can kill people, what about Colin and Justin?" "That's because no one has confronted the basilisk's eyes." Harry felt his stomach bubble in ice water. He twitched his cheeks and said softly, "Hagrid's roosters were strangled to death." Colin saw it through his camera. The basilisk burned the film in the camera, so Colin was only petrified. Justin was Nick. He must have seen the basilisk through nearly headless Nick. Nick was stared at by the basilisk, but he couldn't die a second time, right? And Mrs. Norris? Hermione said solemnly, "I guess she saw the basilisk from the reflection of water flowing out of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom." "Harry, I'm glad you understand what's going on. Riddle lied to you. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk, not some furry creature. Hagrid may be innocent." Hermione's conclusion made Harry pale. He stammered and didn't know how to explain why Riddle's memory would deceive him. "Let's go find Hagrid." After a while, Harry finally came to his senses. He said firmly, "Hagrid must know something. I don't know why Riddle told us a wrong memory. Maybe he is the real culprit. But anyway, Hagrid must know some key information." Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House and the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, had ordered all young wizards to stay in the common room and not go out. Although Percy's state was already unable to execute Professor McGonagall's order, they didn't know what was going on outside. Harry rushed to the dormitory to get his invisibility cloak. When they sneaked out of the common room, they found that there was no young wizard wandering in the castle. The corridor was silent, only accompanied by professors patrolling up and down the castle. And the expressions on those professors' faces also made them feel desperate. Was Ginny still alive? Why did the heir of Slytherin choose Ginny as the target of attack in the end? Hermione couldn't answer this question either. In fact, Harry had a terrible picture flashing in his mind at this moment. That was Ginny being found as a cold corpse, Mrs. Weasley lying on Ginny's body and crying loudly, while Mr. Weasley squatted aside and pulled out his few hairs one by one. Regret tore Harry's heart like a poisonous snake. He wished he had handed over Riddle's diary to Professor Watson earlier, when he had first found it in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Professor Watson was the defense against the dark arts teacher, who had a keen interest in the Chamber of Secrets and its monster. He had guessed that it was a snake that moved through pipes that launched the attacks, based on the sound he had heard in his office. If he had communicated with Riddle's diary instead of Harry, Harry would bet that Professor Watson would be able to dig out what secrets were hidden in Riddle's mind. But it was too late now. Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister and Harry's friend, had been taken into the Chamber of Secrets by the heir of Slytherin, who had somehow used Riddle's diary to control her. Harry felt responsible for her fate, and he was determined to find her and save her. It was a starry night. The moon shone brightly over the Hogwarts castle, casting long shadows on the grounds. Harry, Ron, and Hermione ran towards Hagrid's hut, which was a small wooden house near the Forbidden Forest. They could see a faint light coming from Hagrid's window, indicating that he was still awake. They hoped that he could tell them something useful about the Chamber of Secrets and its monster. They ran as fast as they could, without saying anything. They were careful not to make any noise or attract any attention. They knew that they were breaking the school rules by leaving the common room at night, but they didn't care. They had more important things to worry about. They reached Hagrid's door outside. Harry looked around cautiously before taking off his invisibility cloak. He had used it to cover himself and his friends, so that they could sneak past the professors who were patrolling the corridors. He folded it and put it in his pocket. He knocked on the door softly, hoping that Hagrid would hear him and open it quickly. He didn't want to waste any time. A few seconds later, Hagrid slammed the door open. They saw Hagrid holding a crossbow and aiming at them. He looked angry and scared at the same time. The big hound Fang barked loudly behind him, wagging his tail. Hagrid seemed very shocked that they would appear here. He looked restless, and his eyes darted around nervously. He lowered his crossbow and let them in, but he didn't seem happy to see them. The inside of Hagrid's hut was cozy and warm, but also messy and cluttered. There were various animal skins, bones, feathers, and eggs scattered around. There was a fireplace in one corner, where a kettle was boiling over. There was a table in another corner, where a cake was waiting to be cut. Hagrid moved some chairs for them to sit down, but he didn't offer them any tea or cake. He seemed to have something else on his mind. "You've heard about Ginny, haven't you?" he asked them in a hoarse voice, as if he had been crying or shouting. His face was pale and sweaty, and his beard was tangled. Ron stared at Hagrid with a dull face. He nodded slowly, but he didn't say anything. He looked like he had lost all hope. Hermione didn't say anything either. She bit her lip and clenched her fists. She looked like she was trying to hold back her tears. Harry had to start the topic by himself. "Oh, yes, I've heard," he said in a calm voice, but he felt a lump in his throat. He wanted to ask Hagrid about the Chamber of Secrets and its monster, but he didn't know how to begin. Hagrid seemed to have no idea that they came to ask him anything. He choked and kept looking out of the window nervously. He picked up a knife and tried to cut a thick piece of fruit cake, but he was so clumsy that he knocked over the teapot instead. The hot water spilled out and almost extinguished the fire. Harry opened his mouth to speak again, but before he could say anything, there was another loud knock on the door outside. Harry felt a jolt of fear in his chest. He wondered who it could be at this hour of the night. Hagrid looked even more frightened than before. He whispered to them to hide behind his bed, where there was a large pile of blankets and pillows. Harry quickly grabbed his invisibility cloak from his pocket and threw it over himself and his friends. They crawled behind Hagrid's bed and hid under the cloak. Hagrid grabbed his crossbow again and opened the door abruptly. "Good evening, Hagrid." It was Dumbledore's voice. Harry recognized it immediately. It was deep and calm, but also stern and serious. Dumbledore walked in with a very grave expression on his face. He was wearing a long purple cloak and a pointed hat, both decorated with silver stars and moons. He had a long white beard and hair, and a pair of piercing blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles. He was the headmaster of Hogwarts, and the most powerful wizard in the world. Behind him, there was a strange-looking man who followed him timidly. He was short and fat, with brownish-grey hair on his head like Professor Watson, but much more messy. His chubby face was anxious and sweaty. His clothes were matched in a very strange style: striped suit, bright red tie, black cloak, purple pointed boots, and under his arm, he also held a dark green hat with a golden buckle. "That's my dad's boss." Ron finally came to his senses. He whispered to Harry and Hermione, "Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic." Hermione elbowed Ron hard and told him to shut up. She didn't want them to be discovered by Dumbledore or Fudge. For Hagrid, the worst thing finally happened. He fell on the bed with a pale face and defended himself. "I can't help it," Hagrid Fudge said in a crisp and fast tone, "it's very bad, Dumbledore. Keep calm." After those two young wizards were petrified, I can't tell you how much pressure I've been under. I forced the Daily Prophet to shut up, but now this can't be hidden anymore. Many people in the department who are paying attention to this matter already know that Weasley's daughter may have been unfortunate. I hope you understand, Cornelius, that I trust Hagrid completely," Dumbledore said in a firm and clear voice. He looked at Fudge with a stern gaze, but there was also helplessness in his blue eyes. Sometimes power is such an unreasonable thing. Even Dumbledore had to obey the power structure under the stable social framework. Unless he wanted to push everything back to the beginning. Fudge looked like he was trying to act professional and authoritative, but he also looked like he was scared and nervous. He played with his hat and didn't look at Dumbledore's eyes. Instead, he said casually, "Look at it from my point of view, Dumbledore. A little precaution is necessary. If we eventually find another person who opened the Chamber of Secrets, Hagrid will be released, and the Ministry of Magic will apologize fully." 074 Expulsion. Fudge's feeble explanation did not convince Dumbledore, nor did it reassure Hagrid, who looked terrified and desperate. "I can go with you to the Ministry of Magic, you can let Aurora check me out, Minister," Hagrid said with trembling lips, his voice cracking with emotion, "but please don't send me to Azkaban. You know I'm innocent." Fudge had no chance to speak, when there was another loud knock on the door, making everyone jump in their seats. Dumbledore walked over to open it, and this time, Harry got a heavy elbow on his ribs from Ron, who was trying to get a better view. Harry let out a clear gasp of pain and surprise. Lucius Malfoy, who had just instructed Draco on some matters in the castle, strode into Hagrid's hut, wrapped in a long black traveling cloak that billowed behind him. He had a cold and satisfied smile on his face, as if he had just accomplished something great. Fang started barking wildly at the sight of him, but Lucius ignored him. "It seems that you have already discussed the key issue." Lucius nodded approvingly, his eyes gleaming with malice. Very good, very good. What are you doing here?" Hagrid roared angrily, his face turning red. "Get out of my house, you're not welcome here. My dear friend, please believe me, I'm not happy to enter your you call this a house, forgive me for being blunt, the place where my house elves live is more decent than this." Lucius Malfoy looked around the small wooden hut with disdain and sneered. He saw the broken furniture, the dirty dishes, the piles of books and papers, and the spider webs hanging from the ceiling. He wrinkled his nose as if he smelled something foul. "I just forgot to communicate with you one thing, Dumbledore." He continued in a sarcastic tone, "Someone told me you came here. What do you want from me, Lucius?" Dumbledore still maintained his manners and composure, but Harry was sure he saw two balls like fire burning in Dumbledore's eyes. Hagrid's hut probably hadn't been so lively for a long time. Lucius hadn't said his intention yet. This was when Brian walked in directly from the open door. Looks like I came at the wrong time. As soon as he stepped into the house, he sensed the unpleasant atmosphere in the air. He saw the tense faces of Fudge and Hagrid, the smug expression of Lucius, and the calm demeanor of Dumbledore. He felt like he had walked into a minefield. The people in the house reacted differently to Brian's appearance. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with him and gave him a slight nod. Fudge obviously knew who Brian was too, but he was very cold towards this obscure young professor. He didn't even nod his head to greet him or acknowledge his presence. He seemed to think that Brian was irrelevant and unimportant. Seeing Brian walk in, Lucius slightly restrained the uncontrollable pride on his face. He knew this person was found by Keku's folly from somewhere. The people there were all reckless dark wizards who were different from Dumbledore's upright gentleman behavior. If possible, Lucius didn't want to offend these people to death. He had heard rumors about their power and ruthlessness. Just right. I was planning to find you after notifying Dumbledore of that terrible news, Brian Watson. Lucius said to Brian, who was a bit surprised. Then he took out a parchment from his chest. His cold grey eyes fixed on Dumbledore and the corners of his mouth pulled out an arc again. Things are bad, Dumbledore. Lucius rudely waved the parchment in front of Dumbledore and said, the board of directors should let you go. This is a temporary suspension order. You will find that all 12 directors have signed it. We think you probably haven't used your talents well. How many attacks have happened so far? At this rate, by the summer vacation, all the little wizards in Hogwarts will be wiped out. Fudge apparently didn't pry this out of Lucius's mouth beforehand. He was very surprised by the board's decision. But as Lucius said, the appointment of the headmaster was the board's authority and he couldn't easily interfere. Hagrid stood up from the edge of the bed abruptly. His fluffy and black head rubbed against the ceiling. He roared. How many people did you threaten and extort to force them to agree, hey? Malfoy? You slimy git. You can't do this to Dumbledore. He's the best headmaster Hogwarts ever had. Brian gave a slight snort. Keku's folly had indeed reminded him of this matter before. But he didn't expect that Lucius's hands and feet were so nimble that he had done it so quickly. He wondered how much money and influence Lucius had used to sway the board members. However, Hagrid and Fudge couldn't stop this from happening. Dumbledore also had to obey the board's instructions. He said in a very slow and clear voice so that everyone present could hear every word he said. The time comes for me to depart this school, it shall only be when every soul within these hallowed walls has found the strength and wisdom to stand on their own. Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. After saying that, Dumbledore looked strangely at the corner of the room, where a large spider web was hanging. Brian followed Dumbledore's gaze and looked over there. His eyes were deep and then he smiled in his heart and moved his eyes away as if nothing had happened. He knew that Dumbledore had noticed something unusual there, but he didn't reveal it. At this time, he found that Lucius was also looking at him. We will all miss you, Dumbledore. Lucius grinned and took out another parchment similar to the one just now from his chest. He unfolded it and continued. Since Dumbledore's matter is over, then Brian Watson, I regret to inform you that the board of directors has also entrusted me with a dismissal order for you. I have always thought that sending an unknown guy as an investigator into Hogwarts would not work at all. The facts prove that my judgment is accurate. Brian Watson, I suggest you can pack up your things now so that you won't miss the earliest train tomorrow. What was that? Brian smiled and didn't look surprised. He had expected this move from Lucius. He said calmly. Of course, I am the special investigator appointed by the board of directors, and dismissing me is also your right. But I don't intend to leave Hogwarts now. Lucius narrowed his eyes and even Fudge looked at Brian formally for the first time. They wondered what Brian was up to. This is the board's order, Watson, sir. Do you intend to disobey it? Brian smiled happily. I'm afraid you forgot one thing, Mr. Malfoy. Indeed, I'm no longer a special investigator, but I'm still the defense against the dark arts professor appointed by Headmaster Dumbledore himself. And the right to dismiss a professor is only in the hands of the headmaster. Since there is no headmaster in Hogwarts now, then I have to stay in Hogwarts until the next headmaster takes office. Lucius stared coldly at Brian without speaking. Indeed, he had missed this point. He had thought that Brian was only a temporary staff member who could be easily removed. He didn't realize that Brian had another identity that gave him more protection. Very well. After a while, Lucius Malfoy nodded his head reluctantly. He said in a bitter tone, when the next headmaster officially takes office, I will have a good talk with him about the appointment of teachers in this school. I'm sure he will agree with me that you are not qualified to teach here. After saying this, Lucius ignored everyone and walked out directly. He slammed the door behind him, making Fang bark louder. I believe you have a direction for what you are going to do next, right? Brian's insistence on staying made Dumbledore smile. He was glad that Brian was not intimidated by Lucius's threats. Before leaving, he said gently to Brian. Of course, that's the case. Brian smiled back and nodded. I don't intend to stay out of it. Help me explain, Professor Watson. Under Fudge's escort, Hagrid hesitated and said with a pleading look in his eyes. You know the situation, Professor Watson. Maybe you can help me clear up the misunderstanding. You know I would never hurt any creature or student. The little hut that was crowded with people just now was left with only Brian. Later he was going to go back to his office and check how much his surveillance had recorded. But before that, Brian looked at the corner of the hut and cleared his throat loudly. He said in a loud voice. The matter here is over, three of you. How long do you plan to hide? 075 Riddle and Voldemort. Fang was scratching the door with his two front paws desperately, his whimpering was full of sadness, as if he understood that the owner of the house had gone far away, and whether he could come back was still unknown. His brown fur was matted with dirt and tears, and his eyes were pleading for someone to open the door and let him in. Professor Watson. Feeling almost suffocated, Harry lifted the invisibility cloak and gasped. He tried to speak several times, but didn't know how to open his mouth. His throat was dry and his heart was pounding. He felt like he had just witnessed a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. Professor, is the Ministry of Magic really going to lock Hagrid in Azkaban? But, Hagrid is innocent. I mean, what evidence do they have to prove that Hagrid is the heir of Slytherin? Hermione looked at Professor Watson who was examining the invisibility cloak in Harry's hand and spoke with a cry in her voice. She was clutching her books tightly to her chest, as if they could protect her from the harsh reality. Her bushy hair was frizzy and her face was pale. She couldn't believe that their gentle and loyal friend Hagrid was accused of such a terrible crime. The world of adults is sometimes very complicated, Miss Granger, and dealing with people is also a very complicated thing. Brian walked to the stool and sat down. He rubbed his brow tiredly and said. That's why I chose to live a relatively simple life after graduation, and cut off contact with those classmates I used to know. Brian could see the fear in the hearts of the three little ones. Maybe even Harry and them didn't realize how helpless their faces were after Dumbledore was driven out of Hogwarts by Lucius. Perhaps, Dumbledore didn't interact with them much on weekdays, but for more than half a century, the words Hogwarts and Dumbledore almost became two nouns bound together. Once Hogwarts lost its headmaster, everyone in the school would inevitably feel a sense of collapse as if the mountains were pressing down. However, for Brian himself, this was a very good opportunity. Well, maybe you three owe me an explanation. Brian spoke calmly, making Harry, Hermione, and Ron who had lost their relatives suddenly feel that the air was not so suffocating. They looked at each other and finally, Harry took a deep breath and told everything about the strange diary in a very fast speed. When we found out that Ginny was in trouble, Hermione immediately went to the library. According to your hint and the information we had before, we found out that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was likely to be a snake. Then we came here before everyone else to find Hagrid and confirm the truth about what happened 50 years ago. Tom Riddle's diary can take you back to the past and show you his recorded scenes in a way of personal experience, right? Brian closed his eyes and pondered. He had read his lost memory and remembered his detailed memory of destroying Voldemort's Horcrux when he was in 5th grade. He almost immediately confirmed that the notebook was another new Horcrux. Incredible stupidity. Brian muttered in a voice that only he could hear. It was so foolish to split one's soul multiple times as an anchor, just to keep one's doomed flesh alive in the world. Brian had experienced the world's rotation. He was probably the only person in this world who had died but came back to life. Life and death were like a dream in his eyes. He couldn't understand why Voldemort was so obsessed with life. However, there were some things about this notebook that had been briefly in Harry's hands that amazed Brian. Brian had seen Horcruxes and had destroyed Voldemort's Horcruxes by himself, but this notebook that had been briefly in Harry's hands had the ability to deceive and mislead people with words. This surprised Brian very much. Why did this thing have such a high activity? I think there is something you may not know. Brian opened his eyes and looked at the three uneasy people. He said calmly. Tom Riddle is the name Voldemort used when he went to school here, or rather, this is Voldemort's original name. Clang. The news that Brian whispered softly was like a thunderbolt that struck the three people in front of him. Ron collapsed on his feet and knocked over the kettle on the stove. The boiling water splashed on the floor and made a hissing sound. Hermione screamed out loud and dropped her books on the ground. The pages fluttered in the air like frightened birds. And Harry looked as pale as death. His scar burned like fire on his forehead. He felt a cold sweat on his back. So you mean? Harry didn't have time to care where Professor Watson knew this shocking news from. He suppressed his nausea and dizziness from having intimate contact with Voldemort's dark magic creation. He asked, his voice trembling. It was Voldemort all along. He opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. He framed Hagrid. Apart from Harry, Professor Watson was the only wizard Ron had ever seen who could say Voldemort with such a calm tone. If it were normal times, he would have been extremely surprised by this. But now, all he felt was despair. He felt a cold lump in his chest, as if his heart had stopped beating. Before knowing this news, he still fantasized that as long as they found the Chamber of Secrets in time, Ginny might be saved. But now, even if Ron was optimistic, he didn't dare to imagine that his sister was still alive. Professor Watson. Hermione's forehead was covered with big drops of sweat, which meant that she was thinking at full speed with her smart little brain. She was trying to find a way out of this hopeless situation. She knew that they couldn't just sit here and do nothing. They had to act fast and save Ginny and Hagrid. She looked at Professor Watson, who was examining the invisibility cloak in Harry's hand, and spoke with a cry in her voice. If we explain all this to the Ministry of Magic, will Hagrid and Headmaster Dumbledore? If the notebook was still intact in your hands, maybe the Ministry of Magic would accept our words, Miss Granger. Brian understood Hermione's intention, but his answer was very disappointing. But now, we have no evidence to prove that this diary ever existed, and its various incredible methods. The Ministry of Magic will not easily believe the words of 3 underage little wizards. Professor Watson's words made Harry feel very guilty. Ron had warned him that this diary of unknown origin was very dangerous. Hermione had also told him to hand over the diary. But he insisted on keeping the diary by his side. And this almost directly led to Ron's sister's misfortune. He felt a pang of regret and self-blame in his heart. He wished he could go back in time and change everything. Brian didn't speak. He was also thinking. From Harry's description, Brian guessed that the diary was just a carrier of Voldemort's thoughts. It had no ability to act on its own. That is to say, all the attacks in the first half of the semester were done by the diary through the hands of a student. From the current situation, this student was most likely Ginny Weasley. But how did Ginny Weasley get this Horcrux of Voldemort? Did she also find Voldemort's relic hidden in the castle by accident, like he did back then? There was another question, that was whether Ginny Weasley was still alive or not. In Brian's opinion, the possibility of Voldemort's highly active Horcrux killing Ginny Weasley directly was very low, because such an act was too wasteful. Brian knew about Horcruxes. Horcruxes had 2 functions. The first one was to use themselves as anchors and forcibly nail the broken soul to the world when the main body suffered a fatal injury, thus avoiding the death of the Horcrux maker. The second one was that Horcruxes had the function of reviving the main body. And the way to achieve this function was to devour the life force of the person who touched the Horcrux. This was something Brian knew very well. Absorbing life force was not a process that could be done in one go. From Brian's vague impression of Ginny Weasley these days, this girl's life had not reached the stage of a candle in the wind. That is to say, it was probably not an easy thing for Voldemort's Horcrux to completely devour Ginny's life force in a few hours. But if time dragged on until tomorrow's sunrise, Ginny's life and death would really be hard to say. 076 The location of the Chamber of Secrets. A large cloud, dark and ominous, floated over and covered the sky, obscuring the bright moon that had been shining down on the Hogwarts campus. A sudden gust of wind blew on the spacious lawn, making the grass sway and rustle. The Hogwarts castle on the cliff was brightly lit, but the flickering candles in the windows seemed to convey a sense of panic and anxiety that pervaded the school. Brian escorted the 3 distraught young wizards back to the Gryffindor common room, his face grave and solemn. Harry seemed to sense that he would take some action next, and he felt a surge of guilt and regret. Standing in front of the portrait of the fat lady, who looked at them with concern, he asked Professor Watson if he could do something to help. It's all because of me. Harry didn't dare to look into Ron's eyes, which were red and swollen from crying. He lowered his head and said sadly. If I had been more alert, not so easily trusting that notebook, maybe Ginny wouldn't have been taken into that chamber, Hagrid wouldn't have been taken away by the Ministry of Magic, and Lucius Malfoy wouldn't have found a chance to drive away Dumbledore. It's not your fault, Harry. Hermione patted Harry's back with a gentle voice, trying to comfort him. Many wizards with more experience than you couldn't resist the temptation of the you-know-who. We didn't notice that the diary was hiding evil intentions. She looked at Brian with a hopeful expression, wondering if he had any clues or plans. Hogwarts can't afford to lose another young wizard, Potter. Brian's memory hidden in the dormitory had told him some key information, but it didn't mention the specific location of the chamber. He looked at Harry, who was depressed, and smiled with a hint of meaning. The snake monster in the chamber is not something that an ungraduated young wizard can easily deal with. If you accidentally encounter it, remember not to look at it. He winked at Harry, implying that he knew something more. On the way back to his office, Brian met Professor McGonagall outside the hospital wing on the 4th floor. She was furious, scolding a few older Hufflepuff girls who had been caught sneaking out of their dormitory. Seeing Brian coming from afar, Professor McGonagall stopped scolding, and let Filch escort them back to their dormitory with a stern warning. These students. Professor McGonagall's face was pale, and she clenched her lips and spat out word by word. They actually sneaked out to find Gilderoy, hoping he could help them deal with that heir. It's ridiculous that even Albus can't do anything about it, she sighed and shook her head, as if she had lost faith in those students. It can only be said that Professor Lockhart's books do have a decent charm. Brian shrugged and said, then he saw Professor McGonagall take out a lace handkerchief and gently wipe her eyes behind her square glasses. She said with a nasal voice. Before Fudge came here, he told me that tomorrow the head of Aura Office Rufus Scrimgeour will bring people to occupy the castle and thoroughly investigate Hogwarts and the students and staff in the school. I really hope that the person who did all this secretly can feel ashamed of their actions and take responsibility for them. I don't know how to explain to Arthur and Molly that Hogwarts couldn't protect their daughter. By the time Brian comforted Professor McGonagall's mood and collected his panoramic telescopes placed in the school corridor back to his office, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Only half of the images on the monitoring wall in the office were still working. From Gryffindor dormitory to the third floor of the school, all plunged into darkness. The third floor. With just this point, Brian confirmed this key information. He sat cross-legged on the ground, spread out those panoramic telescopes that were damaged by freezing curses in front of him, and began to repair one by one. The magic corridor inside them was severely damaged. Brian took a while to complete this task. When time came to 11 o'clock, Brian stood up and took out his wand and pointed it at the panoramic telescope on the ground. Under the traction of magic, hundreds of thousands of golden sand-like light gradually gathered into a series of frozen images in mid-air. The remaining information in the images made Brian squint his eyes. Sure enough, apart from Ginny Weasley, there was no one else in the picture. Brian watched Ginny holding a black diary walk out from behind the portrait of the fat lady by herself. She showed a deep and gloomy smile at the position where Brian placed his panoramic telescope on the ceiling of the corridor. Then she suddenly waved her wand. The original smooth picture suddenly shook violently and then went completely black. Brian felt a chill in his heart. He knew that Ginny had been possessed by the diary, and that she was going to the Chamber of Secrets. Ginny's last appearance was on the third floor. She stood at the corner of the third-floor staircase and destroyed Brian's panoramic telescopes as before. Her final destination was unknown. Brian wondered what was there on the third floor that could lead to the chamber. Could it be that Slytherin's chamber was located there? He had to find out as soon as possible. Knock knock knock. Just as Brian's thoughts fell into a brief trance for a moment, his office door suddenly banged loudly. Judging from the frequency and urgency, the visitor's mood should be very anxious. The door was not opened yet, but Brian had already sensed who the visitor was from the magic perspective. He couldn't help but look a little surprised. Miss Granger. Brian moved his finger and the office door opened by itself with a click. Hermione, who was almost leaning on the door, stumbled in. She looked pale and exhausted, but her eyes were shining with determination. Can you explain why, at this moment of silence, you violated the school rules and Professor McGonagall's orders and came to my office in the middle of the night? Professor Watson. If it were normal, Hermione might have been trembling and apologizing when a professor spoke to her with such a displeased attitude, but now, she completely ignored Professor Watson's frowning brows and ran directly to Brian's front in 3 steps and 2 steps. She restrained herself from pulling Brian's sleeve with the only remaining reason, but her tone was still extremely urgent. Professor, we found the location of the chamber. Brian suddenly frowned. He looked at the young witch seriously, and judged in an instant that Hermione was not lying. This is really a strange thing. He had clearly sent them back to the Gryffindor common room. Could it be that these stubborn little guys ran out to search the castle again? Tell me in detail about your findings, Miss Granger. Now is not the time to worry about irrelevant things. Brian steadied his mind and asked directly. Hey, it's like this, Professor Watson. Hermione gasped heavily, but now she had no time to ask Professor Watson for a cup of water. She licked her dry lips and said with a hoarse but fast tone. It was Harry. We 3 didn't go back to our dormitory to sleep after returning to the common room, but discussed you-know-whose diary in the common room. At first, we talked about some meaningless things, but later, Harry suddenly thought of something very important. What is it? Looking at Hermione, who suddenly widened her ember eyes, Brian quickly asked. Before, when Harry was communicating with that diary, he accidentally heard the diary say that 50 years ago, the student who died from the snake attack died in a bathroom. Hermione said excitedly. Go on, Miss Granger. Brian's brows moved slightly. His tone revealed obvious excitement. The so-called protagonist is really a magical species. All kinds of opportunities are being stuffed into their hands. The bathroom on the 3rd floor. Hermione said decisively. There has always been a ghost in that bathroom. We call her Moaning Myrtle. She is the student who died 50 years ago. We got clues from her. Harry opened the entrance to the chamber. He and Ron went ahead to save Ginny. Hey, Harry asked me to come and tell you this. Brian's shoulders relaxed again. He took a long breath and finally smiled. "Let's go, Miss Granger," he said warmly. "Let's bring that poor little girl back." He grabbed his cloak and wand, and gestured Hermione to follow him. He hoped they were not too late. 077 Entering the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione dragged Brian along the dark and dusty corridor on the third floor of Hogwarts Castle. She was in a hurry to show him the girls' bathroom at the end of the hall. "This is it, Professor," she said breathlessly. Brian remembered the stories he had heard from his female classmates when he was a student at Hogwarts. They said the bathroom was haunted by a ghost named Moaning Myrtle, who wore glasses and had died there. Myrtle was very possessive of the bathroom and would scream at anyone who tried to use it. She would also splash them with freezing water from the sinks and toilets, making them wet and miserable. That's why most students avoided that bathroom as much as possible. They didn't want to deal with the angry ghost while they were doing their personal business. Brian cautiously approached the rickety wooden door that led to the dimly lit bathroom. He wrinkled his nose at the musty smell of dampness and decay. From one of the stalls, a thin stream of filthy water seeped across the cracked stone floor. Brian guessed that this was the secret entrance to the fabled Chamber of Secrets, hidden somewhere in this room by the infamous Salazar Slytherin. He wondered why Slytherin had chosen a girl's bathroom as the location for his mysterious chamber. It seemed like a strange and whimsical choice for the cunning and ambitious founder of Slytherin House. Then it occurred to him that maybe this bathroom was not always for girls. Perhaps it was Slytherin's own private lavatory when he built the chamber centuries ago. The school staff must have changed its purpose over time to accommodate the female students. "Here you come again. And with a Hogwarts professor this time too." Myrtle's shrill voice rang out as she caught sight of Brian and Hermione entering her haunted domain. The pearly white ghost girl was perched atop one of the cubicle doors, happily humming an off-key song to herself. But upon noticing a professor had walked in, Myrtle's demeanor quickly changed to one of panic and she anxiously floated down from her cubicle and nearer to the floor, as if trying to make herself less noticeable. Brian peered with curiosity at the ghostly figure. He had only ever heard vague rumors about Moaning Myrtle during his school days and hadn't actually met her until now. As he looked her up and down, Brian noted her thick, Coke bottle glasses and generally undesirable, gloomy appearance. After satisfying his curiosity about the infamous bathroom ghost, Brian's gaze was soon drawn to the large, grimy pipe situated conspicuously in front of the row of sinks, which did not seem to fit with the rest of the bathroom decor. "Myrtle, are Harry and Ron still down there in the chamber?" Hermione asked the ghost witch anxiously, her voice echoing slightly off the cold tile walls. "Obviously they are," Myrtle responded in a wispy tone, her beady eyes peering out through the thick lenses of her glasses. Perhaps sensing the authority of a Hogwarts professor, Myrtle seemed reluctant to act too bold or presumptuous in Brian's presence. She eyed the handsome wizard professor surreptitiously as she added with a hint of relish, "But don't worry too much, I'm sure your friends will be coming back up soon. In the meantime, I've been busying myself picking out toilets for them to arrive in." Brian decided it was time to directly confront the ghostly witch and gain some answers. He patted Hermione gently on the shoulder, signaling for her to relax and letting her know he would handle this. Turning back to Myrtle, Brian continued speaking politely but with an unmistakable firmness and authority in his even tone. "I have a question for you, Miss Myrtle, which I very much hope you can provide an honest answer to. If I am not mistaken, the 3 attacks that happened earlier this school year were actually carried out by Ginny Weasley while she was controlled by outside forces. As you have been, living in this bathroom for quite some time, surely you must have witnessed Ginny opening the Chamber of Secrets with your own ghostly eyes, am I correct? You've known all along, haven't you, Myrtle?" Hermione suddenly shouted angrily at the ghost in realization, her voice echoing sharply off the cold tile walls. Though Myrtle's wispy form emitted only a fuzzy silver glow, Hermione could still sense the sinister, self-satisfied look hinted at in the specter's eyes. "Everyone has been exhausting themselves trying to solve this mystery and identify the person who opened the chamber," Hermione continued heatedly. "Myrtle, Harry, Ron and I have even been forced to spend countless hours brewing polyjuice potion in this dreary bathroom for over a month, exposed to the cold dampness. And yet it seems you've been secretly watching us struggle and enjoying a laugh at our expense this whole time." Hermione's heated words seemed to touch a nerve, and Myrtle's ghostly form swelled up in rage like an inflated balloon. She began floating toward Hermione rapidly as if wanting to get right in the young witch's face and give her an angry retort. But when Myrtle had halved the 10-foot distance between herself and where Brian and Hermione stood side by side, the ghost found her path suddenly blocked by a swirling vortex of magical energy that Brian quickly summoned. The size of a full moon, the mystical vortex glowed and pulsated with an eerie intertwining of silver and black hues. Myrtle halted abruptly, gazing into the cold darkness at the center of the vortex where a creeping black hole seemed to emanate the very breath of death itself. Having already experienced the chill of mortality once before in her time, Myrtle's ghostly instincts now took over and she recoiled in fear from the frightening magical display. The edges of her pearly spectral form appeared to blur and distort under the heavy waves of foreboding energy radiating from Brian's spell. "Ah!" Myrtle let out an ear-splitting shriek, her glowing figure flickering rapidly as she turned and made a panicked beeline for the nearest toilet stall. With a loud splash, the ghost dove straight into the toilet bowl and disappeared from view, seeming to seek shelter from Brian's terrifying magic. "Professor Watson, you should not have let her off so easy like that," Hermione said in a scolding tone, her kind heart showing concern even for the cruel ghost who had caused so much harm. Of course, the young witch did not yet fully understand exactly what such a dark display of magic could mean for a ghostly entity like Myrtle. "There is little point in wasting time quarreling with a spirit at the moment, Miss Granger," Brian replied calmly as he dismissed the swirling vortex with a wave of his hand. He then turned and strode purposefully over to the large drainage pipe situated at the center of the bathroom floor. The pipe was pitch black and exuded an unpleasant sewage odor from its dark depths. As Brian peered down into the foreboding tunnel, his eyes took on an inquisitive glint. With his magical senses, he could perceive that the intricate enchantments that maintained the existence of this hidden passageway were linked directly into the vast, ancient magical foundations that supported the entire castle structure. Brian knew that magic, when taken to an advanced enough level, began to deal extensively with complex rules and systems rather than just raw power alone. To safely disable or unlock spells of such potency without destabilizing the entire structure required adhering to the specific rule set put in place by the original caster, in this case, the notoriously brilliant Salazar Slytherin himself. Simply overpowering one's way through by force could have disastrous consequences. Indeed, Brian realized that without Harry Potter's rare gift of Parseltongue to open the chamber entrance, even he would be forced to completely uproot the entirety of Hogwarts Castle itself if he wished to breach Slytherin's magic by brute magical strength alone. "Do you think we should enter the chamber, Professor?" Hermione asked nervously, peering down the dark, slimy pipe with uncertainty. "Won't it be dangerous down there with the basilisk lurking about?" Although her concerns were quite valid, Brian recognized that the young witch's anxiety was also partly a result of her traumatic experiences with the heir of Slytherin. As a Muggleborn, facing the legendary chamber built specifically by one of Hogwarts' founders to purge the school of those with impure blood like herself, it was only natural for poor Hermione to feel frightened. "There is no need for concern, Miss Granger," Brian gently reassured her with a calm smile. "No harm will come to you as long as I am here." Hermione still looked anxious but managed a small, grateful nod. Brian decided exploring the ancient magical ruins left by medieval wizards could be quite thrilling indeed. The complex enchantments Slytherin had used just on the chamber entrance alone provided valuable insights into rule-based environment magic that even Brian had scarcely encountered before. But now was not the time for academic curiosity, there were still students' lives at stake down below. Turning his attention back to the ominous pipe, Brian considered their options. Simply sliding down the dark, slime-coated tunnel did not seem particularly wise or sanitary. After a brief moment of contemplation, Brian formulated an idea and turned toward the nervous young witch beside him. "Please excuse any discomfort this may cause, Miss Granger," he stated politely before reaching out a steady hand to gently grasp Hermione's shoulder. "Whatever do you mean, Professor?" Hermione cut off with a startled yelp as Brian swiftly enacted his spell. With his free left hand, he deftly flicked his wand in an upward motion, manipulating the fabric of his loosely hanging professor's robes to unwrap and swirl upward, enveloping them both. Hermione's eyes widened in shock as her body was abruptly wrapped in the robe's silky folds. An icy sensation washed over her and the bathroom scene around them faded away into inky darkness. Gasping, Hermione glanced down to see even her own body had disappeared entirely. In its place she now appeared to be little more than a softly glowing, amorphous black shadow. Professor, what is this magic you've used on us?" Hermione cried out in her alarm, though she was relieved to find she could still vocalize in her bizarre new form. Her voice seemed to echo strangely as if traveling through water. "All shall be explained another time," Brian answered, his calm voice somehow resonating directly into Hermione's mind. "But now haste is required, Miss Granger." Without further delay, Brian, likewise transformed into a wispy shadow, propelled himself and Hermione into the gaping tunnel opening. The two streaked swiftly down the clammy stone pipe, Brian using magic to keep them centered as it twisted and turned at steep angles, plunging them ever deeper below the castle. As they flew down the main drain, smaller pipes occasionally branched off in all directions, but Brian adeptly guided them along the correct path. The already cold air grew even more frigid and damp the further they descended. Their rate of speed was extremely rapid, and before long Brian sensed they were deep beneath the lake itself. Using his shadow vision he could just make out the rocky lake bed far below them through the labyrinth of drainage tunnels. But their destination still awaited, the fabled Chamber of Secrets. 078 See you at last. Professor, you can fly. Hermione's voice was full of disbelief and awe as she followed Brian through the seemingly endless pipe. She had just experienced the most bizarre sensation of becoming a phantom and passing through solid walls, and now she was witnessing another miracle of magic. She had always thought that flying was impossible without alchemy tool like broomstick or a carpet, but Professor Watson had just proved her wrong. He had lifted them both into the air with a flick of his wand and soared through the dark tunnel like a bird. They flew for about 2 minutes, dodging the twists and turns of the pipe, before they finally landed in a dark stone tunnel. Hermione felt her feet touch the ground and her body regain its solidity. She was still dizzy and nauseous from the phantom state, but she couldn't help exclaiming. In the little witch's mind, flying by magic alone was something that only the most powerful and legendary wizards could do. She had read about it in books, but she had never seen it in person. She wondered how Professor Watson had learned such a skill, and what other secrets he was hiding. Obviously. Brian glanced at the shattered rat skull under his feet, exhaled, and said in a relaxed tone. He seemed unfazed by the feat he had just performed, as if it was nothing more than a simple trick. He looked around the tunnel with a curious eye, searching for clues and signs of danger. Hermione followed his gaze and felt a shiver run down her spine. The tunnel was dimly lit by the faint glow of Professor Watson's wand tip, but she could see enough to make her skin crawl. The floor of the tunnel was littered with bones of small animals, some still with bits of flesh and fur attached to them. The walls were damp and moldy, covered with slime and moss. The air was thick with a foul smell of rotting meat and stagnant water. The tunnel looked like a tomb, or worse, a lair. She tried hard to restrain herself from screaming, but fear made her tremble and weak. She could only stand by pulling Watson's robe, hoping that he would protect her from whatever horrors lurked in the dark. For Brian, however, the bones on the ground were nothing more than ordinary. He had seen worse things in his life, things that would make most people lose their sanity. He had explored many magical ruins in his quest for knowledge and adventure, and he had encountered many dangers and mysteries along the way. He was not afraid of death, nor of the unknown. He was only curious and excited by the challenge. Let's go, Miss Granger, we don't have much time to waste. Brian's tone was calm and confident. He let the little witch pull his wizard robe and walk steadily along the tunnel. He held his wand in front of him, ready to cast any spell that might be needed. He knew that they were getting closer to their destination, and to their enemy. The air was getting hotter and drier as they walked deeper into the tunnel. The tunnel was old and not well sealed, and water dripped from the cracks in the ceiling. Hermione flinched every time a drop of muddy water landed on her face or neck. She hated this place more than anything. She didn't dare to think about Ginny's fate or Harry and Ron's whereabouts. She only hoped that they were safe and alive. Professor Watson, that is. Just after a dark bend in the tunnel, a huge silhouette suddenly appeared in front of them. It looked like a giant snake coiled on the ground, blocking their way. Hermione screamed in terror, thinking that it was the basilisk they were looking for. But before she could express her panic completely, Brian reacted faster than her. He raised his wand arm and drew a swift arc in the air. The wand tip that emitted fluorescent light burst into a violent fire. Boom! The sound was deafening, like a thunderclap in a storm. A huge ball of fire erupted from Brian's wand tip and flew towards the silhouette with incredible speed. It hit it with a loud bang and exploded into a thick golden tornado that spun around wildly. The tornado swept over the space ahead with a devastating force, burning everything in its path to ashes. Wherever the fire passed, the puddles on the ground evaporated instantly, creating clouds of steam that filled the air. The bones sleeping in the puddles turned into dust that scattered in the wind. The mud and moss attached to the wall cracked and peeled off under the intense heat. In the dark, Hermione felt like she was standing in front of a volcano that was about to erupt. She stared blankly at a golden sun rising from the rolling lava. She felt an unbearable heat on her face and body, as if she was being roasted alive. She covered her eyes with her hands, trying to shield them from the blinding light. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Professor Watson had just unleashed a firestorm that could destroy a small village. Gurgle. The surging heat wave forced Hermione to swallow saliva to moisten her dry throat. She stared blankly at Professor Watson's side face that was reddened by the firelight. His fluffy curly hair was flying in the wind, giving him a wild and fierce look. Suddenly Hermione couldn't tell who was more terrifying between the basilisk and Professor Watson. It wasn't until half a minute later that Brian lowered his wand and dispelled the magic fire. He led Hermione past the smoking ground that burned his feet and came to the huge silhouette. The snakeskin that was about 30 feet long had been charred all over. It was covered with golden fire clusters that crumbled into dust as soon as they touched it. It was the remains of the basilisk's shed skin, a sign that it had grown bigger and stronger over the years. Professor! Hermione gasped, giving her judgment. Is this the snakeskin shed by that basilisk? Brian nodded. After roughly estimating the size of the basilisk, he didn't say anything else and walked straight ahead. He knew that the real basilisk was still ahead of them, waiting for them in its nest. He was not afraid of it, nor of its deadly gaze. He had a plan to deal with it, and he was confident in his abilities. Hermione stayed in place for a few seconds before she came back to her senses. She ran after Professor Watson and grabbed his fluttering wizard robe again. She followed him step by step, wondering what he was going to do next. The two walked along the tunnel through one bend after another. Every nerve was twitching, every sense was alert. Hermione finally understood why Professor Watson's maze in defense against the dark arts practice class looked like that. It was a reflection of his own experiences and personality, full of challenges and surprises. Keep your eyes on the ground and don't look up. Brian whispered this warning as he led Hermione through the dark and damp tunnel. He could feel the cold sweat on his forehead and the tension in his muscles. After about 10 minutes of walking, Brian suddenly stopped at a corner. He sensed a surge of magic fluctuations and heard faint rumbling noises coming from ahead. He raised his wand in front of him, pointing it at the darkness. His purple eyes spun slowly like millstones, scanning for any signs of danger or traps. He had a feeling that they were not alone in this place. A minute later, after passing through the last corner, Brian and Hermione faced a solid wall with 2 stone snake statues with green eyes on both sides. The snakes seemed to stare at them with malice and contempt. They were the guardians of the Chamber of Secrets, the hidden lair of Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. At this time, there was a violent tremor on the ground. In the cold air, there was a faint sound of pleasant chirping and rocks colliding. It seemed that there was a fierce fight going on in the room with faint light ahead. Take out your wand, Miss Granger. We're almost there. Reminded by Professor Watson, Hermione realized that she hadn't taken out her wand as a wizard in such a dangerous situation. She felt ashamed and embarrassed. She quickly apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry, Professor Watson. I didn't pay attention. She hurriedly pulled out her wand from the pocket of her wizard robe. It had been 3 months since he returned to Hogwarts after Christmas. Although there were some twists and turns, anyway, Brian finally stood in the Chamber of Secrets that had been legendary for 1,000 years. This was a long, dimly lit room. On both sides of the room, there were many stone pillars carved with entwined snakes standing side by side. They supported the ceiling that melted into the darkness above, casting long and eerie shadows on the whole room that was filled with green and mysterious mist. At the end of the room, there was a statue as high as the room itself. It was Salazar Slytherin in his old age. Probably because he had been conducting dangerous magical experiments on himself for years, the handsome Slytherin in his youth looked more like a weak old monkey. Ginny lay at the foot of the statue without a sound. She looked pale and lifeless, as if all her energy had been drained by something sinister. Ron was lying a few steps away from Ginny. He had a large stone on his back and bite marks on his arm. His wizard robe was torn and stained with blood. His face was twisted with pain and fear. Brian, who led Hermione in, also noticed that Ron's wand seemed to be broken in 2 again. He wondered how he managed to survive this long without a proper wand. When they entered the chamber, Harry was dodging the stones swept down by the tail of the basilisk in the air. He held a sword with an ancient style in his hand and stuffed a pudding-filled hat in his pocket. The sword was shining with silver light, contrasting with the dark green scales of the basilisk. He still has a card up his sleeve, Dumbledore. Brian recognized at a glance that the colorful bird flying in the air and pecking at the basilisk's ferocious and horrible head was Dumbledore's office's phoenix named Fox. He had seen it before when he visited Dumbledore's office for several matters. He knew that phoenixes were loyal and powerful creatures that could heal wounds with their tears. He glanced at the shadow behind a stone pillar. He was in a good mood. Ron and Ginny, Professor, please help Harry. The huge body of the basilisk, which glowed with green and gorgeous metallic luster, blocked their way to the Weasley siblings. This made Hermione unable to rush over to check Ron and Ginny's condition. At the same time, Harry's situation also made Hermione very anxious. She cried out in tears and begged Professor Watson to help. Hermione's call finally made Harry, who was dizzy by the stones, notice the new visitors in the chamber. He dodged the basilisk's iron tail with a neat roll and shouted anxiously. Professor Watson, I'll hold off this basilisk. You hurry up and take Ron and Ginny to the hospital. Ron was bitten by the basilisk's venomous fang. This kid. Brian had a tick mark on his forehead and showed a helpless expression. Did he hit his head with a stone? Patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 079 Inside the chamber. What are you talking about, Harry? Before Brian could utter a word, Hermione shouted anxiously, Get out of the way, Harry, Professor Watson can handle this basilisk. Her voice was shrill and panicked, as she watched the monstrous snake slithering closer to her friend. Brian touched his nose and smiled at Hermione. It seemed that he had shown some strength in front of this little witch and she was very confident in him. He felt a surge of pride and gratitude, mixed with a hint of amusement. He wondered what she would think of him if she knew his works as a freelancer. Hermione's reminder made Harry, who was moving around in a flamboyant manner, stunned. He looked at Brian with wide eyes, as if he had just noticed him for the first time. Then he came to his senses and picked up the sword with a dazzling red gem the size of an egg on the hilt. It was a magnificent weapon, shining with an ancient and noble aura. He rolled and crawled out of the attack range of the basilisk that had gone mad. The snake was hissing and snapping its fangs, trying to catch its prey. Hey, Professor Watson, please save Ron and Ginny, they are still alive. Harry pleaded, as he reached Hermione's side. He pointed at the two motionless figures lying on the floor, covered in blood and dirt. They looked pale and lifeless, but Harry refused to give up hope. When he realized that the most powerful professor in the school besides Dumbledore was standing in front of him, Harry felt his strength being drained by magic and quickly left his body. He felt dizzy and weak, as if he had run a marathon. He had used too much of his energy to fight the basilisk, and now he was paying the price. Just as he was about to fall down, Hermione caught him in time. She wrapped her arms around him and held him close, whispering words of comfort. "Don't worry, Potter, no one will die here tonight," Brian said calmly, as he scanned the chamber with his keen eyes. He saw that Ginny still had a faint life force in her body, pulsing weakly like a dying star. He also breathed a sigh of relief. He had arrived just in time to save her from the basilisk's venom. He stared at the sword in Harry's hand and suddenly thought of a legendary magical item belonging to Godric Gryffindor. He paused for a moment and asked hesitantly. "Potter, this sword is..." "Fawkes brought me the sorting hat," Harry gasped and said. "I found this sword in the sorting hat. Hey, it must have been put there by Professor Dumbledore. It suddenly fell out and hit my head." He sounded confused and amazed by his own luck. Brian nodded knowingly, restoring the truth of the matter from Harry's inverted sentences. He understood that Dumbledore had sent his phoenix and his hat to help Harry in his time of need. He also recognized the sword as Gryffindor's legacy, a powerful artifact that could only be wielded by a true heir of the founder. Although he was very curious about this famous weapon, he also knew that now was not a good time to study it. "Get away from there, Fawkes, don't get caught by my curse," Brian warned, as he saw Dumbledore's phoenix still fighting with the basilisk in mid-air. The bird was dodging and diving, avoiding the snake's gaze and bite. However, after hearing Brian's instructions, Fawkes showed great intelligence and cried out crisply. It seemed to understand Brian's plan and trust his judgment. After a graceful drift in mid-air, leaving behind a colorful light and shadow, it flew straight to Ron, who was lying on the ground and looked at the torn wound on his arm. It dropped a few tears on the injury, healing it instantly. Clang! The piercing scream sounded like an arrow leaving the bow. Harry and Hermione only saw Professor Watson waving his wand lightly. Then, several large pieces of broken stones on the ground turned into several metal spears as thick as oak trees in silence. The dark-colored spears cut through the cold air, creating a huge and indestructible cage that trapped the huge basilisk inside. Boom bang! The basilisk slammed into the metal cage barrier frantically. Under its desperate struggle, the ground shook like an earthquake. Stones fell like raindrops, but they were all blocked by the white magic shield around Brian. Not a speck of dust fell on them. Staring at the basilisk that seemed to be defiant and made a lot of noise, Brian moved his eyebrows slightly. He circled his wrist again and a faint light flashed on the frame of the metal cage. Bang! This time, the basilisk dared not hit the barrier so recklessly. As soon as its hard scales touched the cage, the seemingly cold and dark spears would erupt into golden flames. This was fiend fire, a cursed fire that had an extremely high temperature and could destroy almost anything, even magical objects and creatures. The basilisk could not withstand the fire for long and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. It curled up its massive body into a circle and remained motionless. Is this what someone who could fight with Professor Dumbledore in 5th grade looks like now? Harry stared at this scene dumbfoundedly. He couldn't believe that he had almost fought with his life against the basilisk that was easily trapped by Professor Watson with the help of Dumbledore's phoenix. "Ron!" Hermione came out of her shock faster than Harry, who had mentally prepared herself for the worst. Seeing that the basilisk was trapped, she couldn't restrain her anxiety anymore. She ran to Ron's side with tears flying. Her heart was pounding in her chest, as she feared for his life. "Professor Watson, this bird is crying." Hermione sobbed. "Is Ron all ready?" She couldn't finish her sentence, as she choked on her own words. She looked at Ron's pale and still face, hoping to see some sign of movement. Harry's body swayed slightly and his face turned pale. He stared at Ron, who had just been lying on the ground and whimpering softly. His lips trembled non-stop. He didn't want to believe that Ron was dead. He felt a surge of guilt and grief, as he blamed himself for dragging his friend into this mess. "You two don't have to worry." Brian walked over quickly. He turned Ron's pale face over and carefully examined the charred flesh on his arm that was smoking under the phoenix's tears. He could see that the wound was healing slowly, enough to save him from the basilisk's venom. Fawkes is a phoenix, and phoenix tears have a very strong healing effect, but Brian then turned his gaze to Ginny, whose chest was only faintly rising and falling. She looked like a broken doll, lying on the cold stone floor. Her eyes were closed and her hair was matted with blood. "Miss Weasley's situation is probably worse. She urgently needs professional and effective treatment. You two better escort them to the school hospital and find Madame Pomfrey now," Brian said firmly, as he made a decision. He knew that time was running out, and that he couldn't waste any more of it here. After hearing that Ron and Ginny were still alive, Harry felt like he had been fished out of the water. He gasped heavily, as he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In just a few seconds, he sweated more than when he fought with the basilisk. He felt exhausted and drained, but also hopeful and grateful. Brian conjured 2 stretchers and controlled Ron and Ginny's bodies to float up. Then he looked at Hermione, who still had tears in her eyes. "I'll stay here and watch this basilisk. You two can go and inform Professor McGonagall about what happened here after you sent Ginny and Ron to the school hospital. I think she will faint with worry when she finds out that 4 little wizards have disappeared from the school," he said calmly, as he gave them instructions. But Hermione had no objection to Professor Watson's arrangement. She just remembered the pipe that might be several miles long when she came. "How do we get back, Professor? We can't go through that pipe," she asked anxiously, as she wondered how they would escape from this dark and damp chamber. Fawkes stood on Ron's chest and cried out, but Brian shook his head at it. "You don't have to bother, Fawkes. If you can, I hope you can go and inform Professor Dumbledore. I'm sorry, but I think his vacation time has to be cancelled," he said apologetically, as he asked the Phoenix for another favor. Fawkes tilted his head and looked at Brian with his crystal-clear eyes like gems. After a moment, it nodded humanely and disappeared in the secret chamber in a burst of explosive fire. It left behind a trail of sparks and feathers, as it flew away to find Dumbledore. "Well, it's your turn now." Brian waved his wand at Harry and the others. In a sudden breeze, Harry found himself turning into a phantom shadow and flying quickly towards the entrance of the secret chamber without control. He felt a strange sensation of weightlessness and speed, as he zoomed through the air. "Professor Watson!" By the time Harry reacted, he had already appeared on the other side of the entrance to the secret chamber. He anxiously looked at Professor Watson, who was quickly moving away from his sight, and shouted, "Watch out for Voldemort, he's in." He tried to warn him about the Dark Lord's presence in the chamber, but his voice was cut off by the distance. Brian breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and faced the basilisk that was lying on the ground in a pile, barely alive. He smiled happily. It wasn't easy. After spending so much time and staying up so many nights, this basilisk finally fell into his hands. He felt a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction, as he looked at his prize. The basilisk was an ancient creature that could generally live for hundreds of years, but this one in front of him had lived for more than 1,000 years and still maintained such vigorous vitality. It seemed that Slytherin must have done many mysterious and complex modification experiments on it. Brian wondered what secrets and powers it hid in its body. Brian walked to the front of the cage and looked at the basilisk's bleeding eyes with dissatisfaction. He hoped that Kekuz wouldn't pick faults and deduct his commission when he checked the goods. He hoped that he could still sell it for a good price. It seems. Just as Brian was about to change the size of this huge basilisk, a young and polite voice came from behind the pillar behind him. "You seem to like it very much, Professor Watson. I inherited this basilisk from my great ancestor. If you don't mind, I can give it to you." The voice was smooth and charming, but also cold and sinister. "Foolish." Brian turned around with a smile without any surprise. He looked at Tom Riddle, who had black hair, tall stature, stood leaning against the stone pillar, and dressed like a student. "Once I kill you, this basilisk will be mine too." Patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 080 Horcruxes. The secret chamber, once a place of dark rituals and hidden secrets, was now overflowing with a dazzling green light that cast eerie shadows on the walls. The cold air was filled with a suffocating pressure that weighed heavily on the lungs of the intruders. The snake monster in the cage, a basilisk that could kill with a single glance, seemed to regain some courage after the initial shock of the intrusion. It slightly raised its head, relying on its keen magic sense to capture the direction of its great master's descendant, who had summoned it from its slumber. The scarlet snake constantly spit out and contracted, exposing its uneasiness and curiosity, but it did not dare to act rashly, for standing in front of it, a few steps away from the source of the huge magic power that filled the chamber, was another wizard who radiated an aura of danger and authority. Brian and Tom Riddle looked at each other, their eyes locked in a silent duel. They were both the kind of wizards who could see through many things by sensing, who could perceive the subtle fluctuations of magic and emotion in their surroundings. Although they did not speak, they had already glimpsed each other's strengths and weaknesses. "You don't have to be like this, Professor Watson, we are friends not enemies, aren't we?" Finally, it was Riddle who spoke first, breaking the tense silence. He had not fully resurrected yet and was undoubtedly in a disadvantageous position in the confrontation with Brian. He showed a restrained smile, a gentle and polite voice as if Brian was really his teacher. "I heard from Harry Potter some of your past and what happened after you returned to Hogwarts this time, Professor Watson. Without a doubt, you are not the kind of common, mediocre mediocrity that infests this school. We are all the kind of unique elites in the eyes of the great Salazar Slytherin, the heirs of his legacy and vision. And now, Hogwarts and even the wizarding world are occupied by hypocrites and a bunch of fools who only whitewash the piece, who deny the true nature of magic and its potential. The world urgently needs change, and only we can do it. Voldemort. Brian interrupted Riddle's speech. He tilted his head slightly, looking straight at the core of this Horcrux with a penetrating gaze that seemed to pierce through the illusion. The wand spun at his fingertips with ease and grace. Brian said lazily. How many times do you think I have faced your Horcrux? Riddle stopped talking. He showed astonishment. His eyes flickered with calculations that quickly turned into a red light that only hungry wolves would show when hunting their prey. His wrinkled nostrils made his handsome face look fierce and ugly, as if his mask of charm and charisma had slipped for a moment. What do you mean? Riddle seemed to have given up on pretending. He glared at Brian viciously and asked in a demanding tone. Horcrux. What is that thing? You mean you have faced my original body before? Then you should know that Voldemort is the greatest wizard in history. His power is something that those fools can't imagine even if they rack their brains. He is beyond your comprehension. Brian pursed his lips slightly. He saw more things from the illusory figure of this boy in front of him than he had expected. Not evil magic to the extreme, nor heart-pounding magic power that could rival his own. But soul. Soul shining with color. This was really a wonderful thing. Brian still remembered the soul fragment that was completely soaked in endless lust and darkness when he destroyed the crown that year. That was something that could not be communicated at all. It would only lure people to give up their lives with tempting magic that promised power and glory. Brian Watson. You have dealt with Dumbledore. You should know that he is a narrow-minded villain. He is wary of all talented young people and wants to destroy their talents. He fears anyone who could challenge his authority or expose his secrets. I can assure you that Dumbledore will deal with you one day. Oh no. He has already done it. Hasn't he? Riddle continued his attempt to persuade Brian to join him, but his voice betrayed his frustration and impatience. Brian's increasingly oppressive gaze made Riddle feel like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. He flipped his lips and said quickly. The Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Was it Dumbledore who persuaded you to do this? Everyone knows that this course has been cursed by the Dark Lord himself. He wants to kill you with this. Take me out of here. Watson. When I recover all my magic power, I can help you deal with Dumbledore together. Riddle tried to appeal to Brian's self-interest and resentment towards Dumbledore, hoping to find a common ground with him. Brian had never dealt with Voldemort, who had become the Dark Lord. But Tom Riddle in front of him was indeed very good at finding gaps and being cunning. He knew how to manipulate people and use their emotions against them. He was a master of lies and deception. But Brian was not fooled by his words. He knew that Riddle was only using him as a tool to escape his prison and regain his body. It seems that this diary is the first Horcrux you made. Right. Brian said softly, a sentence that made Riddle speechless. He seemed to realize that no matter what he said, this new rising star of Slytherin House was not going to spare him. Emotions come from the soul, Brian said, his voice calm and steady. And Horcruxes are evil magic that will strip away reason and emotion from the soul first, turning people into madmen controlled by desire. Da. When Brian stepped forward, the purple in his eyes began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the influence of his thick magic power that could make fire dragons tremble, the air around Brian twisted like the space on a scorching hot tar road in summer. The huge and empty secret chamber suddenly made a rumbling sound, as if it sensed the impending doom of its master. The snake monster in the cage, a basilisk that could kill with a single glance, made a fearful hiss. It hid its snake head in its coiled body, as if it wanted to escape from the sight of Brian. It seemed to have seen Tom Riddle's end. Salazar Slytherin's sculpture standing level with the ceiling silently watched Brian Watson and Tom Riddle at his feet. The founder of Slytherin House had a proud and stern expression on his face, as if he was judging the two wizards. What would he think of their actions and choices? Would he approve of Riddle's ambition? Would he respect Brian's courage to stand up against him? Would he see them as worthy successors or as traitors to his legacy? I saw from your soul the emotions that normal people would have. Riddle. Fear. Hatred. Loneliness. Oh. And many other interesting little emotions. Wait a minute. Riddle's pale face was emitting a faint silver mist that was pushed back into his illusory body bit by bit. He couldn't move and he struggled to squeeze out a voice from his teeth. You crave power. Don't you? We are all the same kind of people. Slytherin left more than one secret in this castle. Professor Watson. I am willing to share with you the ancient magic he left behind that has great power. As long as you ugh. Riddle was speechless as Brian approached him with a blank face. He felt a surge of terror as he saw the young professor's body glow faintly. Riddle had been restless ever since he discovered that Brian knew of his existence and wanted to reclaim his body as soon as he could. Now he saw Brian slowly raising his hand, reaching for Riddle's forehead with his fingertips. Ugh. Brian ignored Riddle's painful whimper, his fingertips, palms, arms and even his whole body bit by bit into Riddle's body, as if he was absorbing his essence and magic. The diary in Riddle's pocket flew out by itself and floated in midair, though there was no wind, but the pages in the diary rustled like they were blown by a strong wind. A wisp of black smoke came out of the pages. In the empty secret chamber, such a scene was eerie and strange. A brilliant light flashed in front of Brian's eyes, and when he came to his senses, his body had appeared in a strange space. This space was like the outer universe, vast and boundless, but devoid of any stars or planets. The silent space was filled with tangible and sharp grey hurricanes. Each of these air currents that dyed the space grey contained evil and powerful magic power. Presumably, it was Voldemort's protection magic applied to the diary and the Horcrux itself. Hey! Boom boom! The fluorescence attached to Brian's body suddenly flourished, forming an oval magic barrier around him, protecting him from the hostile environment. Endless hurricanes hit the slightly reddish barrier with force and fury, but they could not break through it. The magic power of opposite nature counteracted each other and exploded with flashes that made Brian feel like he was standing in a raging fire. Brian looked around, and soon sensed something strange in a space to his right front. There seemed to be the core of the whole grey world, a ball of light shining with black and white that radiated ominous magic power to all sides. It was the Horcrux, the fragment of Riddle's soul that he had hidden in the diary. It was the source of his immortality and his weakness. Ah, I found you. Brian smiled slightly. He took out a glass bottle from his chest, leisurely tidied up his collar, and walked slowly towards the ball of light. Patreon.com/FicFrenzy